was going on in the Polish Catholic at this time. The problem is that for researchers and scientists, until Professor Rothschild did much research, we were limited to the literary study of the lives of people that defined Israel and Palestine. We have very hagiographic books like this one, Shifrei Hadash, the praise of the Baal Shem Tov, which was kind of like a melange of good historical data buried within miracle stories, legends, some obvious falsifications or fabrications, especially because this went through several editions and you usually see layers of editing material that was added. And it was really difficult to tease out who exactly founded the and there were even some scholars who doubted whether this Israel ben Eliezer was a real person. But when Professor Rothschild made it recorded and brought into the archives there, which had been largely closed to Western scholars during the bulk of the 20th century, we not only discovered that there was a real Baal Shem Tov, amazing. What we're looking at right now is it's one of many fascinating documents that we have in which there is a kind of like a property evaluation text middle document that was prepared in Polish for the Polish crown. And you can see that in house number 93, it's kind of like enlarged here. In house number 93, there was a man living called Baal Shem. And another document is spelled out more clearly. Baal Shem Tov was his name. And he was himself. What Mr. Rothschild discovered is that, yes, there was a man named Israel Baal Shem Tov, and he would live between 1699 and 1760 in this town of Restream, and that he had a tax-free existence. Not quite as a rabbi, sometimes in the documents he's actually called a rector, in the sense of a professor, rather than necessarily a physician. And his main job appears to be the provision of accurate spiritual guidance to the people of Israel. Services rendered in return were provided with a salary for himself and his dependents, and his free housing, which today like a housing changer. So he was a real figure and served in a quasi-rabbinic fashion, not precisely a rabbi in the sense that we see in other contexts, but really as a church. So let's try to understand the Baal Shem Tov within the context of his discourses, try to understand why this middle-sized village with hired a person like the Baal Shem Tov would make the face of the possibility of tradition. This is a photograph of my good friend and colleague, Dr. Yochanan Petrovsky Stern, in his youth. This picture was taken at the end of 1992. He was one of the first people to gain access, just like Professor Moshe Rothman, he was one of the first people to gain access to Soviet archives. Yeah, but he especially was in the Nazi library, where he discovered the writings of Baal Shem. Baal Shem turns out to be extremely important here, as the person that we associate with the foundation of Hasidism is called the Baal Shem Tov. His proper name is Israel ben Eliezer. But Baal Shem Tov literally means master of the good things. That's a literal translation, but it's not actually an accurate translation. Baal Shem means a master of God's things, in the sense of someone who is able to write a good ambulance. Amulets were incredibly widespread in the 18th century. These were kind of like written petitions for theurgic purposes, meaning asking that God affect some change in life, ensure a person a livelihood, ensure health, safe delivery, conception, marriage, all kinds of things. You would go to a this kind of policy and ask for a praise from God, and that person would write out a document for you, sometimes illustrated with mystical symbols, things like that. And that would be sort of like your Jewish prophylactic to protect your Jewish this sounds very foreign perhaps to a 21st century mindset, but if you go next time to your local Judaica store, you may find like this little rack there with these laminated cards that you put in the crib with a newborn baby, or a little clear papayas, a blessing on the house that you might take home on your wall, or a special prayer for one's practice, one's business, and medical profession. These are all essentially in the category of amulets, that you return mayo, that were professionally produced. As you might expect, many of these ballet chains were essentially snake oil salesmen. They were, charlatans who were producing these things for money, and they had no special training, and they were just, it was just a business being those hopes, years, desires, and so on. The Baal Shem Tov, by the way, Hillel Baal Shem is perhaps the most famous of these tens of Balei Shem that Dr. Petrovsky discovered that were wandering around Ukraine at this time in the early 18th century. Hillel Baal Shem was one of the more interesting ones in that he left behind a large manuscript called Sefer Ashri Sheker, in which he wrote down all kinds of samples of legitimate amulets with instructions on how to create them, how to manipulate the divine names with various spellings and so on, when it should be used, when it should not be used, and so on. And he specifically directed that his book should not be published. He did not want to make that big trip from manuscript to book because he felt that the printed book would be too widely circulated, and these were secrets of the Torah that should be preserved only for legitimate use. So that's the cultural milieu from which the Baal Shem Tov emerges. Now he is known, however, as the Baal Shem Tov, the master of the good name. And there's a question about what is the Tov referring to? Is it referring to the name of God, meaning the Shem Tov, or is it referring to the good Baal Shem, meaning when we look at all those other charlatans, snake oil salesmen, late night TV salesmen, this is not like this. The Baal Shem Tov is really distinct from it. But ultimately, he is performing the same kind of function in 18th century Medjugorje and is highly valued for this. It is important to note that a lot of this comes to light only in the late 18th century as book culture really begins to take hold in Eastern Europe. Much of the wars that I'm going to describe now between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim circulate and are amplified by the statements that appear in print, as opposed to the much more humble and much more localized manuscript culture. Hillel Baal Shem is an excellent example of someone who recognized the implications of book culture, which, if you want to put it in modern context, the controversies over books in the 18th century and the 19th century are like the controversies we have today over Twitter. Right? Someone writes something on Twitter, and there's a huge explosion as a result of it, and there's like lots of heat, but very little light in a short period of time, and then it dies down. So book culture was like that, and that was the social media of the day. So let's look at we looked a little bit about what Hasidim is, and how we believe it started, and the fact that there was really an originator. Let's try to understand how this new virtual movement interacted with the traditionalist Lithuanians and how they opposed their tradition. So much of the research that has been appearing in the last 20 years has been arguing that the Hasidim did not see themselves as a movement in the lifetime of the Baal Shem Tov. When he died in 1760, he was just viewed as being part of a continuity from the past in terms of those amulet makers who were popular leaders and very charismatic and wonder workers and so on. And in fact, even through the next generation, the Baal Shem Tov himself had two highly distinguished pupils, one of whom went on to 5 more really highly distinguished pupils. They also didn't regard themselves as being part of a distinct tradition. It was only when they met the opposition from the Misnagdim that they began to coalesce around the idea that Hasidism was a thing unto itself. I mentioned that the Baal Shem Tov had two distinct, very important Talmidim or students, Yaakov Yosef of Moye and Dov Ber the Maggid of Mezrich. Dov Ber is, for our purposes, much more significant because unlike Yaakov Yosef, Dov Ber assembled 5 really important students. And it's also clear from the research into his work that it's not like he was trying to establish a school. The 5 of them really only met with him very frequently, and some of his most important students, like Shneur Zerman of Liadi, actually only met with him in a very limited fashion. But nevertheless, these 5 disciples, who are kind of like the intellectual grandchildren of the Baal Shem Tov, they are the founding dynasties, and everything comes really from these 5 streams. I'm going to identify one in particular. We could certainly speak about the other 4 in great length, but tonight, given the scope of our talk, we look at Rabbi Shlomo Zalman of Liadi, who is the founder of the Chabad Hasidah, very important Hasidic movement in America and around the world today, and also very much involved in the conflict with the Misnagdim. This map here from Marcin Bodziński's amazing historical atlas of Hasidism gives you a sense of the spread of the Hasidic movement from Mezrich as a result of the war. As I mentioned, the subconsciousness of the Hasidim saying, hey, we are a thing, we are a movement, really begins right around the death of the war, because that's when they begin to feel the real weight of the opposition. Dylan Joyce again. The Vilna, the Vilna Gaon, whose years were 720 to 777, was the unparalleled spiritual king of Eastern Europe. He did not, strictly speaking, serve as a pulpit rabbi, rather spent much of his time learning in seclusion. There was a tremendous amount of commentary on the Talmud and Kabbalistic literature as well. And he began to react to reports of the behavior of these followers of the Maggid of Mezrich and others, and he began to circulate that he was going to support a man.
I never thought this would happen.
That is a formal repudiation of these rabbis and their students, and that this would have tremendous implications for the functioning of this amazing movement. What were the main charges? Well, I'm going to list a few of them in order here, and we'll unpack them in these. One of the first charges, what was wrong with these Hasidim, especially because we saw in the very beginning of the lecture that they really so much like the Misnagdim opponents. It's not like you can point at one box and say, hey, see, look at this is what they do, this is against the Torah. Not a really clear type thing. So one thing is for sure, they're organizing separate prayer groups. This has tremendous significance because the Jews were organized in the Jewish structure of Eastern Europe within a fairly tight hierarchical command, and that when Jews would separate from the given synagogue in the town, this represents a fraction of not a large population. It transgressed a rabbinical, not exactly a commandment, but it's kind of an exhortation. Like you see it, okay, what do not separate from the community.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance.
More
Unfortunately,
serious
I
than
didn't
what
check
we
if
see in
they
America today,
were
like
my
regular
boss.
opinions,
Go
because as we saw earlier with Ben Sion Dino, it will represent a diversion of a revenue stream as Hasidim begin to gravitate towards unofficial spiritual leaders who are not the town rabbi. They are not officially appointed in any way, and if those Hasidim find a way to economically support this charismatic leader and do it by not spending money
Don't just hope for a strong future. Plan for it. Plan is best protected.
the town rabbi, that represents an economic challenge, as we saw briefly in the Orthodox. Related to that, a little bit more halachic in nature, the Hasidim speak more mandated church. And earlier I talked about how the Hasidim are like kind of Jewish only more so, and this appears to be more of a clear evaluation of halacha, but the reality is a little more complicated because, let's say for example, the discussion in the Talmud is it better to say a lot of prayers and remind someone else, or is it better to say few prayers and really concentrate about it? The answer, of course, is it's much better to say less prayers, but really and operating concept. So the Hasidim would argue, what good is it to rush to shul early in the morning and wake up properly, and you're not going to be able to focus, you're just going to rattle off the words. It's much better, much more in keeping with this idea of wake up on time. And moreover, although the personality typically do not eat before they pray, because it's considered rude to God that you should take care of your own stomach before you take care of leading the creator, they would say, what kind of idea is that? You should be able to settle yourself and be focused and centered before the Lord. I would offer, for example, metaphors of when you go to a forest and you chop down a tree, doesn't it make sense to sharpen your piece first? Like that famous statement, which is attributed to Abraham Lincoln. If I had 6 hours to cut down a tree, I would spend 1 hour cutting, but 5 hours sharpening the axe. Right? So this is the reason they would say that they would ignore the mandated prayer times and they would daven Shabbos a little bit later in the morning. So what doesn't make the holy work better, which isn't it that more important to God, so to speak. So it's not a clear break of tradition, but it's kind of like bending the rules in order to make this more rich sort of experience. He said they're separated. Notice that all 3 of these things refer to separate from food. They stopped saying the traditional Ashkenazic prayers and the Siddur and they started using a prayer book that was inspired by the Kabbalists, Rabbi's Isaac Word. They also separated by maintaining separate kosher slaughter. And it's not that they're saying that regular slaughter is not kosher. They would just like to be more careful. And they specifically have a dispute over whether the blade at night should be sharper or should be more perfectly honed. The reason for this is a little bit beyond but basically they argue that the knife should be aggravated differently than it used to be. But they all agree on the laws of slaughter, but this also means the revenue stream would no longer go to the traditional town rabbi, now it would go to the city slaughter. The one down, of course, is the master of the town, as he says, but it's even just mentioned. Not surprising, given that where they come from, they're no great development in northern Europe and Pennsylvania, but nevertheless, he argues that they're valorizing prayer in particular over study of the Talmud, which is a slight difference in emphasis to the Talmud. And instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying Kabbalah, which is like something which is so outrageous because the Kabbalah should only be studied after you've already mastered the Talmud. The Talmud is considered the real Torah, the Kabbalah is considered the hidden Torah. So when you study the hidden things before you get to the real things. And then there's a whole bunch of discussions about the raucous, unruly, drunken behavior, the emphasis on camaraderie, singing, and yes, alcohol is an important part of the Hasidic Chabrenim now. And they argue that this is really not going to be for much more austere, sober Lithuanian. You have an expression of the ideas told as a Lithuanian because they see people like the Demogorgon with opposition. Something which is and finally, there's this discussion to argue that they practice anti-Normative behavior. There's a certain discussion that they practice inappropriate sexual relations, which is probably kind of a standard of stuff that's slipped in from the scientist movement. Is definitely practice these kinds of things. That is a highly dissident movement that ends up engaged in Christianity and, of course, Sabbath. Now, as the draft text of this ban began to circulate, and ultimately it was going to be released in Section 72, the Alter Rabbi, who was very unreliable of the text, tried to go to the Demogorgon to have a discussion with him, but it seems that the Demogorgon did not want to removed himself from Bergman in such a way that they could not actually have a conversation about it, which is something that lives on in the Hasidic lore. The Stockton ended up the house was banned in 1772 and actually set up Hasidic just an excellent job. This was followed, surprisingly, by Hasidic acrobats and other book burnings of Lithuanian books that were criticizing the Hasidics. This got so out of hand. In 1781, the Lithuanians and Slavic imposed an even stronger ban against the Hasidics that not only identified specific rich works and kind of general criticism of these behaviors, but specifically forbade non-Hasidic Jews from associating with Hasidic Jews, not maintaining friendships with them, doing business with them, not eating the kosher slaughter and things like that. Really strong down in 1781. They're probably the darkest moment in this period when got way out of the war was in 1794 when a Islamic rabbi in Prince lost his job and a chassid was appointed by the community in his stead. He went to the government. He argued that Hasidism was anti-Christian and anti-government, and the Russian government was always open to hearing things like this from Jews denouncing Jews. They ended up throwing the Alter Rabbi in prison for a while, and then there were counter denunciations of the Messiah. Things got way out of hand, and the battle was really set major. Where we are in terms of our story is that while these two groups are fighting literally with each other, the main factor of the Hasidic, the enlightenment that was going to into the picture, and that's what we're going to talk about. But before we leave the first community, early Hasidic and the Stockton, I'd like to talk a little bit about that impact on the Stockton, which was in many ways unconscious, but was viewed obviously by the parents. This is a picture of the famous yeshiva of the Rothschild. It is the most important institution of Lithuania establishment in Lithuania. by the Ramadan student that is high of the Ramadan. This represents in many ways the reaction to Hasidim that was expressed in terms of the revolution. First of all, the Hasidim were criticized for their loose attachment to Jewish textual study. So the Lithuanians doubled their attachment to textual study in order to distinguish just how far they were from these Hasidim, who instead of engaging in Jewish study, which by the way, there was definitely some grounds for that criticism in the 18th century, but as the 19th century, it disappears pretty quickly. Hasidim were also deeply involved in Jewish study. But the Lithuanians, they redefined themselves by saying that we are really the people of the time. Whereas before they had people like the ViralRabbi, who was the pinnacle of it, and the representation of it, the Lithuanians began to internalize it far more so than before. Studying the text with velocity and intensity that was unrivaled in prior generations. Another example of this revolution of tradition, the Talmud specifically became their favorite, and they studied it more deeply than any other group. I wish I had more time to talk about the contrast between 15th and 16th century modalities of study in this part of the world, but by the time you get to the late 18th century, oh my gosh, the Midrash are totally doubling down in the way they study the Talmud. And the Kabbalah is fascinating because, of course, the Ramadan himself was a master Kabbalist. And so it's not like they could say we're against the Talmud, but against the Kabbalah, it's even against the heroic lead figure of the Mishnah was known for his deep Kabbalistic wisdom. So what they instead did was they carefully parsed out who can study it, they made solely for the elite. Barriers were created to try and socially ostracize people who studied Kabbalah too early. Those, by the way, later writers of the 21st century, even though some of the greatest Kabbalists, such as, for example, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the great teacher of the Rothschild, said that people should begin studying Kabbalah at 25 years of age, but that was pushed back to 40, pushed back to people over 40 years of time. So, there was a kind of pushback on popular Kabbalah. Rabbi the Rothschild, the street book of the Rabbi, wrote this rather amazing book called Portion of Time, the life of soul of life, which essentially is Kabbalah for Nostalgia. This is the Kabbalah that regular Nostalgists are allowed to learn. It is a remarkably powerful book. Fully 1/4 of it is devoted to discussing the Kabbalah as well as studying the Talmud. Finally, just to give you, which I think you'll see more closely than anywhere else.
Yo, dog. What up? How are you? What's going on, Nolan Loss?
Grandfather, legendary national championship winning coach in Michigan, right up the street, where CJ grew up. And played there. Eternal grandfather played there.
Where a typical Chassid would say, who am I to pray to God? I'm not holy at all. Let me pray that my prayers will be remembered by the Rabbi, and the Rabbi prays to God, that his prayers will be accepted. So the Chassid said, that's idolatry. Every Jew has the right to pray directly before the King. This idea of like praying that your prayers should be included in someone else's prayers. So they criticized heavily what they felt was the excessive veneration type of product, but they also began to absorb that value And the figure of the Rosh Hashiva suddenly acquired, many of these characteristics. Don't believe me? Have a look. Maybe look there at the bookstore in the biography section, where you'll see these biographies of Rosh Hashiva that are actually unbelievable. It would fit very well with the basic So that's basically what happened in the late 18th century with the movement and the reaction of the Misnagdim. I'm going to wrap it up here. We have time for some questions, but next week we'll go on and look at how the introduction of the restaurant
We saw the example Shannon Dawson said Carson Becker will use time at the because he likes to send the running back out of the pass pattern he did there. This was very nicely done. You can throw just a little bit inside, but it allows you so much freedom as your back is out. Steps up, attacks the line of scrimmage, and throws a well-timed pass just a little bit too far inside to create yards after catch.
We are going to conclude our discussion of the triangular conflict that was shaped much of the last
Daniels is the motion man. Wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage. To take us to the 2-minute stoppage. Miami doesn't pick up the pace.
We spoke about the rather harsh reaction from
Tracy surprised that these top 10 matchups have been low scoring all three of them this weekend. No, I'm not, because at this point of the season, the defense is all been ahead of the offense, and I think coaches are scared to death to take too much risk, especially in the event like tonight, where there's different defensive coordinators on both sides of the ball, so they're a little more conservative early on before things might open up.
These two revolutions, so to speak, today we're going to speak about the third simultaneous intellectual spiritual revolution that affected
CJ Carr, his first career touchdown.
Disguises are so much fun, unless you're kibble. Chicken meal. That's beekeeper it's processed into powder. It's time for fresh pet. Wholesome ingredients, nothing to hide. Fresh pet.
Of Clara, which is enlightenment, which was the popular term used to describe this movement that illuminated much of Western Europe in the 18th century. Figures like political ideas of Rousseau, Voltaire, and others contribute to this idea of increasing
File you got there. Big files,
the power of specifically because they had much information so they wouldn't categories men, but nevertheless still strive for that men could somehow be the arbiters of truth, they could be the locals of truth, they could translate that somehow
once we found our own hell.
an example avoid
Tell your doctor there's a treatment plan to be for taking birth control pills before scheduled procedures. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and may cause kidney problems. $25. Ask your doctor about Mount Carmel. One glimpse of what we look in Italian.
let us go back a little bit and explore some of these Jewish intellectual groups. We could actually spend the entire lecture just exploring this deeply. I'm going to pick out two figures, for example. One of my favorites, another amazing figure, is Isaiah the Restream. He lived in Northern Italy in the 16th century. In many ways, not a very dramatic person. He was essentially a proofreader for the American publishing industry, copyist. But it happened in 1570. There was a dramatic earthquake in Florida, and he fled with much of the Jewish community that lived actually in the lowland, very close to the river, and they were really
Defensive struggle inside Hard Rock
so they
Stadium.
actually spent a couple of weeks living outdoors,
Quarterbacks
a little bit
have
like
had
my
moments.
shore during the COVID condition. They spent a couple of weeks
Carson
living
mentioned CJ
outdoors
Carr threw a
with
touchdown
the
pass.
non-Jewish citizens of Florida.
Malachi Tony, the freshman in his first game, has the Miami score.
They're all in the same boat. They're worried about what will happen to their city during this really tough time. And there was some type of friendship with some Christian monks who were out there. One of his spirits came up with the ideas of this
Right now, getting
different
red
about
Shane Dawson. I mean,
Christian.
first guy's not there, second guy's not there, no problem outlet. He's doing it so quickly, it's been hard for Notre Dame to keep up with the efficiency he's playing with.
Took a different approach to
Really looking like the Carson Benz he saw in his best with Georgia. Brown again. Jordan Waters had his ankle taped a couple of times now, so I wonder if he's available. That's 40 yards. Now he probably needs to pick up the pace just a little bit. You get down to the final 80 seconds, that's when your antenna goes up. And it really goes up under 40 seconds if you pick up the pace just like here. We think Davis will be the field goal kicker. It comes to that again as long as 51. Kalen Marion swung down, but he has the first down. Christian Green there for the Irish. Under a minute to go, the clock stops rolling to move the chains. 7-yard gain. Continuing to see a lot of man coverage from Notre Dame, and at some point, you know what time it is. If it's man, got Malachi Tony. He gets a one-on-one, he can take a shot downfield, but for Notre Dame, I keep eyes on 10. Targeted 7 times already. He's 4 catches for 59 to the TD. Survey the scene with Jefferson Brown goes airborne. Sent through the air by Jalen Stroman, but 7 more. A couple of players down behind the play, one for each team. Hawks running, they got a roll on me. To this, Cooper taking his time and Beck's upset about it.
Perhaps anticipating a huge challenge that his guide for the
Tigers out there to use their last time up. I think it was Jared Dawson. This course here was they were having a conversation while the clock's running.
Jewish and non-Jewish thinkers.
Tackled by Stroman. No first tackle by Virginia Tech.
Implications of modern science as understood within the
disastrous sequence there for Miami.
and
A lot of time run off the clock because Notre Dame player was coming right on top of the offensive lineman.
just get the line
He couldn't get up. So as a result, they had to
throughout
run their last time out. They had to settle for a field goal and tackled him down. So now they have to throw it. Especially after the pass earlier, so you have to throw it here. You can take a couple shots, especially if you have one-on-one on top. Bench 5 for his last 5 for 36 yards, 12 for 19 total. Under pressure of his legs.
Were typically Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity, either during the first generation or for subsequent generations later, and they were artificially constrained by the Inquisition. It was especially fierce in Portugal. But once they got out of Portugal, they essentially used their Christian driver's licenses to get full pass into secular culture. And even though when there's actually rare hospitable times like Amsterdam, for example, so New Amsterdam as well, here in New York City, they could show their additional identity and resume their Jewish identity. By the time that happened, they may have been Christian so they're walking around with so many different intellectual bag of tricks when you look at the picture to experience, and there's still a lot of fascinating ideas. Many of them deeply challenging to the Jewish status quo. People like Spinoza and speak about social. So these things
It's a fucking great catch.
Distinguish himself in so many areas of intellectual entry. First and foremost, because he was able to shed the Yiddish German most Jews spoke was the Yiddish language overran their German skills and not only that, he was quite an able philosopher. He was able to actually enter the strong small day and impress everyone for the sobriety of his thought. This is a nice double move of the bunch. I see just a little hesitation inside. Oh, you're around Leonard Moore. He's the great play. But CJ goes up and snaps into the pass rush here on the left-hand side. He's ready for Feral child wandering out of the woods and suddenly he's like the retrieve as one of the greatest persons.
Inside, look at the retreat just a little bit of time. And Carson Beck was able to play. That's now 2 touchdowns off the heavyweight jumper. Don Schiller was going. I think he was anticipating he was going to catch that ball and take off in the other direction. But snatched out of the air by Daniels.
Society, they could have full privileges as Georgia citizens. They would not, in fact, they would not achieve that as well.
Catches in his Miami debut. Especially Madison, too, knowing that Miami deferred in the second half, so they got a chance now to go to think of a big lead, an opening drive touchdown in the second. Carter Davis, St. Joe with a Starbucks halftime report.
A little bit scandalous for Jews. Traditional Jews were usually deal with this although they did and are horrifically possible ways to serve the deal, it is definitely not the kind of way that Jews would go in the Eastern world at the time. This was considered Deutscher in general. It was hopelessly assimilated to Western values, but in the writer Rothschild, the core observances of Jesus are similar itself as Orthodox Judaism,
That was an amazing catch. Sorry about that.
articulation, both a Jewish and German identity nevertheless, before his generation was actually essentially observant to as by the greatest spot circulating in the West world at the time, he was essentially saying to German society, hey, you know, you should think about how you because we have tremendous potential to fix the society, and we can only really get there if, for example, you allow us to attend university, you allow us to, you know, pursue occupations that we can say, but at the same time, we should also be aware that other figures, like, for example, Solomon's mind is a little bit younger than Nebuchadnezzar. In fact, he looks like Nebuchadnezzar as his mentor. Solomon not only was very talented philosopher, he debated quite successfully with the knowledge and duplicated a lot of the strengths that Nebuchadnezzar had. However, unlike Daniels, the transfer from LSU, another transfer from he's not the big right. We see his better leadership there so far. That's our stats. It's a better quarterback who understands how to play the tough man coverage. So even when he gets into the I have one-on-one back there with him. I can see him around my guy. I think the reality is Miami's receivers have been some really nice players. Just not the first. Second down. Starting to get to him. And then as the ball gets thrown to Notre Dame, and it's one of those throw-up or fun brother. This is one of those. No. This is a freshman. Oh my God. This is a freshman. Look at him. He's always the awareness. Like a three-man rush. I think sacks number 15. Gets to the line. Over there. Notre Dame's got to spread Miami's defense out. Run the football. I think that's going to help the young quarterback. When Notre Dame started playing football, they took an offensive game call. They ran the football. They built one of their teams in the backfield. The offensive line. Let's figure out what you can do like that. Formation. Let's run the football. That's the part where I see more Jeremiah Love getting real. I think Notre Dame finally got some first downs. They finally got some first downs for folks, right? Like, you don't want to play this Miami front and they shrunk down, very close formation. You want to force them to play sideline to sideline, and then Love and Price can be the impact guys. One of the biggest storylines in week one we've seen so far. Faces in new places. So that was another storyline. And had actually a sort of a detour more inspired, more motivated, enthusiasm. It was essentially what he regarded as the same kind of mindset that he had imbibed as a publicist, just wanted to protest all the came to the Japanese got up in all kinds of trouble, misery, brothels, so on, and his autobiography is very entertaining, but personally, I don't think it is very likable. But he's also replaced because unlike Anderson, who said that you can be Jews and be good Germans and be good modern citizens of Europe, we can have it all. Someone now says, well, check it over the side. Somebody who looks like over it's a powerhouse. It's a long tradition of the wow, the powerhouse. Watch. That's also this would be especially significant when you move into this. Let's go on here to give you a question to give you a sense of like the kind of issues that we were facing and the kind of solutions that we were looking for. I just thought it was so significant. In the late 18th century, there was a very scale. But actually lost his foot the consensus of scientific
Starbucks halftime report.
was that
Okay, can't believe what did not disappoint. So many storylines we saw on Saturday. Of course, Saturday night on ABC was LSU.
and also reached these goals in the left is ideally departed, who has been very figuring out his system. But then there's this structure that extends from the bottom up to the surface of the graveyard with this flag that is a little bit like a mailbox flag. And on the right hand, you see this picture is broken out from his former life as he's not actually dead, but he has been mostly buried. He operates this little machine that swings the flag as it pops up in the air. Hopefully, so that people walking by the graveyard will see that flag flying in the air and will kind of chill up in the sky. And then people will go to the showers and rest. There are also versions that have like cells, three defenders there. There is a rising probably not true, but saved by the bell. It goes to the ring, such a bell is saved by
The only place that he could actually throw the ball to is the tight end, because it's the green. Even though it doesn't get to the first down, the picture changes from pre-snap to post-snap.
At any rate, why is this relevant to that? So when Israel he's going to block and drop off. Once again, you're going to get ton coverage. 3-over-2, you have 3 defenders up top. 1, 2, 3 defenders. Excuse me, 2 defenders versus 1. And then you have another 2 guys there versus 1. That's advantage defense. 2-over-1, 2-over-1. The picture change. Arthur's going, where is everybody? Where is everybody? Hold the ball. Nowhere to throw the ball. That's not really why this is important. You got a young quarterback. Basically, push off the ball. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Because I know it's not young. That's what I'm saying. The rabbis were very upset by this issue, and they went to those people and then it's fine from that defender. It's really good job on that. Patricia Cooling, essentially everybody on that offense, and you're going to get some extra concept of here and here. Now, Ohio State does this, they pass it off. You're going to see this defender drive that way, and that defender drive that way. There's nowhere for understanding from football. The offensive tackle gets hold, and all of a sudden, on fourth down, there's not an opportunity to throw the ball past this. And so, this is so malnutrition, and then Ohio State secondary versus Steve Sarkisian. The final time, 3 times Super Bowl champion, malnutrition against Sark, and a guy making his first start on the road in the show. Great stuff by Taylor Downs, making that stop right there right before the first down. Walker helps to have that talent there, the secondary like you mentioned. All right, we're going to focus on the game that we saw earlier today, and a guy clicked up the ice faded 3 conversation with George Sellers. That's a start. So I agree with other rabbis. Now, unless you object to say how could he, as an Orthodox Jew, propose such a radical change to Jewish God practice, the truth is, he's really arguing that he's saying we should go back to a much earlier Jewish practice. It's not very well known that, in fact, in much of the Talmudic period, the Mishnaic period, Jews did essentially practice a kind of a dual burial system.
You just got a $180 fabulous annual maxi dress for $54, which means you also just got a $180 reason to actually use your standing desk for $54.
Disinterred, and they will be brought to family press like this one.
Ultra-filtered milk. You'll want to savor every moment with 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and of course, it's delicious.
So essentially, he was saying, why don't you just re-adopt ancient practice to describe it in Talmudic small factor principle? Why don't we just go back to that practice? That way we would be good with science and good with warnings. It's cutting a lot of hot water with others who represent those dead cells.
The Fighting Irish.
But nevertheless, this was typically kind of hostile way to do things. So, well, you know, we can appreciate science. We can also appreciate tradition. We just have to look a little more deeply into it. So, by trying to respect modern knowledge, which is evolving scientific evolution, and also respect the Torah, but not necessarily respect the tradition in the sense of what we would call Hebrew things which are not necessarily rooted in scriptural commands or even Talmud Mishnah, but rather that sort of like attach themselves by Jewish choices over generations that would result in things like basic dress, beards, things like that. That were very kind of things.
Hey, college game week 2 after a phenomenal send-off for Coach Corso in Columbus. Going to Norman, jumping to your solo. Price Underwood initiated. Oh, serving, sir. We're going to go to South Carolina. Take on the sellers. So why is he out? What is the young man? Because he's big, fast. He's 6'3", 235 pounds. A tremendous athlete, but the ability that he has shown goes down the field. It's the role he's one of the best quarterbacks in football. He's right there, right? Also, with the Weaver is getting away against a program that his dad built about a program that's building right now. I think it's curiosity of Bill Belichick, head coach in North Carolina. What are we going to see from the Tar
Is that Mendelssohn trusted and wanted to engage with civil leaders like the Fed. He felt that for too long, Jews had regarded the non-Jewish world as toxic, as antithetical to Jewish values, and as hostile to Jewish values. And he felt, no, while recognizing that there are a minority of non-Jews who unfortunately don't like Jews because they are not sufficiently educated as Jews and all these things. We should nevertheless embrace non-Jewish
So wherever life takes you, get the card that rewards you for saving the day.
Exalted experiment of constructing a multi-ethnic society. So the idea of fitness
Now available in spicy and hot, saucy and dry rub, or in both. With Popeyes, you can enjoy all flavor while controlling the heat.
remember, you've got a whole range. You had the Mendelssohn, who's kind of like the middle of the road in many ways. You have the Dora Miner, who is also in this camp. He's also saying, that's what we need then we have people like Mendelssohn's, his prime students, David Friedland, he was like 1750 to 1934. And we should realize that Mendelssohn's plan simply was not working. His idea of demonstrating the value of youth in society would naturally result in the emancipation of reproduction. And in reality, as much as the Jews tried desperately to show that they deserved emancipation, they defeated them at every turn. And this drove the Jews to an almost ape-like slavish imitation of German norms. For example, the reorganization of the synagogue layout of the old church life. And in fact, one movement in Germany argued that, hey, maybe one of the reasons why we're not like messing with the Germans is because we observe the Sabbath on different days. So fine, let's move the Sabbath of Saturday to Sunday. And that's so right, but otherwise, it was debated and discussed very seriously. In fact, even adopted, but the later
I think they got to get the Carson back. You know, he's said a couple times you've heard Greg talk about it. Get the Carson back, and I promise you.
This was realizing that one of the only ways that Germany such reasons for provide the fireworks the first day we see this Karl Marx's parents who baptized a poet, but the only way they could really get university positions or reasonable jobs in publishing certain places is if they formally adopted Christianity.
It's time to escape to the great life.
So Friedlander said, you know what? Okay, how about this? He actually wrote an open letter saying, how about all of us Jews convert to Lutheranism? We just want to do it on our own terms.
Is this a house? It's a
powerhouse
for ACC football. Powerhouse company.
Both of us say, yeah, sure.
Space matchups, best fans.
This is why it's just so
powerhouse.
No waterfall.
17, obviously. Plus a fan. Wow, okay.
Desire for us to get that elusive German citizenship, that they would do anything for it. Hezbollah was like stretched out way beyond anything that Mendelssohn himself would have done. And just to put this in context, this is the audience here. There were, genuine Orthodox figures who found a way to kind of spread this needle. One of the most famous examples is Rothschild, who in the middle of the 19th century articulated a very controversial strategy, which means that one of the things that was necessary was
it's the Ford Liberty Silicon. Get the Mustang Mach-E with 0% for 72 months, plus up to $3,000 cash back and a complimentary home charger. Summer deals are almost done. The summit on next Tuesday.
And at the same time, he argued for full engagement
With a new Toyota for Toyota's national sales event, summer plays on. Whether you're teaching or just tailgating, showing up for the holidays, finding the ultimate style. With a new Toyota, you can keep summer playing anywhere.
So just get in and go in a Tacoma. Now you can lease or work in a Tacoma for just $249 a month. That's right, just $249 a month.
Come in today.
Toyota, let's go places. When you do your grocery shopping at Smart and Final, you'll find low prices every day and savings in every aisle. Get everything from Labor Day and more.
That's what's going on
at
in
Smart and
this
final. Where else?
It's the Ford Liberty $7. Get $1,000 for excess cash on select Ford models. And if your final chance for Ford's 2-year complimentary maintenance plan. Midsummer deals before the $7 ends Tuesday. Eyewitness News, LA's hometown news team. You're watching the ACC on ABC. The Hard Rock Stadium outside Miami, Florida. On the best ABC college football prime time. Kickoff week presented by Modelo continues. Acrobatic catch by C.J. Daniels in his Miami debut. Second of 2 touchdown passes thrown by Carson Beck. FAU has a 14-7 lead. They'll get the opening kickoff. Start the second half. Marcello Diabetti is the kickoff man this year. Keelan Marion, dangerous return man. Back for Miami's not going to try it. Interesting games in the first half. It's been terrific. Coming back and forth. Defense making adjustments. Offense making plays. But Carson Beck really played well. I think in the first half of that football game, he's going against an elite secondary that has given him some different looks. But for the most part, he made great decisions. He moved in the pocket. Marcus Freeman talked about trying to create more pressure. So we'll see here in the second half if they decide to blitz him a little more to make him uncomfortable. They had only 2 plays in the first half that went for 20 yards or more. They were the 2 touchdown passes. 28 to Malachi Tony and the 20-yard acrobatic snap. C.J. Daniels was stopped the play. Just about to say, for an opening game, it was very well played. Clearly played. There's only 1 penalty in the first half. Now there was 2, both against Miami. Not great there to start the second half. You're all jacked up, all fired up, score a touchdown end of half. And slow and lethargic getting out of the huddle there to start this opening third quarter. Only 1 turnover in the first half by Malachi Fields of Notre Dame. A lost fumble his first touch. He's a fighting Irish player. Defense covered it up enough for a bad snap on a field goal try. Beck runs back from the original line of scrimmage. Here's a look at his first 30 minutes of the team. Very decisive, but I love how he moved the pocket and how he kept his eyes downfield. All yardage very intense. Slides to his left side. Daniels knows a perfect ball. Malachi Tony for a touchdown. And then another great run by Bubakar Traore inside. He's got the help down working right. C.J. Daniels makes the incredible catch. Second and 10. Mark Fletcher. Harder 2 yards. Jerry Dawson. They've tackled him. Now, obvious passing situation. Marcus Freeman talked in the first half about how do we make Carson Beck more uncomfortable. We can do that by blitzing Carson protections and making sure he redirects where he needs to go. Let's see if Chris Adams decides to allow these guys on the run to get their ears back. Well, there's a difference. Chatted with Carson Beck the other day, said in Georgia, he was not allowed to do much in the line of scrimmage. Maybe check out one run to a different run. He has much more flexibility here. And he's going to turn it around. He's on target for another first down. On to the left of the tight end. He was a backup last year and had 9 catches as a grab here for 15 yards and a first down. And look at the eyes. What does it tell you? Zone coverage. This Carson Beck do a great job of diagnosing it and making it free. The eyes are on the wide receivers. You know it's man, but when they're on the quarterback, you got zone. He throws a perfect ball to his tight end for the conversion. Beck 7 for his last 7. Getting back to the end of the first half. Georgia completed 72% of his passes, 12 second season record.
these are things that happen because we use such great numbers. And especially after the linguistic group, they either double down British,
Miami trying to take a shot downfield. Notre Dame does a great job of covering up those big plays. Potential downfield. He checks it down. Now he's got that short field. Coordinator has his entire playbook available to him.
synthesis when you have a certain
Shannon Dawson, his
Jewish
third year here in Miami.
but nothing like the German Jewish synthesis like
Carson Beck hit it off immediately.
So as these ideas of the masculine takes over into New York, these New Yorkers, even those who have been found, these ideas, but not deeply attached to
Pretty good job there by number one, Jojo Trader, getting up inside, kind of acting as a fullback. And
one of the tough
on short. Close to the first down, 9 more on the run.
He embodies this view saying, okay, a lot of great things going on in Europe and science and maybe like the math and things like that. He looks around and just appreciates
Dawson's personality. Shannon's a pretty chill guy. And they just meshed. You can just tell Carson is playing so comfortable and is happy in this offense. I'd be looking to take a shot on second short.
At least they have a logical system and they're sober. True, all of these see that. They're drinking, dancing, they're singing, they have all kinds of behaviors and all of those things.
Throw until March. He said that really wasn't a problem. Yeah, but developing those relationships, working on the chemistry without being able to throw was massive. So when he got to throw in the summer, his 300 balls a week was on a pitch count. He had already developed such trust and rapport. He hosted a Super Bowl party. Did an amazing job this spring, really making sure his teammates came first.
As if it were actually a Hasidic book. When you read it, you say,
Shannon Dawson says that they did their homework on Carson
really preserved a lot of resources and interesting Hasidic ideas. I did an awesome conversation with
Todd Monk and the former offensive coordinator, now John Harbaugh, the former Ravens.
A lot of the famous stories are reported because
he's very smart. He takes coaching very well. He can make all the throws. You're going to like having him.
did a service for
Dawson said everything Todd Monk said has turned out to be true.
thing is people like Joseph Hill, even though he was a dedicated educator, this contribution for general mechanical in the rest of the thing. The rest
I think that's what it is. It looks like a flag at the 27-yard line.
especially through this strange device of writing.
Third down opportunity for
But you see how the left here, especially the figure Joseph Hill, tries to
Carson Beck cannot take a sack here to make this field goal more complicated. Ball's got to come out like it had in the first half.
We should note that Hill was not the only skill he dealt
Instead, they show the shallow cross mesh and then boom, break it back out where Tony can find plenty of space. His fifth catch, this one for 16 yards, he has 75 receiving yards total on TD. First and goal from the 9.
Fights over Hasidic literature really died down after the 1850 for various reasons.
Outstanding drive. Just picking up right where they left off, and one thing they did very well down the stretch stretch in the first half was run the ball with efficiency. They really opted to take away the run as the game went along, which opened up the pass. Now they've opted to take away some of the pass, and the run has covered the line. Oh, CJ Carson clutch. They've taken up almost half of the clock here in the third quarter.
So another element of the scholastic path beyond the traditional lifestyle of his career was specifically to this, in many ways, plays some relations on the one hand, it's not going to see them, and on the other hand,
Yo, how are you? What up? Do you speak English? Hello. What's up, Ignition? How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me? Oh, very cool. Excellent. How are you? Okay, very well. How are you? I got you. I know. I get it. YouTube. What's good? I'm well, thank you. I'm doing well. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What are your favorite things? All right. I mean, calm down. That's fine. Don't we all? I know what that means. I get you. Excellent. What's good? What did you do? What did you do today? Did you skydive? Did you play baseball? Hello, how are you? Excellent. Yeah, everybody does. Join the club, dog. I'm here, baby. Excellent. Yo, pimp. Yo. Hi. What? Oh, what you're talking about. Yo, big dog. What? Everybody does. What's unique about it? Yeah, everybody wants me. Yo, dog, you need to speak English. Because I stream my life 24/7 for world peace, big dog. Because I stream my life 24 hours a day for world peace, dog. Oh, I did that earlier. Yeah, yeah, I did. Show you what? Show you what? Calm down. Calm down, big dog. Calm down, big dog. Calm down, big dog. I'm gonna mute you. I'm watching a game. No, no, no. I'm watching a game, dog. Yo, dog. You need to be nice. Can't be so loud.
Denny's has 5 slams starting at $5. Snack high and under budget. 5 slams starting at $5. It's much. But you look at Denny's more smart savings.
When life calls for more, Mazda answers. With more adventure, more grit, and confidence. The Mazda CX-50, assembled in America, and the Mazda CX-5. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
One of the things I find so exciting
Keep dog food in your fridge.
It's not dog food, it's fresh food. We don't need no veggies.
It's dog food.
the fact that it was a place that people very fresh eyes and they came together to do something.
Back in Miami, the Hurricanes.
That
The
really
ball trying to score a touchdown for the third straight. Now here's the penalty.
one of those
Right there on the right side of the screen. Transfer from Louisiana Tech. Big play. Hits the defender for Notre Dame. Had it all. I think there was enough there.
right up to
15-yard penalty.
Ben
Austin, Matt, do you agree?
we all love reading about us with great illustrations. This is the things for the he was born in Germany.
Instead of starting from the 30, they begin at the 15. Stick with Marty Brown. Just for the last one of the new Notre Dame captains. Years ago, when he was a D lineman for Notre Dame. At some point, Notre Dame's going to have to find some answers along that defensive line. Marcus Freeman's group was worried about affecting the quarterback, and if the man stopping the run, they got to
Yo, dog.
Big pass to C.J. Daniels. They got stood up just short of the line of the game. Regular gain of a third down, less for the yard. This is a big down for Ashton's defense. They've struggled so far in the second half. At the point of attack. Exactly right here. It's going to be a running back side favoring the right side of the offensive line behind C.C. Howie Noah and Inez Cooper, the right tackle and right guard, respectively. Miami started to dominate the time of possession with these two long touchdowns the last two possessions. 10 yards, 10 plays, rather 12 plays. The last two, Miami drive. Browns. Lost yardage on the play, and Markel Bell, the left tackle, is slow to get up. That was enormous for Notre Dame. Really did a great job on the right side of that defensive line. They knew where it was going. That ball was going to the right-hand side behind the All-Americans. They stop it immediately. And Brown trying to get back to the left where he rolls up over the left leg of his left tackle. Just a huge stand for the Irish.
Reaches out to receive Moses, and then on the left side of the foreground,
They rolled up on the back of Bell. If they have a concern on the offensive line, it would be Markel Bell, the left tackle. Pretty good. Has had his handful a couple times with the edge rushers, but in the run game, that's where he's actually big stop for Notre Dame. Built on the football. Obviously, they were doing some tumbling punt. Takes a bad bounce for Miami. Down at the 36, winds up as a 41-yard punt. 5:11 to go, third quarter here in South Florida. The home team up by 14.
See all the various activities
I think
You don't just want a cold one. You want the coldest, the cold water, cold filter, cold package.
Gorgeous detailed illustrations, very well. She's also famous for site very east to west.
Target's pain caused by inflammation from fast draw.
But I think what's fascinating about this is that this type of era, the whole idea of plagiarism is not very well defined. So here, classic image that shows the pictures of the four sons, right on the right, the wise son, and then second from the right is the wicked son,
Ally
and
helps
third from the
millions
right
spend smarter.
is the simple son, and then
Things that
on
matter
the very
most to them.
left is the one who does not know how to ask.
That's why we're the bank that's your ally.
Size as well. But if you look a little more deeply, you see that actually these four sons were clearly taken from early models. And in fact, many of the images perhaps that the photo was being taken from earlier biblical illustrations of ancient Greek sources, which is perhaps something that our artists play with through this earlier Christian stuff. Here, for example, you see the four sons.
Here's a vacation you expect, and nothing's hungry.
It says underneath here, which is ironic because it focuses exactly what he was doing. This is also from 1931, so it's already going. But anyway, three of the four sons are simply fixed in mirror images of entirely different illustrations drawn from biblical materials from area of Gaza, mid-17th century Bible illustrations. So you can see, for example, the thumb on the right side is actually one picture of Moses offering sacrifice on the right. The Russia, the wicked son, is actually a Roman soldier, down right, on the left, the simple son is ironically based on the model of the prophet Samuel, to the left, and then just flipped as well, and
Toppings for just $9.99 online. Get extra
so the whole idea of what can be borrowed, what can be built upon, what can be augmented was really very fluid. Just wrap it up with a quick look at his own signature, which is beautiful from the documentary. But you can see the right hand side of the signature is happened by Rothschild. But it shows specifically illustrated underneath the distinction of slave and different junctions in which the storm and sea goes overboard and swallowed up the sunshine. Got a creature and spit out safety.
You're down in here, okay, he can come down and smash you and go to the next level. So tomorrow weekend closes big Labor Day college football weekend on ESPN. The much anticipated big game of the college NFL championship. Carolina Target hosting TCU. Sellout crowd. It's on every home game this season. Folks knows what it's like to coach college and pro. This is big sentiment in Chapel Hill. Belichick, after 330 favorites in the NFL, is now a head coach in college at age 73. Jordan Faison on a critical possession now for Notre Dame. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, down by 14. And everything going against them. That's a 5-yard pickup. They absolutely need to get the ball to Jeremiah Love. Get it to him off tackle. He had some success with that in the second quarter. Get to that play. Get him some touches.
Opportunity to explore some of the exciting historical features of Europe, in particular with Israel River Research. We've been doing this for really love taking
enough to make you wonder if there's something wrong with Jeremiah Love. He was banged up at the end of last year on a bad knee from under his carries and his productivity.
Especially looking forward to this week. Here's a little first spice video, a little appetizer to give you a sense of the exciting nature of this. So let's look at in particular at the tragic example that nevertheless illustrates the absurd speaking specifically about Julio Costa, also referred to as Don Costa, who was born in 1583 and passed away in 1604. This tragic story has been dramatized and produced in theater in many different parts of Europe. For example, you see a poster of a fairly recent Polish production as is He was born in Portugal in 1583 What exactly does that mean? Many people speak about the Spanish Inquisition, but in reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed shortly after the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, was essentially a horrific experience, and it had in many ways just as powerful, if not more powerful, of an impact on Jewish history, because the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in 1497. There was kind of a status quo of doing that, but now unfortunately was just a ton of blind guys. Whatever they did became closed doors. So there was this tolerance for about 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian, and yet nevertheless as open secret they were still practicing Jewish practices.
We talk about Marcus Freeman, believes this is the best receiving group he's had in his 4 years as head coach. One of the big reasons why is Malachi Fields over from the University of Virginia, where 800 yards plus receiving each of the last 2 years. I think that's a catch.
So they tried really for centuries to make their way to the
Shows the strength of Fields on display. Part of the reason why he's now playing for the Irish because of how much gains he influenced on them last year. 4 catches for 81 yards. Had some acrobatic plays like that scattered throughout the season. He's a big target, 6'4", 222 from Charlottesville, Virginia. 55 catches for the Cavaliers last
like
year.
many Jews of his
And 58
generation,
the year before that.
most of his
Best receivers in the
he was
ACC.
really a teenager, and he had understood that he was a good Christian nevertheless. He studied theology and possibly may
Looked like a
even have
catch, and it is.
a clerical
After a rough
degree
start,
himself.
first touch as a member of the Fighting Irish.
He was
Was a catch and then a
he was
fumble.
successful in he wanted to
This is
do
more
these
what they were
skills.
expecting from Malachi
This was
Fields.
only possible,
Big Mark
however,
gotta love it.
once the
His
family
family
did
was
make
on
their way
Mom,
out
Tammy,
of Portugal.
brother
Such a
Tommy,
liberal, tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again re-engage with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately, for people like Costa, his Jewish identity was an unmanageable one, because for 1583, the Inquisition had been in place for 50 years.
He did it again.
For almost a century, his real contact with Jewish Christians is highly limited. Almost everything is written about Judaism is from Christian sources reflecting upon Judaism and then trying to decode them to understand what Judaism is really
and you'll see it's actually the left
take
tackle,
away the
Anthony Knapp, who's had his hands
That's
full
that
tonight
16
with the outstanding defensive end Ruben May. Just grabs that jersey a little bit too long.
He is circumcised
brings
and
me outside.
normally
I
good,
think you got it right there. There's the ball.
himself in conflict with the council of 1618. The crux of the problem was that he did not believe that Jews were living up to the ideal that he had set for them. Right? Imagine the kind of environment that acted. He was an intellectual, brilliant individual, very well read, and he's coming to adopt his new Jewish identity after almost a century of persecution.
Just
And he finds that Jews are people too. Jews are not necessarily the movement. And the standards she expected of them after reading, the Hebrew Bible, were they to find models of human behavior,
Perhaps for a defensive
patriarchs,
holding
patriarchs, David and Solomon. As he's around the world, regular people who are going about as Jews, occasionally some speaking well of each other, but also treat each other appropriately in business and so on. is angry about this. He ends up getting the conflict with everybody that just attempts to try and swell his anger and his public expectations as he is. There's a lot more to say about what exactly is his expectation. Restream is calling for the flag, and he got it from the Bears official on the sidelines. Others of it, as we shall see. So he first east side, and that was first down and 10 under 2.5 to go. Goes back. He lives
In the third quarter, Miami 21-7.
the expectation is lifted. And but he doesn't still surprised by the fact that how is it possible that Jews have behaved to the standards that he expects they should have done? It's possible that Muriel has to suffer from some level of mental illness, which is described as by but nevertheless, he ended up publishing a book, The Examination of Horizontal Traditions, which was in many ways was exactly the problem that was described for us. The Jewish community, which at this time was trying to negotiate a safe level of tolerance to the outside community, and certainly did not want these kinds of threats from rabbi rivals. They ended up excommunicating him at the second excommunication. He was fine. The book was seized and burned. He ended up fleeing to sequel. Nevertheless, his wife, mother passed away, and found that he simply couldn't live. He didn't have a community home. He was the Christian. He didn't have a community enough Jews in Europe. So he moved back to Mexico, hoping to fill himself with Christian community again. And he said, I'm going to set aside all of my intellectual, spiritual, and disagreement. He said later on, very sad phrase, he says, I shall be a very derogatory statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't good. He thought a lot of us in the philosophical area as Judaism, just couldn't help himself. He ended up getting involved in restoration behavior again. He ended up convincing true Christians who were Asian Jews and everything. And this brought him to his once again. So, 1640, formally says to the Jews, okay, look, I'm really sorry. I'm having trouble controlling myself. I will completely subject myself to the Jewish community. I will not engage in any of these activities anymore. And they Jewish court was extremely harsh sanction. They accepted the fact that they were going to go through a ritual of humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the synagogue. He was tied to a post symbolically with a flag thrown at the end of that play. The idea was to symbolically accept the goal line. They drove him all the way back near the 10-yard line. He was required to lie down at the entrance to the synagogue, have the entire governorship block both of them, which is a sign of abject.
Fucking cheaters.
He was incredibly impressed by this.
Another break for Notre Dame. It stopped the clock. It just looked like the quarter might expire. There's the helmet coming off. Dylan Day.
Obviously, the ritual is deeply invested in Judaism, and yet because of the wavering the history, the persecution of the Inquisition, was distance from Judaism in a normal way, and no Jewish community developed this special idea of the believer to really make sense of the difference between Judaism and regular Jews, and we ended up taking Nevertheless, his experience and the problematic ways in which the to adopt various religious
Miami. Notre Dame's in the goal line. Second and goal, we come in. ESPN presentation of college football on ABC. We'll return after this message in a word from our ABC stations.
there is the possibility of Jewish identity evidence in society. One of the most check out this is much later for a mystical time and similar experience will be observed. But many sound familiar direct connections from experience like story that keep you up at night. This may be like survival training, how the tools that you must sleep system designed to help, like the Timber Resort Base. It automatically detects response and helps read the story. Right now, set up the $700 on Timber Made calls the $300 music beta. So for your CPU server, it's an sitting on the lap of the much more brooding.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya, rapid remission in 12 weeks, and fewer bowel movements and less abdominal pain at 4 weeks. Most patients achieve remission at 1 year, and some patients suffer healing of the intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection and got symptoms or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Backed by over 15 years of clinical research. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
I've seen years of blood, sweat, and tears. Here's the thing, iconic moments don't just happen. And let me see, there's thousands of hours of work you've done. But you put the work and bet on yourself. You create impact. It's just seen as that is felt throughout the world.
Like many of you, I can't wait for this horrible pandemic over so that we get back to normal. And I'm especially looking forward to traveling once again with Kosher River Cruises, where we're going to be touring Amsterdam for the late summer and a few other trips. One fascinating little incident associated with Amsterdam is a remarkable moment that occurred to an exceptional individual named Master Dentist very important person who was not the chief rabbi actually of Amsterdam, but a very prominent rabbi, and his association with the 10 lost tribes of Israel. A little background on Rabbi Menashe ben Israel. He was actually from a racial family like many of the Jews of the 16th century. His family had moved from Portugal, and the more liberal environment in Amsterdam made it possible for many of the Jews who had been living as crypto Jews to make their way out of Portugal and then reclaim their Jewish identities and make their way to Amsterdam. He was actually born in Lisbon to a Christian Jewish family. He was actually baptized under the name Manuel Diaz-Soero. The Inquisition accused Rabbi Menashe's father of practicing Judaism secretly and very narrowly escaped being burned alive in an auto buffet. And so the family escaped from Portugal, made their way to Amsterdam, where they reclaimed their Jewish identities. Manuel was given the name Menashe. His brother was given the name Ephraim. Those are two children of Joseph that are, in the Jewish tradition, known to have gotten along famously despite the fact that they were brothers. And this is one of the reasons why Jewish parents bless their children's name and Menashe and Ephraim over the along. And he became a child prodigy. He was actually
come on, dog.
But also he had a very kind of broad minded approach to things. He studied widely and communicated in multiple languages. People of 10 faiths. He started manifold his outlook and really established a continental peasant tourism. He was not especially wealthy. He made his living really barely as a writer, especially as a publisher.
There's Noah Burnett, the transfer from North Carolina.
The specific incident of the 10 tribes
Trying to make it a
occurred in
7-point game with almost the
1644.
entire fourth quarter. Still playing.
Who was also one of these Portuguese conversos who was living to a Christian identity and traveling the world. And he made his way to
It's a good call by Mike Denbrock. Miami had really been selling out by pitching and crashing those edge defenders. So what do? They try to move the quarterback or ask him for the quarterback moving to his right. They do so with a little pass. Not great execution in the backfield. This will hurt the relationship between the running back and the quarterback. They collide, but it doesn't matter. Carr delivers a strike to make this thing very interesting in the fourth quarter.
Reveals himself as a Jew. He proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He meets with the people on the other side of the river frequently, although he was never able to actually cross that river. Nevertheless, sees them, speaks them across the way. And there
CJ's younger brother, Chad, when he was 5 years old, CJ was 10 to pediatric brain cancer.
claimed to be of
The Carr
Jewish
family
origin
started
from the tribe of Reuben,
Chad Tough
later
Foundation to help
the tribe of
in the
Levi.
fight against
Now, our
pediatric
this is
brain
an
cancer.
absolute
They've raised
fantastic
billions of
event.
dollars.
He travels back
And
to
Gala
Amsterdam
in
and
the
he
Ann Arbor
relates his
area in
story
May
there.
that raised $1.8 million.
Menachem ben Israel was present at the time that he related the story. He actually transcribed it, and although he doesn't publish it, the
So
story
we talked to CJ Carr all the build up to his first college start, the quarterback at Notre Dame, the pressure. He said, when you've been through what our family's been through, this isn't pressure.
There
Because
is millenarial
he has the
movement
tattoo
that
Chad with
specifically
the cross
associates
on his right
the
wrist.
rediscovery of the 10 lost tribes of Israel
Everyone in the family,
and their
uncles, aunts, all with very similar tattoos, continuing to honor Chad's memory and doing an amazing job and raising tons of money
There's a lot being
to
published
bring
at this time,
awareness to
especially
pediatric
with
brain cancer and Tammy, the
the
driving
encounters
force.
with First
Talked to
Nations
Mike
and
Tirico,
indigenous
who
people
have
in
seen
America.
that
Here's
Gala,
one
and said
copy
she's an
of a
amazing
publication
woman
that appeared just around this time by
and trying
Thomas
so hard to
Fairfield.
help other
Jews
families
in
not go
America,
through what
or
the Carrs went through.
probabilities that Americans are of that race, meaning the
Carr
indigenous
shifted
people,
well
First
to hang
Nations,
on
the
for
Native
ball.
Americans,
Trying
are
to
in
pull
fact
away
Jews
the ball
descended
broken.
from the 10 tribes.
Jason Onye and
Look at the
Jalen
second
Stromer
part there.
made the
With the
tackle,
removal
but
of
6
some
yards on
contrary
first down
reasons and earnest
for the
desires
Hurricanes.
for
The right side of
effectual
this offensive
endeavors
line
to
was
take them
continuing to tee off, and
that's the kind of
Notre
the
Dame was a little
larger religious
concerned
project
about
of the
fatigue.
Protestant clergy. And
It's
so
hot,
they've
humid
been
weather in South
tracking
Florida.
down the story and it's been sent to the National Israel. This is also a call around the time of Shabtai Tzvi. There's a lot of messianic builders on the continent, and also Jews too at the time. Menachem ben Israel begins to get caught up in it. He begins to think more deeply about the story of these Jews discovered in Ecuador. And although he obviously doesn't buy into the Christian story, he does begin to write about it. He writes a book called Sefer Mikveh Yisrael, the book of the Hope of Israel. This particular publication, which was issued a couple hundred years later, one very good review. The subtitle is Al Davar Asher Mashvat Maslam Mishkan, on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they're living. He also issues this in Spanish here. It's the Esperanza de Israel, the Hope of Israel, and in English. There it is, the Hope of Israel. This is a fascinating story about how he got involved in this and became quite a bit more famous as a result of his promotion of the story that in fact these people in Ecuador may be part of the lasting tribes. As it happens, it's highly unlikely that they are the lost tribes. Who were those lost tribes? You will recall in the late 8th century, the Jewish people in Israel were divided into two monarchies. The southern one was called Judah, the northern one was called Israel. And as a result of foreign invasions, a large proportion of the population of the northern Israel was transported to these two areas, at least as far as we can tell from the biblical text.
Receivers spread the field as
A
Carson
couple hundred years later, when Judah would also be a large population, this population, Babylon specifically, and the waste of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here's a map of what these regions would look like today. So the inhabitants of the northern
With
Israel,
13:27 to go,
let's
one
say,
score game.
Western
In the
Syria,
renewal of this great college football
Kurdistan
rivalry.
region, and then out into Iraq.
They play it safe.
These are very rough estimates, but there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that these actually were there. There's some ostracods, for example, of these pieces of clay that record the Aramaic inscriptions that clearly bear Jewish references. There are Jewish names found in some of the local records and so on. Beyond the quick discussion, there's also been some fascinating finds, so they're subject to some dispute by many archaeologists, but these particular strange devices are often found in regions of Jewish settlement, and they have found some of these dating back to the ancient Semitic ancestors. Well, so that's kind of like the end of the story with Menashe ben Israel, but it is fascinating because Jeff developed his messianic thinking and association with the idea of the Jews spreading out to all the corners of Europe. You could say Ireland. So one space where he actually had quite an impact is in England. Because at this time, Jews were formerly not allowed to live in England. And Menashe ben Israel had a dramatic impact on all of their culture, in particular with regards to the possibility of readmitting Jews. They had been expelled in 1290, and this was part of the movement of the Messianic era as Menashe ben Israel saw. That's just a very quick glimpse at some of the intellectual, spiritual, and political things that were going on in Amsterdam. If you are able to travel, hopefully we'll all be able to travel after this pandemic is over, please join me with Coastal River Cruises as we have a look at a lot of the amazing sites of Jewish Amsterdam and Netherlands late this summer. I hope I'll be able to see you on the cruise. Thanks very much for watching.
It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds now on sale. So you can take home our coolest deal. Up to 50% off our limited edition smart bed, plus free premium delivery when you add an adjustable base. Only at Sleep Number.
Now that I'm a
Here's
mom,
hope that
things
the
are different.
conditions will improve
Verizon's different
significantly
too.
over the
They
next
let
month,
everyone in my family choose different
so that
plans.
we'll be able
We
to
get
get
what we
back
want
to
and
traveling.
save
I'm
money.
especially looking
Love that
forward
for me.
to visiting Amsterdam in the late summer with Coastal River Cruises. Amsterdam is such a fascinating city and district. And let's just take a few minutes right now to talk about one of the figures who appeared in Amsterdam in the 18th century.
FX's Alien Earth, all new Tuesdays on FX and Hulu.
About the connection between Amsterdam and the Rothschild,
20 years old,
is that Amsterdam was a city
by
of
donating to the university's athletic scholarship funds, supporting all student athletes. Thank you to all students.
some of the
There's the last
Portuguese
time Notre Dame played here with their last win of last season. College football playoff semifinals against Penn State when they won on the last second field goal by Mitch G.
had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of
Defending a
those
huge
locations,
third
and
down
she in
and 7.
particular with the commercial
Miami
finance.
up by a touchdown with
So
13
first of all,
and a half to
the
go.
guy's Robert example.
Carson
He was a child prodigy of really stellar works of Jewish literature that made a phenomenal impression on this segment of Jewish intellectual life in the 18th century. Perhaps he is most well known for a book called Silas Historia, Path of the Just, which is regarded as an absolute incredible sort of chunk of God who died and masterful statements of Jewish morality, the way in which it can be applied to an individual personal program of development. I myself enjoy it immensely. I've studied it many times, and every time I make my way through it, I feel something additional joy in my own personality and desire to read it again. His work was something amazing across the spectrum, at least what we saw over the course of the 18th century onward. For example, the remarkable diversity of people who really were not taught. There was the famous Moses Mendelssohn, who was a classical and licensed figure who argued that we should engage more fully with secular non-Jewish culture, that Judaism had something to offer the general European world, and that even European studies of culture, literature, art, music, science, song could also enrich Jewish perspective. Also, in the world of literature, the famous professor at the University, Joseph Plasma, argues that the Rothschild is actually the first writer that was actually producing works of fiction. In fact, he was a playwright in modern Judaism, and all modern religions stems from this. For those who are very close students of Rothschild, they know that actually one of his most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah and mysticism. And he was in this regard in particular that is especially beloved by Hasidim. The Maggid of Ezra is one of the most important early Hasidic leaders, argued that the generation was not worthy to understand the Rothschild. He was such a tremendously important person. And on the other side of the Jewish spectrum, we've already talked about masculine, we talked about Hasidim, the Vilna Gaon, the great leader of the Lithuanian traditionalist thinker, in many ways was a Hasidim. Also found the Rothschild's work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there is not a single word out of place in Mesilat Yesharim until you capture a legend. So what that really is, very kind of point that I'd like to share with you. Governor Roth also said that if he were alive at the same time the Rothschild, their lives just overlapped very slightly, he would have walked all the way from Lithuania to Padua. The biography of Rothschild is phenomenal. As I mentioned, he came from Padua, where he was residing as he wrote his first book at the age of 14. He wrote grammar, linguistics. He actually wrote one of the first books on how to teach public speaking. He wrote quite a bit of poetry and so on. And he actually attracted to himself a remarkable number of medical students at the University of Padua, which is one of the few schools in Europe that would admit Jewish students. They had some interesting kind of disabilities, had to pay more tuition, had to offset some of the expenses of non-Jewish students and so on. But anyway, they would earn medical degrees in Padua. And so some of the writer Jewish medical students who traveled all over Europe were attracted to this social circle that revolved around the Rothschild, specifically in Padua. However, this attracted a lot of attention, particularly when the Rothschild started expressing some more radical ideas about Kabbalah, which would be on the scope of this very short video. But he was attacked in particular by the biggest governmental companies who thought that this young individual, who was in his early 20s at the time, was actually a secret follower of the disgraced Shabbatai Tzvi, who led a disastrous messianic movement in the 17th century that resulted in the disappointment of hundreds of thousands of Jews all around the world who had thought that this might actually be the moment when Jews would get close to suicide. It was so amazing how widespread Shabbatai Tzvi was. You can see in some of these woodcuts that even non-Jews were talking about it because they saw so many Jews selling their properties and living in Amsterdam, where he had a very large following, and were preparing to pick up and move to Israel. However, Shabbatai Tzvi, when he confronted the Ottoman Sultan, was given the alternative of continuing his quest of losing his head or converting to Islam. Shabbatai Tzvi decided to convert to Islam, disappointing so many of his followers, although a small number of them actually continued believing that if their Messiah had converted to Islam and perhaps that they should do so as well, they became a sect known as the Good Men, who were active right up until the 20th century in politics and church. But back to the Rothschild, but it also has these felt like the Rothschild was actually a secret father of Shabbatai Tzvi, and he raised the issue with the Jewish court independence that actually looked at the Rothschild and they were somewhat troubled by what they saw because he was remarkably Kabbalah is usually studied by people at least at the age of 30. He was still unmarried, and in fact he did not grow a beard, which was one of the things that bothered them. So they pushed the interview in him, and they made him promise that he would restrict his Kabbalist teachings. And when he got married, he that actually assuaged something of some motivations that movie. After some time, however, this grandfather felt that he really wanted to check out the Kabbalah, and so there were also family reversals in business, and so he decided to leave Ottawa, travel north to Europe to find Europe. He moved to Frankfurt, but Rabbi Moshe Rabbi, who was unhappy with the fact that the Rothschild was let off without serious consequences in Ottawa, he sent letters ahead to Frankfurt, telling the authorities there that they should arrest the Rothschild on suspicion of following Shabbat speech, and they had a second trial there in Frankfurt. He was once again forced to submit to his humiliated oath that he would not teach Kabbalah himself, and that's most tragically. The Frankfurt Beijing seized all of these public manuscripts in order to examine the classical heresy, and finding out that still certain of their objects they decided to bury them, to hide them away, and then they lost the sight of their burial. So many of the Rothschilds are lost to history until perhaps one day they will be. The teacher of the Rothschild, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, marshaled a tremendously heroic defense of his belief, arguing that there was no reason for his history and his suspicions. He was upright, especially counted the man. And so, in the end, after he took the second oath, they allowed him to travel. And he finally in Amsterdam. As we spoke about in previous videos, the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam in particular had a predominant influence on getting the Rothschild and giving the respect needed and place to teach the honored position and so on. And he enjoyed some of the best years of his life and his short life were in Amsterdam because they saw, among other things, not only his brilliance, but also they recalled some of the negative repercussions of the situation of Israel and Costa that we spoke about previously, and also not too far in the distance was the excommunication of Spinoza, which engendered some controversy as well. So the Rothschild was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and it is there that he wrote his remarkable work, Silat Yesharim. One thing I'm especially excited about, if you haven't studied the Rothschild in a while, when you were in yeshiva, you had an opportunity to study the Rothschild in the 1990s, Pentagram version written in the Rothschild's own hand was discovered in the archives in the former Soviet Union, and this version is not like the one that has been studied for the last 200-300 years. It was a dialogue version in which the entire theme and plot of the expressed in terms of two old friends who reunite many years apart. One of them has kind of gone on exact comparison with kind of become modern Orthodox Jews, still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, his old school friend has become like super fussy. Says to Tehillim all day, sings songs all day, very, very pious, very, very particular about the observance of halacha. And the two of them get together and they start talking about their comparative experiences, and it was brilliant, so insightful. Anyways, I prefer the dialogue version, so I decided not to publish to the version that has none of those. So much fascination. At any rate, I hope that you'll be able to join me on this cruise. We're definitely going to start announcing Silat Yesharim because of its connection to Amsterdam, and I'm trying to understand a little bit about the response. What is happening over there? Thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you on the cruise one day.
What a debut for Corey Heatherman. Fitchburg State with Massachusetts graduate prolific quarterback back in his playing days.
I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just to keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us on rivers. It's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time. But some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, deposit necessary, and that just holds your space. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, same as you, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just, an update as to what's going on because, we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that will be happening will be our Dora cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all around good guy, and he's going to take it from there. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry has the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's so many layers of history in Yiddishkeit in it. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews, with the nickname Mokum, which basically comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be. And Amsterdam really is a place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does the Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry, is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal now in Amsterdam. Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that he should allow this pandemic to, subside as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the pre-modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today: Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world. All of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, that's really what I'd like to do, is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences, and why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s. That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes max, and then we'll have plenty of time for discussion of the ideas that come out of this introductory talk, and hopefully we will be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's wine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that will be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins of the community. Let me just understand, let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is. And I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things, so forgive me, but I'll just take a couple of minutes. For those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam, and then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detailed map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are located within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means the Low Countries, and in fact, sometimes in English we refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries because they are quite literally low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. And in fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when we get back close to sea level, weird things happen. We want to have a lot of parties, Mardi Gras, Carnival, things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England, just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's a British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, where I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stoyzan, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact he wanted to block them. There were a handful of families that were arriving from Recife in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled him and said, no, get those Jews in, and boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although it's rather spotty before about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, we begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly as I mentioned in the early 17th century onward. This is a great map which shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosomes of Jews who are in the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen or Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Rabbi or Kohanim, it's fairly easy to trace it on the Y chromosome. And you can see from this map, 40%, I'm sorry, this is 100% of, or a statistically very large number of Kohanim and Leviim have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number 1, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, it's completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa, through Spain, then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the first century of the Common Era, some even prior to that, and there was a significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the First Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in North Italy sometime around the year 1000. I find it ironic.
Come on, baby. Take it to the hizzy.
Probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Just guessing. But at any rate, it's very clear that the genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi Jews are specifically associated with these 4 women, most likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. But anyway, that creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them moved to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe.
Go, baby! Go, baby!
Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I'd like to take you to next. And this is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that God willing will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam will be on the Douro River in Portugal, which was a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jewry. So this map here shows you the migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century and beyond. To understand this migration, I'll just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual aspects of these pogroms was that they were accompanied by forced conversions to Christianity, forced baptisms. This was, technically speaking, in contravention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, once these Jews were forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you have this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continue to regard themselves as Jews, continue to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that, and with none of the disabilities that have been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those three things meant that all of these Jews / Christians against their will had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Sephardic society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation, which motivates the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called new Christians, that is, these people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were restricted into certain living areas, all kinds of disabilities based on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on, but they were, strictly speaking, not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaizing, of secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeit. And that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbors. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house. Or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess and to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition literally took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were
No way.
forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trials
No
was
way.
the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relaxed. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century.
Wait.
The Inquisition did not die.
Wait, this is old.
The final chapter to this, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working.
Oh,
This
that's amazing.
it's gone way out of control.
It's
Society's
like,
upside
oh,
down.
fuck,
And
these
so the
stories.
Grand
No,
Inquisitor,
that's
a
what
man
it's
named
like.
Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, and says, you know, we think we know what went
Oh,
wrong
what
here.
is this bullshit?
We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, to Spas in particular, and many to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend more time on in the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way, especially through Portugal and to the north of Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal. So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for these Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to practice Judaism until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, the Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents, to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. And so the Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the term Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were two different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in the knowledge of Judaism because they had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism and open practice for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular, those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition record. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which definitely we will visit on the World Tour again. And we know a lot about what these Jews had to say for themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to the mercantile possibilities. We see in the figure of Uriel da Costa, who is shown here in black, with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It's unlikely that like this actually happened in real life, but they did coincide in Amsterdam for a very brief period of time. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, 1660s, that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is, I think, 1582. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of secretly practicing Judaism in their place. Amsterdam at this point did not officially allow Jews to reside there, but they were residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. The rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that in fact they weren't doing anything. Oh, I forgot one small detail. Excuse me. They were accused, actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was, for the Dutch at this time, quite a bit worse because they were warring with Catholics. And so they were brought before the king, the magistrate, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff. And in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There's no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbi explained the truth is we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, oh, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, but at that time, the Dutch simply turned a blind eye to them. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police report. And the police report says a few different things. The first thing is, it was about 10 years later that reported. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the state. And they arrested the rabbi and his son, and they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime, and all they were doing was praying according to the rituals of Yom Kippur, And that's when Rabbi says that
What the fuck, they don't show it?
guys are not white collar criminals who fall as far as we can tell. I mean, like, that's the origins of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand on the Bible and you swear to tell the truth, that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, bare their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pigskin, sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, because they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. At any rate, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam, and they're primarily Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They have been living for a century now without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe. And only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens, incidentally, in the town I mentioned earlier, Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, hooray, the Dutch now control us, we can be Jewish. And they revealed their identities only to discover that in 1654, as a result of a treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again.
I could do it.
Now they're in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and established
right there.
Here in New York. Okay, so
that works.
If we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about in a video a little while ago, who is this remarkable figure who comes. His parents tell him as an adult that actually he's Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children were not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their friends. Because children talk and not understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. He thought it was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Uriel da Costa was a very great intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual of humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation for the entire community. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Costa, was a lens grinder. He, in fact, died from lung ailments from inhaling dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical in the traditional Judaism,
called that shit.
More seriously, heretical Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their privileged position there, and they would be expelled, which is something that was happening all over the continent. And so they especially want to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke I can't help. I gotta tell you this quick joke. Two Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they placed in front of the wall, and they turn the blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says,
Charlie Munger often talks about using multiple mental models and analysis. Our aim for this podcast is to help listeners test Munger's theory in business, markets, and people. Hosting this episode with me is our Chief Investment Officer and Chairman, my dad, Bill Smith. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me.
Let's see, I'll kind of go off script. What are you excited about today?
Just love this book. It synthesized a whole bunch of different things I knew from studying history and
under a ban. No one is
the way
allowed
it's
to stand
intertwined with the fundamentals of business is fantastic.
I think we're going to have to start paying Craig directly to write more books because it's a blessing. And so for our audience, thank you for joining us for this episode. We're going to discuss one of the great financing minds of the last millennium. Joining us for the second time on the podcast is Greg Steinmetz, his best book, The Richest Man Who Ever Lived, The Life and Times of Jacob Fugler. A little about Greg for our audience, just to reorient you with him as an author. He spent 15 years working as a journalist for the Sarasota Herald Tribune, Houston Chronicle, Newsday, and the Wall Street Journal. While at the Wall Street Journal, he served as the bureau chief in Berlin and London. He's a securities analyst at Ruane, Cunniff, and Goldfarb, the manager of the Sequoia Fund. Greg joined us on the first season of the podcast to talk about his newer book on Jay Gould, which is titled American Rascal, a True Treat. It's great to have you back to talk about Jacob Fugler. Just kickstart us off. I'd love to hear the story of what made you aware of Fugler and then what drove you to make this your first work published, because that had to be quite an undertaking.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I really appreciate the chance to come back and talk about this book. I first heard about Fugler in a freshman year history class in college about the Renaissance Reformation. The Reformation, as we know, is one of the pivotal events in world history because it cleaved Christianity between those who follow the Pope and those who want to follow Martin Luther and others who are questioning the papacy and rule from Rome. Fugler was instrumental in making that happen, and it wasn't that he wanted to divide the church. He wanted the other thing to happen. He wanted the Pope to maintain its supremacy. One of the things the Pope was doing was raising money to fight these wars and maintain the power of the papacy. At the time, the papacy has very little to do with what it does today. The Pope was the equivalent of a king. He had his own army. He was trying to expand his territories. He just did it a little differently. He had the extra weapon of being
And it
able
was
to promise
largely
people
translated by
eternal
Spanish and
salvation.
Portuguese refugees who had made
He
their
and
way
Footer
to
got
Italy,
involved in a
and there
money-making
was a
scheme
very
called
great
indulgences,
sponsorship
where
by
if you
two
paid a fee,
amazing
you
women
could
of that
lessen your
century,
time in
Gracia
purgatory.
Nasi
Footer came up with this
and
idea.
also
He was instrumental in collecting the money, mostly from German peasants,
Spain,
to fill the Pope's
used their
pockets.
great wealth
Martin Luther got very upset about this.
At any rate, on the
And,
frontispiece here, on the title page,
started the Reformation basically
there's
as a
this
reaction against the
strange
indulgence.
choice of an image
So anyway, in freshman year history class, this was mentioned for about one day, but the name stuck in my head.
lost at
And then
sea
when
with
I
a
was in
broken
Germany,
mast, surrounded
the
by
name Fugger
monsters.
in Germany is something like the new Rockefeller here. If you want to say that someone's loaded, you say he's as rich as
As
Fugger.
if to say that
And
the
I was thinking,
Spanish
okay, well, who is
expulsion
this guy?
had
I tried to find
tossed
a
the
book in English
Jews
about him.
out
There
into
wasn't
the
very much
Mediterranean,
except some
out into the
sort of dry
Atlantic
academic
on an
texts.
uncertain
So I thought, well,
destination.
I'm a
And
writer.
after
I can
great
maybe
difficulty,
write
they
something.
managed to find their
So,
way to places like
7
Ferrara
years
and
effort
places
later,
like
I came up with the book.
to show you the Amsterdam.
So let's start with his
This is
lineage.
a very small
Teaches
detail
about the people
from a
before
book
him
you
and the
may
house of
actually
Fugger.
have in your home.
Well, to become very rich in those
Maxwell
days,
House
particularly as a
Agada,
peasant,
which
you
was
have to
based
start with some
originally
money.
on the
His
1695
grandfather
Amsterdam
was a
printing
peasant
of
in
the
the
Agada,
countryside
which
near Augsburg,
featured
which is
some
a
amazing
city
illustrations
Bavaria,
by a man named Abraham
a
Bar
distant
Yaakov.
suburb of Munich. It
Abraham
takes
Bar
about an hour in the
Yaakov
train.
was actually a
The
Christian.
grandfather
He
dabbled
served
in
as a
textiles.
Protestant minister
The area
before
was
leaving Germany
famous
and
for
migrating
its
to
linen.
Amsterdam so he could study
They could
Judaism.
grow
He ended
the
up
flax there and
converting
make
to
nice linen
Judaism,
shirts.
and
It's
his
that
great
much.
talent
His
as an
grandfather, in
engraver,
addition to being a
created the
farmer, got
illustrations
into this
for
business
one of the
of
most
weaving.
popular
Then
Haggadahs
his son
in
took
all
it over,
history, which
and
has
Fugger
graced
took it
tens
to
of
the next level.
thousands of Jewish
It was
tables in
the
America
father
alone.
who struck up
It
the
is
first
largely
relationship
of
with
this
Emperor
one unusual individual
Maximilian, who came
conversion to
riding into
Judaism
Augsburg
and
one
his
day,
interpretation
and
of the stories.
needed some stuff, and Fugger
This
stepped
little
up and said,
details
well,
on
I
the
can
title
make
page,
you some
it's
cloth
his
for your
signature.
journey,
You can see at the
whatever
bottom
you
there,
need.
Abraham Bar
That
Yaakov.
was
But he's
Jacob
portraying
Fugger's
something which
first
has no
introduction
offense
to
the Haggadah
the
whatsoever.
emperor.
That is his own
And
personal view
Jacob,
of
when
his
he
life.
took over the family
connected
business in
inextricably
textiles, he
with
nurtured that
Amsterdam. As you
relationship.
can see on the top
And
left,
became
there
very
is
tight
again
with
that
the
motif,
Habsburgs.
like in the Ferrara
How to
Bible, of
describe
the ship at
the
sea
family
in
name wrong.
distress, people
Well,
falling overboard, the
in those days,
terrible
it
sea
was
monsters
a
about to
show
swallow them,
of
but he
sophistication to write your
values
name
that by
in
putting
Latin.
in the lower right
And the
corner
way
the
that
figure of
Fugger,
Jonah,
spelled F-U-G-G-E-R,
disgorged by a
was
great
spelled in
whale
German.
or
The
great
Latin
fish
translation came
onto
out as
dry land, so
F-U-C-K-E-R.
and as he
It's
looks
fine,
over
but
his shoulder
it was
at
just
the horrible danger that he has survived,
But there have been those
that's
who
when
have
he
said, you
reflects
know,
on
the guy was
tremendous
exactly that. Those who
kindness
don't like
that
Hamlet
Amsterdam
very
showed
much,
him by being that
get
place
a
of
good chuckle out of
refuge,
it.
intellectually
So
and
talk a bit
spiritually.
about his upbringing.
This is
Fugger
part
and
of
where
the
he went
Amsterdam
to learn
Jewish
his
story
craft.
in
Yeah,
a very
it's really
small
interesting.
image. So I'm hoping that
The only
God
formal
will have the
education that
opportunity to
people would
speak
get those
at
days,
much
you
more
learn some
length
reading and writing.
about
would
the
be taught by
entire
monks.
history of the Jews of Amsterdam,
There
from
wasn't
the earliest origins
any sort of
up until the
business school.
21st
There
century.
were, I
But
think the
for now,
University
I
of
will
Bologna was already in business. I think Oxford was in business, but they were in the business
David,
of training
I look forward
priests.
to hearing your
There was no business school per se,
questions.
but there were apprenticeships.
Thank you
Fugger
for
went
your
down
attention.
to Venice. In Venice, there was a
Wow,
warehouse
thank you,
where
Henry.
the
This
Doges
was,
allowed
I have to tell you,
the Germans
such
to
a
bring their goods
interesting
and
and
trade with Venice.
thoroughly
By keeping them all together in one
executed
building,
lecture
it was a way to keep an
that,
eye on
believe it
them,
or not, there
make
are no
sure
questions because you said it
Venice
all.
collected all the taxes that were due to it. And Fugger went down
Thank you
there
very
for a
much.
while
And
saw
Ask questions.
how
No one
money
else
was
is ready
made
to
in
ask.
those days.
Everyone
Saw
is afraid to
what
ask
people
the
were
first
trading,
question. So
how
if
they
someone wants to
invoiced,
start
how
with
they
the second
collected the
question,
money,
we'll be good with
how
that.
they went after bad
maybe
debtors,
I
what the
will again
the
act as the
politics
son
were of trading over state lines
asking simple
like that.
questions
And he
because I
really
know
got
you don't like hard
what at the
questions.
time
I
was
will leave
probably
that for
about
the
the
vote.
best sort of business
I
training
will think it's
imaginable.
something very, very difficult
Business was
and
tough in
that I'll
those
publish.
days.
Um,
You probably slept out a straw
just
best in
very
a
briefly, if you can.
drafty attic room. something like
talk
that.
a bit on the
He was
role
very
of
interested in making money, and I'm sure the hardships
in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam
meant nothing to him,
very
because it
important
must have been so fascinating that
printing
a
center.
guy like him probably enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah, sure.
And then
That
after
is a
that,
fascinating
he
question.
learned also when he was in Lake, he learned about
We got to
bookkeeping,
place this in
which at the time,
context of the time, right?
modern day accounting didn't exist north of the
printing
Alps.
press comes out in the
Double
middle
entry
of the
bookkeeping
15th century.
was in its infancy.
Jews are
Frucker
early
learned that down
adopters.
there, and he
They're
brought it back
loving
to
it.
Germany.
This is a great way to
Teach
know
our
the Jews
listeners
are
about the importance
the
of
Arabs
cities
call
in
us
Europe.
the people of the
And how
book. And they
important
really
Venice
want
was.
the
It
people of the
happened.
manuscript.
You already
But
kind of hinted at
manuscripts
how
are like
important Venice
hugely
was.
expensive, prone
Yeah.
to error,
Well, Venice
very
is strategically located
fragile, hard to
in
replace.
northern
With
Italy,
the printing
and what
press,
is about
especially movable
the
type, all of a
furthest
sudden,
north
you
you
have
can
the
go
opportunity for a
by
tremendous
ship.
new industry. And
So
Jews
if
are
you
big consumers
came,
of written material.
even
So there
start
are big centers that
in East
develop.
Asia,
The
and start in
Spaniards try to get
India,
into it early on,
or
but
around
of
the
course they're
Cape,
expelled
come up
very
through
early. But our first Talmuds, for
the
example,
Straits of
come
Gibraltar, through the
from
Mediterranean, and if you want to get
Spain
to
in the 1480s.
northern Europe,
And then
the easiest place to
Venetians
access
in
northern Europe
particular,
was in Venice.
in the beginning of the 16th century,
You
they
wanted to
start
keep
printing
your
big time.
goods out of the
Amsterdam
water
was kind
as
of
long
like
as
the
you could.
third way
The
of
travel
publishing
time
for
was
Jews.
wasn't so
And
bad,
there was a
and the
few
goods were
major
safer
printing
when they're on
houses
ship
that were established
than when
there,
you were
largely
going down
because
some
of
trail in the
their
middle of the woods where you
favorable
were
tax policies
vulnerable to
and
robber barons coming
the
in and taking
absence of
everything that you
church
have.
oversight.
So Venice
Right? In
was right
Catholic
there,
countries,
very good
the
location.
church begins to say,
Genoa
wait
was
a
his rival, it was on the
what
other side
exactly are
of
you Jews writing here? Because
Italian
it's all
Peninsula.
Hebrew, we don't know what you're saying. And they have
very
to
well
impose
situated
lots of
to get
censors and
goods
things
to
like that.
France.
In Amsterdam,
Venice
you
was
don't
very
have
well
that church
situated to
oversight,
get goods to
and you have
Germany
the
and the rest of
mercantile
Asia.
connection where they're shipping
Who were
books
the
out
big banking
everywhere
names
across the
in
ocean as
Germany,
well.
Italy,
So there is
places at the
this
time that
effervescence
Fuller
of Jewish
emerged?
printing. Also,
The names that
bear
we
in
know,
mind
of
that
course,
the
are the
Portuguese Jews,
Medici.
they're essentially Bale Juba. They're
So
essentially coming
Medici, who made
to
the family
Judaism
fortune, wasn't
with a
Lorenzo.
Christian
We hear about
background, a
Lorenzo
secular
because
background,
of
if
his
you will, for
involvement
that time and
with
place. And
Leonardo
they're
and other
willing to
artists'
entertain new
philanthropic works.
ideas. It doesn't have to be
That's sort of thing. But
orthodox,
the one who made the
small
money
or
was
orthodox.
Cosimo
You can give us
Medici.
new thoughts. One of
The
the
patriarch
most
of the family,
important Amsterdam Jews at the time was
he,
Manasseh ben Israel,
was such a
who
successful
published the
banker
theory
in
that
Florence that he ended up
some of the
grabbing
10
a lot of political
tribes that
power.
were lost in the 8th century before the Common
And
Era were
passed it on
actually
to
alive
Lorenzo.
and
I think
well
Lorenzo actually
living
went
in
bankrupt. He
Colombia,
ran the company
South
business into the
America.
ground, but there
And
was
that
enough
was
money there
a
that he
hugely popular
could
book,
sustain
very
his
influential
interests
across
weren't
the ocean,
making
translated
money
into
as
English
much
as well.
as his father's
It's
were.
available under
So that was
title
a
The
big
Hope of
name.
Israel. So
Italy.
there's some fascinating,
The other
beautiful
names in
things
Germany,
with printing in
no
Amsterdam.
one was a household name.
Thank you very much. We have
But
another
we do know
question,
about the
which
Hanseatic
is
League, which some of your listeners might be familiar with. They were a trading outfit
any
that
idea
controlled
how Dutch Jews,
all of the trade in the
alone
Baltic
among
and the
all
North
other
Sea.
Jews, wait only 1 hour between meat and milk?
It got to the point where
Yeah, I
it was
think
really
the
ruled
one
by
answer
the
to that
business
is
class
probably
in these
the
areas,
proximity of
and
Swiss
Florinda
chocolate,
ended up
Toblerone,
working
right?
both
Once
with
you've got
and
such a great
against the
chocolate
Hanseatic
like
League.
that, you really want to eat it with
For
some
this
chocolate.
trading up in
Okay, that's a
Germany.
joke. I hope
Because
you
they
laughed
really,
at that.
it kind of,
The
the Hanseatic
it's an
League kind of
excellent
smacks
question.
of,
I've never
you know,
actually
a
thought
very
about
strong
how
kind of
that
global
particular
union
power
power, if you will,
custom
where, you
developed.
know, like a port, a ship can't leave a port
From a halachic
loaded by a
perspective, I'm not a
non-union,
rabbi,
you know,
but from
company,
a worker
and then be
perspective, when
unloaded
you
by
look
a
at the
union and have to go
passage
back to its
in
original
the
port.
Talmud
It seems
that
like the
talks
Hanseatic
about
League
eating
had
milk,
that kind of power in
it
global
doesn't
trade.
specify
Yeah,
a
they had that
specific
sort of
amount
power.
of
Some of the
time.
difference is you would be splitting the
And
profits among all
when
the
you
union
get
members.
to the
Gotcha.
the expositors of halakha, especially in
German
the time of
merchants
the Shulchan Aruch, 15th, 16th century and onward,
young men to join
that's
with
when
the
it begins
rigorous
to
initiation
find
rituals
its
to make sure
expression
that
in
they were
text
tough enough.
in a very reified
Because in
fashion.
addition to
So
having to be a good
most
trader,
of the Talmudic commentators
know
of
the quality of
early
goods, know
biblical
what to pay for goods,
tied
they
it
also had
to
to be tough
the
because there were
process of
definitely
digestion.
going to be
How long does it actually take to
violent
digest meat
fights at the
so
ports
that
and
you're
other
not
places.
really
There would
consuming
be
meat and
naval
milk together?
battles between
And
and especially the sense of taste.
Very
So
different
you
way
don't
of doing
taste
business.
enough
Very
together.
bare knuckle.
That's why you have the
We just happen to
development
do that
of a more
politics
strict
instead of
opinion,
political
perhaps
civil.
in Eastern Europe,
So
of
teach us
6
about
hours.
Archduke Sigmund
In
and why was
Germany,
he
per
such a good
se,
banking prospect
3
to
hour
finance?
time limit.
Yeah.
And in Amsterdam,
Sigmund
only,
Rich coins, that was his name.
only 1 hour.
He He was the
I'll have to look further
he
into it
was
to
a
see if there
Habsburg
is
who
a
ruled the
justification on a
Duchy of
historic
Tyrol,
basis.
which is where Salzburg and
Excellent question.
Innsbruck
So
are.
I'm going to be thinking about
Beautiful
that
alpine
once I have lunch
state.
today.
But that's all it was a little state. But it happened to sit on
Thank you.
the biggest silver deposit
I
in
think
all
there are
of
no more
Europe.
questions.
Sigmund
So
would mine
I
the
would like
silver
to
and turn it into coins.
conclude the
Use
lecture.
that
Thank you so much, Henry.
mostly spend money on
This
himself. He
is
loved
as
building
always,
castles.
pure
He built a
pleasure
bunch
to
of
listen
castles
to you
for
and learn
himself
from you.
across the
And I
Tyrol.
really hope
He was
that
very
election
interested
that
in
we
fighting
will
wars,
continue
getting
on the boat
mercenaries,
and we will.
raising an army, and that sort of thing. It's more about
I'm
just
looking forward to
indulging
that. So
himself.
thank you. And now I will hand
got to know
over
Sigmund
to
and
David
worked
Lawrence,
out a deal with him so that
as a
Sigmund
few
could
concluding remarks.
optimize and maximize
Thank you so
what he
much,
was
Henry.
getting out of his silver mines.
What we do on our cruises, and Henry's an
Got
integral part of the team,
involved with Habsburg.
and makes it, a really
Fugger
special
recognized that
experience. When we do our
that Sigmund
cruises,
wasn't really the
we're
best
going
client
all over
because
the
he was
world, but we
unreliable
always try
and he
to
was also a little bit crazy and
have that
people didn't
Jewish
like him.
aspect of it. We are a community of
Fugger was
Jews
worried that
traveling
he
together,
was the best
learning
business partner
together,
for him. So
and that's
he
all part of
switched his
our
allegiance to another
process.
branch of
When
the
we,
Habsburgs and was
our
instrumental in
cruises are meant
organizing a coup
to
against
be
Sigmund,
education in both
which allowed
secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to
Maximilian,
understand and the Jewish
first
part of it, and to
take
understand
over as
the
emperor.
secular part and the Jewish
And
part.
from
You got to
there,
understand both sides
Maximilian, unlike
of the
Sigmund,
coin,
was
and that
very
was makes it
interested
really,
in
really
territorial
special.
conquest. And by
What
using
we
the
do is,
silver mines
and when we create this community, people,
expertise,
Henry
both
is
banking
always around,
and
whether they're impromptu
engineering.
talks over dinner,
Fugger hired the best
or
mining
whenever
engineers in
people
the world
have
and figured out
questions,
how you
people
get
have
more
extra
silver out
time.
of these places.
There's so
was
much
able
going
to
on. As you know, and
dramatically
you've been on our
expand
cruises
the
before,
Habsburgs'
they start at 8
Well, to
in the
your point,
morning
he
and
was
finish at
effectively
11 at
swapping
night.
current debt.
There is always
We'll
something
call it, he was
scheduled, and
taking
there's
on
always
sovereign
something
debt risk
happening. Do as much as you
for
want.
almost like a strip or a stream off of the future mine production.
And
But
again, this is
obviously, he was
something
doing
that
that
we've
at a
tried
price
for
that
the
was
last,
in his best interest to sell
I
the
guess,
silver
cruising
after
has
it was
been
produced.
doing
So
this for
he
about
was collecting the
25
commodity
years.
discount, if
Malcolm
you
is
will.
one
But
of the experts
ultimately,
in
all
cruising
this
for large
financing, I think
ships.
it's
We
very
moved over
apropos
to
to think
small
about
ships
this today.
because we
This
enjoy
all was
being just a
sovereign
community
debt he was
of,
taking on
of
ultimately
Jews
for war
traveling together.
financing.
And we think that's
And I
what
think
makes it a
in
really
Sigmund's
special
case,
experience.
he was going to go
People
after
came in a little bit
the
later.
Doge of Venice.
We are
He wanted to go across the mountains and go down
waiting
into
to hear
Italy.
what's
As I think
happening
about
in
it today, I
Europe,
mean, think
what's
of all the
happening
debt
with the
that's been
governments,
taken
how
on.
they're
We didn't
allowing
fight an
the
explicit
rivers to
war. We
flow,
fought
who's allowed on the river, when, what
a
are the
disease,
protocols.
if you will.
Once we know
But do
what's
you
happening,
see
we'll
any
let you
difference
know
between
exactly what's
large
happening.
buildup of
We have,
sovereign
like I said,
debt
our
like
team now
was in
cruise
his
later,
day with what we
which
see
is just sign
today
up.
as
No
any
deposit
different
necessary
for the
when
effects it
the
has on
cruise is
society?
confirmed. And at that point, you can make a
One
decision if
difference
you want to
with
come or not.
that debt Fugger's day was
And
collateralized.
if
You wouldn't have
Amsterdam
advanced the money
doesn't go, if
to the
the
emperor,
Netherlands doesn't go, again, our
ended up
next
in
cruises
Silver
will
State.
start in
Behind
October
that,
in Portugal.
and Henry's
And then
contract
for
has not
next
been
year,
very
we have
strong, and
everything
had he not had the
as you see on our website,
that he could
updated all the
collect.
time.
Now, the emperor, whether it was
I'd like to
Sigmund or
thank everybody
Maximilian,
once
could
again
have
for
just
coming. Please
had
contact us
Fugger
if you
rounded
have
up
any
and shot.
questions whatsoever.
But that would have made it
Happy
very
to
hard
answer
for
them and,
them to
spread
ever
the
borrow
word.
money again, at least on a large
We're
scale.
here and
So
we're
you
looking to
have
travel all together
counterpart
soon.
issue.
And once again, thank you, everybody.
So Fugger could loan with confidence that he could get his money back. So it was more like loaning against a home, more than just borrowing against the faith and credit of the sovereign. So in Argentina, right, might not get paid back. It's a different situation because Argentina is not going to surrender, Patagonia to repay a loan.
Totally. You mentioned how important Frankfurt was from a commercial perspective, and you talked about the Frankfurt Festival.
Really
Could you
excited
teach our listeners somewhat about that?
Results of a study
Well,
that
in those days, trade fairs were a very big deal. Nowadays, they're still important, particularly in Germany, that tradition lives on. There's a lot of business that goes on at fairs, but in those days, that was the only place where business happened. So once a year, people from all over Europe would descend on Frankfurt and bring their stuff, and buyers would come and trade whatever they had.
So let's
Fugger would bring textiles, other people would bring
talks about
gold,
the
silver,
history of early Ashkenazi
livestock, carpets, all sorts of things. It would all happen in Frankfurt,
You look at this map
and
here, you see basically the
made it
settlement
a
of
point to go there and not only to trade, but also to get new clients, to get information.
primarily Germany, the Rhineland.
It was very important for the way business went on in those days.
So
The absence of communication.
Yeah, Maximilian and Fugger met there. Would it be fair to say that no one expected what would become of them? In other words, it's not like they shook hands and the Frankfurt Sea parted and everyone said, "Oh my gosh, you've met the Christ and you're going to do business together." This was very unknown at that time.
Well, they were both young men in a hurry, and just as no one could have predicted that Fugger, who was one of many people who was working in textiles and banking in Augsburg, would become the richest peasant who ever lived. No one would have predicted that Maximilian would one day become emperor of everything in Europe, with the exception of France, and have dominion that went all the way over to South America.
Sure. And by the way, you also, I don't know if you caught on this, but I think you were touching on that Airbnb has a business model that's been around for centuries. Because as you pointed out during the Frankfurt Festival, how much money people could make from renting out their floors of their homes or just space to sleep.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's fascinating. So, I tried to get in humorous or salacious stuff, whatever I could, to make the book interesting. So there I got to mention that prostitutes would come to Frankfurt from far and wide to work the fair. Peasant girls lose their one chance a year to make big money. Prostitution was actually legal. There was no restrictions on that. So that sort of trade was going on. Yes, people would rent out their homes, people would rent out groups, people would be able to earn enough money during that 1 week to last them the whole year long. That's how busy Frankfurt got during those few weeks. And I guess nowadays you're talking about surge pricing, and surge pricing definitely applied at the Frankfurt Fair.
It sounds like the Phoenix Open. Yeah, I was going to say, we have that going on here. It's 1 week, actually a couple weeks. You got Barrett Jackson, you got the Phoenix Open.
Stiletto heels walking around the golf course.
Yeah, and the working and non-working folk, I'll call it, do show up, and the Airbnb market goes longer. So when you were saying that in your book, I thought, wow, the trade shows still go on.
Maximilian took control of the duchy via financing. Explain how he took advantage of the free spending segment.
Well, Sigmund was getting old. He might have had syphilis. He didn't have all his marbles intact. And Maximilian was able to work out a deal with him to let him hold on to some of the vestiges and power if he would turn over the keys to him. And the way that they got Sigmund to agree was that Fugger said, "Well, I'm gonna finance Maximilian." And without access to the capital, that was the end of Sigmund. So he loaned out his days as a doddering old fool in one of his castles. And Maximilian was about Fugger's age. They got into business together. Changed history.
So Sigmund didn't die of pauper. Maximilian let him live out his life. Do you think this, in today's culture, do you think Joe Biden will let Donald Trump live out his life? Do people show that kind of mercy in today's day and age?
Well, lock him up would probably be something that people would be saying about Biden, just like they were saying about Hillary. So, and if you look what Biden is trying to do to Trump, he's not letting Trump live out his days.
Yeah, because that was a level of mercy in your book that we thought, wow, that is unprecedented.
Your family, yeah, your family. I guess he realized Sigmund was harmless. But, another interesting sidebar in Sigmund, he had so much silver that he was minting these silver coins, and they were pure silver. And everyone knew that if they saw Sigmund's likeness on a coin, that it was probably 100% silver. They called these things the Taler, which was the German word for valley, and they came from the Tyrolean Valley. And the weight and that big dollar morphed into dollar, and then it became the standard unit of gold currency. And that lasted for a long time, whether it's Spanish doubloons or French money or whatever else. It was always the same weight and the same purity is what Sigmund and Fugger wanted to roll.
So Maximilian begins his empire building. Where does he march next from there?
Well, he goes into southern Italy, and he has some successes and some failures. But he does well enough so that he wants more. Now, the way Maximilian acquired territory wasn't just through war. He had a mixed record as a warrior, but he had a very good record for making advantageous marriages. So he married well, and more importantly, his son married very well. His son Charles married into the Spanish Empire. And through that, the Habsburgs had control of both Eastern Europe and extending all the way from Austria to the Balkans.
Please have a look at this diagram.
They also had Spain. And because of Spain, they ended up getting control of South America.
You've got these
reading your book,
and they move
it hit me very hard. I never understood as a young person reading about World War I why Archduke Ferdinand being killed in Yugoslavia caused all these nations to line up at each other and start shooting across the 2-mile expanse. And your book helped me understand, based on what you just said, that was the connection there.
Well, World War II, there were all these alliances, right? So Russia protected Serbia, and Croatia was aligned with Austria and Germany. So there are these secret alliances, and once it was like NATO. It's the same thing as NATO. If there was an attack on a NATO country, everyone would rally and defend that NATO member. And that's what was going on in World War I. One of the best books for me that really explains the culture and the society down in the Balkans is a book called The Bridge on the River Drina. You ever heard of that? What a Nobel Prize back when it was written. And it really talks about how in the Balkans you have these 3 tectonic plates that come together. So it's very volatile on the margins. So you had the Orthodox Christians, the Catholics, and the Muslims. They all come together right in the Balkans. So every 50 years or so it goes up in flames.
Fugger saw large opportunities in mining, obviously from Schwarz, okay? But understood the risks inherently involved. Can you explain, how Fugger looked at the risks of commodities? And because you talked a little bit about how you could go broke in this.
Yeah, well, commodity prices fluctuate, and it costs a lot of money to mine the commodities. You're very prone to having flooding in the mines. You can ruin everything. The way that Fugger did a couple things to minimize this risk. One, it wasn't just the mine in Schwarz, the Tyrol, which was the biggest silver mine in the world. He was involved with other mines. Hungary was very rich in copper. There were other silver belts in Europe where he was involved. Again, all under the protection in relation to the Habsburgs. So there was some diversification there. He also, I think I mentioned, he hired the best mining engineers in the world to keep his mines from flooding. And he also created demand by reaching out to buyers all over the world, including as far away as India, where they just didn't have the resource that was available in Europe. So Fugger arranged to trade metal for spices in India. So he kept the markets. He did his bid on the sales, his bid on risk, and technology, just to make sure that he always stayed above water. Now, he was also lucky. There were others who were trying to do the same thing as Fugger was, but we don't hear about them because they did get in over their skis and they got wiped out and spent time in debtors' prisons were very much a thing in those days. and one of his biggest rivals in Augsburg ended up dying in prison.
So in the copper deposits in Hungary, I think you point out a really interesting tidbit because he was the investor, he was the owner, but he was also German, and Hungarians and Germans might not mix.
Yeah. But they all spoke the language of money, and that was good enough. But Fugger did have to keep his guard up and make sure that, in addition to having Germans on his payroll, he needed to have some Hungarians too, and Poles, and he needed some local folks to help navigate those shoals for him.
Yeah, because he ended up giving part of the interest in the mine to his Hungarian partner, and his name's not coming to me off the top of my head, but it showed you also he was a pragmatist. He wanted to make money, but was willing to give a cut to people to ensure that he could make that money.
Yeah, and that's the old Roman Empire trick. Don't have too firm a hand. Let local culture coexist. Otherwise, you're going to be fighting rebellions every day.
Greg, explain the postal advantage and branch network that Fugger began accumulating.
It's very interesting to think about how, instead of having to carry around sacks of gold between towns to pay for things, his empire was so vast, he could just credit an account in one branch and debit it in another. And that was only possible if you had operations and branches all over the place, and he did. So the merchant up on the North Sea, Rostock or Lübeck or Hamburg or something, might want to buy something from Fugger. Instead of having to send sacks of gold across Germany, go through 30 different duchies, principalities, and other things to make it to Augsburg, Fugger could just credit his bank up in Hamburg, debit the one in Augsburg, ship the goods. That was the end of it. So that gave a big advantage. No one else could do that.
He had hands on the ground. Explain the advantage that gave him in his negotiation with King Henry and Maximilian to take back Burgundy.
Well, he was involved a little bit with Henry VIII, or Henry VII, who was a very good fiscal steward of England. And because Fugger was so rich, Henry had some business dealings with Fugger. Now, the Burgundy thing was by marriage. Maximilian married Mary of Burgundy. It's interesting, we were just talking about the jewelry business here in the office the other day. We asked, wondering how the engagement business got started, and that's because Maximilian gave Mary a diamond. And as we see now in the luxury goods market, once celebrities and rich people start giving something and making it popular, then everyone wants to be part of that. That's what happened in the engagement ring world. And because of Fugger, Maximilian was able to raise a nice endowment and marry this Mary of Burgundy. Burgundy at the time was, if not the most powerful part of France, certainly as powerful as anything else. Under Mary's father, Charles the Bold, it was renowned for having the best army in all of Europe. And because Maximilian could bring some money to the table, he was able to marry into that family. And because there weren't any sons that Charles the Bold had, Maximilian became king of Burgundy as well as Austria.
I'd like to take this opportunity now to speak about.
As you point out, he was crowned in worms. He was king. What was the German word that they hailed him as?
Kaiser. Is that the word you're thinking of?
Yeah. It's a follow-on from Roman times.
Caesar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's great.
Hitler's whole 1,000-year Reich thing was the 1,000-year Reich was the Holy Roman Empire, which lasted from 800 to Napoleon 1,000 years later.
Small man's complex dominates. As you point out, it wasn't long before he was sitting in a Flemish jail. Explain the assemblies and all, also the electors he now had to deal with. There was no democracy, but it wasn't sole rule either.
Yeah, the Holy Roman Empire was a strange construct in that it was an empire in name, only sort of the joke Napoleon told that it was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. There were, 1,000 city-states, principalities and duchies and kingdoms in German-speaking Europe. The original idea was to unite all of Christian Europe under a secular equivalent of the Pope. So you had the Pope down in Rome, and you had Charlemagne, who was crowned by the Pope in the year 800 as the secular equivalent, just to keep everyone together and keep the peace and resolve conflicts. Maximilian became the emperor of this thing, but the way it happened was by an election among 7 electors, 4 of whom were bishops, 3 of whom were secular rulers. They were all from different parts of Germany. So you had Elector in Worms, you had one in Dresden, you had one in what's now the Czech Republic, but it was German in those days. Then you had the Habsburgs. And it just it made things easier to keep electing Habsburgs to this post. But in the election where Maximilian became emperor, there were others who wanted it because they saw an opportunity to make more money for themselves. If they could turn this strange thing of being a Holy Roman emperor into being an actual emperor with all the powers that entailed. So there was an election. We had Henry VIII put his hat in the ring. We had Maximilian put his hat in the ring, and there was one other. Do you remember who that was? It was France. It was Charles. Yeah, Francis the First in France. And they all wanted it, and it became a contest who could bribe the electors the most. And because of Fugger, Maximilian was able to put up the most money, and he seized the day and won the election.
He understood the power of precious resources. Did it become a winner-take-all business from here on out, from Maximilian and the Habsburg dynasty?
Yeah, well, he was extremely ambitious, and he thought that God was on his side, so he kept fighting these little wars, mostly in Italy. Didn't get very far. The Pope was able to keep him out of Rome. Duke of Milan was able to hold him back for a while, and he never really achieved his territorial ambition in Europe. He was never able to wrest that much power from the other big monarchs in Germany, the other electors. And in some ways, being emperor was a ceremonial title. He could try to claim that he had more authority than the others, but when push came to shove, he really didn't. Although the people, the peasants, work in the fields, and they thought that he was divine and would come up and touch him, thinking that he had magic healing powers and all that stuff. But again, what his best successes were with marriages, and how he was able to get France for for himself and how he was able to get Spain for his son.
Yeah, to your point and Bill's point earlier on World War I think of it as like World War I was actually a family split where you had cousins going on one side of the line or the other. Ultimately, and maybe that's why family starts with an F. So to another F, let's go back to Fugger. You make the case he was an intellectual long before there was such a group, in call it the Renaissance time or what we now know as kind of college-educated intellectualism in America. But you point out now that that's mainstream. He was also a fervent Catholic who believed that God had a plan for him and God had blessed him to do what he did. There was a purpose. He was there on earth doing what he was doing. That is not mainstream today. So I guess this mix of pragmatism and business and providence seems like a big driver for him individually. In other words, he could go out with purpose because he was trying to solve something and he had God on his side.
Well, yeah, who knows how far skepticism went in those days. There's so many unknowns. You had the plague in the 14th century. Life was very fragile. It was completely uncontrollable. Couldn't explain things. Almost everyone, at least said that they were believers. What Fugger really believed, I don't know, but he certainly acted as if he believed there was a good chance that there was a God. And you see that most in the way he
11th of February, one of these WA members was hurt and
prepared for the afterlife.
The Nazis reacted.
He knew that he was violating commandments. He knew that he was, by lending money, that he was in violation of not just the usury ban, however Roth might interpret it, but also the words of the New Testament. So when he wrote his will, he was very clear that he wanted to give money to the church. He wanted to make sure that people were praying for him after he died, and he was just doing everything he could to atone for his sins. Like a lot of rich people, he was able to rationalize what he was doing. Probably did think that he was doing the Lord's work by making money for himself.
He might have taken the billionaire's pledge, you might say, right?
Yeah, he didn't have children of his own. Sure, it's interesting. So he just.
Let's pivot to you use a very interesting term in explaining him. What is vitamin B to a German? Because I had never heard that term as an American.
That's a German expression. Vitamin B means it's the German word for relationships. It's healing. And in those days where you really had to rely on trust, much more than you do today, because you have contracts, you have rule of law. Trust was a big deal in those days. And connections are what made the world go around. They still do, but even more so in those days. Without the proper introductions, they get nowhere.
By the way, Fugger would be the last guy I'd ever want to be sitting across the table from playing a game of Texas Hold'em poker with. Because you explained wonderfully, he gets involved in a copper cartel with his Hungarian assets. And then can you explain the strange twist in the plot that follows?
Yeah, the copper mines in Hungary and Slovakia were the biggest around. But he was sort of at the height of his powers just as the Reformation was getting started. And again, not because he wanted it to happen, but he played a key role in making the Reformation happen. And the peasants saw an opportunity to seize power from the monarchs, because the monarchs were all aligned with Rome, and because of Luther and the way he publicized the inequities, it it was plain to everyone, well, wait a minute, why are we listening to Mass that's in Latin? Why are we paying all this money to Rome? Who's to say that the priests are the only ones who can interpret the Bible? And they seem to be inconsistent. They seem to be actually doing things that the Bible says you shouldn't be doing. Enough of this. And there were rebellions that spread out all over Germany and also in Hungary. So Fugger had to defend his assets in Hungary, and that wasn't so easy because the peasants had enough resources to take over the mines to hold Fugger's people in Hungary hostage, and Fugger had to fight back pretty hard and spend the latter years of his life negotiating to get back his territory and his mines in Hungary. There were rival politicians who aligned with the peasants and took over these properties. And Fugger wanted either restitution or he wanted to get his stuff back. And he finally did, just at the end of his life.
When prior to that, you also explained his in that copper cartel, he had joined it and then turned around and in kind of a Rockefeller cut to kill fashion, he chopped the legs off of everybody in the cartel by underpricing everyone and taking them out of business, which, again, that's why I mentioned earlier, he's a tough guy to play cards with because one minute he's your ally, and if he sees an opportunity to ruin you, he would take it.
Yeah, that's, when you're playing poker, you know what the rules are, and you enter into that agreement when you sit down at the table. So people who did business with Fugger knew that, well, this arrangement's only going to last as long as it's in Fugger's interest.
Yeah.
A cartel is only as good as the willingness of the participants to play along and not slash prices. Fugger saw an opportunity. He was liquid enough that he could do that, and he made the calculation that he could wipe out the others, and he was correct in that calculation. He's a very smart guy.
He left himself an out, and nobody else did.
Yeah, he had the double entry accounting. Fugger married at age 39, speaking of alliances, to a younger woman. Fugger married for logical reasons, money and status. Augsburg limited party size. How did Fugger deal with this?
Oh, the size of weddings. Yeah. Well, that anecdote, I forget exactly what happened. Maybe you can refresh me. I know he did have a big party, and he brought in oysters. He had a wedding in January because the oysters would stay fresh.
Correct. Yeah, I remember that. But I think it was there was a certain limit. I don't remember the number in your book. And so I think the town had said, here's our limit on party size. And so he threw a massive wedding in comparison and just paid the tax.
Yeah, you see that today too, right? Okay, if the fine's only $1,000 for making noise after midnight, there's plenty of people who don't bat an eye.
Well, and I also think back to the pandemic. If they said, hey, it's going to be $1,000 if you throw an unsanctioned party, well, you just paid the $1,000 to throw a wonderful big party.
You throw a $50,000 party.
Exactly.
Jewels became an interest for Fugger. Explain the Three Brothers Jewel and its historical significance.
Well, Fugger got a hold of one of the most interesting pieces of jewelry in the world, and he kept sort of his rainy day account was jewelry. People would use jewelry as a store of value. They would use silver plate, which whatever it would be, silverware, drinking vessels, whatever it is that you can make out of silver. Just have this stuff lying around as a way to have some somewhat liquid assets always at your disposal. Jewelry was one of those because, as it's today, it's portable, very valuable. That jewel somehow ended up belonging to Queen Elizabeth I in London. One of the most famous paintings of her shows her wearing this particular piece of jewelry, and it just got passed on through generation, through one
monarchy after another, and you have this thing. Fugger and other financiers were not just affecting Europe. Explain how their investments were reaching to the New World and other continents.
Well, Maximilian I and his son, Charles married into the family of Ferdinand and Isabella. And as we know, Ferdinand and Isabella were the ones that bankrolled Columbus in 1492. And the Spaniards in South America, Charles married one of their daughters, and so he inherited South America, and Fugger was involved a little bit with some of the transatlantic trade that was just in its infancy. He was also involved, he did this secretly, he was involved with Portugal, which was Spain's great rival. Portugal, as you know, Magellan was Portuguese. Portugal paid for Magellan's round the world journey, all of this stuff. And Fugger was the one who secretly bankrolled this adventure, thinking, okay, I'm going to not only have commercial dealings with the Habsburgs, make a lot of money off them, but I'm going to hedge my bets a little bit in case Portugal ends up being the winner in South America. And the Pope famously drew a line through South America, which granted the eastern portion to the Portuguese. That's Brazil. And that's why they speak Portuguese in Brazil, and the rest of it went to Spain. This was all happening during Fugger's time.
Fugger sent copper and silver to Portugal. What did they send back?
Well, the Portuguese got spices from India, and that's what made that Portugal a little country, but they were very powerful. This was the heyday of the Portuguese empire. It's funny, just yesterday, I got a note from my agent that we sold the Portuguese rights to this book, and we already sold the Brazilian rights, and they got published in Brazil, but apparently the Portuguese is different enough in Portugal, so they wanted their own translation. So.
Well, it also proves that Fugger proved a long time ago that Germans love their spicy curry.
If you've been to Berlin, you know that, right?
Correct.
Very close. Yeah.
Exactly. So, forced unsecured lending on Fugger was no way to bargain, right? No one was going to show up to your discussion earlier about the poker table and tell Fugger to lend, and you have no other option. I'm going to quote your book here. Quote, they fail to understand that it is for the common good that honorable, brave, and honest companies are in the realm. And Fugger's obviously saying this. For it is not disreputable, but rather it is a wonderful jewel that such companies are in the kingdom. End quote. He ended the letter with a vague threat. Quote, reasonable people know this and would be wise to consider, end quote. So Fugger's saying this in a backhanded way to Maximilian at the time. Doesn't this sound like any of the political rhetoric of our day as well? It was kind of, you're going to be forced to do this as a rich person in society. Between him and the king, it was really kind of a soak the rich. You're going to have to do this whether you like it. But Fugger, had options. Switzerland was not that far away as a tax haven even then. And again, that's true today. So how do you look at this idea? And I actually really thought of it in almost an estate planning context. You could die, pay 45% of your quote-unquote taxable estate here in the United States and whatever you pay to your state, if any. Or you could end up in the Bahamas, a.k.a. the Western Hemisphere's Switzerland. Isn't this identical? It's just the same problem, completely manifest in a different era.
Yeah, rich people have choices, right? They can go wherever they want, and if someone promises them a more favorable tax regime, and the assets can be relocated. Yeah, sure, it's identical. But this point about some of that stuff you were just reading about, that to me that's the importance of Fugger. He was the first commoner who was able to stand up to power and say, we have a contract here, you have to pay up. And Fugger's, the thing that made Fugger was that he had leverage over his borrowers that no other banker before him ever had. The sovereigns would look down on him because he was a commoner. He didn't have the hand of God looking over them like the emperor thought that he did, the electors did. He didn't have the divine sanction, and yet he was able to have power over them. And it's been like that ever since, where those who have the money. You talked about Argentina and sovereign debt before. The creditors have a lot of power. You talked about Abraham Lincoln. What was the big concern about financing during the Civil War? What would happen to the faith and credit of the U.S. government if they couldn't pay back on those bonds after the war? This sort of thinking, the ability of someone with a contract to get a sovereign to pay, force the sovereign to pay, just did not exist before Foucault. He was the first one to really stand up and make it work, and then open up the doors for others, emboldened others to loan to sovereigns.
So Foucault was a banker with unlimited liability. Explain how his banking operation worked.
Well, he got deposits just like banks do today. Rich people would give them money in return for interest, and he would lend the money out, use it to not just make loans, but to do what would now be private equity deals with mines and other adventures, trading spices, trading other commodities, trading textiles, and then he would pay his depositors interest on it. And he always paid, and he did not have a shortage of people who wanted to come to him and give them their money. Same as today, right? If you have money, what are you going to do with it? You got to give it to someone, and Foucault had the trust of his depositors, and he made a good return for them.
Cardinal Macaulay died. How did this cause a run on Foucault, and what was the solution?
Well, he was one of Foucault's big depositors, and when he died, there was an assumption that his money, because he was a cardinal, wouldn't stay in the family. Right? There was no family. He didn't officially have children, although I'm sure he did have some, but they weren't heirs. And there was the assumption that this money would just flow to Rome, and Rome was not going to keep it with Foucault. So there was a run on the bank, and Foucault, in a stunt that you still see today, pretended that there was nothing wrong, pretended that things were never better. He hosted a party, a very lavish party, to show how rich he was, to remind people. He went around from town to town in southern Germany, dressed in his finest clothes, on his best horses, 13 horses leading his coach, throwing coins to the peasants who were following after his coach. He just wanted to show, even though he was facing the gravest crisis of his career, he wanted to show that he was very rich and powerful and create the impression, at least, that there is nothing to worry about. And by doing this, and then by working out a deal with the Pope so that the Pope would keep money with the Foucaults, he was able to get out of this jam. That was the most precarious moment in Foucault's career, that he was able to fake his way out of trouble.
Greg, by random chance, at 6:30 in the morning, Monday morning, after Friday that Ivan Boesky was arrested, I was at Milken's trading floor with the guy that ran half the retail for Drexel Burnham, and Milken was making all his calls. Get Erwin Jacobs on the line, get Carl Icahn. He was making every attempt to make it look like it was business as usual, just like you're describing. Whereas the 30 men, I think it was almost all men, surrounding him, the way it was all centered, him in the middle with them all around. You could hear a pin drop in there. I mean, they weren't saying anything, and so it's a very analogous situation. As we invest abroad for our investors, we think strong insider ownership is important to deal with. To deal with the inside baseball of places that you can't know. Explain how Zink was Fugger's strong insider in Rome with the Vatican.
Through his Oxford connections, got to be friendly with a very corrupt lobbyist, as it were, who worked the halls of the Vatican to Fugger's benefit. When they came up with the indulgence scheme that Luther vilified, it was Zink who negotiated the terms of how that transaction would work, where they would split the money between the Vatican and Fugger. And Zink, he was the bag man, he was the lobbyist, he was the German guy who had the ear of the papal officials. And Fugger was willing to bribe, he was willing to do whatever it took to get what he wanted. And Zink was the guy who made it happen in Rome.
Sounds like that one guy from Game of Thrones.
Or past Glencore partners. I think the other thing that made me think a lot about is, the interaction, which was they go to the peasants. You kind of touch on this. I think we're going to come back to this in just a second. But they go to the peasants and say, "This is for St. Peter," St. Peter's Basilica. They were going to rebuild it from its. I think you mentioned it was just wood. It was nothing, and so it was all under the heading of let's put the apostle in a great resting place. That was a small use of the money, and then the profits were split between the Pope and Fugger from there.
And the Pope really wanted to, show his wealth, show his power. Nowadays you would pay influencers do something like that. But in those days, you would do it by building something very large. It was visible, and people would talk about it, people would travel to see. Whoever had the biggest building had the most power, or perceived power. And so the Pope wanted to build this giant complex in Rome. He needed a lot of money to do it. Fugger had an issue in Rome in that one of the electors, those 7 men who decided to be Holy Roman Emperor, borrowed a bunch of money to bribe people to make himself an elector. He had to pay Fugger back, and in order for Fugger's scheme to enable this guy to pay him back was to raise money with this indulgence program. The Pope signed off on it in return for running his own indulgence program for St. Peter's. And Fugger's people and some huckster priests went around throughout the German countryside and told this story about how if you give money to Rome for this project for St. Peter's, you will reduce your time in purgatory. What the promoters here weren't saying is, well, half of this money would also go to pay back Fugger for the bribes that were paid to make this one guy an elector. But the program had some success. It raised a lot of money. Fugger's people were with the hucksters every step of the way, counting the money, making sure it got to where it would be, keeping the records. And this went on for several months, and it raised a lot of money that made both Pope and Fugger happy, and St. Peter's got built.
Discuss the idea of usury and why it was an issue in Germany in the early 16th century.
Well, in the New Testament, there's a line that says, lend and expect nothing in return. The idea that you can make money from money, defied defied logic for some people, because you're not giving someone something that has any tangible value. If you give someone $1, if they give you back $1, that should be enough. Just like if I give you my car, you give me back another car that's identical. Now that's an even split. But in the case of loaning money, I give you $1, and then you pay me back $1.10. That didn't seem right to a lot of people, and the church didn't like this because the church wasn't all evil. There were some things that they did that were very good, and one was that they tried to protect people from getting ripped off. And this was one way that they did it. Money changers were common, and there were people who charged very high interest rates, and they would ruin their borrowers, and the borrower wouldn't pay back. So it was in Rome's interest to try to protect the peasants, and one way of doing that was to outlaw usury. Now the fact is, borrowing is what makes the world
It's Aquarius.
despite
How you living, girl? Kicking ass, taking names. Kicking ass, taking names. Are you ready for me? 3, 2, 1. Bingo. Oh, I win every day, girl. Oh, look at you. That one just... That's the way to start. All right, get this one. Oh, you game is close. Yeah, you. Perfect. That's what I'm talking. That's how you start. Get it. 9 again. All right, get this one. It's a tough one to get. Almost. All right, I need to get this split. Get it. Ooh, doggy. That was good. All right. You can get this split. One. Get it. All right. That's all right because I'm definitely going to get two. No doubt, no doubt. Easy peasy. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Here you go. Get this spare. That was right on. Uh-oh. Not good. Oh, for sure. No doubt. No doubt. I'm doing okay. I'll take it. Oh, but look at you. Don't call it a comeback. 2 more. Okay. 2. The goal is 2. I'm going to get these 4. Maybe not. Okay. All right. 291. way to 300. All right, Aquarius. Let's see you win. All right. No doubt. I'm going to get this one, and everybody's going to cheer when I do. Come on. There we go. That was a hard one. Get it, Mr. Aquarius. That's it. It was looking good. Get it. Oh, that was almost it.
In secret if necessary, and then you had people in between, people who were willing to go along to get along, but still
Oh no.
very Jewish. And
no.
Other crypto Jews, or as they were called, conversos, or Christians. So Jews actually, I'm talking about crypto Jews, they actually succeeded under this social environment because they were no longer
almost
by these artificial restraints. Society is placed.
That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Aquarius.
Because they were organized, they had a very high level that they placed on education. And so over the next 100 years,
get it.
Until they,
no doubt. No doubt. All right, now this is a serious split. Oh, come on. Gotten it. That was enough. That was the shot.
Spanish society and even in the church. So when we get closer to the end of the 15th century, the church decides.
Get this, girl. You got it. Perfect. Perfect.
Which was not technically speaking directed.
Get this. Get this.
Was directed at
you made a nice comeback.
They were not believed to be behaving in this manner.
No doubt.
They had this whole purge-like where
thank you, ma'am.
arrest these suspected
get it.
That's
all right. You win, I win. I win, you. Undefeated and undefeated in front. All right, Mr. Aquarius. In bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yay is right. Excellent, Mr. Aquarius. Well, sweet dreams, and we'll see you in the morning, God willing. That's right.
Schools, and they're still maintaining meat shops, and they're still maintaining, rabbinical services. And so the crypto Jews are always being drawn back. Are persuaded. Christian.
That's all we can do. Good on you. Yeah, I don't understand. Right. Right, I get that too. People just think that the only people who use the internet are between the ages of 18 and 24. And it's like, no. That's all you can do. Of course. He doesn't want to get paid.
Dog in their own families.
Yeah, that's why I don't talk to people in there. All right, Mr. Aquarius, sweet dreams. Absolutely.
Connections in many of these other countries, Jewish connections, and they were extremely important for the advance of the economy. And so, if you think back to what's going on in the Netherlands, they have this idea of the indulgence, right? The illegal, but unofficially tolerated. So even though, depending on who was controlling it at that point, and there was a lot of Spanish influence and so on, they basically said, listen, these Portuguese people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes and things like that, but they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specifically involved with draining agricultural land, but they are contributing to society through their mercantile activity, keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should we be persecuting them? This was also in line with the form of Protestantism that was very strong in this region, in contrast to Lutheranism, that was much more prevalent in parts of Germany. Calvinism was more of the tolerant version of Protestantism that held to kind of Luther's original position that Jesus was born a Jew and so on, and there was no reason to persecute the Jews. So these Portuguese Jews were the first to make a really strong communal foothold in the Netherlands, establishing communities there. Officially only in 1608, most likely they had been there for decades prior. They just began to be more open about their Jewish identity in the early 17th century. And they succeeded. They were tolerated, they had permission to establish synagogues, they printed their own prayer books, things like that. And later on, they would be joined by an influx of Ashkenazim who were coming from Eastern Europe, particularly in the wake of the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49. Ironically, we live in an era that tends to be Ashkenaz-centric, just the way the population relationship and the Jewish world works. Western Europe and North America is predominantly Ashkenazic. That tends to be a wealthier part of the world. And so, we have this stereotype of Ashkenazim kind of being the big brothers helping out the Sephardim and the Portuguese Jews who are the younger brothers. In reality, at this time, it was definitely the opposite. The Ashkenazim were the needy immigrant Jews, and the Portuguese were the well-established, wealthy Jews who demonstrated tremendous generosity and largesse in caring for these massive influx of Ashkenazi Jews. But that's one of the things that I think makes the Netherlands so fascinating in Jewish history, is it's one of these meeting places of multiple Jewish populations with very different attitudes, very different perspectives on life and the world, and it creates some of those fascinating ideologies. And that's what we see especially happening across the most famous Jewish inhabitants of this region are Spinoza, and as a distant second, really, it's not even second, but famous for me anyway, Uriel da Costa. This is a remarkable painting that, if you've heard any of my lectures on Costa before, please forgive me, because I return to this figure quite often. He is someone that I think is extremely important for our understanding of Jewish modernity. Uriel da Costa was a Portuguese Jew who, like many, did not learn of his Jewish identity until he was a teenager. It was very dangerous, of course, for Portuguese Jewish parents to tell their kids that they were in fact Jewish, because that could like put the whole Inquisition down on him. So his parents ultimately divulged his identity to him. He had already earned a degree from the University of Coimbra in theology. And he was very, very excited about it. He said, "Look, this is fantastic." And he moved to Amsterdam. He actually spent some time elsewhere in Europe as well. But he was unable to fit in with Dutch society, Dutch Jewish society, because largely he had this, this ideal of what Jews should be like that was based entirely on reading only the Christian version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. He read about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, David. Wow, Jews are so fantastic. But when he got to Amsterdam, he saw there were regular people, and they were sometimes, not so careful with their language, and sometimes they didn't demonstrate at the highest level of integrity that he thought. He had quite a bit of the gadfly on the community, and he took it to extremes. He actually published books criticizing the Jews from within, but in really nasty kind of criticism. Ultimately, he was excommunicated by the Dutch Jewish community for that. And after a third, and he kept on coming back saying, "Please, I have to live in Hungary, I can't be separated." Ultimately, after a third ritually humiliating Rothschild, decided that he should rather take his own life, and he died by suicide after leaving a 12-page suicide note, very moving document called Rabbi, an example of his life that says a lot about what Jewish identity means in modern era. Now, sitting on his lap in this remarkable picture, you can see that the husband has this, he's all dressed in black, and he has this kind of like claw-like grip on the edge of the chair. He's got this 1,000-yard stare. He looks very somber and a little morbid. Sitting on his lap is this carefree boy with long golden curls. He's languidly holding on to some flowers while looking askance at the text of a book. That's supposed to represent Spinoza. And in fact, they do overlap in one of his many years in Amsterdam. Spinoza went through much of the same process as Acosta did, but unlike Acosta, he was able to somehow simply say, "Well, okay, that's fine. I'm not so worried about it. I'm going to go on my merry way." And here, the same artist in 1907, 3 years later, painted this version of Spinoza excommunicated. He was a Jewish blinder who became very interested in other perspectives on the Bible, and in fact, essentially invented what would be called later biblical criticism. There's a lot more to say about Spinoza more than we can spend here, but anyways, he is the architect of modern philosophy. He was also excoriated by the community, that his ideas were not only antithetical to Judaism, but they were also antithetical to the protection of the community, because the Amsterdam Jewish community did not want to rely on this idea of illegal demolition tolerated. They to stay in line and they didn't have their ties on and look proper. They regarded him with some hatred and fear, whereas in this painting you see his attitude of, well, I'm sorry about that, but I'm going to go on my merry way. Much more to say about Spinoza, but nevertheless, he is indicative of the intellectual ferment of the Jewish community, for good or ill, depending on how you understand this stuff. It was a place of tremendous activity, a tremendous exchange of ideas. Huge center of printing. You may recognize this from this piece from the Amsterdam Haggadah, which is a landmark printing of copper engravings that illustrated that Haggadah. He's on hundreds of thousands of Jewish tables every Passover. It was illustrated by Abraham Bar Yaakov, a Canadian convert to Judaism who lived in Amsterdam. This picture, which depicts the artist himself as being none other than Prophet Jonah, being tossed over into the waves and swallowed up by that great sea creature, and then he is finally deposited on solid ground. Avraham Bar Yaakov, his son, his name is at the bottom there, clearly saw himself as someone who was lost in the sea of intellectual ferment and found his home ultimately in Judaism. He became a very important master copper engraver, and his work has been seen at the tables of who knows how many untold families here in America, because one of the most famous Haggadahs that's widely used, primarily because it was available for free from the local grocery store. The Passover Haggadah published by Max Rabbi's coffee company is essentially the Amsterdam Haggadah. It went through a couple of iterations, but for the longest time it was the Amsterdam Haggadah. So we get to the 20th century and this very quick overview. Jews are finding themselves very much at home in Dutch society. And one of the most heroic moments came at the lowest point in history, and specifically during the Holocaust. One of the things that is really unprecedented in Europe during the period of the Nazi occupation is a widespread general strike that began in Amsterdam, specifically in protest of the treatment of Jews in that city by the Nazis. As you can see, here's the actual document that was circulated. You can even see strikes. Strike. You get a sense of the anger that average workers in Amsterdam felt over the abuse of their traditional tolerance that had been extended to Jews. This strike was, as you might imagine, horribly and brutally truncated by the Nazis, who used collective punishment, which was their go-to tool for controlling dissent, and it was crushed within a matter of days. But nevertheless, it is only one of its examples in all of Nazism. This is a wonderful statue that was erected to memorialize that general strike. It shows a dock worker, and as you can see from this remarkable piece, I'm sorry I forgot the name of the artist who constructed it. I have a separate video where we talk about it. The artist has chosen not to portray some kind of like neo-Soviet hero with Belgian pectorals and a lantern jaw and things like that, which would have been really, a travesty in this kind of example, because the Nazis also liked that kind of heroic, artificial Superman type art. This is like, he looks like, he's in his late 30s, early 40s, he's overweight, he's just a regular working Joe, but he's looking up to the sky, and his hands are like slowly clenching as he begins to feel the anger at how Jews are being treated, his fellow citizens in Amsterdam. And as his anger builds, he becomes resolved to engage in this general strike. It's very, very touching and worthwhile statue. I can't wait to see it over there. Unfortunately, the larger story of the Jews in the Holocaust is not one of great heroism. In Amsterdam, in particular, of course, that's where Anne Frank was deported and lost her life after recording her thoughts in a remarkable diary later published. And in fact, Amsterdam had a horrific demographic impact under the Holocaust, worse than most other countries. And that's the sad reality. But after the Holocaust, with the influx in particular of refugees from Eastern Europe, the Jewish people the Jewish population was eventually reconstituted in these regions and began to succeed and thrive once again. So, God willing, I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. For those who are on the call, if you are able to join us, it would be great to have you. I'm going to conclude my presentation now, and then I'm going to turn to the Q&A to see if there's anything I can answer. Thank you very much for your attention and your importance. Okay, so let's see what I got in the Q&A. Stacey M, thanks me for letting me in. You're most welcome. Mr. Lynch asks about Spinoza's parents and uses the term Marano. This term Marano is kind of fallen out of favor in scholarly world because it literally means pig, and it was a term of opprobrium that was used to describe those people who were technically Christian but still practicing Judaism. Preferred terms are crypto-Jew or verso or even Jew Christians, which was the church. So Spinoza, like Costa, descended from these Portuguese crypto-Jews. Torres asks, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand were inclined to acquiesce to Torquemada because they wanted to confiscate property and money from the wealthy Jews who were forced, because the Jews were forced to leave them behind, and that way they could fund their war primarily against Muslims to the south. That is quite true. In fact, one of the big debates in Jewish historiography about this period is, was the expulsion of Jews primarily an economic, was it a function of the economics of the region, or was it a function of ideology? Meaning, Ferdinand and Isabella were true believers, and they really wanted to get rid of all Christians from the Iberian Peninsula. They could not only totally unite, but also Muslim and they wanted to also drive out the Islamic influence. And it's a massive debate. My humble opinion, I think the truth is somewhere between those two extremes, but the crown definitely stood to benefit from the Jewish property of the expelled Jews. They got into a lot of trouble later, the debts owed, and that had to be dealt with. And Christians were well entwined into many of these economic arrangements, and so it's not just a simple matter to simply steal money and keep it out. There was something that required quite a bit of investigation over the next century. Stacey M reads that one of the Jewish writers that the Spanish Jews were embarrassed by the immigrant Jews and actually pitched in to send them off to the British Empire. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that we will see from time to time in Jewish history. The Italian Jews were also, they had a very degree of enthusiasm for accepting some of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in New York, for example, the earlier immigrants who came first from Spain and Portugal, and then later from Germany, didn't have quite as good an opinion about the Jews who were coming from Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania. So it is a phenomenon that repeats itself, unfortunately, many times in Jewish history. In Amsterdam specifically, the Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves and their own charities first, but the bulk of their charitable donations actually went to Ashkenazim, which is really quite fascinating. Mr. Boscombe writes, how is it possible a judgment of tolerance and striking against Nazi treatment of the Jews for the most devastating stories of the Holocaust? That is a very important question. I think the key variable that has to be isolated is the degree of collaboration of the local populations in the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not at all simple to answer, particularly in a short Q&A like that. We should recall that the Nazis had a very different attitudes towards how they occupied states in the West, which they regarded as their racial equals, and how they treated states in peace, like Poland, for example, which they regarded as their racial underlings. And the degree to which the local population was willing to cooperate with the Nazis was highly correlated with the treatment they received from the Nazis. It was a very, very different kind of thing. So your question requires
Here's the latest. California's governor's race could get a new heavyweight contender, Senator Alex Padilla. The FDA signs off on COVID shots, but you might have to enter your document on ban European foreign ministers claim the U.S. for blocking Palestinian Authority President who was attending an upcoming United Nations meeting. Check the
lecture there where I discussed in great detail. Okay, that's it. Not too bad for timing. Thank you all very much for joining me. I think it would be great if we could work together in person on this cruise. If that's not possible for you, I'm very happy to communicate my research as I go through it over the next few months on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for webinar, and we all have a fantastic day.
Hi, I'm Shelly, and this is my Cloudflare cybersecurity month story. It looked like a normal client invoice. Same logo, same subject line I've seen a million times. I clicked it before I even thought about it. Luckily, within seconds, Cloudflare flagged it. Malicious. All the systems were compromised. My customers were just one thing, but Cloudflare stopped it. Thanks, Cloudflare.
Cloudflare can stop threats in real time before they ever reach your people. Cloudflare.
Baby, hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with kosher riverboat cruises, and I came across this one individual who was so fascinating that I have to share his life story with you. His name is Rabbi, and he also had an alias named David Trulia. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew, and he became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual advantages in society because as Christians, they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions, not allowing them to attend higher education or travel or open businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintain some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ended up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there. Very fascinating. Okay, so the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled in Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We also visited the Master Culture Riverboat Cruise. He has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name is Geronimo de Saldanha. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, their family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews. So the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's where we get to our individual local Ramirez. His father was Geronimo Núñez Ramirez. Núñez is a very common name associated with these crypto Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and preaching Judaism in secret. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures and the confessions and things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway, so frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. So once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled first to France, and our protagonist, Lopo, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Lopo, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria da Pina, and you don't be confused by that name Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was Rachel Nahar. She was a crypto Jew as well. So, working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Gabbai of the Beit Jacob synagogue in Amsterdam. Very, very important position, and he handled it very well. He was especially involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minion, which happens all the time, and he managed to sort of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion, and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential in several decades later, in bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single organization. So very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There was a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany. And he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then caught and was in fact tried and executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely do not want to mess with local Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on him. He had the whole episode recorded first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew verse to a long poem. He kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled, and on Purim, the family would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese government, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Leopold became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. But we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Leopold was knighted by the King of Portugal. He was made a formal knight, Caballero Fidalgo da Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who the Latin name Amatus Lusitanus, very famous Jewish doctor who was originally a crypto Jew, and his pen name Amatus Lusitanus means in Latin lover of Portugal. So once again, even though he could not return, he still had great love for his homeland. Now, the services he rendered to both Spain and Portugal were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that would be from Germany, do not mess with Lopo Ramirez. And he was told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay Lopo Ramirez on time for his services, because he can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this, perhaps, this other side of him is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you the link to an article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were 3 Jewish men who married 3 sisters, so 3 brothers-in-law to each other. Lopo Ramirez was one of them. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphan 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away, and he named his 2 brothers-in-law, including Lopo, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Lopo and his other brother-in-law taking care of this 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunt, the 3 sisters, or the 2 sisters. One of them, of course, passed away, meaning Ramirez's wife and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money for themselves. This was viewed with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal Tehillah organization, formal community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including our Lopo Ramirez, in Nidui, which is a form of ostracism that is 1 level short of Karen, which is a much more stringent ban, sometimes called excommunication. In general, the Amsterdam Jewish community used Nidui and Karen quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spinoza, Uriel da Costa, and others. So this status Nidui lasted a very long time, and Lopo Ramirez himself, because he was a very proud man, tremendous achievements, very wealthy, he ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in Antwerp. This was something that was not done at all, but he had many connections with the ruling authorities, and even though the papal nuncio himself opposed allowing Lopo Ramirez to move to Antwerp and to set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, even go to the synagogue there, but he could have, yes, so on, and in fact, some travelers who even had all kinds of people coming for Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Well, fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved, and after 13 years, Lopo Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam for burial. Fascinating story. Lopo Ramirez, David Curia. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to enjoy again. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, friends. So in the course of my research and preparation for the medical news to ladies, I'm going to pass this wonderful story, fantastic biography of someone known as the Rabbi exactly the Rabbi of Amsterdam. This story is mind-blowing. I got to tell you about it. Let's start first of all by talking about the period of time of the era of the so-called Asian Republic. This is a period of time when it was created by Israel. She brought with them the tremendous idea of the Revolution of 1789. Because, of course, what the federal law is the Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen, as French have proclaimed as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795 the Dutch Republic became a republic, they inherited all of these ideas. And there were many local Dutchmen who said, yeah, this is great, let's do this, stay with the invaders, and let us adopt some of these ideas. The Jews at this time rather who were among most of the country. There were Jews who were very much in favor of maintaining the status quo with multitude. They were known as the Orangists. And there were those who said, no, let's adopt these new values of future emancipation and so on. The divisions Jews and was so intense actually they were fist fights fighting in the street over the treacherous Orangists attacking those who were revolutionists were not Jews. This was eventually killed in August of 1795 when the authorities for the Republic put the Parnassen, those were the traditional leaders of the old style Israel or Jewish community, in charge and actually placed guards at the edges of the Jewish border to make sure that people, Jews were not united on this at all. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental, sort of conservatism of many elements of Jewish community. Here's a beautiful Torah scroll mantle dating from 1898, but it actually has written on it the top Keter Torah, the crown of Torah, in the year of the coronation of the Queen Wilhelmina. I've never seen a Torah mantle that actually specifically is dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish president. Here it is. I think it's something to be like very profound patriotism and conservatism. Anyway, on the other side, the lesser part of the country, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of conservation and liberty organized themselves in a group called Felix Liberals Tactic, which essentially means happy liberty. 1/3 of the membership of this group was non-Jewish and 2/3 were Jews. The goal, the explicit goal of Felix Liberals Tactic was equal rights for Jews modeled on the French example. To recap, with some of the other videos I talked about the era of Napoleon and so on, the French Revolution in 1789, and when we claimed this rights of man and citizen, there was a question, hey, what about us Jews? And the the French government that comes to notice that we weren't necessarily thinking about that. So they took basically about a year. They said, okay, discard him. They're close enough to regular French people really emancipate him. And then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, all the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote and also the right of residency, very important for Jews who were frequently accustomed to being expelled from the territories in which they lived, right to pursue various occupations, right of higher education, and so on and so forth. But let us
Folks, look at
return
this.
to what's happening in the Canadian Republic. In 1796, September, the Jews there were also emancipated. They got the vote, and they began to exercise that privilege. Ultimately, in 1798, a Jew was finally appointed to public office. Moses Salomon Asser became a member of the city judicial committee. Now, there's some great internal change going on at the same time. Felix Libertate wanted similar democratization, not only of the overall society, but also of this highly conservative Jewish community. They wanted to remove the quasi-democratic, more oligarchic structure of the leadership of the Jewish community, which was called the Kehillah leadership was typically made up of obviously men, usually property holders. The right to elect those men was limited by property and wealth and so on. And although this is a structure that has stood the Jews in good stead for really almost 2,000 years at this point, many people said they should expand the ways in which leaders are chosen. The traditional leadership really didn't want to make that change. And even though the Canadian Republic was espousing a lot of these very progressive values, they really didn't want to get involved in the internal machination of the Jewish community. And so they wanted to keep the old guard in place because they, after all, were responsible for keeping the peace, and they had done very well during previous years. So what happened was, in 1797, these progressive Jews, acting under the title Felix Libertate, separated, seceded from the single monolithic Jewish community of Amsterdam, and they established their own Kehillah, which they called the Naya Kehillah, or New Kehillah, community, and they had their own shul called Adat Yeshua. We should understand that, today you have Jews and shul argue over, whether we serve this kind of herring or that kind of kiddush, and they break away and set up a separate meeting and shul happens. That's kind of like the American way of doing things. But the traditional European way, you had one community for Jews, no separations. You may have had several synagogues, but they're all sort of organized under a single, almost feudal, medieval kind of structure. And this represented a tremendous break. It would also be evidenced later on, 50 years later, when Rabbi Samuel Hirsch in Frankfurt am Main would famously secede in something that was known as the Auschwitz, the separation, secession of the more Orthodox leaning Jews from the more liberal leaning Jews in that city. So this actually preceded it by the 13th century. At any rate, you have this new Kehillah, and they have their own shul called
Broadcast radio connected with law Americans, deep
judge of Dayan to be the new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Yitzhak Yer. This was 1738 and 1807. We return to him because he's the subject of our talk. But just understand the membership of this Naya was pretty small. There were about 20,000 members of the old Kehillah. The new Kehillah only had about 700 people. And only 108 of them were actually paying members in 1799. It was a taxation membership going. So it was much smaller and marginally, but it was certainly worth its weight in machlokas, in controversy. I would love to go into this, and really intend to do a deep dive on this later before the news, but there was kind of like a year-long literary war between the old Kehillah and the new Kehillah, where they published competing Yiddish language pamphlets called discourse, where they attacked each other. The new community attacking the old community for their conservatism, and the old community attacking the new community for their opportunism and their separation, and so on. And some of it reads like Torah. It's actually pretty amazing. The old community, for example, published fake advertisements for events to be hosted by the new community, saying that they were going to be serving lobsters and oysters, and they were going to have Friday night smoking rooms, all of which were huge violations of Jewish law and completely false. They weren't doing anything like that, and the new Kehillah would attack them back and so on. I'm looking forward to reading some of those later. But when we actually look at what were the things that the Naya Kehillah did that were so radical, they're pretty funny actually, and hardly liberal compared to what we're doing later on in Germany. The big changes were this. First of all, they're going to make their shul announcements in Dutch, not in Hebrew or Yiddish or Portuguese. They're going to make it in the official language. Now that's, not so earth-shattering. The shul announcements are basically things like, when is Mincha, the next prayer, and like who had a baby and who got married and who was sitting Shiva and who's sponsoring Kiddush and things like that. I mean, it's not like they're not ritual things. They are part of the overall ritual that is the end of the services to make these announcements. But switching to the Dutch language as a statement of civic membership that the Naya Kehillah wanted to emphasize, and although the rest of the liturgy, the rest of the prayers were this particular exception. Oh, yeah. Secondly, amazingly again, the new Kehillah insisted on singing Lecha Dodi together. Oh my gosh. You can do that. It's pretty funny because almost every synagogue I've ever prayed on Friday night always has this particular psalm or song in that's composed in 16th century spot in Israel. Beautiful Kabbalistic hymn welcoming the Sabbath bride. That's almost always sung in English, although I did pray for many years in a very Lithuanian style, very subdued kind of Friday night service, where we would alternate between singing parts and then singing parts to ourselves. But at any rate, the Naya Kehillah said, no, we're all going to sing it together, which has become basically the norm in almost all synagogues today. The third really radical thing that they proposed was there are all of these long medieval compositions called Newton, extra things, long, kind of like Homeric, like epic poems that are composed, not Homeric, but nevertheless long, that are inserted in the prayers that make the service drag out. Because these things are extra, they're added later, they're beautiful, but let's just do the prayers that we're supposed to, okay? And this is also an extremely common thing in most synagogues today, to skip all of those details. Most prayer books today, they will include them, but put them at the back if they hear some optional. These are relatively minor things, but nevertheless caused a huge uproar in Absalom. One of the most gold of the changes, however, was that the Naya Kehillah said that they would adopt the Sephardic eating kidneys. There's certain foods which are clearly not bread, like rice, for example, but Ashkenazim nevertheless have the custom of not. But the Naya Kehillah said that since we are essentially starting new, we're going to adopt new customs. We're going to adopt the Sephardic custom and eat these foods, even though Ashkenazim that's a little bit radical, but still, hardly earth-shattering compared to some of the things that we would see. This conflict was hot and heavy for about a decade until King Boom and Rabbi entered and said, we're going to stop all of this, and he abolished those innovations. But he said the leadership of the Naya Kehillah has to be reintegrated in some cases in leadership positions in the old Kehillah, and in that context they will be able to ultimately affect the Rothschild policy. Okay, let's get back to our main topic though, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Ger. So Ger, of course, is a convert, and besides the fact that there is a general Talmudic prohibition against reminding a person that they are a convert or they are descended from converts. Nevertheless, this is the way this rabbi was typically known for an amazing story that relates to his background. He comes from an amazing family of converts from Sweden. Here is actually an artistic representation of him. Here's once again the 1738 to 1807. And this comes from a Mr. Ole Esquis of Amsterdam, who was apparently a descendant of Rabbi Granville, and he posted in Mr. Mississippi Fred McDowell's On the Mainline blog. He looks like a very cheerful individual. You can see kind of like the artificial wig that was not uncommon at the turn of the 19th century like this. And sort of next to him in this kind of diorama, or I guess it's like a rabbi-orama, is an allusion to his book, which was Zera Yitzchak. He wrote this book in 1789. And in the text, there's a reference to the three pillars upon which the world stands.
You're listening to A Book with Legs, a podcast presented by Speed Capital Management.
Shout out to Speed Capital Management. Fucking geniuses over there. So one guy's gonna be like to his dad, like I told you it was a good idea. Dad's gonna be like, damn, motherfucker, we the best.
Welcome to A Book with Legs podcast. I'm Cole Smead, president and portfolio manager here at Smead Capital.
Look at this athleticism,
At
man.
our firm, we're readers and book junkies. It can be said that leaders are readers, and we believe books provide us a great source of information for filtering what is and isn't important for investors. Investing is the last great liberal art and the best way to spend a lifetime of learning. This podcast is for readers, thinkers, business-minded people, and investors who want to grow their knowledge from great authors and their writing. Charlie Munger often talks about using multiple mental models and analysis. Our aim is for this podcast to help listeners test Munger's theory in business, markets, and people. I'm glad you joined us for today's episode. I personally think we're going to have a lot of fun and hear some great stories with our guests. Greg Zuckerman is joining us to talk about his book, The Frackers, that was published in 2013. Greg is an investigative journalist with the Wall Street Journal. He is also the author of 5 other books, including his 2009 book, The Greatest Trade Ever, and his newest book titled A Shot to Save the World, The Inside Story of the Life or Death Race for a COVID-19 Vaccine. Before introducing Greg, I'd just like to tell listeners that I believe Greg's book, The Frackers, is a seminal book to understanding how we got to where we are in the energy business in 2021. And why those businesses, in many cases, have the current sentiment they do among investors. So, with no further ado, Greg, thanks for joining us today.
Hey, great to be here.
So, Greg, you're probably gaining. I'm probably the biggest fanboy as it pertains to your book. I've really enjoyed it, and I have to ask. You live in New Jersey. What inspired you to write this book?
That's a good question. I'm an East Coast guy, and my wife's from the West Coast, so I'd never been to some of these places. Little towns in Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana. What inspired me was just the fact that this was the most important business story at the time, and it had been written, frankly, how the nation transformed from one desperate for oil and gas, running out, and when we were exploring it, it sounded absurd to me, and frankly, it just hadn't told the full story. What people were behind it, what were their stories, how did they pull it off, why was it these people, unlikely characters, companies, and it wasn't what they expected. And I looked around and no one had told that story, and I wanted to be the one to travel the country and understand that story and tell it to the world.
So we kind of talked about this prior to the show. You enjoy getting into the lives of people and kind of telling their story. And I mean, you have some really big characters in the story. You have George Mitchell, you have Tom Ward and McClendon, you have Harold Hamm, you have Papa in the story. But you kind of use Mitchell as your starting off point for talking about really how this industry evolved and how, I have to assume that meeting George Mitchell or talking with his family was quite an interesting story to think about fracking and how this business progressed, and even geography, because I mean he had been there since the 1960s.
Yeah, I'll tell you a funny story about him. So he was my first interview for this book. I think I probably talked to an analyst or two, but in terms of the main character, so I flew out to Houston, and here I am, this East Coast guy who doesn't know that much about energy. I've done a little bit of writing about energy, but not that much. And I got to sit down with George, and it's a real privilege. Obviously, he's the father or the grandfather of this fracking revolution. But as a writer, you want to make your subjects, characters comfortable. You want to have something in common that often helps to get them comfortable. And I was wary flying out there. What do I know from George Mitchell, this big Houston oil baron? And so we sit down together, we start talking, and he tells me the story of his life. And he tells me about his father, Savas Periskopopoulos. And he says how Savas was an immigrant from a little town in Greece, came over off Ellis Island. They said, go work on the building the rails from, I think it was Arkansas to Texas. And one day his paymaster comes to him and says, Savas, I can't spell this name. What's this name of yours? And Savas says, well, what's your name? He goes, my name is Mike Mitchell. And Savas is like, all right, I'll be Mike Mitchell too. He took his name. And his son is George Mitchell. And I love that story for so many reasons, but among them is the fact that my great-grandfather got off the boat at Ellis Island, and they said, what's your name? And he said, Rumshinsky. And they're like, nah, we can't spell that. Take the last guy that just came through. His name was Zuckerman. So we had a lot in common, more common than you would have thought. So anything that's sort of emblematic of this whole book and this project for me is because the more I got to see the oil barons and the fracking kings, all that kind of stuff, and people that are so different from me, you realize how similar we all are, and that was one of the real themes of my research. Yeah, George was just a fascinating guy. He's an entrepreneur. He's a resilient businessman, creative, innovative, just everything we love about America and about American business.
Yeah, and George, what you lay on your story is really that George kind of did two things in an incredible way that led the industry, which was, first off, his technique, in other words, the idea of fracking itself, and then secondly, geography, because the fracking would take them into geographies that people hadn't been before.
Yeah, listen, he's so impressive in so many ways. His perseverance, again, it's that sort of true immigrant story, his family, but just the fact that he had to persevere over, forget about outsiders and skeptics who said, yes, fracking, and we understand shale. Shale's always been there. We know there's a lot of oil and gas packed into shale, but don't waste your time on it. He had skeptics within his own company. His own president, Bill Stevens, opposed fracking in the Barnett Shale. The president of his own company. Sometimes he had to work behind his president's back. And frankly, he was approaching 8 years old when they had their breakthrough. He had survived cancer. His wife had Alzheimer's. He had different problems, debt problems. Couldn't pay his charitable pledges. It was embarrassing. I just love that perseverance, that resilience.
The idea of energy independence, 20 years ago, that was thought as impossible. As we talked about, even 15 years ago, that no one thought that was possible either. Are you blown away that we've gone from this conversation of we'll never be energy independent, we'll always be dependent on foreign oil, to we have maybe the world's greatest glut of energy and have to take it somewhere?
Yeah, I don't think the average citizen is aware or appreciative enough of how much things have changed. I still have a vague memory of being in the backseat of my parents' car in 1973 on a long line to get gas at the pump. To the Arab energy boycott, oil boycott, and it was just an understood thing as I was in school, high school, and college, that we were dependent on others, and that there was no way out. And even we had a president who was an oil man, and he didn't suggest any kind of revolution. It was the offing, and It was just sort of conventional wisdom that we were running out of oil and gas in the United States. And then today we're at the point where we're exporting it. So much we're exporting gas, even oil. We're exporting crude to the Saudis a few years ago. It's a crazy concept that I don't think people probably appreciate.
Yeah, so in your book, one of the most interesting characters for this idea of exporting is Sharif Suki, who you tell the story, like you said earlier, classic American story, Lebanese immigrant who gets this idea to, in effect, import natural gas under the heading of we don't have enough here in the United States. Could you kind of teach our listeners, that story out of your book? Because I think it's fascinating to see the pivot and the about face that you had to do.
Yeah, there are really fewer more unlikely characters to lead the U.S. energy revolution. Sharif Suki, he's an immigrant from Lebanon. He spent years as an investment banker. He retired to go ski in Aspen. He started some bars and some restaurants there in Los Angeles. And he started a restaurant called the Mezzaluna Restaurant, which is pretty well known for a while, or infamous, I should say, because that's where that the O.J. Simpson murder was centered around that restaurant. And Nicole Brown Simpson was in that restaurant one evening and left some glasses there in the restaurant. And a young man brought glasses to her home, and then O.J. Simpson allegedly murdered them both. That restaurant for a while was just world renowned. People came from all over the world to go there afterwards. And Sharif Suki was kind of sickened by the whole thing. He's like, you're coming here not for the food, but because there was a murder associated with my restaurant, and he just needed something new. He was running out of money, and he thought at the time the oil and gas industry, there's a lot of underinvestments. This is around the time of the dot-com boom and bubble, around 2000 or so, and he saw the money was going elsewhere to technology and other kind of shares and companies. Not enough was going to oil and gas, so he said, all right, maybe I can focus on oil and gas. He started an exploration company to make it work. But then he said, okay, well, what if we start importing gas into the United States? Because all the experts say we're running out of gas, so maybe we should be importing oil and gas. And he's a really persuasive, convincing individual, and he raised billions and billions of dollars to build these huge plants in Louisiana to import natural gas. And here we are on the eve of the early parts of the U.S. energy revolution, and all of a sudden we have this surplus of gas that's developing. And he talked to people like Aubrey and Clinton, and they were like, yeah, we're producing so much gas in this country, so much of it. I don't know why you're importing it. Can you imagine importing gas when there's a glut coming in? He was in trouble. He and his company, Cheniere Energy, were truly in trouble, and they didn't really have a solution. So Sharif Suki and Cheniere were in trouble. They were about to import natural gas amid a glut of it. So, to his credit, Sharif Suki could have just said, all right, we're done here, I'm going to move on to some other industry, some other approach. But instead he said, I'm going to try to figure out a solution. And the solution was, well, hold on a second, guys. If you're saying that there's going to be a glut in the United States due to all this shale production, maybe instead of importing natural gas, we should be exporting it. And his investors, he was lucky because the stock was so cheap at the time. His investors had no solutions, and they had written down their investments. So they're like, yeah, sure, if you want to give it a shot, try. And he did, and he basically raised billions and billions more additional capital to turn their facilities into export facilities. It's not so easy to do, and I really am impressed by that resilience, that perseverance, and that creativity. And yeah, they've turned Cheniere to the biggest gas exporter, so it's an impressive story in my view.
Yeah, to your point, the 99-2000 period was kind of a central period for a lot of the businesses and people in your book. As you mentioned, Suki had they had to deal with this in effect what was thought to be a scarcity and then a glut, but it was tough to raise capital for a lot of these people, whether it be Harold Hamm, George Mitchell. I'm kind of cheating ahead on this, but a lot of the parallels of then seem like they're kind of ringing in our ears now, and I don't know if that's something you've kind of paralleled with that period in the oil and gas business.
It's a great point. I hadn't thought about it, frankly, but yes, in many ways, there's similarities in that it's just hard to get capital. If you're in the oil and gas business today, both of the banks from investors, and frankly, there's been a change on the part of there aren't many independents anymore. Those independents, while there's such, just have difficulty. Production is not all about production, it's about cash flow and earnings for the first time in forever. So yes, there are a lot of parallels, and I think there'll be opportunities too. When an industry has underinvestment or lack of investment, by definition, those who have capital should be able to see opportunity.
Yeah, because you go through some of the cycles of this industry. You talked a lot. I remember catching parts of your book where you highlighted how Harold Hamm, this figure that we haven't talked much about so far, who was obviously a poor Oklahoma kid, comes from very simple means, and ends up getting it in the drilling and fracking and oil business. But he does have both of the drilling and the oil side, and then ends up selling kind of fortuitously his drilling business at maybe the best time an Oklahoman's ever seen.
Yeah, Harold Hamm is a fascinating character. He maybe the most interesting about him in the book. Just the rags to riches story. He grew up the youngest of 13 children. He couldn't even start school each year until after Christmas because his parents were poor and he had to help them. They were sharecroppers, and he had to help them work the fields. And only by the time around December, late December, Christmas time, it was so cold that he couldn't help anymore. He was no longer needed in the fields. So, I mean, he was so poor that he told me a story that he got his first pair of shoes. I'm sorry, his first pair of new shoes was when this little shack of a home burned down, and his neighbors chipped in and got him a pair of shoes. And you could see in his face it was sort of a positive story. It burned down, so they had to step up, and people chipped in, and he got a new pair of shoes. And he remembered the a positive one, but most others would kind of see their home burning down as a negative experience. And then he really didn't have a geology degree in any kind. He pumped gas for $1 an hour after earning high school credits. And he started as low as he can get, kind of cleaning up the sediment from oil tankers at the bottom of those trucks, climbing in there and raking out the debris, the sediment from these tankers. And frankly, for years, when he threw himself into the oil business, he kind of said, all right, I don't want to be poor anymore. I want to have some wealth. Who's wealthy? These oil guys that I see around me. And he said, I want to be like them. And he picked their brains, and he learned from them. And his education was sort of ad hoc and on the fly. But he said, I'm going to be like these guys. I'm going to save my money, which he did. And he's going to do some exploration, which he did, and he made some money, and locally in Oklahoma, and I visited the little town that he's from, Enid, and Oklahoma. He grew up in. His father was a local pastor, and I got to experience it and talk to people. It was just a privilege and a pleasure to go to see some of these towns that are kind of birthed this revolution. And anyway, Harold Hamm, he started this company, and people snickered. People made fun of him. He talked rough. He didn't really. He went to Dale Carnegie at one point to try to improve his way he presented himself. He had this story where he was in an airplane and trying to fly, and he put the brake on and he crashed into a car, and people mocked him. He was always swinging people, but again, he had no geology or any other kind of course in college. He's from this little town, Enid, the ninth largest in Oklahoma. But he heard about the Bakken, and he heard about the promise of the Bakken, and he kind of believed in the tight limestone there, and that area in North Dakota, Montana, and he thought it might yield a lot of oil, even though the experts said don't waste your time there. And he went up there and made the big bet on the Bakken when other people could have. All the Exxon, the majors, they had given up on America. They were offshore, they were in Africa, they were in Asia. They weren't betting on America, and Harold Hamm and the other people in my book, the frackers, were. And I just love that belief in both this country and the promise of the natural resources, but in what we could do, what we could innovate, how creative we could be, and that's what he was. And listen, part of my book is about gas and the people who use gas. That's all in the Clinton and Tom Ward and others, but oil is even harder to get from shale and from some of this rock. That's what Harold Hamm was about.
Yeah, so Harold is really kind of the central character in the story, as I felt as a reader. And he kind of, back to the cycles of this, he sold his drilling business. I think you said in your book it was in 1982 for like $30 million. So he had made good money early on, and then a lot of these characters had to walk through the crisis that Oklahoma had with Penn Square, failing. And interesting, Greg, I've been to Penn Square just by random circumstances. Was that Penn Square discussion for these Oklahoma people? I mean, was that as big of a tipping point in the local economy and the industry as your book led on to be?
Oh, it was huge. Yeah, you cannot talk to veterans without hearing stories about that period. And frankly, there are these people there, oil and gas generally, they've gone through cycles, and outsiders don't appreciate resilience and the ability to handle some of these ups and downs. So, we in the press will write about the latest downturns, such as difficulties right now. And I'm not saying it's not difficult and challenging. It is. But when you talk to veterans, they say, Greg, come on, we've gone through so much in this industry. We've been in this industry a few decades. There are so many ups and downs. They never get too high, they never get too low. And it's a real trademark of the industry and the veterans of the industry. They've been through it all. And they don't blow their money in some ways. They like in some other industries, not buying, sometimes they're buying the ocean liner kind of things. Even sort of the landman, when they're making a lot of money, they seem to save it. I'm not saying they don't enjoy themselves as well, but they save a little bit more because they know that right around the bend there's going to be some downturn. It's an ups and downs volatility that I think other people couldn't handle. But when you talk to veterans, they sort of they know it's a ride. It's a volatile industry, and they're prepared for that.
Yeah, you pointed out in your book that oil went from $36 in 1981 to $15 in 1986. I know the late Boone Pickens had put a quote on the front of your book. But that was kind of a Boone Pickens era, and I know your book didn't talk a lot about that. But in many ways, the people that survived that were really the seeds of your book, because that's who got to finally build the energy independence in the end.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Survivors have the capital, they have the experience, the knowledge, and I think you can say the same thing today. Those who did this period will do quite well. This industry is full of ups and downs. There's another downturn right around the bend, and there's also another upturn. And it's all about, and the thing that impressed me the most is the technological innovation in this industry. So people in the media, and I talk about my brethren here, we think of Silicon Valley when it comes to American technological innovation. You don't think of the oil and gas industry, and that's just so wrong when you think of horizontal drilling, how it's perfected, and that's the other half of the revolution. You talk about fracking, but horizontal drilling is just as important. And to go from, I guess it was about multi-stage fracking that was born when I was writing the book, and they've improved on that since then. That's so innovative, and people don't understand, the average layman doesn't understand the creativity in the industry, and it's a technological revolution as well.
So you kind of get into some of the interesting history of the idea of breaking a block. You talk about Civil War situations and others that kind of created some of these original ideas. Why do you think that fracking and horizontal drilling took so long to catch on? Was it just the unique geographies that people ran into, or was it just stupid thinking in the industry itself?
It's a combination of two things. First of all, it's very expensive, so you need high oil and gas prices to justify investing. So, listen, we all knew, everyone knew shale was packed with oil and gas, but it was just too far down there, too challenging a rock, too expensive to get at, and so it took higher prices. But part of it also is just conventional wisdom in an industry. It's not just the oil and gas industry. I talk about it a lot. I mean, I just wrote a book about the vaccine revolution and how we develop these effective vaccines to save the world. Companies that are just as likely as Mitchell and Ham's company Moderna in Cambridge that no one really cared much about. And there are a lot of similarities, believe it or not. So mRNA is an approach that everyone said, yeah, maybe it could work, but probably not. And there were some stubborn scientists that ignored the conventional wisdom. And that's exactly what happened here. People said, yeah, fracking hypothetically could work. Shale, yeah, it's an interesting rock. God, all about oil and gas, but don't waste your time on it. And it took guys like George Mitchell and his team, people I write about, and Harold Ham and Robert McClendon, to ignore the conventional wisdom. And sometimes you do, and the conventional wisdom among the giants was don't waste your time with shale. And it took these stubborn entrepreneurs, these wildcatters, to ignore the conventional wisdom. When everyone else preached, go to Africa, go to Asia, go anywhere but America. I mean, Exxon's headquarters are literally on top of ground zero for this fracking revolution, the Barnett Shale. It was Exxon exploring in the Barnett? No, they were going anywhere but their own literal backyard. And it took George Mitchell and these other stubborn entrepreneurs to ignore the conventional wisdom.
Yeah, so there's this interaction. Like you said, it takes a lot of capital to frack and do these exercises and techniques. And so there's this constant interaction in your book between the public markets and these companies, and that's enhanced by, like we said, the cycles, the Penn Square situation. Mitchell, developing the woodlands is kind of a sideshow to his life, and selling out in 01. And then you have Chesapeake, who went as low as $1 in '99. So I guess capital structure time and time again was really important for these people. Your book kind of goes through the idea that some were good and some were bad, and some had great ideas and could never make it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I talk about some wildcatters and others who believe in shale just as much as George Mitchell. They believe in tight rock just as much as tight rock, just as much as Harold Ham. I can go on, and yet they didn't make it, they didn't succeed. And abject failure, embarrassing failure often. And I think it's important to tell their stories as well, just to show that it wasn't just about the idea and not just about seizing on shale and similar kinds of rock formations. It takes a lot more. You got to have investors that are lined up, that believe you, that will stay with you, has capital, that won't flee at the first sign of failure. Not everyone had that, and all the people like Robert McClendon and Harold Ham are not just creative and innovative, they're also very persuasive, and they have a way with investors, and they have a way of being with us, but they had a way of reassuring nervous backers, and that's just as important as the ideas, the creativity. There's a real lesson there as well for the entrepreneurs. Thinking about starting companies or looking to back new ones.
Yeah, to your point about McClendon, if there was ever kind of a love child between Wall Street and the oil business, Aubrey, he seemed to be that. His family's background that he kind of lay out. So I'd love you to take listeners just through a little bit about Aubrey, because he maybe understood the public markets better than anyone.
Aubrey McClendon was such a fascinating guy. People said to me after reading The Frackers, Greg, I really like the book. I just don't know if I like these characters. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, which is a fine reaction. And it's not a bad one to have. They're great characters. No one more so than Aubrey McClendon. He
Thank you for listening to that product placement.
Oklahoma
So
oil
that was
nobility,
probably
sort of. His mother's family was the part of the Carnegie family, but not the right side of that family. So they had money, but not a ton of money. And he goes to Duke. He's not necessarily set on joining the family industry and becoming an oil and gas person. I think he was going to be an accountant, managing physical science, but he decides to try the family business a little bit, comes back to Oklahoma, and goes into the industry. And he's very charismatic. He's a landman, and he realizes he had real money in this exploration. So he shifts gears and he tries his hand at exploration. And frankly, he's a fast follower in shale. Not like George Mitchell. He didn't come up with the idea of targeting shale. He realizes early on in the revolution, hey, I think there's something going on here. I think that this country, we can produce a lot of gas. He was all about natural gas at that point. And he says, I'm going to do it. And it's a land grab like never before seen in the nation. He bought himself borrowed personally money to buy shares of his company. He believes, he's a believer. I love that. So, in other industries, sometimes you see people selling on the way up. He was buying on the way up. No one believed more in his approach, but in this nation and the possibilities of natural gas from shale, no one believes more than Aubrey Clinton himself. And as natural gas prices climbed in early 2008, he was worth about $3 billion. He's part owner of the Oklahoma basketball franchise. He brought that to Oklahoma. He enjoyed the limelight. He was a little bit bigger, more outgoing and charismatic than Aubrey Clinton. And the problem was he believed too much. He went back and borrowed even more on the way up. And then when he was a victim of his own success, he found so much gas. He and his colleagues out of the company too. He found so much gas that gas prices collapsed. It went from about $13 to about $2 in 2012. So the stock dropped. His debt had to deal with it. He basically was tossed out of his company that he founded. So in some ways, he was a little naive and he believed too much. So I have a soft spot in my heart for Aubrey because it did not work out eventually. Sadly, he died in mysterious circumstances. But we have him to thank in a lot of ways. He and his colleagues talk more than others for believing in this country, believing in innovation, and gobbling up all that land and producing so much gas. Frankly, it's helped us transition to alternatives, I would argue, and get away from coal. So he's a controversial figure, but I would argue that at the end of the day, one we can learn from and definitely be entertained by.
Yeah, as a Seattle kid growing up, rereading your story and listening to him partnering with Clay Bennett to take the Sonics away is always a painful part of your book.
Sorry,
and like you said, they were having so much success. It's the kind of stuff that's prone to cause issues. Could you? I have to jump into this because it's too interesting from a corporate perspective. Could you talk about what their headquarters, kind of the opulence that you lay out, and then also what Ward and McClendon were doing on the side personally?
Yeah, so Oklahoma City was a bit of a backwater before Clinton got there. I don't want to exaggerate his importance, but he is among the most important figures, maybe the most important figure in that city in the past 100 years or so. What he brought in there, it wasn't just the growth of just being the hiring, obviously, but they invested in the city. And part of it was the basketball team, but there's more than that. Just restaurants started up nearby, Whole Foods, the headquarters itself was an impressive place. People wanted to work there. It kind of put Oklahoma City on the map, and it's a pretty cool city. I've been there, spent time there. I like it a lot. So, they still give him credit for that. And Tom Ward is something that too, but Aubrey had this vision and a confidence and a charisma that is just unmatched in other industries. Maybe you get it in the high-tech world to some extent in Silicon Valley, but only the oil and gas business really has these kind of outgoing salesmen. And I say that in a positive sense, not a negative terminology. technology, but
special level of
you've got to convince investors, backers, that there's something deep down in the ground, well below the surface, be it oil or gas or both, and that is promising. And they can't see it. Your investors have to be persuaded, and it lends itself to the opportunity for people like Oliver McClellan. And yeah, it wasn't just about oil and gas for him. He believed in Oklahoma City, and he really built it, helped it put it on the map.
Yeah, so to your point, he was persuasive, but obviously, back to our idea of capital, you kind of go to the well one too many times, and you can run into a lot of trouble. Obviously, many people did that. You talked about Devorin in your book, who at Oryx ran into that tough stretch. A lot of this is still that interaction between, like a charismatic salesman and a banker and these investors at the end of the day. And kind of the question that cropped up in my mind, to your point about a visionary, is what does this mean for investors? What was your, as an investor personally, what did you take away from a lot of this? Was it something that interested you, or is it something you just left and said, you know what, if this good salesman, I might not want to be at the table?
So it's really interesting. The era of the frackers in my book is about these companies, it's about these individuals, the characters, and I really just spend a lot of time focusing on geologists, people who don't get a lot of credit, but are responsible for this revolution. And I would argue that net benefited this revolution. All the oil and gas that was discovered benefited the nation so much in terms of jobs, in terms of the types of cities, types of towns that benefited. I traveled through the country. It's often places that were down for the count, and they didn't have an industry. And all of a sudden, people were buying up land, people that were losing farms, staying on their farms, and their properties. People who benefited were veterans, a lot of veterans benefited from this industry, from this revolution. So the country benefited as a whole, the economy did, and you have to remember, it was right on the heels of the housing collapse. So to have a shot in the arm, as it were, from this industry in terms of hiring and the production was a true benefit. So the country benefited. You could also argue, I would argue, that net helped the environment, because we were able to shift away from coal and embrace natural gas. Now you could argue that we didn't move fast enough. We haven't done a great job. They really have not done a very good job in terms of escape of natural gas in terms of production. You travel around North Dakota like I did, and you see the flaring at night. It's beautiful, but it's very troubling. But again, the nation benefited, the companies, the characters benefited, people, cities like Oklahoma did. But to get to your point, the investors did not. And it was almost like a Robin Hood kind of thing. I felt that people like Oliver McClellan were, I wouldn't say stealing, they were not stealing, but they were taking from the rich, broadly speaking, the investors, and I don't want to say poor, but giving it to others, sometimes poor people. But the investors were the ones who never saw, I would say never saw, often didn't see the benefit in terms of production. So the production they saw, in terms of profits, in terms of cash flow. And it always struck me as an outsider as being quite surprising, because the investors at the time were always emphasizing production. And I was, I'm a sort of old school investor kind of person. I grew up reading all these books, Buffett and others, and I thought earnings, or at least cash flow, was something that should be focused on. And people always said at the time, well, eventually we're going to shift to that, Greg. We're going to get to the period where profits matter, revenues matter, and cash flow, free cash flow matters. And I did see that in the cable industry years earlier, the same kind of thing, where they spend, and eventually investors prioritize cash flow. And until, I would argue, just a couple of years ago, that was still the case in the oil and gas industry. Right now we're speaking at the end of 2021, and things have changed. So now, finally, people are very focused on cash flow and earnings, and it's not all about production. It's really hard for people like Harold Ham and others, pioneers, to shift gears. their whole mindset forever in this industry was production is like a mantra and almost a macho kind of thing. I'm going to get more production than you. It was not about earnings. Everything was turned on a dime. So, to your point, it's really good work that it's not so clear that the investors were the priority. They were not the priority during this revolution. Everything else about cash flow and free cash flow was important. That has changed. And they have gotten religion. I have to say, people like Harold Ham, they say that he's changed. And for good reason. He owns a lot of shares. They all own a lot of shares. They're all big believers in their own companies. And they realize that maybe production shouldn't be the emphasis. Maybe if we could just keep it steady and slow, and we can make a lot of money, we can all benefit.
Yeah, to your point, I mean, the excitement, that whole energy independence that we talked about earlier, that excitement was just a kind of a theme out of the people that bled into the country, in effect, and I'm sure you remember, like I did, that was ultimately the pitch for investors, was this idea of energy independence. When you see that kind of excitement, does that just kind of scare you personally as an investor? Because, in comparison, we kind of sit at the opposite end of that excitement from a sentiment standpoint.
Yes, as an investor, as an individual, as a citizen. Right, the whole geopolitics of it is very exciting too. We haven't really touched on that, but got some tremendous benefit from this revolution. Just the fact that we're not beholden to people like the Saudis and people in the Gulf. We've got so much production and potential still in places like the Balkans and originally the Barnett and other places in this country. It's allowed us to have so much more freedom internationally in terms of geopolitics. But as an investor, as you said, right, it's on the backs of the investors. All this stuff, all the changes, all the positives are really thanks to the investors. They don't get enough credit for writing these checks and plowing money into companies like Chesapeake, Continental, and others back in the day. And they did not benefit to a large extent. Not as much as they should have, and there's been a lot written about how little free cash flow emerged from these revolutionary characters and companies, but I think that's changed.
Yeah, because the last time of consolidation that was really seen in this industry was in that late 90s, early 2000s period where you had Mitchell get bought by Devon. You had, in the following 5 years, you had the likes of Aubrey McClendon and Tom Ward consolidating. How did you look at the consolidation of then, kind of like today? Do you look at that as a big positive, or in studying these people, these companies, what's your take on those big consolidation periods?
So, as an investor, it's really positive. As a writer, it's a negative. Why? Because the characters aren't there like they used to. There's some, but it's harder to be an independent. It's harder to step up and be an Aubrey McClendon or Harold Ham and just persuade some backer that you're going to target some new formation. Everybody's got it wrong. All the majors don't know what they're talking about. And I'm going to show an American innovation is going to change things. It can still happen. And in this shakeout, I think there's some really interesting entrepreneurs who are going to emerge. So frankly, if you've got ideas or your audience does, I'd love to hear about them. I'd love to write about them for the journal. But it's changed in that regard, and I guess it's a positive for the industry. The shakeout, the consolidation, the most successful and efficient will survive, and for the future, that is the way it should be. I'm focusing on my business hat lens, but just as a writer, looking for characters and drama. And people that maybe shouldn't be doing what they were doing. I mean, in hindsight, Aubrey McClendon and Tom Ward grew too quickly. In hindsight, Harold Ham should have been more focused on free cash flow. That makes sense reasonably, but as a storyteller, it's not what I want.
Yeah, no question. So, since, like I mentioned, I love books. We love books. I was really interested in reading through your story, what your kind of what work did you go to originally to get more background? Obviously, you were interviewing a lot of people like him, like Mitchell, etc. Were there other books that you went to get a really good background in this industry?
Yeah, I kind of read everything and anything at the time. I threw myself into it. Obviously, all of Jurgen's books are really helpful. There was a book that Mitchell's people wrote. It's kind of an obscure book. I remember the title, frankly. I got it on Amazon. It was expensive. There aren't many that have published, but it was a lot of technical stuff, but told the history of the Barnett, which I found really helpful. There's a book about the Oklahoma and the Penn and that whole collapse that was helpful. It's escaping me right now, but that was helpful. But frankly, I just talked to a lot of veterans, a lot of people in the industry who have been through the ups and downs, people who work for Mitchell. They were really helpful. I could not have done this book without them. I thank some of them in the acknowledgements of the fracture, so I encourage them to check that out. But people are much more willing to share and to help than one might think. And I do have to make the point that it was such a privilege to travel the country and go to these little towns, Oklahoma, North Dakota, and spend time in Pennsylvania, Texas, so get to know other kinds of people. And we don't have that opportunity enough in society today. And it's led to this big divide. And again, with my new book, with the vaccines and people, everything's moving size in our American society, and it's so sad. And I think it's a reflection of the fact that we just don't have an opportunity to meet each other. And I have that opportunity, and I'm so grateful that I can break bread with people in little towns in Oklahoma and get to know each other. And when we do, you realize there's so much more in common than you think. And people on the East Coast are very wary, and people on the West Coast are very wary of those in the heartland, and vice versa. And it's like tribal at this point. My team versus your team, and it's so sad for me because we're Americans and we share so much more than you would think, and we just don't get to meet each other. Yeah, maybe disagreements and different lifestyles to some extent, but again, we're much more in common than we have that opposes us. So I wish people had that opportunity that I had, and I'm so grateful for that opportunity.
Yeah, in your book, you talked about Mark Papa and kind of the pivots his company had to do. You know, EOG Resources came out of Enron, obviously standing for Enron Oil and Gas. They then get to 2007. Here we are in Phoenix, Arizona, at our company, and within 15 minutes of our office, he's sitting there telling all the executives that we got to get out of the gas business. We got to move to oil. There's way too much gas out there. So, I think about the pivots and the evolution of this industry. Here we are in 2021. If you had to revise this or add on to it, is there a company, is there a person, or is there a storyline that you'd love to grasp and add on to this?
Oh, Papa, what he did is both impressive and surprising. I mean, just to give your audience a little sense, they were doing really well. They went to this retreat, as you said, in Arizona to celebrate. They were producing all this natural gas. And this was around, I forget, around 2008 or 2009. After. And he was scared to death. His employees were high-fiving and celebrating, and Mark Papa said, "Wait, hold on a second. We're producing all this oil and gas. I'm sorry, all this gas, this natural gas. Maybe others are also. Maybe there's a glut coming, and if we're in trouble, prices are going to collapse. So guys, stop celebrating, stop high-fiving. We're just going to shift gears." And then he said, "Let's target oil." And it's easy to forget, but back then, people were not very optimistic about targeting shale for oil. Yeah, one thing, natural gas is a little bit easier, but oil is that much harder. And much like George Mitchell had to convince his own employees, and he admitted the resistance of people around him. And much like Aubrey and Cal people on the outside were skeptical, but Mark Papa said, "Hey, let's go after oil in the United States. Shale oil? What are you kidding me?" And ignored the skepticism. My book, The Fractures, is really about ignoring the conventional wisdom and perseverance and resilience. And that's what they showed. They turned on a dime and they targeted oil. And they were able to become an oil giant. DOG became thanks to that stroke of brilliance on the part of Mark Papa, but beyond that, his perseverance and his ability to persuade his own colleagues, let alone investors and others in the industry.
So, Greg, I mean, this has been just so much fun. Is there anything in your book that we didn't touch on, or that, like I said, as we step forward to 2021, that you think is missing that hasn't been said?
It's really important just to acknowledge the parts of people's innovation that I mentioned.
He was also a patriot.
It's a story. It's an American story. A lot of immigrants
in happier times.
A lot of people who like the fragments had their back to the wall. Didn't know what to do. A lot of the thing that emerges is sort of necessity. Really is the mother of invention. I mean, George Mitchell, they were running out of oil and gas, so he had to shift gears and target the Barnett and shale. It was sort of his last shot. And sometimes you need to have your back to the wall to come up with creativity, and I never count this industry out as a result, but that's kind of one thing that really emerged. Sharif Suki too. Remember Sharif Suki? He was under pressure of his own in 2008. He had to come up with some creative solution, and instead of importing gas, it's like, all right, let's export gas. And it's easy to say in hindsight that, oh, that's what he should have done, but no one was thinking about it at the time. And you see it in other industries too. I mean, Microsoft, and you see also in industries how it's often the smaller upstarts that bring change and bring a revolution. That's right, I'm always looking for those smart upstarts. And again, you see in other industries too. I mean, Microsoft has this search business, advertising, they closed it down. That allowed Google to emerge. You see it over and over again. Big pharma, again. This book I just wrote, Shot to Save the World, it's about a company in Germany that ended up saving the world. You see it over and over again. The upstarts are better at innovating than the giants. You see it in the fractures as well.
Well, I think your idea of back against the wall is just like a wonderful way to lead us off here, because as we've kind of been teasing about, right, we definitely saw backs to the wall in the spring of 20, and many of these people had to live through that. So if I haven't said it before, Greg's book, The Frackers, is the best book I've read of how we've arrived at today's energy business and the drilling techniques used, the people in the room, the companies that have succeeded and survived. Greg, I'm going to put your newest book on my reading list, A Shot to Save the World. Greg, where can listeners of the podcast get that book?
So, A Shot to Save the World is available on Amazon, most local bookstores as well. And I encourage people to reach out to me, LinkedIn, Twitter, email, both about the Frackers or my other work. I'd love to hear reactions, constructive criticism, even some of my best sources are people that had read a book and said, yeah, I like it, Greg, and here's the point you missed. And I love hearing that. So with my new book, A Shot to Save the World, or with my previous work, I'd love to hear from people.
Greg, we're very thankful and blessed by your writing. Like I said, I'm going to add A Shot to Save the World to my book list. I'd love to have you back on sometime if it works. And we look forward to the next episode of A Book with Legs podcast.
Thanks for having me. And The Frackers was, frankly, my most fun experience writing a book, traveling the country, meeting interesting, fascinating individuals in the heartland. So I invite people to reach out to me and stay in touch.
Thank you for listening to A Book with Legs, a podcast brought to you by Sneed Capital Management. The material provided in this podcast is for informational use only and should not be construed as investment advice. You can learn more about Sneed Capital Management and its products at sneedcap.com or by calling your financial advisor.
Evil speech, gossip, and heckling in the synagogues, things like this that really should not happen in a decorous environment. This reminds me of a word that's been used quite a bit about our own times. There's a level of stochastic violence here. I had to look up this word stochastic when I first heard it. It means kind of like something which is random, but it's so prevalent that it's bound to happen. Right? For example, if a kid is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get hurt. God forbid. Right? You don't want that to happen, but it's like it's almost guaranteed to happen. Or as the another Amsterdam resident from all this time,
Hello, I'm Lucy Hopkins. From the BBC World Service, this is the Global Story. This week, economic warfare broke out between the world's two biggest superpowers. President Trump announced a new tariff, essentially a tax on Chinese goods coming into the US. And now, Beijing has hit. So can anyone really win a trade war? And what will the impact be on the rest of the world? With me today is Restream, who is our North American business correspondent, joining us from New York, and the BBC World Service Asia Pacific editor, Michael Bristow. Well, if there's one thing we know about Donald Trump, it's that he loves tariffs.
The word tariff, properly used, is a beautiful word. One of the most beautiful words I've ever heard. It's music to my ears. They always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary.
They are at the heart of his economic plan for the United States. During his first term and also throughout the presidential campaign, he was very clear. He thinks tariffs are going to help make America and American richer. And he also thinks that they're a useful tool in helping to get other countries to do exactly what he wants. Before we go any further, though, I think we need to cover some basics. Like, what exactly is a tariff?
You see, a tariff is a tax on imported goods from foreign countries. So Trump had proposed a 25% tax on Canada and Mexico, which have now been paused. But as an example, say you had a product that was worth $4, that would result in a $1 additional charge. So the total product cost $5 or so.
President Trump repeatedly says that a tariff is a tax on a foreign country. He said that time and time again. Is that true?
No, it's not necessarily the country that pays for the tariff. It's the importing business that typically pays that extra charge. However, many economists have warned that these costs will be passed on to the American consumer because your businesses, your Walmarts, your Targets, for instance, may be facing margin pressure. So ultimately, it will be the consumer that pays, and that shows up again on their receipts when they go into the big box chain stores.
So although this cannot talk about the negative impacts of tariffs, the Trump administration has been one big success for this week. When Donald Trump threatened to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico, he said it was largely because of concerns about border security. Now, both Mexico and Canada have made big efforts to increase security at their borders. So, Britta, can this be seen as a big win for the use of tariffs?
In some ways, Lucy, it's worked. He showed in some ways the kind of the art of negotiating a deal, because, as you say, Canada and Mexico did cede to Trump's demands when it came to adding extra border security. But there's also the US trading off too in some ways, and many experts have said that you didn't need necessarily the threat of tariffs to get some of those things done, and it also does cause concern and uncertainty about tit for tat and the escalation of a global trade war as well, and that's what many experts and economists have been warning of the dangers of this.
The biggest target of Trump's tariffs so far has been China, and economists are worried that it could be on the brink of real trade war between China and the US. This isn't a new war, though, because President Trump began his economic war with China during his first term when he was in office. Mickey, why does Donald Trump see China as such an economic
Rabbi
is not necessarily obvious why China should be an economic threat. I think first and foremost, it's just a very, very big economy. A lot of trade with the United States. We're talking about $500 billion. Also, the United States is in deficit in that trade with China. So essentially, the United States imports far more goods, hundreds of billions more goods than it exports to China. So
I think President Trump, when he sees that, saw that big deficit, he wants to do something about it. It appears that China is winning, and the United States also the first term in office with some very specific things which President Trump complains about China for, which previous American officials have complained before, specifically stealing intellectual property, forcing American companies to transfer technology to Chinese firms. If they wanted to set up operations in China, they could only do it, say, with a joint venture. They had to transfer their technology. Also, he accused China of currency manipulation, essentially keeping the currency at a particular level to make those exports cheaper.
China has always doesn't want to trade with the US, and then we also, back in 2017, I heard Donald Trump speaking at the World Forum. He said he didn't want to start a trade war with China. But we didn't then see China responding with tariffs of its own in a kind of tit-for-tat way. What were they?
China doesn't want to trade too much trade on all. The economy is based primarily on exports. So if there's some barrier to those exports going to other countries, then it doesn't want them. I had a look back at the list of reactions that China made when President Trump was in the first term of office, and there's a whole series of them raising tariffs by 10%, then 10% again, 25% in some cases. They've also reported the United States and the World Trade Organization. They stopped buying some products, agricultural products, particularly outright, which really affected farmers in America. So a range of tools which China used, which incidentally is the kind of tools which it's already using now with these latest tariffs imposed by President Trump. Similar kind of tools, not just tariffs, but also non-tariff measures to try and harm the economy.
Now, although this trade war has been simmering for several years, it really is hotting up now that Donald Trump has returned to the White House. Rishika, can I ask you a bit more about these latest tariffs Donald Trump has introduced? What are the new tariffs on Chinese goods that he's introduced this week?
So some of the biggest tariffs are going to be on electronics, toys and appliances, consumer electronics being one of the top goods imported from China to the US. If you look at data, that includes cell phones, TVs, laptops, game consoles. China is also a major supplier of home appliances as well. And also footwear. You see a lot of footwear products also being imported into the US from China.
And what new tariffs, Rishika, have China announced in return?
The tariffs from China are actually rather minimal. They're seen as not such an aggressive approach. 10 to 15% levies on selected goods. So part of China's countermeasures include an import taxes on US coal and LNG. That's 10% and a 15% charge on crude oil. And as well as fuel, China has also slapped a 10% tariff on agricultural machinery, pickup trucks and some large cars. And they've also announced some non-tariff measures as well, one of which is a probe into Google and an anti-monopoly investigation into that tech giant.
And Mickey, is there any indications yet as to how these US tariffs are going to affect China?
Just at the moment, when the Chinese authorities need their economy, need people to be spending more money, it's gonna hit those manufacturers that sell to the United States. So it's definitely an unwelcome thing when it comes to China.
But because they've been through this before, Trump work together last term, are they better prepared in a way? They've got a strategy of how to deal with decoupling from the US and diversifying their markets as well.
I don't think decoupling is remotely possible. We're talking about trade hundreds of billions of two-way trade between these two countries every year. There has been some attempt by America, particularly President Biden, to try and not sell certain technology products, high-end technology products to China, but the two economies are so integrated that decoupling is really impossible. In fact, under the Biden administration, later on, officials stopped talking about decoupling and started using other words to suggest they're just targeting specific areas of the Chinese economy. Is China more prepared? I think he was expecting this. So before President Trump came into office, Xi Jinping, Chinese leader, the ambassador, the Chinese ambassador in Washington, all went on the charm offensive, tried to persuade President Trump before he was coming into office, just don't do this. Nobody will win the trade war. We can both win if we keep the tariffs out of the equation. So they knew something was coming. And also, to a certain extent, as you suggested there, they could prepare. There are many ways in which China can hurt the American economy, which don't involve tariffs.
We know that Donald Trump sees tariffs as a way of rebalancing global trade in a way that he hopes that America can stay on top and remain the world's economic superpower. So is he going to be successful in stopping China's economic rise? Because China is selling goods, as you mentioned, everywhere, not just to the US. It has been the main driver of growth in the past few decades. Surely there must be a really deep concern now in China about these tariffs and the news about the economy just been started.
I mean, of course, the Chinese economy really is doing awfully well. Needs impetus, it needs a boost from somewhere, but to a certain extent, it's not a lot. The Chinese can do about President Trump if he decides to use tariffs. We've already touched on it, that tariffs are sometimes used again, used in ways which are for non-economic reasons. We talked about Mexico and Canada sending reinforcements to their borders to stop immigrants and illegal drugs from getting over that border. So he's using economics to solve political problems. Perhaps President Trump has mentioned previously China can help with the war in Ukraine as influence with Russia. China's trade with Russia has really just gone through the roof since Russia invaded Ukraine. Hundreds of billions of dollars worth of trade between those two countries. So perhaps President Trump could persuade China to use its influence with Russia over the war in Ukraine in return for dropping tariffs. So that's politics being changed for economic means again.
Everyone talks about President Trump being very transactional. He likes a deal. What's he doing? Like if the two of them are on a call.
Well, in some respects, quite similar. I mean, I think China doesn't always say out loud what its policy is, what its foreign policy is, what it's trying to do. In fact, very rarely does it say. But I think if there is an overarching philosophy when it comes to China, Xi Jinping, the Communist Party generally, it's trade with the rest of the world. Trade has made us rich. Trade will make you rich as well if you trade with us. So in that respect, it is transactional. You know, we benefit, you benefit, we win. It's a constant threat from Chinese officials. Trade is, as the Chinese see it, most economists, most traditional economists would agree with the Chinese, it benefits both sides. I trade with you, you win, I win.
Jessica, one of the things that economists say about tariffs all the time is that it creates price rises that ultimately end up being bad for consumers. Do you think that these new tariffs and the potential of the tariffs with China could really impact consumers in America?
That is something that economists warn of, is that ultimately the consumer pays the price for these higher tariffs, even if the companies initially pay for the tariff. There's a lot of pressure on margins for companies as their costs rise, and then ultimately the consumer ends up paying. So there is a likelihood that is what economists have been warning, and it is also seen as counterproductive in some ways to one of the key objectives that President Donald Trump had, which was to keep the cost of living for Americans low. And then there's also the issues of the monetary policy side and what it means for the Federal Reserve. If inflation rises, then it means that their interest rate policy would be impacted, whether they have to lift rates, and how that could impact the economy and economic growth.
Ultimately, Mickey, we've got President Trump and Xi Jinping on the phone together. Do you think that Xi Jinping will bend at all, give in to Donald Trump?
They will give something. Definitely, China will give something because of all the reasons I explained before. The export economy is vital to the Chinese economy as a whole. They will not want that disrupted, particularly to one of their biggest markets. And if you look back at what China did previously, first Trump presidency, they did make concessions, some kind of deal was enacted in the end. And you could argue whether China renege on those terms of that deal, it might well do. That's certainly what President Trump would argue. But China is just as determined when it comes to politics. And it too, I think, would be prepared not to go the whole hog to appease President Trump. They have got their work on. And I think they've got some really good measures, or some measures that could potentially hurt America in a way that President Trump would want. They're in it for the long haul. They don't have a limited time frame. They've got a longer time frame. So I think they will give some ground, not as much as President Trump.
And I know it's been a holiday in China, so we haven't seen the full response to this. But has there been any sort of increase in nationalism? Saw it immediately in Canada with Justin Trudeau coming out, big signs coming out saying, "Buy Canadian." Canadians moving the Star Spangled Banner and such. Any kind of nationalistic fervour in China as a result?
In this case, they won't want to, the Chinese Communist Party, try and promote nationalistic fervour at this early stage, because they hope it's all resolved without too many problems, without getting everybody angry, in a way which makes it then difficult for the government to back down and do some deal with Donald Trump. I think in the future, if this continues, that nationalist fervour will certainly play a part in stifling the resolve of the Communist Party.
Radhika, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nikki.
Thank you.
If you want more episodes of The Global Story, you can find us wherever you get your podcasts. Each day, we dive deep into one major international story in detail. And don't forget to subscribe, leave some comments. We'd love to hear. Wherever you've been watching, thanks so much for joining us.
Maybe we should give the Jews more freedom, and that will generate more economic benefit for us, because we can especially tax them. So this petition that he said was given to him in some mysterious way.
Get any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Try the Domino's Spiral Pizza or invent a new one.
They had basically 7.
This is the BBC World Service. I'm Johnny Diamond, and welcome to World Questions. President Trump called this the 51st state of the USA and has threatened to use economic force to make that claim a reality, starting with high tariffs of 25%. The Canadian Prime Minister says the country is facing the most significant crisis of our lifetimes. Its sovereignty under threat, federal elections full steam ahead. We'll debate passionate questions from across this vast nation.
Any kind of business, and they'll be subject to the laws of how commerce is done. They should be held to the same standards as everybody else. They should be
Once upon a time, the first visit of a new US president and a new Canadian Prime Minister was to their closest neighbour and oldest ally, each other, no more. The US hasn't just turned its back on Canada, it's turned on its northern neighbour, slapping down import taxes that could cut Canada's economy and taunting it over Canada's existence as an independent nation. That has unhinged politics as Canada plunges through a federal election, turning issues such as immigration, housing, and the cost of living now enmeshed in a battle for the best deal with Donald Trump. With me to debate some of the many questions we've received from around the country are Nathaniel Erskine Smith, the current Minister for Housing in the Liberal Party government. The Conservative Party was the largest party of opposition in the last parliament. Kate Harrison is Vice Chair of Consumer Strategies and Conservative Strategies. She's an activist and right of centre commentator in this election, but she's not the spokesperson for the party. Stéphane Bergeron is a founder member of the Bloc Québécois, a party that supports independence from the largely French-speaking province of Quebec. He's been the party's spokesperson on foreign affairs and international trade. And Heather McPherson
is a member of the New Democratic Party, which was the fourth largest party before the election. She sat in an informal coalition with the governing Liberals until last year. She's the NDP's Foreign Affairs spokesperson. Thank you so much for joining us.
Number 7,
Let's go straight to our first question, and it's from Alexander Nichols from the Solomon Gulf Islands. Hi, Alexander. How are you?
Hi, I'm well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming on. What's your question for our panel?
Okay, so while most Canadians are aware that the people of the UK and Europe stand with Canada regarding their determination to remain sovereign, we are dismayed by the lack of support publicly expressed by the leaders of these state regions. Will the leaders of the regions ever express support publicly for Canada? And why is there seemingly such reluctance to upset Trump and his merry bunch of loyal appointees?
Thanks, Alexander. Thank you very much. So we've got a huge number of questions in this vein about
Thus, Jesus Christus ben geborene Jude
the US and
Jesus
that
Christ
response from the outside world. For us first, Heather McPherson from the New Democratic Party. Why such silence from Canada's allies? Is that the right way to deal with
Jesus Christ?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and it's a great question. I think it's something that as you mentioned, Johnny, lots of Canadians are thinking about is where are our allies at this moment. And one thing I will say is that Trump has changed everything. He has changed the world order. He has shown that Canada, the UK, Europe, the world cannot trust Donald Trump. We can no longer count on the US for trade. He has torn up the trade agreement that Canada has had for a very long time with the United States, and pushing the entire world into a global recession. Tending to hide from him is not working. Instead, all countries should stand together. Those of us that respect the rule of law, respect the international world order, respect democracy, we need to be standing together, and we hope certainly that our allies in the UK and Europe will as Donald Trump continues to sow chaos and insecurity around this globe.
Thanks very much. Stefan
Begins by saying 5 basic starting.
How do you feel about the silence from your allies?
I
do agree with Heather that we should be stronger together, but I think all the nations were frightened by the possibility that Donald Trump would impose on them tariffs, so they stayed silent about what's going on, what happened to Mexico and Canada, in the hope that it might help them with Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, we realized that it wasn't the case. So maybe from now we can build on that and try to present a common front against Donald Trump and try to retaliate in some matters. I must admit that as a Sovietist, we're not very in favor of monarchy, and always said that it wasn't very useful in any way for Canada, and it has been shown when Charles III became King of Canada, and we would have hoped from our king to say something about protecting Canada. Instead of that, he invited Donald Trump for an official visit, and we were a bit surprised. We weren't surprised, but I think Canadians in general were a bit surprised by that.
Thanks very much,
Well, I would say two things. One is I've been really surprised by world leaders' responses. They've all said they stand by sovereignty for Canada. That's the right response. They haven't been as forceful because they couldn't, shouldn't. But I think the man's right. There was a reticence there because of fear of retaliatory measures. And look, those measures were coming anyway, whether they were or not. They were always coming. And here they are. And so I think you are going to see a more concerted, united effort across countries, across
allies across democracies to push back to say this is good for all of us and we're sticking together. So that's one. The second thing is, look, the ballot question this election is who is best placed to stand with Donald Trump in Canada. And so, yeah, it's nice for world leaders to stand up for us for sure, but at the end of the day, we've got to stand up for ourselves, and we need a leader who's best placed to stand up for our interests and has the experience to do so. And that's the ballot question that Canadians face. And Canadians are recently looking at this and saying, we want someone who's got experience and who's going to have the serious leadership we need in this country.
Thank you very much. Ken Harrison, Conservative Strategist. Were you surprised by the silence from Canada's allies? Does it seem the right way to deal with Donald Trump?
Thank you, Alexander, for the question. I don't think surprise is the word I would use. Every nation leader has their own considerations to make when it comes to how they plan on managing the immediacy of Trump and tariff threats. To me, though, Alexander, what this does do is reinforce the importance of strong bilateral relationships with other countries. Canada has been left for too long, far too dependent on the United States. And I would argue that the policies of the last 9 years of the Liberal government have left us exposed and vulnerable to some of these challenges that we are now facing. Canada had significant challenges before tariffs. Now those are made worse by the tariff threat that we face. We had some of the lowest OECD growth as a country. Half of Canadians are $200 or less away from being unable to afford the basics every month. From my perspective, it's important that we become more self-reliant, but also that we're building out those relationships and avoiding that dependency on the U.S., which has been so much worse and so much more chaotic and disruptive because of this new tariff policy from the U.S. administration.
Thanks very much, Ken. Back, I promise you, domestic bombs later in the program. I want to go to our question. Alexander, you asked will the leaders of these nations, Canada's allies in Europe, ever express support for Canada? What did you think when you heard the British Prime Minister effectively dodging the question when he was at the White House, the French President not taking his questions when the Prime Minister was visiting him? What did you make of that?
I was dismayed. The people that I associate with expressed disappointment, significant disappointment that given the threat that Trump has voiced with respect to Canada's sovereignty, right down to the very border between us, having one part of NATO, I was unhappy. I would like to see a lot more support from around us.
Alexander, thank you very much for your question. Thank you for your thoughts as well. It's been lovely to have you on the show. We will move on to our next questioner. It is Roberta Spinoza Milman, who lives in Toronto.
Okay, so my question is for the lowest economically by belligerent bordering country, which happens to be the most powerful country. As a country, however, we stay in certain spaces equals. My question is, can Canada and Europe as democracies which share common histories and values unite to form a large, mineral-rich, and strong, possibly European Union to counterbalance Russia, China, and increasingly growing the United States?
Stefan Bergeron,
thank you, Roberta. It's a very valid question. We have seen the new Prime Minister as his first state visit going to France and the United Kingdom first instead of the United States, indicating that he wants to establish relations with reliable allies. And I think it's an indication that Canada and Europe should work closer together. We have a free trade agreement with Europe, and I think the exchanges, the economic exchanges, the commerce between Canada and Europe have grown a lot since this accord, and since we have set up the conflict this part of the world, that's we have now a land border with Europe. That might mean something for the future.
Thanks very much. Coerced both Luther and later Luther as well to go along with this second marriage, which was performed in 1540.
I would distinguish between establishing stronger economic and security ties with Europe. I would say they should have been doing that prior to the immediacy of this tariff threat. I would separate that, though, from this question, which I think you're getting at in terms of perhaps joining the European Union. Just depends when we are separated by an ocean, I think there is a distinction that can be made between what that would mean for Canada, and I would say it's much more complicated than it appears. And when I even think about how we relate to other European countries on defense spending, Canada would be an outlier in that group. We're only hitting 1.3% GDP on defense spending. Most European allies are far exceeding that. So perhaps less about whether or not Canada wishes to join. What would the conditions be that Europe would place on having Canada do that? Lastly, in a time of such emotional tension and anxiety based on the relationship with the U.S., I prefer to have a conversation around European Union, anything that has to do with the future of Canada's nation and sovereignty once we're through the immediacy of such a threat.
First of all, it's a fascinating kind of Renaissance man in many ways. He was at 17 years old.
I think the idea of a formal union
12 years
is way ahead of ourselves. At the end of the day, you have a conversation in Canada right now where everyone is saying, I'm proud to be Canadian, I want to stand up for this country. I don't think the knock-on answer is let's then join a coalition of European countries. I think instead it's to say, how do we strengthen existing alliances and how do we strengthen existing relationships? And so one of those relationships is NATO, and how do we make sure we're strengthening that alliance with like-minded countries that are going to stand up for one another when we're under threat, under attack. Another example of being right about this is we need to strengthen trade. Yes, trade with the EU, of course. Now, where I was disagreeing with Kate is we actually have to put ourselves in a place over the last 100 years to realize that we have a free trade agreement with Europe and the EU, and we're able to now, I think the next step is how do we make sure we take advantage of that as much as possible in this particular moment. I wouldn't leave it as being we've got a free trade agreement with Australia and some Asian countries that are CPTPP. We see that, and there's a huge opportunity there as well to realize that people should know, look, geography, of course, has meant that the vast majority of our exports go to the United States. That's just the reality of our geography. So you see over 70% of our exports go to the United States. It has declined, honestly. We have to make sure that we want to be more independent in that regard. We've got to look overseas, but not just east, west as well.
Dialogue very much about their respective views, and the hero of it is Gamaliel Pharisee, who is mentioned in the
I would say nothing really should be off the table at the moment. Our interests are far more aligned right now with progressive European governments than they are with Donald Trump and his administration. Obviously, there's geographic challenges there. I would say I agree with Nate that we need to diversify our trade relationships. The Indo-Pacific strategy was one example of how we are looking at Asia and South Asian countries and developing trade there. I look at the African continent. This is the fastest growing economic bloc in the world at the moment, and we should be there. But absolutely, we should be looking at European relationships. We should be continuing to build those. We can no longer count on the U.S. as a trading partner. We're not going to stop trading with the United States. That's not possible, as Nate alluded. We have a very large relationship with them, but they're no longer dependable, and we do need to act accordingly.
Thank you very much. And we are unable to discern who's leading.
Our Prime Minister just recently made the statement that if the United States is no longer going to take the lead, Canada's going to take the lead. Well, what does that actually like? Is Canada going to take the lead in some kind of formal way? Does that include Australia and New Zealand? How does Canada take the lead?
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Very good questions. Your thoughts. We'll get straight to our next questioner. It is Denis Castillo from Montreal, Quebec. Thank you for joining us. Let's have your question.
Forget about the tariff. This isn't just a front. What really matters is Canadian sovereignty. If the U.S. were to invade Canada, with NATO is better, knowing that the U.S. is part of NATO. It may sound funny, but I'm not joking. It could happen just as Russia invaded Ukraine. Canada needs to rearm, strengthen its defense, and reestablish its own nuclear deterrent as it has between 1964 and 1982.
Thank you very much for that question and comment. Let's put it to
thank you very much, and thanks for that question. Listen, there is, I think, probably unanimous support for the idea that we do need to increase our military spending. There's two things that you brought up in your question that I might disagree with you a little bit on. One is the idea of the re-nuclear, rearming us with nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence. The idea of nuclear deterrence is based on the principle that the leaders are rational actors. And right now, I have to say, we don't have rational actors that we're working with. Trump and Putin are chaotic, they are destructive, and the fact that they would not put their own population at risk, that's the nature of a nuclear deterrence, is the issue here, and I don't have that confidence. And the other thing I think that we also should think about is, we look at military spending, but at the same time that we look at military spending, let's look at the other things we need to do to make the security of the world better. More diplomacy, more investment in international development. When I hear Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the opposition, say that he would cut international development funding to fund the military, I think that's the absolute wrong direction.
Thanks very much. Kate Harrison, you're also spokesperson for the opposition Conservatives. You are at the center of that team at times working to make
I think that it's fair to say that foreign aid approach of the current government has been ineffectual. It's also fair to say that the current government has not made significant advancements on defense and military spending. We have recruitment and retention issues for the armed forces. To the point of your question, Canada does have a very mature nuclear industry that does not necessarily translate to a defense and security capability, but I think the root is we need to get restraint on procurement and spending and recruitment and retention, and then have these conversations around deterrence. My perspective is perhaps that's best done in a more collaborative manner as opposed to just for Canada going in alone.
Thanks very much. It's Stéphane Lazare from Québec.
Alors, bonjour et merci pour la question, Denis. Your question is a serious one. And the fact is that I was in Brussels last February taking part in the meeting of the Parliamentary Associations of NATO. We discussed that question about what would happen if the United States were to invade Greenland or Canada. And the fact is that this alliance has been set to defend its members against a foreign threat coming from outside. So NATO wouldn't be there to defend both Denmark and Canada. One of our obligations within NATO is to increase our military spending. And I do think that the Liberal government under Saint Trudeau spoiled a consensus that was established for the first time in decades. All political parties agreed on the fact that we should raise military spending, and the government decided not to do so.
I just don't know why more people aren't Jewish. Because this is just so much fun. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this and share it with you. So, first of all, what do we know about the Jews in Belgium? Not a lot. Most of the earliest data that we have is primarily references that are topographic in nature, meaning,
let me say
reference
so
to a medieval
just to
town having
Dean's question
a
on
Jewish
nuclear,
street.
that arms race is not helpful to global interests when it comes to the existential threat of nuclear weapons, especially in the hands of certain actors like President Trump. On the question of military spending, there's a broad agreement on increased military spending. Where I would disagree with Cajun with is that we can see the increased military spending. You should know when we took office in 2015, what that number was, it was 1%. And look, the difference between 1% and 1.4% might not sound like a lot, but in a $2+ trillion economy, it is significant spending on an annual basis as a percentage of GDP. Now, that is not enough. We know it's not enough, and so there's a commitment to say we're going to get to 2% by 2032. Prime Minister Carney comes in and says that we're going to expedite that timeline to 2030. I will say, though, Heather's right. This is just a huge blind spot for conservatives. A previous questioner said, what is Canada's role? Like, what does it mean for Canada to lead? Well, economically, we've got to lead, but we also have to lead democratically, and we've got to lead with peace. And when it comes to foreign aid, we see the chaos today. Donald Trump slashed the USA, basically eliminated it. We see the chaos around the world. And this idea that Canada has not played a role, ask every refugee in Canada played a role in supporting Bangladesh and resettling Bangladesh. That's Ukraine. But yes, we have to play more of a role, not less. And that is an absolutely a choice in this election.
Jewish studies in the years 1883 to 1884. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as a conservateur honoraire des Instituts de la Bibliothèque Royale de Belgique. He is an honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly, but
like we are reasonable, we're doing guy and all that stuff. But the other thing is, we're dealing with unreasonable people, which is coming from the south or from the north, because the Russia is only at the top of us. So it's worries me that if things happen like tomorrow morning in the field, on the street, people are talking about nuclear deterrence for me seems reasonable, dealing with someone that is unreasonable.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. We'll go to our last question. Comes from
in the center of the seal.
Prince Edward Island,
looks like a
east coast of
Jewish man.
What's your question for the panel?
Pales, certainly with a beard and wearing a traditional Jewish hat that was mandated after 1250.
And when I was a teenager,
and then surrounding the seal, looking from
on the frozen rivers,
11 o'clock
the temperatures were
counterclockwise, and
-1
it's
degrees.
all written down
There
there
were
at the bottom.
ice fishing, snowmobile racing.
Yaakov,
We could
and then
skate
there
4
is
kilometers down the river to the nearest town. Now, the river doesn't freeze at all.
Yoel, and a strange word,
Canada geese
which he
no longer
translates
migrate. They
as
stay all winter.
Jacob.
The seals
The
who
abbreviation
live out on
they
the ice floe,
renders as
they give birth
son
on the
of
cement
the
under the
saint
bridge.
or son of
And warm water starts to heat off our coats.
and Yoel, which
So
would
if
be
we
his
were
father's
crossing
name.
the carbon path,
Yaakov
how
and
are we
Yoel,
going to
which
combat
would be a
this
very
climate
typical way for
and
Jews
protect the
to
environment?
sign their names.
Lance, thank you very much.
And
Thank you for
the
that
son
very
of his
good
father's
postcard from your youth.
What is this
To ask
title?
the panel
Kadosh
for
or holy?
just
It's
one
not that
thing,
common.
rather than their
But
entire
figure
environmental
out the
policy,
dates.
one thing that
This
they would like
document
to
is
see happen
1878, 1879. It could be that his
Canada's
father, whose name was apparently Yoel Goldstein,
Mitzi, thank you, Klaus, for this question. I think we have to move fastly to stop subsidizing the oil and gas industry and starting to subsidize the green energy, because this is the future.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Can I go to Kate Erskine Smith? How's it?
So it could be that Yaakov's
I think the
father
big picture
was
thing is
martyred
power and energy and storage and transmission. On a local level, I would say I have one school in my riding that has solar panels and has working with reducing its own emissions and net zero. And it's an incredible, it's making climate action feasible.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I mean, it's so visceral when you describe what was available in your childhood. I was talking to my children, in Alberta, they can't remember a summer when we haven't had forest fire smoke. I think it illustrates how the world is changing and how we really do need to take this as an urgent issue. And frankly, the number one thing we need to do is we need to do economic diversification. Our energy needs to be diversified. We need to start investing in renewable energies. It's so important.
Thank you, Ellen. And finally, Kate Harrison, conservative strategist. The one thing you have to do to protect Canada's economy.
We should be very focused on the technology and innovation and subsidizing support for energy producers of all types to make sure that they are investing and that we are developing carbon capture storage and other emissions reductions technologies that can allow us to produce clean energy in Canada and really position the country as a leader in this space.
Thank you very much indeed. Have the last word for you, if I may.
Well, if I could just give one suggestion, when you're building all these new houses, make sure they all have solar panels. They have heat pumps, not oil furnaces. And this way, it's really helpful. My own house, I have solar panels, I have heat pumps. I have an electric car. I don't use any fossil fuel. And I think that, it's ecological concerns have trump economics.
That's it for World Questions Canada. A big thank you to all of our panel and, of course, all of our questions that contributed to the debate. I'm Johnny Diamond. Goodbye.
Appears to be masculine. It doesn't have, for example, A, but it is always rendered as a feminine when it is default. So it should really be having a with a tough. So that's interesting. Why would there be a fairly obvious grammatical mistake here? Unless it speaks perhaps to the level of learning high enough that
from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, this is the BBC World Service. This multi-ethnic, multiracial nation has gone from rural poverty to urban affluence in 2 generations. It trades with China and the US, but as they clash, which way will it turn? This Southeast Asian nation is divided into East and West by the South China Sea. It's an heir to immigration from India and China and beyond. And it's a country where Islam is dominant, but freedom of worship is guaranteed by the Constitution. Modernity has come at a rush to Malaysia, and growth has brought many questions. How to distribute the riches more equally, how to govern without the stain of corruption, and how to navigate the clash of the great powers, China and the US. Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim has said of Malaysia, we have to emerge as a mature democracy. But as of now, there are still some subjects which are judged too sensitive for us to address directly in open debate. But we have an audience who have freely offered challenging questions on the issues and a panel very ready to address them. Our panel: Senator Dr. Fuzia Salah is Secretary General of the Prime Minister's PKR party and Deputy Minister for Trade. Dr. Tricia Yeo is Associate Professor of Practice at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia's School of Politics and International Relations. Juan Ahmed is a member of the National Assembly, a former Minister for National Unity, and the opposition spokesman on foreign affairs. Our final guest is Virashini Sonia, head of the Gender Studies program at the University of Malaysia. She is an anthropologist, long specializing in the lives of marginalized people in East Malaysia, where she comes from. Your panel. Let's go to our first question, and it comes from Judy.
Good evening, Guru Najah, Pak Pujian Noor. Okay, my question is, as we can observe now, Most bosses in Malaysian media corporations are men. Where are the women? Is it because we're too emotional? Men get emotional too, so what are your thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm delighted to say the director of news at the BBC is a woman, although the director general is a man. 14% of seats in Parliament here in Malaysia are held by women, and women have a much lower workforce participation rate. Finishing Soviet gender studies.
That was targeted.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry.
It started there. You had to go straight to women. Thanks so much for that question, Noor. I mean, I was waiting for it. Fair enough. I mean, this obviously is a conversation we have all the time, right? Where are the women, right? I also understand what the reality is. The reality is you got to go home, cook for your husband, cook for your wife, press his pimples out, right? Go and do, your second job, your second hustle on what do you call your online job, and so on and so forth. And the triple burden of living just consumes you. And this is why we can't get 30% in, which, by the way, is a number that I hate. Personally, I hate.
30%.
30% in Parliament, 30% anywhere. The moment you put that number, it's going to be a problem, because it also means to say my 100% is equivalent to your 30% participation.
Would you like to see the formal policies like affirmative action?
Of course.
You would like to
Of course, I would like to see that.
Thank you. I am going to come to the audience on this. I warn you now. We're going to go to the lone man on our panel. Why not, Red? What are your thoughts? Where are the women?
Well, if you were to notice the numbers of female students studying in higher education in Malaysia are outnumbering the male. Maybe the opportunities in certain sectors are quite limited, especially politics. Some of the reason they give, especially in rural areas or in conservative area, if you feel a woman candidate, the chances might be lower than the male candidates. So this must be corrected. We want education to the masses that women and female and male politicians or assemblymen or assemblywomen that matter are equal in their abilities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Johnny, I really need everybody. I just really. I'll let you get away with this for 5 seconds, okay?
I promise I will come back to you, okay? I promise.
So I think that there are extremely high barriers for women to enter politics. The political culture is really not something that, in Malaysia specifically, that women can actually adhere themselves to. The politicians, the real conversations and the real meetings happen at night, when the women are supposed to be home taking care of the children and cooking and taking care of the home. The cost of politics is very high. Campaigning costs are very high. And of course, this one goes without saying across the board, not just in politics, but also the support system. Malaysia is amongst the lowest returning rates of women to work. So we have a high rate in the 20s, but once women have children and you have a home to take care of, they don't come back to work. I'm very proud to say that I have a strong support system. So thank you to my husband who's somewhere here and my family to allow me to do the work that I'm doing, to be here tonight, to be with you.
Thank you very much. We thank your husband too. Thank you very much. And Senator Lucia Sally, you have ascended to a relatively high position in the political system, despite all the obstacles. Can you talk about that and about how difficult it has been?
I must say that it's very difficult. And a woman has got to be twice as good as a man with knowledge even as good. Plus, it does exist. It's not easy. And politics is a whole because, like Tricia said, campaigning is difficult. You have to lobby, you have to sit down in coffee shops, raise the funds. You have to have a very good support system, and I'm also very thankful to my husband and my family as always been very supportive. In fact, he's the one who propelled me forward. There are times when I feel like giving up. And when I started, the women were happy
who actually at one point declared a worldwide boycott
they were
on
happy
shipping lanes in the United States.
taking charge of committees like food and drinks
At any rate,
and
the
decorations
used
for
Antwerp as one of
events,
their passages
and
to
we
get out of
changed all
Portugal
of that.
get
And we have over the years, especially now in my
ultimately,
position,
the
we
Portuguese
brought some
pressure increased on Antwerp.
affirmative action. Recently, in the Congress, we achieved 14.42% of women delegates.
Thank you very much. The city has been shaking up and down with her chair, shaking her head. You wanted to add?
No, I didn't mean any disrespect. I just want to say this. I understand Trisha and Senator coming in here and really, making it important to point out the places in which men have supported them. But herein lies the problem for me. We constantly go back to this celebratory language for this very minimal participation of men. We constantly we amplify the places, and I'm sorry, men, we over amplify the places in which you do this much. What you need to be is an ally. What you need to understand is that if you're talking about equality, it's literally that. And so it's not about thank you very much, men, for doing this amount. It is, come on, men, you can do more. That's the position I want to take. Sorry, yeah.
Lots of questions here. I want to hear if I get from the audience. So let's start with you. You asked the question.
I've been working with the RPS office before this. I've worked a lot with a lot of media corporations, media corporations. A lot of bosses are all men. So I'm like, wow, where's the woman? But I hope in 10 years to come, this can be changed.
Thank you very much. From other members of the audience, if you could, would you like to see formal change? I see lady dressed in white.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Tamina. I am a woman in media. I feel we need policies that positively state that men need to be involved in raising families, that men also need to be the ones to step up, so that we not only encourage the men already doing this, we also acknowledge single fathers, but we also acknowledge fathers who are partners in equitable home partnerships.
Thank you very much. Other thoughts on this? I see lady in the front row there.
Hi, my name is Sudan. I'm the editor-in-chief of Koku, which is a health news website. And frankly, I'm just disgusted with a lot of women in politics right now. I mean, no offense to white people, because I don't really follow your personal politics. So nothing on you. It's just that across party lines, whether government parties or opposition parties, women behave exactly like men. You don't do the right thing. Everything you do is just to chase positions of power, and for what? Because you don't care about the people at all. So that's why I feel like there's no point in trying to have affirmative actions to get more women in politics if you're going to behave exactly like this.
Thank you very much, madam. Sir, thank you. And after him, lady, sir.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the one of Faisal's statement saying that women, there are more female students than male students in the university, because I teach at the university. It is true. So the reality is that when we have more women graduated from the university and then they go into the workforce, etc., they are paid lower than their male counterpart, and that makes them feel disinterested to pursue working and decided to choose being a housewife and etc.
Okay, thank you very much. Lady just there.
Has been, and I tend to agree with the lady in front of me just now. I'm also in media. I have my own show. My head of current affairs and news is also a woman, very powerful. So I don't think that it's a problem about getting women into the workforce. And I feel that with affirmative action policies rather, it actually reduces our talents, because it feels like we need a lifeline to get ahead. So I'd rather merit all the way.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. We are going to go straight on to our next question. And it comes from Hema. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
I am Hema.
Close.
Yeah, very close. So my question is, what are your thoughts on the significant disparity in wealth between the T20 and the rest of Malaysia?
just to clarify, the T20, the top 20
The top 20 bands. So we got 3 bands in Malaysia, and this is the top 20 versus the rest of us.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Just a little bit of statistics to back us up here. The richest 10% in Malaysia take 38.4% of income. The poorest percentage 1.7%. Let's start with one of them from the opposition. Well, I think one of the major issues would be the problem of access to resources, especially education. Those who have been raised in the rural areas, like in my constituency, compared to those who study here in Klang Valley, they'll be having different access to quality education in terms of teachers, materials, and support system. So until and unless those gaps being addressed, we will always face these issues of class war between those who live, those who have and those who have not. Yeah? And thank God, I mean, for the past 50 years at least, the government, well, this really goes to the Pakistan national government, they had managed to at least reduce those gaps through the new economic policy. It might not be perfect, but at least it worked to that extent, because I'm one of the recipients of those policies.
And the new economic policy,
But of course,
particularly favoured what are sometimes called ethnic Malays. They were economically distressed.
Yeah, but of course, economy is not static. Things have changed. We have new challenges ahead, and definitely those gaps have been is getting wider in certain aspects. For example, in technology. So, when it comes to these sort of issues, I believe the government has to come up with a policy to address
as I was
those
doing
gaps.
my research.
Thank you very much, Tricia.
I came across this individual who was just so inspirational. I just wanted to take a few minutes and speak about his activity.
One answer, education. They're also structural.
Yes, so our household debt to GDP ratio in Malaysia is among the highest in Asia Pacific, right? So it's about 69.3%. But beyond that statistic, what constitutes the debt? Where are Malaysians' debt? Where does it come from? Mostly comes from loans, right? Loans for housing, loans for motor vehicles. So the question for me would be, is there a better question to ask about policy around the price of automobiles? Which, by the way, Malaysia has very highly inflated costs of vehicles, and housing policy is something that really needs to be addressed as well.
Thank you very much.
All the way up to
Senator
the population. What happened was Nancy set up these
one of the findings when we got to government,
the leadership would refuse.
Before that, was that we have difficulties identifying where they are, who they are, what they need. We do not have one leadership.
This may sound like a cheap political point, and I'm really not trying to make that look. Some people would say when you have the richest 10% taking almost 40%,
that's not universal. We definitely have some good leaders, like, for example,
you could redistribute that money to
Warsaw,
the
you
poor.
have the detailed
But it also gets very unpopular because even at the moment, yeah, but I do believe that to have an even Rabbi statistics that it should be shared. There should be the richness of the nation should be shared between the people.
Thank you very much.
The majority of the people are going, falling into insolvency because of these loans of buying motorcycles and cars. It is also speaking to this larger problem of mobility. These are people who are immobile, who must get somewhere to keep their family alive. You can't even, public transportation.
right? And not only that, you can't even walk on the street without, imagine if you have a waitressing job and you can't afford the bus and you have to get there and you're sweaty, right? That doesn't send a good signal, and these are the realities for many people. I also have to add that I think one thing we've not brought into the conversation is this whole thing about this sandwich generation. There's this cultural expectation that I've got to get married and start a family, but now I also have to take care of my parents. You're sandwiched between these two, really huge care burdens essentially, right? And this is why it's also speaking to this large conversation, and I think it's happening globally as well, about birth rates. People are taking the decision to say, I don't want children. I can't afford children. And I think once that comes into play with other larger conversations we're having about this class difference, which really is also about elitism, is that the elites and the people at the top can have 5 kids, and we can have a cat.
Thank you very much. On that feline note, we'll move on. Our next question comes from Rashidi.
It's Rashidi Bukaya, and I have a question about this is something that I've personally been struggling with. My question is, how do you reconcile the ideals of Malaysia being a diverse, democratic, secular country versus the reality of Malaysia versus Malaysia's status quo prioritizing Malay Muslim hegemony?
Thank you, we will come back to you after we've spoken to the panel on this. I should say this is one of the few states in the world where the special position of an ethnic group is named in the Constitution, where rights and privileges are entrenched in law for that group, often referred to as the Military, also translated as Sons of the Soil. But
So I get to start this one.
Yeah, you can start this one.
That's great.
I'm sure you've got one or two thoughts.
Put the minority on the spot first. Why don't you? Roshni, thank you for that question. I think it's safe to say that I'm the only person on this panel who is like you, a biracial, maybe more than biracial person, that is often sort of phrased as an in-between person, right? And I get it. My concern with the way in which we constantly talk about identity in this country boils down to a very important national word: tolerance. I've heard this word since I was a child. There's this thing, tolerancy, we call it in Malaysia. And I have a huge problem with that. I tell my students this all the time. Would you tell your girlfriend I tolerate you? You won't, right? And I think therein lies the problem for me. And I say this as a person who has an Indian father, an indigenous mother who was born in Sabah, who is a woman who lives her life as plus size, right? And I think that there is a lot to be said about this because I constantly have to mask and try to fit in something that is a sphere above me in order to survive this country. So I think, on a global level, we want to talk about identity as a way where it's celebratory, there's a kind of a happiness about reclaiming your agency and your identity, but that's easier said than done. And I think if there's a way for us to sort of mitigate that without constantly feeling so afraid of, injuring the feeling of those here who are in power, members of the status quo, it would be an easier conversation.
I'm not sure with you about
I would start by saying that more than 10 years ago, the Prime Minister requested my party to introduce one policy, which is called the race-based policy, rather than race-based policy. And it is a process to make people understand that it's not their right just because they belong to a certain group of people, but it's because they need it. So if a Malay gets a 10% discount on buying properties, what about the Indians who are poor? Why does the Malay who have higher earnings enjoy the same benefits? So it takes we need to reorientate the thinking.
I spoke in the introduction to the program about some sensitivities, and
it is the case that debate on more than 3 hours in and that is the royal family, race, and religion is extremely limited if it exists at all. We are treading on very sensitive, and I understand that, and respect that as well. We obviously want to have free and open discussion around the question.
Let's address it, right? Article 153, the federal constitution provides for a special position. So I think a lot of people, including policymakers, by the way, get confused about what the term actually says. So it is special position, it is not special privileges. I think that Malaysians have lived too long under the shadow of 13 May 1969, and it has not been 13 May and 1969 were racial riots. So my point is that let's have some kind of a truth and reconciliation commission, the likes of what South Africa did after apartheid, because we need to close that chapter of violence.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I apologize if I'm hurrying our panel along a little bit. We are short of time with lots of questions. Malaysia was not born or was not forged in a vacuum. Malaysia was a nation state that was given birth during post-colonial era of decolonization of the British Empire. And prior to that, Malaysia was ruled by the Malay Islamic sultanates. Do you reject Rashid's phrase, Malay was I would reconfigure the word hegemony. I would rather use custodianship. Why? Because, yes, custodianship means you are the majority race. Your role is to ensure peace and harmony of the nation. Meaning it's a burden, it's a responsibility, and a privilege. And also, as a Muslim leader, we were taught to be tolerant. In Islam, we were taught to understand this phrase called muhibbah.
Here's an image of this document from 1670.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to get back to our question.
First of all, thank you everyone for your kind remarks. Let it be known that you're talking about muhibbah, love, and yes, in the previous general election, according to the social media monitoring report by CIJ Center for Independent Journalism, PAS, one of your own political partners, was one of the biggest amplifiers for ethno-religious faith. So I hope that you are able to bring some of those comments back to your parties.
Many Jews and descendants of Jews
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, very briefly. Definitely there are weaknesses among my members, my coalition members when it comes to race and religious boundaries. But why is it not passed? When we all know very well, the MP also play the same rhetoric. They are not being reportized. This is the Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really strong passions on this issue, as so many others. Let's move on. Thank you. We have our next question is from Sini Vijandra.
Hello.
Thank you, everyone. My question is, how can we ensure that rights to freedom of expression and assembly are safeguarded for young people, and that their voices are not stifled by political pressures and restrictive laws?
Thank you very much indeed. First, it should be said the colonial era is actually the British colonies. The sedition is cited as a very significant restriction on freedom of speech in Malaysia, restricting criticism of government figures, government and other figures throughout society. If I start by raising the senator question, special rights to freedom of expression, the Prime Minister said he would review citizenship.
This major
I was just commenting that it feels like me against the rest of the
world. He's also a very funny writer.
I've got a terrible time.
Descriptions of life and Absalom is really quite interesting. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation, which have take their value to the present day. A lot of people really say that this is what it's all about. Here they are. I'll give them to you first. The first rule of speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares. That doesn't sound so much like an economic idea. It's more of like
there are little steps. And I hope those little steps, like there's a working group on yellow reform that has submitted their findings and their suggestions to the ministry to Azalina. I don't think it is very fast enough. However, the manifestos from each party are not necessarily same. We are in a coalition government. It's the first time Malaysia entered into a coalition government. And reflecting on what we should have done, I think one of the best practices was to learn from the Germany, where they formed a grand coalition in 2017. They took 5 months actually to form a blueprint where they listed all the policies. On hindsight, I think if this is something that we should have done.
Okay, thank you very much.
The way I see it is that young people are greatly influenced by things that are happening on a global scale. You know, they get most of their education from TikTok, not university, right? And there is, of course, this new way of understanding the world in which if you don't reclaim and you don't seek your own agency and you don't stand up for what you believe in, then you're going to be buried in the rubble of, all kinds of, post-colonial issues. So this kind of decolonizing approach in wanting to reclaim what is important to them is necessary. And I'm for it. I understand why there is a need for it. So you can't talk about being the ideal person you want to be if you can't secure a job. And you can't talk about securing a job if you can't also talk about not just your gender and your race, but certainly, and I need to put this out there, your sexuality, your gender, right? What if you're a trans person in this country, for example? And I think, I have to agree with Trisha, is that we have not created enough of this concept of safe spaces.
Thank you very much, Steve. I would characterize this government as a government with iron fist in the development plan. Stop giving excuses about slow reforms because we are in unity government. The fact of the matter is, the Prime Minister is the most powerful person that could affect change that he wants. But does he make the change that he promised to the people? No, neither. Would you like to see
have connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for a new economic niche, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets.
There's a whole slate of
particularly we see here in New York, which of course
legislations that really need to go.
At least once
The
a year.
Printing Presses and Publications Act, which restricts media cooperating freely. The Sedition Act, which has very, very vague clauses, which means therefore that anything can be captured by the Sedition Act.
They're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654
I think for me personally, why I feel freedom of expression is so important, especially in our country, is because it underpins our rights and access to all other rights, right? And when we talk about freedom of expression, and specifically the targeting of youth activists and student protests, what we are really doing is sending a very chilling message to say that we are stifling dissent.
Sir, in the purple top. Thank you very much.
Freedom of expression is creating a lot of migration. A lot of Malaysians are leaving the country because of the lack of expression. Migrating to Singapore, taking up citizenship in Singapore, going to UK, Australia, because people are not able to express themselves freely. So if things aren't done sooner rather than later, the economy will be affected. Everything will be affected.
Thank you very much. Madam in the front here.
In Malaysia, we have many controversial issues that are very sensitive, and we are not allowed to talk about it publicly. We have racial sensitivity and especially religious sensitivity. I would love to have a discussion with a Malay Muslim about his religion, my religion. I mean, we just have a talk. But that is smart now because the laws in the country say proselytizing, something like that. It is illegal. It is, you can be imprisoned, you can disappear, you can be kidnapped for what is preaching to Muslims. But we just want to start with dialogue because, you know, if we can't talk about things that's sensitive, if we have to keep quiet and just tolerate the situation, it's never going to resolve in the end.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you very much for that. We're going to move on to our last question. I'm going to tell the panel now. They have very, very short answers. Okay? I will be very strict about this. It comes from Shah. Shah. The question is, political parties make promises and they often broken promises. Can the government enact a law to make political parties accountable for their promises? Thank you. I really do mean short answers on this one. One of them, a law to make political parties accountable, yes or no? Well, I don't think law is sufficient. I don't think it's needed. Because why? I think the experience of current all political parties have experience governing the country. So we have learned our lesson not to overpromise things that we cannot deliver. Okay. Yeah. So I believe if we fail to adhere to our promises, we will be ruled out by the people. Okay. So thank you, Trisha. Yeah.
That's what the political party manifesto is for. Make sure you study it. Make sure you keep your politicians and the parties accountable.
Thank you, Senator Fuziasana.
Yeah, being in government and being in opposition is totally different, and understanding it from being from the opposition gives a very different perspective from understanding being in government. So we'll be more careful about manifesto next time.
The last word goes to Milashini Sonia.
Thank you very much for that question. I come from Sabah. Thanks. No.
Okay,
let me just finish that. I come from Sabah, so I know exactly what you're talking about. If there's any way to do it, you know, stop voting along people who come from legacies. Stop voting for people along the money lines. Start voting for people who really mean something for people.
With that burst of enthusiasm from our audience, we have to say farewell. I'm afraid that is it for World Questions Malaysia. On behalf of my producer, Charlie Taylor, the BBC World Service, and particularly from me, huge thank you to our panel. You have been brilliant, you have been patient, you have given us your time and your experience. Thank you. Thank you also to our questioners. Fantastic questions. To a brilliant audience here in Kuala Lumpur, and of course everyone listening around the world. I'm Johnny Diamond. Thank you very much.
Very obvious, especially when you look at the actual ritual of communion. So, back to our question. Why would the Portuguese adopt this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with
Welcome to World Questions Serbia. Right now, this Balkan nation is being rocked by student-led demonstrations and roadblocks. Protesters are calling for snap elections, accusing the government of corruption and democratic backsliding. President Vučić has in turn accused protesters of being part of a foreign plot trying to destabilize his country. So, what next for Serbia? This landlocked nation in Southeast Europe, formerly part of Yugoslavia, stands at a political crossroads. First, there are the student-led protests over corruption and what demonstrators claim is a lack of democracy. Then there's the future direction of the country. Serbia wants to join the EU, but continues to share strong ties with Russia. Which way should the country turn? With me to debate some of the many questions we received from around Serbia are Marko Đurić, the Minister of Foreign Affairs with the governing Serbian Progressive Party. Thank you for joining us, Minister.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me on the program.
Borko Stefanovic is Deputy President of the Opposition Freedom and Justice Party. Welcome, Borko.
Thank you for having me.
Danica Ilic is a journalist formerly on the BBC and B92 Radio. Thanks to you too, Danica.
It's good to be here again.
And Filip Balunovic is a research fellow at the University of Belgrade. Welcome to you too.
Deeply Jewish moment here. We just stomped on the street in front of the synagogue.
Now let's go straight to our first question. He's a student that has been involved in the protests and perhaps reflecting the current tense climate. He would rather not be identified. What's your question?
Hello, everyone. From Serbia. In the Serbian parliament,
Of course, it was not allowed to take pictures during transportation. The pictures were picture that was taken from the apartment in front of the street. And this shows that Rothschild is the
Okay, well, that way we're just looking at let's up 300,000 people
we start playing Jewish geography here. It's like 5 languages. Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian, 50 languages. Trying to match up where everybody came from. And we're having a live thing for that is that we have this experience.
The social actors, actually, not only opposition and the students, and also activists, NGOs, and all sorts of various spheres of our life, in order to keep it peaceful, to keep it, ardent, to try to do it in a way which is the only possible way, which is through the elections. Now, of course, our regime and Mr. Vučić are not willing to give elections, and they will try to postpone any calling for snap elections in our country. And we have to bear in mind that the elections, as we call it in Serbia, are not really elections like you have in UK, for example, because our elections are proven and documented rigged elections. It was confirmed by European Parliament resolution, it was confirmed by OSCE findings, it was confirmed even by the European Commission. Pretty much now clear after 8 months of protests, which are massive, and now they are in the streets of every Serbian city and town. So we believe that the only way forward is to have at least democratic and free elections in our country, which means that we need to have at least the register of the voters for scrutiny.
Filip Balunovic is a research fellow at the University of Belgrade. Many professors like you support protests. What do you want?
I think this is a crucial point in the post-socialist recent history of Serbia, because something has been wrong not only during the time of the governance of Serbian Progressive Party, Mr. Vučić, but something has been wrong ever since the dissolution of Yugoslavia that you mentioned in your introduction. So this is a call not only for institutions to function, but also for institutions to function in a way that
first of all, let's just
create more just society. In my view, my reading of the protests is that the protesters demand justice. Protesters demand accountability, and protesters demand a radically different society than what we had in the past 35 years. And I'm afraid that we need to say also that the crisis of our society began in probably 1989, but the peak of that crisis has been reached with the temporary government. And I would say,
it's interesting to me that many of the people who sent us in questions in preparation for this program were reluctant to use their full names.
Then after the
identity
watered down, where we actually saw pretty bizarre reconstruction of Noah's Ark. Shortly after it, we saw
absolutely, when you see the numbers of young people, including high school pupils, being arrested, also students being arrested and beaten up on the streets of Belgrade and other
smaller cities throughout Serbia, absolutely, they're taking a huge risk. University professors are as well taking the risk of losing their job and also being exposed as traitors.
Let's hear from Donetsk village. Donetsk close to the west is the student protests reflect the general mood of the country.
I do believe that general it's the same word that is used I spoke to people who support the student movement. I also spoke to people who idealize and support investment on kids.
So that's the
Both of them are very honest.
We also have an illustration of the
the general theme is that we are coming back to the universal values such as justice and democracy. And for me personally, what is really important is that see that these students, the Serbian youth, fight for these institutions and for the rule of law, because they do still believe that democratic principles in this country that we can get
This is interesting. Just 2 years ago, he won an election with a massive vote, 60% of beating vote.
Yes, but elections were not fair and democratic, and it's very easy to win the elections if you fight the game that is not fair, and that you have some sort of advantage over the opposition or other players.
Okay, let's hear from the Minister of the allegations are piling up out there during stolen elections, police brutality, professors risking losing their jobs.
The entire town of Middleburg was emptied of Jews. They were
Serbia is a world away from
and the synagogue was occupied by Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the
when I
region
listen
in the
to this,
context
I
of
would get the
fighting, a
impression that
British
we are
order
living in
landed
Washington,
on the
Serbia.
synagogue and
And in
destroyed
fact,
it.
25 years ago, I was myself a student on the streets of
By the time
Belgrade
the conflict was
protesting
over, you can see
against
that
regime, and I can tell you that
shells
we are
of
a world
walls that
away
stand
from where
around
Serbia was 25 years ago. And it's extremely easy to discount elections as undemocratic without backing this with any substantive evidence. But the truth is that if you look at the opinion polls, and I'm not speaking about
basically by the time we get to the late 20th century, there was nothing
major European and global.
This is the way it would have stayed. We're not for the intervention of
the main ruling party
shown
in
here
Serbia
with
is
David
polling
Lawrence,
at
of course,
slightly
the
below
in
50% of the votes after 6 or 7 months of protests, and with all due respect to Mr. Stefanovic's party is falling below 7. And there's a reason for this. The reason lies in the fact that you cannot have any credibility to actually claim to be fighting for a different kind of Serbia, to be fighting against corruption, to be fighting for stronger institutions, with having such a poor track record while working in government yourself. That's one of the reasons. The other part of the reasons, which is probably even more significant, is the fact that in the past 10 years, which coincides with the time in which President Vučić was the main political actor in the government, Serbia has managed to more than double the size of its
So this is just an example of
meaning
basic
that
things
the
that
level
David
of
Lawrence
living
and Percy
standards
Liverpool
has
we
increased.
invited
Other
Odd
issues
Boss
are very
and
serious
Smith,
issues
very
in many of the areas
the community,
that were
to
mentioned by,
join
for
us
example,
on the ship for
Mr.
Shabbat.
Balonovich.
They came
No
Friday
doubt
night
about
and
it.
meal with us.
But can a
Before
society
Shabbat
really
began,
resolve
we heard their story.
all
So
of the issues
I have a
that
video
have
of them
been
telling
piling
the
up
story
for
of this
decades,
month.
one or
I'd like to share a little bit of it.
Let's go back to the question and find out what he makes of those answers.
Yes, thank you for your thoughts. I think the key points were touched upon properly. And what I think was not emphasized enough is that the Serbian public is seized by the mass propaganda for years. And this is about Kosovo is holding the flag because we never faced the war crimes from the 9 cases committed by Rothschild power forces. The same political body that is now in power, the same people, including President Vučić. But what is the most important thing for me is that 1 million people have left the country the last 12 years, 1 million of and the more than 90% of them went to Western Europe. This shows what we
really wish for, and that's a well-ordered society like Western countries. And nobody here wants to live in a country like Russia.
Okay, I want to move on to question for
Hello to everybody, and my question is, when will judicial system in Serbia start to break law? Since many judges are corrupt and act against people by making unfair decisions, or act too slowly, even in urgent cases.
Anna, I believe you have direct experience with this. Tell me what happened.
I fought for custody over my children, and that case lasted really too long since it was about minors, and this period was really awful. The system didn't respond to the advice of the social service to prolong protection of me. They just ignored it. And unfortunately, there are a lot of femicides in Serbia, and we are all aware of it.
Thank you. Let's get our panel on this. The NGO Freedom House saying the judiciary is compromised by political influences of the judicial appointments, and many judges complain about being subject to external pressure as well. Valinovich, do you think the judiciary is independent?
No, just like we don't have any independent spheres of society. I would just like to reflect on a couple of things that Mr. George said. He said that contemporary Serbia is miles away from Milosevic Serbia, but President Vučić, his political legacy precisely comes from the 1990s, and he was a right-wing partner to Milosevic, especially in the late 1990s.
Philip, I want to bring you back to this question of judiciary. Anna's question was about the slowness of the judiciary and the independence of the judiciary. Do you believe that the judiciary is independent?
No, I answered the question. The judiciary is not independent, just like anything else that should be public is independent. And of course, Mr. Juric mentioned the late socialist era, and the traces, and this is really fun, I must admit, the traces of corruption in contemporary Serbia date back to the late socialist era. The problem of contemporary Serbia, among others, is that contemporary Serbia came out on the most progressive parts of the socialist heritage. It dates actually the years when Mr. Vučić in the 1990s was a part of the criminal organization called Serbian Radical Party.
Stefanovic, corruption dates back to the 1990s. It was right when you were in power. What steps do you think need to be taken?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. We're trying to tackle, if you allow me just a few seconds, what the minister said, because it's not amusing at all. I think it's quite disturbing, because we live in their parallel world of privileges and corruption and violence. We don't have free media, we don't have free elections, and we have overall violence. Tell me any country in Europe in which police officers in plain clothes, sometimes without badges, come to arrest students with allegation that they're terrorists.
They don't have a full-time rabbi
Tell me
yet.
any country in Europe in which we have police brutality, police cordons in full equipment in front of the multitude. It's fair to say, and I'm coming back to your question, that our judiciary is absolutely in the pocket of the ruling party and Mr. Vučić himself. They are trying to politicize it like they did to every other state, because people in Serbia have come together for the first time in many, many years. And we are not willing to give up on mafia and organized crime, to keep on running our country.
Minister, quite the accusations. How do you respond?
I listen very patiently to these baseless and at times rude accusations, but before I answer, I would like to just briefly comment on what Mrs. Anna said. I believe that every Serbian or Yugoslav family has a story of injustice related to inefficient judiciary, and this problem goes back decades. To the credit of our government, we adopted a law specifically targeting violence in families, and this law has already prevented thousands of cases of violence, genocides, other criminal offenses related to family violence. Now, speaking about pressure against the judiciary, I see for the past 8 months continuous pressure against the judiciary by the supporters of the opposition, who very often get in front of the prosecution offices and demand that judges and prosecutors act in line with their political or ideological views, which quite often do not coincide with the facts of certain cases.
Well, there is a law that protects family against family violence, but that law should develop much more, since everybody is telling you you are safe, don't worry, you're protected, you're not alone, but indeed you are alone in this fight and nobody is behind you. Not judicial system, not police. Before you get the paper, let's say the decision from the court, nobody is behind you.
Thank you for your question and for sharing your experiences with us. Now to our next question, which comes from Yovan, who is a law student. Yovan, what is your question?
Hello everyone. My question today is why is Serbia still trying to join the European Union despite the hostile attitude from the Western countries?
Okay, why is Serbia still trying to join the European Union despite the hostile attitude from Western countries? Serbia applied to join the EU in 2009. Most political parties wanted to join, but Serbia is still a long way from qualifying. One of the stumbling blocks is that the EU requires Serbia to normalize relations with Kosovo, which most of the EU countries recognize as an independent state. Dr. Belgrade still considers to be part of Serbia, and its image and its public opinion on this, and what Kosovo represents to the Serbian imagination.
Well, say less than half of Serbian citizens would vote in a referendum to join the EU. That means that 15 years ago, as many as 70% of Serbs would be in favor of joining the EU, which is not the case today. So that question, why the sentiment has changed, is actually for the governing party and here present Minister Đorić. Also, when it comes for Kosovo, my family comes from Kosovo, and that is a beautiful place which I visited every year. Many of the Serbs would say that Kosovo is not part of Serbia.
Thank you. Let's get Philip Pavlovich back. Are Serbs more likely to identify as European and want to join the EU?
I often get this question, especially if we compare student protests in Serbia and, for instance, protests in Georgia or similar countries where people wave with European Union flags, etc. I mean, if successful, this movement in Serbia would be one of the rare movements which goes directly against the narrative of the president that would be actually run by its own people.
Can I just remind you, Philip, of the question, why is Serbia still trying to join the European Union despite the hostile attitude from the West towards Serbia?
I wouldn't say there is a hostile attitude. Mr. Vučić is very good friends with all major European representatives. And here I'm not talking about European Parliament or European Commission or European Council. I'm talking about the people who actually make decisions in Europe and European Union. And this is, I mean, in a strange way, Mr. Vučić succeeded in being very close friends with Russia and China, United States, Germany, and all these countries have their own interests in doing business with Mr. Vučić.
Marko Stefanovic, there's a long list of conditions that Serbia will have to meet before it will be granted membership, one of which we just talked about, the independence of the judiciary, the question of Kosovo normalizing relationships. How far from membership is Serbia?
Well, I think it's really crucial to say that our current government, President Vučić, have absolutely no intention to bring Serbia closer or Serbia to join Europe. Why? One task, because that would mean that this regime would have to be fully accountable for the corruption, for the destruction of the rule of law, for the brutality against peaceful demonstrators. So this regime, despite being Serbians, is at the same time not public. They are saying that students in opposition are agents of the West. So what they are doing, they are trying to get away, with the tyranny, with the corruption, with the violence. And it will not go away. So basically, Serbia should join the European Union as soon as possible. This is the best place for us. We're a member of Europe. We are in Europe, and we will be in Europe. But this regime has zero interest to bringing us constantly nothing in technical, in advancements concerning our accession process, in the process of normalization of Pristina. So there will be no progress, there will be no real integration as long as we have this regime in power in Serbia. This is our job, our homework, and we will do it in a peaceful, democratic way.
Marco Juric, you have no intention of making progress towards the European Union membership, is that true?
The flag you can see behind me, right beside the Serbian flag, is the flag of the European Union. And in fact, under the government of President Vučić, Serbia is opening the biggest number of chapters and clusters for EU membership. In the past 12 years, Serbia has made serious advances towards EU membership. Unfortunately, this does not depend entirely on us. Our economy is in a far better state than even in some of the recent EU member states in terms of macroeconomic stability. But I want to also speak a bit about some principles that could be mentioned here. It's interesting to hear people ostensibly advocating rule of law and respect of laws, while at the same time they're violating laws every day on the streets of Belgrade, on the streets of Serbian cities. Can you imagine what would happen in the UK if someone would attempt to block the M6 highway or try to block Heathrow, and to do all of this without registering their gatherings with the police?
Sorry for the interruption, but I want to bring you back to the question. Will Serbia ever recognize the independence of Kosovo?
Well, for Serbs and for Serbia, I would say Kosovo and Metohija, as we say, is not just about 13% of the territory. It answers one of the most fundamental questions for every community, and that is, we are. The seat of the Serbian Orthodox Church is in Peć, a UNESCO World Heritage Monastery, one of the 4 World Heritage Monasteries of the Serbian Church in Kosovo, and 10 out of 38 municipalities in Kosovo are Serb-majority municipalities. So all of this we need to work towards the compromise. We've had 2 political agreements so far, and we need to work on economy, on building bridges in the economic sphere, so to ensure that there is some kind of a perspective for young people, because one of the concerns that we share with some of the interlocutors here is we want to keep the youth in our region. We want to keep the youth in Serbia.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's go back to our question to Jovan. Jovan, what do you make of those answers? And just explain why you say the West is hostile to Serbia.
First of all, thank you all for your answers. Second of all, I think that Western countries are hostile to Serbia because of their stance on Kosovo. They fully back Kosovo in their independence. And second of all, they are a bit hypocritical to Serbian society because they profess their dedication to democracy, yet they do nothing about the decreasing state of democracy in Serbia.
That's it for Wild Question Serbia. A big thank you to our panel and all the questioners who contributed to this fascinating debate. And thank you for watching wherever you are in the world. I'm Alan Little.
Here you can see a schematic map of the city of Jerusalem. see by the topographic lines how the city is built on the top of a hill.
This is the BBC World Service. I'm Johnny Diamond, and this is World Questions Australia, the lucky country for so many decades, now facing hard challenges on housing, migration, crime, and what the future holds for generations to come. But questions from across Australia for our panel to discuss. Lots of questions, let's get some answers, and let me introduce our panel. Katie Gallagher is the Minister for Finance in the Labour government. Katie, hello.
Thanks very much for having me on.
John Fustuto is a politician with the opposition Liberal Party. Until very recently, he was head of the opposition in the state of Victoria. Welcome to you, John.
Thanks, John.
Senator Sarah Hanson-Young has been a senator for South Australia since 2008. She represents the Australian Greens. Hello, Sarah.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you.
And we're joined by Alexandra Smith-Statement, editor with the Sydney Morning Herald newspaper. Alexandra, hello.
Hello, great to be with you.
Well, it's a fabulous lineup. Let's go straight to our first question. It comes from Madeline from Adelaide in southern Australia. Hi, Madeline.
Hello, Johnny. My question is, we urgently require more housing. With the climate and the environment being, we should not be developing any more land. How do we resolve this problem?
Thank you, Madeline. How do we resolve the problem of keeping more housing up against the needs of the environment? One of the biggest issues in Australia right now, housing is getting priced out of too many people's pockets. One example, just a few years ago, 2022, the average house price was 5 times average salary. It's now 9 times average salary. The Labour government, alongside the federal states, has agreed to try and build 1.2 million new homes over the next 5 years, but it is well behind target already on house building, which is at its lowest for a decade. Can we get our first answer from Senator Sarah Hanson-Young? That trade-off between the environment and the desperate need for new housing, Sarah.
Well, thanks, Madeline, and hello to your fellow South Australian. Wonderful to see you here. Look, I think this is a really good question. Lots of people will try and make you believe that the environment is a trade-off for everything, a trade-off for jobs, a trade-off for business, and this, the housing debate ends up being seen as a trade-off for housing. But it doesn't have to be like that, actually. There's plenty of places where we could be building new homes and new houses in our suburbs and already built up areas where we could be making homes that cater for modern world. The idea that we just have to keep cutting down and pushing out further and further to the outer suburbs is actually not what's needed. And in fact, when governments end up just doing that as the easy option, you find communities are left without the services. They don't have the public transport systems, they don't have the schools, they don't have the health access. So actually we need to be looking at how we can be retrofitting existing housing stock, retrofitting existing infrastructure, and making sure that we build houses in the right places, not just where it might be commercially cost effective. Cheaper isn't always best.
Thank you very much indeed, John Fustuto from the opposition Liberal Party. Housing is right up there at the top of the agenda, The trade-offs are tough. Do you think that they are being handled correctly?
Certainly not in the case of my state. I don't think there's just a parade celebrating the victory trade-off between environment and housing in any kind of scenario. I think the key point I'd like to make, though, is that governments are not responding to patterns of population transport growth around the country. So in the case of Victoria, and I know this is echoed around the country, there is an enormous population growth, probably 3 or 4 times the rate of population growth in what I call the outer suburban growth corridors. So if you are a young family and you want to buy a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment, you will not be able to afford victory needs to in Australia. Well over $1 million probably cost you $1.5 million to buy particularly a 3-bedroom apartment. So if you are looking to buy a home where you can house your family,
kids in settings as much as you might like them are going to be pure. So what's happening in Victoria, certainly, and as I said, it's around the country, is that people are looking for places they can afford in ways where they can exercise their choice. Many people want to live in a country style, and that's great. Many people don't want standalone, detached homes as well, and I think governments have an obligation to do that.
This other Christian
very much. Alexander Smith, Sydney Morning Herald.
Jordan.
I think one thing we really have to focus on in Australia, whether that's a city like Sydney, where I'm from, Melbourne, Adelaide, is I think we really have to have a cultural change as well. I think Australia was built on the ownership of homes. The great Australian dream is living on a half-acre block, big backyards, playing cricket out in the back. We have to change how we live, and we have to get away from this attitude that unless you have a house with a family, then you're not doing the right thing by your family. Here in Sydney, and I know it's the same in Victoria and Melbourne, we're looking, the governments are looking at higher density. Like we have to do this, that it's okay for families with young children. I have young children and live in an apartment. That it's okay to live like that. But that's what we need to change how we think about the ways we live.
Thank you very much. Katie Elton, Minister of Finance. Is this the biggest challenge that your government faces?
Certainly one of the top issues. Talking to constituents, there are hundreds of times housing affordability, access to different types of housing is certainly right up there in the top three issues, I would say. I think the environment and how you manage that interplay between urban development and environmental protection is one of the issues, but it's not the only issue. I think it's a long term, in some ways, people would say a decade longer of a problem in terms of lack of supply, lack of training the workforce we need to build the housing we need. So there's a whole range of issues there, but certainly supply is the main one. How do we get more supply? I certainly agree. I think with everyone, John, Alexander, Sarah, in terms of the comments that we've all made about the different range of issues at play, and it requires, I think, every level of government to work together to deliver the outcome we need, which is essentially housing.
Thank you very much. Let's get back to Madeline. What do you make of what you have heard, and also your question about that trade-off in zero that between building more houses and the environment?
I mean, I do see it as a trade-off. Developing more land means exacerbating the climate and the environmental problems, which means that a little bit further down the road, there are going to be a hell of a lot more homeless people. Some of the homeless people that we currently have are homeless because they've been inundated by floods and burnt out of their homes. And that's due to our screwed up attitude about climate. Talk about we can have it all. We can't. We have to change our attitude. Alexandra is absolutely correct. We need, I'm sorry, a more social look at this, because if we don't join together and fix this, it's not my lifetime. I'm 60 years old. In 10 years, my garden, I won't be able to grow plants in my garden. We have to stop talking about minimizing the problems and telling people they can have what they have. And change our attitude.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your questions. Thank you for your comments afterwards as well. Let's go on to our second question. It comes kind of here on in Western Australia. Hello.
Johnny, hi. I come from a place called Denmark, which is on the south coast of Western Australia, and I'm intrigued to hear all the commentary about climate, because I live in a town that has become a refuge for people escaping climate in the northern parts of Western Australia. But my question to the panel is not about climate. My question is this: Australia has failed to celebrate and support its own First Nations people. Aboriginal people in Australia have significantly shorter lives, suffer a greater burden of chronic illness, and higher rates of incarceration than their non-Indigenous peers. How does the panel suggest we improve outcomes for Aboriginal people and recognition of their culture and knowledge, not just in Australia but the world?
Thank you very much. Thank you for that question. Australia's First Nations or First People have suffered mightily since Australia was founded, and their lives outcomes today on nearly every metric are significantly worse than those who came later in Australia. And we had hoped to have someone from First Nations on the panel, but unfortunately, Thomas was not able to make it. Let me first ask Alexandra Smith about this vexed question in Australia's dialogue about itself.
There is no doubt that it's still very shameful where we are in terms of our Indigenous population. And I think no doubt, while it was divided and certainly it wasn't a homogenous group in terms of the voice that moved to a referendum at the end of 2023 now, in many ways that set the country back a long way.
You've been very briefly explained to those who don't know this was a referendum on a consultative body, slightly unclear as to what body would be, a consultative body to the legislature that would be an express voice for First Nations or First People.
That's right, that's right. And I guess you sort of hit the nail on the head in some ways as to why it failed. It's a bigger issue that we could debate. But there was concern why the no vote prevailed. There was some uncertainty around what actually this voice for Parliament would be. Nonetheless, I think what it showed was there is still a big divide in Australia between our Victorian and our untreated group. And as we said, we still have rates of incarceration, lower health outcomes, lower education outcomes. And I just think that we're now in 2025. Quite shameful that we haven't come further. I know government legislation has tried for a long time, but we haven't come anywhere close enough. And I think, as an Australian, talking to international audience, I think a lot of us here feel quite disappointed of where we are in this country. How other countries are doing it. Like Canada, for example, or New Zealand particularly. I think Australia has a very long way to go.
Thank you very much. The Katie Gallagher, Minister of Finance, back in 2008, there was a program, wasn't there, called Closing the Gap, that was supposed to, close the gap between what some people call Indigenous and non-Indigenous populations in Australia. That is widely judged to fail. Are you concerned about the gap and the continuing failures of public policy?
Closing the gap, and we have an annual statement to Parliament on closing the gap, so it remains in place. Those targets remain in place. There's been progress in some, including the birthway of First Nations babies and areas like that, but there hasn't been enough progress. There's some areas where we're making no progress, and that's in areas like incarceration rates. In education, we're doing better with the younger children. But there's, as you say, against closing the gap, we haven't reached the targets that we've set, but it is an annual update to Parliament, which I think shows you how important it's treated. I think the voice referendum, just to return to that briefly, I think unfortunately we were supporting a yes case. It became very political. Referendums traditionally have to have bipartisan support to get up. It's very hard to get up and change our constitution. We didn't have that. It became very political, and it's unfortunate that went down, very unfortunate. But from the government's point of view, our focus remains. It's really now how do we partner with First Nations communities to deliver the programs and supports they need. I think in the past there's been a lot of people telling First Nations people what they need. The progress that we're seeing, and we are seeing progress in particular communities, is where they are
tried to kill us. We survived.
Thank you very much. But,
we actually get into the history of Australians. I think I want to say, I'd like to take history in 8 Australia is my state. Glimpses out of the areas where government might be a little different than what you did. First of all, we should understand that that is essentially a civilization. It describes a vicious, cruel
large groups
and it's
of
the hard work
Jews
of delivering
how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is the result of the political situation in which Israel had been under a Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died sometime in the year 322 there. The Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the Galilee, which occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what which they be called Syria, but they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurred. The version of the story that you probably in your child had a very important role in this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large nation like this. But he was known behind his back as Epiphanes, which in Latin translated as sugar. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and go to the bathhouses and, try and sort it out with the regular people. And I think what has happened revealing himself as being, in fact,
absolutely, it was heartbreaking for Aboriginal people. They asked us for a week of mourning after the failure of the referendum.
At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? There was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much, you can't take us into that. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise on his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews were looking to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it, the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Tonya, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would invade the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then another man, Menelaus, because Menelaus offered more money. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing Hellenists by ransacking the temple himself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves. Those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be called
actually country Victoria. And back then, 40 odd years ago, we had doctors in the local hospital. Women could have their babies at the local hospital. There were midwives available. And if you needed specialist care, then there would be a doctor. You had a relationship with who helped facilitate that if you needed to go to be special services. Fast forward, and we're now in a situation where that town,
this source, which is roughly contemporaneous with the period, is not well regarded within the Jewish
shut down.
know about the events well, we have three really important sources, a few other smaller ones roughly from the period as well. Let's look at the
So it hasn't always been like this, and it is a symptom of the workforce.
Be a little bit cautious about describing this otherwise amazing event of the Jews actually achieving political and, more importantly, spiritual independence from an oppressor. And there are a lot of questions. Why doesn't the Talmud spend a lot more time talking about this? Why is there no tractate devoted to the holiday of Hanukkah, like this, for example, to the holiday of Purim? In fact, Hanukkah gets just a few pages really in tractate Shabbat, and it is in the context specifically of how to write the Torah. That's one of the biggest aspects that's discussed there. How do you ritually observe the holiday of Hanukkah? But as a historical source, it's not just a point. Another very important source, but a very difficult one to use, is Flavius Josephus, who is kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish history in the first century. He was certainly the most famous historian. He was a Judean general who first aligned himself with the rebels in the First Roman-Jewish War of the year 66 to 73. And then, when he was about to be captured, a very dramatic episode, he turned coat and joined the Romans. He rose to great prominence with the Romans, and primarily as a historian, as an official expert on everything Jewish for, at first, Titus, the general who was responsible for destroying Jerusalem, and then later for the Roman world as a whole. He wrote extremely important history of the Roman Jewish War, undoubtedly the most important history that exists. And after that, he went on to write a massive book called Antiquities of the Jews, which essentially covers all of Jewish history from creation right up until his death in the late first century. Extremely important work which has all kinds of things. However, as I've just given you a couple of comments about his biography, there are some difficulties with Josephus. He's writing only in Greek, which is a language of educated people in the Roman world of the first century. So he's writing kind of as a captive celebrity at the same time. He's officially adopted by the Roman emperor. That's why he has his surname Flavius is added to his name Josephus. So we're not exactly sure what his motivation was. Much more to say about him, but for now let's just
when JP set up practice,
particularly source, although it's very hard to get away from Josephus whenever you want to study anything in ancient Jewish world. But Josephus relies very heavily on this one.
We also have to remember that they're running a business.
This is
and whether it's the regulation, whether it's the level of taxes they pay, it does put enormous pressure on the I'll speak in the case of Restream, where payroll taxes are actually
rich by someone who had
tenant knowledge just adds to the cost. It makes it harder
and it gives us an incredibly detailed below version of the event.
Thank you very much. Helen, you asked the question. Have you got personal experience of this? It rather sounds as if
from
you
the
made.
Jewish side.
Yes,
Now,
but first
this
my
has
point
made
is
it
that
into the Bible of
Algeria
many
is a
Christians,
2.5 hour
particularly the
drive
Catholic
west of the
Bible,
suburbs.
but it was not made
So we're not
into
exactly
the Hebrew Bible. Now, this book you think would definitely make it into the Jewish Bible. I mean, wow, this is a totally amazing story. But the rabbis, when they went through the canonization process to determine which books made the cut and which books did not, they elected to pass on the Book of Maccabees. Now, I hope to discuss this a little bit more in the next lecture, but we should understand that the rabbis, by this I mean the Pharisees, were not especially enthusiastic about everything that the Hashmonaim, the dynasty that the Maccabees founded, represented. And there's a lot of questionable things about whether or not they wanted to support and encourage and identify themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of ambiguities that emerge from the first and second book of Maccabees that made the rabbis think, you know what, this might not be the best thing to put in everyday measures. So even though it was included in the Bible as formed by Christians, the Jewish Bible did not include the book of Maccabees, and you have to read it like on Wikipedia and books like that. Nevertheless, the book of Maccabees is absolutely fascinating for our purposes, and I think it's a lot of historical depth and a rich understanding of what was
policy of uncertainty and a drop in international students having a negative impact on the higher education sector and economy broadly. Australia has a flourishing overseas student population. Some say that its university sector is too dependent on overseas students. There's about 800,000 of them. That's 1 in every 30 years in Australia is an overseas student.
The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops simply could not be engaged in a straightforward middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban rural divide over how Hellenistic should be used. And in a town called Multistream, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. The family led by Mrs. Yahu, with his several sons, demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to the Greek god, which was an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Antiochus and he fled to the hills, quite literally, and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian forces and more significantly on Jews who supported them. A tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Montesquieu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabee proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabees. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved great use of war elephants. Absolutely terrifying creatures. Imagine what it must have been like. That they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking correctly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be one of those war elephants. Elazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab him, which he did successfully. However, the elephant in its death blows fell upon Elazar. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art because, of course, the Christians are reading the book of the Maccabees, Jews are not, but the book of the Maccabees becomes very popular among Christian readers, and so it has been described in all kinds of amazing medieval pieces of art described in particular. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will know from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German church, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse, maybe, and got some kind of funny nose. Okay, fine. Here's another one, which also has the elephant is some kind of horse-like creature. In fact, it looks exactly like a horse because apparently ours in the temple exists. But we have lots of other examples. Here is one that makes a horse look something like a, sort of a happy Doberman picture of some size or something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. Fascinating. But sorry for that sort of detour into the death of Eliezer. So basically, under the remarkable and brave leadership of the Maccabees, under Yehuda's leadership, the Syrian Greek forces eventually had to retreat.
And so, they were saying the legislation wasn't enough in a sense. We think it was a measured way, that it did provide that certainty, and it was allowing a sustainable international education system, which I don't think anyone demonises students. They shouldn't, but we need to make sure it's sustainable and manageable. And the system we inherited wasn't either of those.
At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little things. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship. Let us recall that the very name Hanukkah is dedication, in a sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in famous art of
for the dollar they bring, but not actually acknowledge the
that
education
commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they're carting away the spoils from the temple,
simply use the numbers of international students
gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of zinc flex and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version. Personally, I actually like the way we have it today. It's garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which
previous years, the Ethiopians have been refugees
Torah.
and asylum seekers.
And then you can see
This
labeled
time round, it's
the candelabra of the Jews, of course, the menorah. And on the
I
right,
do think we have to think a bit more locally about this. Australia is importantly placed where we are.
At any rate,
kind of in the Asia
none
Pacific region.
of the earliest
We have
sources
an enormous
have
amount
a
of
really
back to the
clear
local
description
community when it
of
comes to
the miracle, which seems to get such high billing.
power of
The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of
if we are cutting down on international education, then hopefully it would be more
the
support
Baraita is
government
essentially a
domestic
statement
students and
which
higher
is
education.
ancient in nature.
I work in a
tradition is
regional
handed down,
university, and
but
in
it
this
is
program
not
we several times
included
talked
in
about
the
the skilled labor shortages in regional areas. So especially the
that
support
was
for
brought
regional
together
universities
in
is
the
really
early 3rd
important.
century by Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi.
I really
So
appreciate
it's difficult
the
to
comments
date
from
the Baraita very well,
That is all we have
but
time for with
that
wild
is essentially
questions.
the place
Australia.
where we
First, let me thank our panel. Thank you for your time and your experience. Thanks to all our questioners. Thanks, of course, to you, our audience. Next month, we will be
there are other elements in other early sources,
Until then,
such
I'm
as
Johnny
the
Dyer.
Megillat Ta'anit, which is a school of fast days that was not really fast days per se. It mainly was days in which fasting was not permitted, and Hanukkah is one of those days. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit and others note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev, that's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. So it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication of Hanukkah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating, and there's a lot of interesting written on it, but in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution. Quite arguably, the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing. That's an amazing miracle.
So many of them leave for other nations. How can a small nation stand its ground against possible aggression from Russia, an enemy of old? Russia to the east, to the south, war in Ukraine, and over the water, President Trump challenges the alliances.
The story does not end with the dedication of the temple.
The rebuilt palace of the Grand Dukes of Lithuania.
One of the many things that I've had to omit for this very brief presentation is the fact that Yehuda Maccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. The book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. Yehuda Maccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply release the peace. The Maccabees would not have full independence that is including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is taxes to the Syrians in only 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in year 142. Even then, only 3 years. So we're not talking about a full political independence.
That question about Greenland, of course,
By the way, have a look at
prompted by the most recent comments of the US Trump.
This is dated 1918, and it's a fascinating kind of artistic representation of the similarities between Yehuda Maccabi, who managed to take back the temple and establish some kind of independence, and on the other hand, there is a General Allenby, who, in the context of World War I, walked into Jerusalem with British forces and then placed it, of course, under the United Nations, or at that time, the United Nations mandate. The verses that are attached to this are fascinating. Under Hanukkah, there is the phrase in Hebrew reads, "Who is like you unto thee among all the mighty O Eternal?" And that phrase, etc., is an acronym of Maccabi. But on the other side of the reality, it says, "And there will come for Zion a Redeemer." I don't know if the Jews in Yishuv in about 25, 30 years would feel quite abnormally about Allenby and the British in particular because of the harsh nature of the League of Nations mandate, the dissatisfaction with the British after the White Paper and so on. But it's actually similar to what we're talking about here, because what happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing the Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple, you really didn't like that. How about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabi, who was zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so Yehuda actually lost his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol, Alcimus, who is actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and then would be on some conflict
was not directly to Mr. Jones. The Secretary of State or other officials that the approach of international.
Now, it's a messy history that I've described so far, but let's just take a side loop here. As I mentioned earlier on, the of the Maccabees didn't make it into the Jewish tradition. Obviously, Jews were aware of the general scope of things. They had the description of the events in the Talmud, which was studied, of course. They had some access to Josephus, but they hardly ever looked at the book of the Maccabees, so they didn't have much more than a hazy idea of a lot of these things when we read through the Middle Ages. Christians, however, refer to this as and especially in the era of the breakup of the church, the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, there is renewed Christian interest in Judah Maccabees because for Christians he represents, correctly I think, a symbol of fighting for religious freedom. And Protestants and Catholics both see this as an opportunity to strike out their statement on the value of freedom of worship. You see in the 17th century already several poems and plays appearing that celebrate Yehuda Maccabee in particular. You see none other than Handel himself even composing music, opera to go with Yehuda Maccabee stories. You see Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in English composing a 5-verse tragedy dedicated to it. That's absolutely fascinating because he is seen as a figure responding to religious needs. He is also seen in the 20th century by both Christians and Jews as a figure of national revival, as the idea of self-determination becomes much more popular among the stateless peoples of the world, then many begin to see him as someone standing up for the rights of national determination of the Jews and of course other people as well. Here, have a look at this example. This is by a Swiss writer, Karl Boxer, and the title of this book is Judas Maccabeus, of course, our hero. Ein Kleinvolk kämpft gegen Glaube, a small people, this is the subtitle, a small people fights for faith and honor, which I think is a pretty good précis of what Yehuda Maccabee stood for, but we can see written in 1943 under Nazi occupation what this means
in general, I'm very happy that they are happy. That's the most important one. I would be even more happy if not only you would be happy, but also the elderly would be happy, because socially elderly people are really forgotten in this country, and unfortunately we are spending more on many things, but the pensions are not rising.
Moving forward in history, I'd like to talk about a couple of customs that have become indelibly associated with Hanukkah, although as we shall see, somewhat later than you might think they would. I have to give you a little bit of personal reminiscence. I grew up in a very small town in northern Ontario. We were the only Jewish family, and I have to say, Hanukkah was the best time for me. All my friends were totally psyched about Christmas, Santa Claus, presents, and I was just bummed out every year. It was really sad. There was one particularly sad when this comes right out of a Charlie Brown. A lumber truck driving through town must have knocked off a small piece of a pine tree, and I found it must have been about 4 or 5 feet tall. And I dragged it all the way home, and I begged my parents to let me set it up. So my mother had mercy on me, and she let me set it up. The next time I came out, all the peoples had fallen off because they were dried out.
Current use, I mean, I'm not surprised.
I felt terrible about it. So I have like a bigger feeling about Hanukkah, fall at the same time of year as Christmas. And one of the biggest reasons why it was so hard for me was because all the other kids got these and I got, guilt, which means basically money, and I wouldn't even get a lot of money. My parents didn't have a lot of money. And sometimes it wasn't even, like actual currency. It was like these chocolate coins, which were like theirs. And so, I gotta tell you, Hanukkah guilt. I've always been scared about it. Here's the historical reality. It's not a thing. it is a relatively new generation of Jewish practice, probably not older than 300 years or so, and that is by the way, there is no explicit reference to giving gifts to children on Hanukkah before the 19th century. And that may be shocking to some of you who might like to, for example, take Instagram photographs of the presents they give to children every single night of 8 nights, which probably made me feel better when I was a kid, but that didn't happen
that as young people we value the social protection, social care that we receive. Also, education aspect is also very valuable media.
Commentaries on the children are reflecting on Islam, for example, that suggests
our
in
education is
the
valued in
18th century that
Thank you very much.
charity
Thank you very
is
much.
associated with Hanukkah,
Madam
that there was a custom of
Thank you for
young
your comments.
people
My name is
going
Berta,
door to door
and I want to argue
collect
with the
charity
negative
for
side
a
of this.
cause.
I think
Other
that we are
sources
surviving,
reference
but not
a
thriving.
custom of children giving,
And we
not
have
getting,
like learned
giving
this since
charity
like Soviet
to their
Union times. I think
teachers
that we
as
live
a
in the
gift
still we
at
live with
this
the
time of
stigma
year.
to go and ask
There are
for
some interesting kind of
mental health
suppositions of
support
how
because
that
we're
connects back
stigmatized a lot.
to Hanukkah. One
Our
of the reasons
friends told
perhaps
us
is
we
because
white
the
plus are
Chacham
still
Ariyim
not
were the
recognized and
first
sometimes
Jewish
even
kings
thrown out of like
to
job
print
places.
coins
And
that we
there's a
have
lot of
historically,
minus
and there are a lot of
things
them
around it.
actually
So I think
on
that's
myself.
we have a lot of issues like still being.
But
Thank you.
otherwise, I have to say there is really no explicit reference to Hanukkah yet in the Halachic literature until the 19th century. In the 20th century in particular, as Christmas becomes much more commercialized, particularly in America, so then you have this phenomenon where as the Christian world moves, the Jewish world also moves. So just like Christians don't have a very deep-rooted tradition of gift-giving on Christmas, there is a small tradition that you'll see in some countries, but again, it's not that deep. But in the very commercial enterprise we call the United States of America, it became quite a bit of a thing. So therefore, Christmas presents, and therefore you have Hanukkah guilt that comes.
About life, how it is. And
Yes, Hanukkah guilt that comes.
bag and the right to the war emergencies that you should read. For example, we have an unsafe of our land in Belarus. But I think it is important that children would understand that in this country that we live in, we got it back very dear. And more than once. And now you have your kids of the same age, 400 kilometers from where we live, who are suffering under bombardment every day, and whose life is miserable. So I think it is
Okay, I can't get into
that
too much
that
more
kids
trouble
would
since I
understand that,
already ruined Hanukkah.
unfortunately,
Now let me
well, it's
also
not just a place where it's safe and nice and
this is one of the things we'll have let's have a testimony and make up a reason for it later. So one of the arguments for Hanukkah guilt is that you need it for gambling. Also, not such a thing that's big in the Jewish tradition. But the gambling is because the Jews, says the legend, would pretend to be gambling when the Greek soldiers walked by so that they would think the kids were just playing, but in reality they were actually studying. That's where we get the idea, as the theory goes, of the dreidel, which is an iconic Jewish top that is labeled with these 4 Hebrew letters, which read Nes Gadol Hayat Sham. There was a great miracle there. Usually in Israel, they're not printed that way. They say Nes Gadol Hayat Tov, that there was a great miracle that occurred Shio, the letter Shin A given. Unfortunately, if you're a big fan of the dreidel and gambling with the dreidel, this is not from a Jewish source. It actually comes from an medieval game that goes back to the 1500s. The German letters are actually identical. That the letters on the German couple is Mitch, how ganz stellt, which means if it lands on the N, you get nothing. If it lands on the H, you get half. If it lands on the G, you get everything. And if it lands on the S, you have to put more coins. Does that sound familiar?
to understand threats, but also not to give up hope. To understand that when from the very start,
I don't
part
want
of
you
the
to
biggest
think that
military
this
alliance.
is
We have
somehow
never ever been in
accidental,
such alliance before.
because we have this deep idea in Jewish tradition
I want to get the audience if I can.
aim except the whole. There is no such thing as all these
I
things
agree
are
that we need to educate young
made
people
explicit by the
prepare
great
for war, prepare for threats. We also need to devise specific education, volunteering, NGOs, private communities, house, other possibilities, how young people themselves can contribute to the society.
Thank you very much.
Our
The question, of course, had two
and
parts.
Rabbi Eliyahu and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, a spiral, and that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding gyre, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago. And on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not all I want. That the holiday of time, which is so much associated with defending religious and
this process
is a sale every year
in case war came to situation.
that the struggle of the Yehuda Maccabees and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism, Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, fit in,
Talk
be
about
like
war
everyone
quite a lot.
else.
They ask a
That's
lot
the same struggle that we have
ask,
today.
whether it would come or
So
not.
with that thought,
And
I wish you a
I
lift
try
of
to
the
talk with them about that in a way not to scare them, but to talk about their state, talk about how we could support Ukraine right now in order to postpone it or and I think it's really important to talk. I don't think that primary school students are too.
Thank you, Mia. Thank you to everyone who contributed there. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to our next question. It comes from Ania.
Hi, my name is Agnieszka.
Far off Rome,
As a
the
queer
Emperor
person,
Nero
I'm a
is
second
very
class citizen
displeased
in
with
Lithuania. Unfortunately,
Cestus
I
Gallus.
cannot
He
get
realizes
married.
that he has to take
I
matters in
cannot
hand, so he sends
buy
a
a
much
flat
more
with a
significant
girlfriend.
general,
I
Hirschel,
struggle
Vespasian,
greatly.
to
There's
deal
not a
with
lot of
these
protection
rebels
against hate
today.
crime,
And at
discrimination.
this point, we should
My
use
heart
very
goes out to the
briefly
trans
Josephus,
community in Lithuania as
who
well,
originally
suffering from the
was
war
given
by
command
not getting the
over
adequate
the
health care.
Galileo. And he's a very
So
important
my
figure
question
for us
is,
because
when
he is the
will this
primary
change?
historian
Because
that we
I'm not
rely
asking
upon not
for
only
tolerance,
for
I'm asking
the
for
First
my rights.
Jewish War.
Thank you very much.
The first person to participate in the John War, so it's actually related to the saw himself. But he also gets on to a great career as one of the really important Roman historians overall, providing a particular and detailed look at Judaism in antiquity.
You are a politician.
At any rate, Josephus, a fairly young man, is associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he had some experience with all of the relevant Jews at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region, but unfortunately, first that is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops. And in the space of year 67, he essentially conquers the entire region.
Thank you very much.
In the center there, you see the city of Yotapata, which is where Josephus was housed. And he actually withstood a long siege of over a month until finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Josephus manages to survive, he surrenders to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he can be a very useful ally for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he ends up becoming kind of like the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns Pope, he becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his countrymen, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. Josephus still described the rest of the war. King Jerusalem knows behind this chaos. The rebel leaders who were active, particularly in the Galileo region, flee the conflict and make their way to Jerusalem, where there are now several different competing leaders. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming sort of a provisional government that was set up in the beginning of the war in 66. But that's okay. What Mr. Zabutis is talking is even bigger than this, because he is a member of Social Democratic Party, which in all history is a supporter of human rights. Where did they go? Where did your brothers went? What are you talking about, no chance? You are the biggest party. How can you talk about like that? And even the Conservative Party. I have also some good. But you were, and I know that you haven't even spoken yet. Yeah, but they know it's a supporter of human rights. But she didn't even manage to be a prime minister to pursue the members of her own party to vote for civil union, not for the same segment, even for the civil union. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and in the region. Vespasian takes his time and locks up the naval resistance at Yaakov. There's a sea battles there, some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone throughout the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who will ultimately bring about to his conclusion by attacking Jerusalem. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left in the region. Shimon ben Gloria and this is the only agenda they have, because they're fighting literally with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus, they decide to put aside their differences. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city who are fighting against 4 Roman legions who are 80,000 battle partnership. On the map here you can see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian and his forces reach the outer wall. Democratic Party did not support their vote in the parliament. Now, northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to reach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards
because when politicians cannot do something, then sometimes it's
they attack the Antonia fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod at the very north of the Temple Mount complex. You see in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in Vespasian turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They're softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that the zealots in their zeal to beat one another were actually going to most of their siege supplies to do not have.
Thank you very much indeed. That is, I'm afraid, all we have time for with world questions. Lithuania at the splendid palace of the Grand.
Next
month we will be in India. Now, thank you so much. Thank you.
The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of August, and to the present day, this particular event was marked by fasting by Jews all around the world. They sit on the floor, they read the book of Lamentations, and they endure this day of mourning for an event that occurred 2,000 years.
This is the BBC World Service. I'm Johnny Diamond, and welcome to World Questions Canada. President Trump called it the 51st state of the USA and has threatened to use economic force to make that claim a reality, starting with high tariffs of 25%. The Canadian Prime Minister says the country is facing the most significant crisis of our lifetimes, with its sovereignty under threat. The federal election full steam ahead will debate passionate questions from across this vast nation.
Understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks or were they somehow Syrians or hyphenated Syrians invaded the land of Israel.
Once upon a time, the first visit of a new US president and a new Canadian prime minister was to their closest neighbor and oldest ally, each other. No more. The US hasn't just turned its back on Canada, it's turned on its northern neighbors, slapping down import taxes that would throttle Canada's economy and taunting it over Canada's existence as an independent nation. That has upended politics as Canada plunges through a federal election. Burning issues such as immigration, housing, and the cost of living now enmeshed in a battle over the best deal with Donald Trump. With me to debate some of the many questions we've received from around the country are Nathaniel Erskine Smith, the current Minister for Housing in the Liberal Party government. The Conservative Party was the largest party of opposition in the last Parliament. Kate Harris is Vice Chair of Summa Strategies and Conservative Strategies. She's an activist and right-of-centre commentator in this election, but she's not the official spokesperson for the party. Stéphane Bergeron is a founder member of the Bloc Québécois, a party that supports independence for the largely French-speaking province of Quebec. He's been the party's spokesperson on foreign affairs and international trade. And Heather McPherson is a member of the New Democratic Party, which was the fourth largest party before the election. She sat in an informal coalition with the governing Liberals until last year. She's the NDP's foreign affairs spokesperson. Thank you so much for joining us, all of you. Let's go straight to our first question. And it's from Alexandra Hibbert from Southern Gulf Islands. Hi, Alexandra. How are you?
Hi, well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming on. What's your question, Rob?
Okay, so while most Canadians are aware that the people of the UK and Europe established Canada regarding their determination to remain sovereign, we are dismayed by the lack of support publicly expressed by the leaders of these same regions. Will these regions ever express support publicly for Canada? And why is there seemingly such reluctance to upset Trump and his merry bunch of loyal appointees?
Thanks, Alexander. Thank you very much. So we've got a huge number of questions in this vein about
the version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man as the outside world. Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire.
Why such silence of Canada's
he was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And it's a great question. I think it's something that as you mentioned, Johnny, lots of Canadians are thinking about is where are our allies at this moment? And one thing I will say is that Trump has changed everything. He has changed the world order. He has shown that Canada, the UK, Europe, the world cannot trust Donald Trump. We can no longer count on the US for trade. He has torn up the trade agreements that Canada has had for a very long time with the United States. And he's pushing the entire world into a global recession, pretending to hide from it is not working. Instead, all countries stand together. Those of us that respect the rule of law, respect international order, respect democracy, we need to be standing together and hope, certainly, that our allies in Europe will be with us. As Donald Trump continues to sow chaos and terror around this globe.
Thanks very much.
That's really part of what politics is all about.
How do you feel about the silence from your allies?
I do agree with Heather that we should be stronger together. But I think all the nations were frightened by the possibility that Donald Trump would impose on them
terrorists, so they stayed silent about what's going on, what happened to Mexico and Canada, in the hope that it might help them with Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, we realized that it wasn't the case. So maybe from now we can build on that and try to present a common front against Donald Trump and try to retaliate in some matters. I must admit that as a Sovietist, we're not very in favor of monarchy, and always said that it was very useful in any way for Canada, and it has been shown when Charles III is the King of Canada, and we would have hoped from our king to say something about protecting Canada, but instead of that, we invited Donald Trump for an official visit. Well, a bit surprised. We weren't surprised, but I think Canadians in general were a bit surprised by that.
Well, I'd say two things. One is I've been really surprised by leaders' responses. They've all said they stand by sovereignty for Canada. That's the right response. Cabinet task force was obviously they could and should, but I think as stands right, there was a reticence there because of fear of retaliatory measures, and look, those measures were coming anyway, whether they were or not, they were always coming, and here they are. And so I think you are going to see a more concerted, united effort across countries, across allies, and across democracies to push back to say, this is going to hurt all of us, and we're together. So that's one. The second thing is, look, the ballot question this election is who is best placed to stand up to Donald Trump in Canada. And so, yeah, it's nice for world leaders to stand up for us, for sure, but at the end of the day, we've got to stand up for ourselves, and the leader who's best placed to stand up for our interests as the experiencers. And that's the ballot question that Canadians face. And I think Canadians are recently looking at this and saying, we want someone who's got experience and who's going to have the serious leadership we need as well.
Thank you very much. It's a distraction. You symbolize like a silence from Canada's allies. Doesn't seem the right way to deal with Donald Trump.
Well, thank you, Alexander, for the question. I don't think surprise is the word I would use. Every nation and leader has their own considerations to make when it comes to how they plan on managing the immediacy of Trump and tariff threats. To me, though, Alexander, what this does do is reinforce the importance of strong bilateral relationships with other countries. Canada has been left for too long far too dependent on the United States. And I would argue that the policies of the last 9 years of the Liberal government have left us exposed and vulnerable to some of these challenges that we are now facing. Canada had significant challenges before tariffs. Now those are made worse by the tariff threat that we face. We had some of the lowest policy growth as a country. Half of Canadians are $200 or less away from being unable to afford the basics every month. From my perspective, it's important that we become more self-reliant, but also that we're building out those relationships and avoiding that dependency on the U.S., which has been made so much worse and so much more chaotic and disruptive because of this new tariff policy from the U.S. administration.
That the local population is sacrificing pig a family led by Marcus several sons in Europe, and rather than sacrifice a pig to God, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war.
I was saying from people that I associate with express disappointment, significant disappointment that given the threat that Trump has voiced with respect to Canada's sovereignty, right down to the very border between us, we're part of NATO. I was unhappy. I would like to see a lot more support from our
real
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you for your thoughts.
this is Matisyahu
So we will
himself
move on to
passed
our
away
next question.
early on
It is
in the month,
Roberta
and his
Spinoza
son Ibrahim proved to be an incredible angel of Jethro.
Okay, so my question
He
is, we're
acquired
globally
a reputation for ferocity and
belligerent
brilliance
country,
strategic
which happens to be the most powerful country.
At one
It's
particular
country,
battle
however,
early
these
on, he
names are
seized the enemy
My
commander's
question is,
sword
can Canada
and used it
and Europe as
personally
democracies
all
with
of
shared
the
common
the
histories
rest
and
of
values
the
unite
campaign.
to form a large mineral
Another
resource
very important battle at the
using to
May
counterbalance
managed
Russia,
to defeat
China,
a
and increase
group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own
Thank you, Rebecca. It's a very valid question. We have seen new Prime Minister as his first statement going to France and United Kingdom first instead of the United States, indicating that he wants to work to establish relations with reliable allies, and I think it's an indication that Canada and Europe should work closer together. We have a free trade agreement with Europe, and I think the exchanges, the economic exchanges, the commerce between Canada and Europe have grown a lot since this accord. And since we have set up the conflict with Denmark, Germany, and Ireland, we have now a land border with Europe. That might mean something for the future.
Thanks very much.
Decided to the elephant below Sabbath, which he did successfully. However, the elephant and its death throes fell upon
I would
Elazar.
distinguish between
This
establishing
particular issue, by the
stronger
way,
economic
was
and security
celebrated
ties
in
with Europe. I would say we should have been doing that prior to the immediacy of this tariff threat. I would separate that though from this question, which I think you're getting at in terms of perhaps joining the European Union. Just depends when we are separated by an ocean. I think there is a distinguishment that can be made between what that would mean for Canada, and I would say it's much more complicated than it appears. And when I even think about how we relate to other European countries on defense spending, Canada would be an outlier in that group. We're only getting 1.3% GDP on defense spending. Most European allies are far exceeding that. So perhaps less about whether or not Canada wishes to join, what would the conditions be that Europe would place on having Canada do that? Lastly, in a time of such emotional tension and anxiety based on the relationship with the U.S., I to have a conversation around European Union, anything that has to do with the future of Canada's nation and sovereignty. What's going to be the immediacy of such a threat?
This is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical source, it actually gets remarkably little. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about
in Canada right now where everyone is saying I'm proud to be Canadian, I stand up for this country. I don't think the knock-on answer is let's then join a coalition of European countries. I think instead this is how do we strengthen existing alliances and how do we strengthen relationships. And so one of those relationships is NATO. How do we make sure we're strengthening that alliance with like-minded countries? They're going to stand up for one another when we're under threat of attack. Another example of that is right about this is we need to strengthen trade. Yes, trade with the EU, of course. Now, where I would disagree with Kate is we actually have put ourselves in a place over the last 7 years to realize that we have a free trade agreement with Europe and the EU, and we're able to now, I think the next step is to make sure we take advantage of that as much as possible in this particular conflict. I wouldn't leave it. We got a free trade agreement with Australia and South Asia. There's a huge opportunity there as well to realize. People should know, but geography, of course, has had the vast majority of our exports. There's just the reality of our geography. So you see, over 70% of our exports go to the United States. It has declined modestly, and we have to make sure that we want more independence and how we are going to look overseas, but not just
actually like the way we have it today.
Thank you very much.
But here you can see on the left, there's a sign
of an alliance, a union of some shape with Europe against Russia and China, possibly.
I would say nothing really should be off the table at the moment. You know, our interests are far more aligned right now with progressive European governments than they are with Donald Trump and his administration. Obviously, there's geographic challenges there. I would say I agree with Nate. We need to diversify our trade relationships. The Indo-Pacific strategy was one example of how we are looking at Asia and South Asian countries and developing trade there. I love looking at the African continent. This is the fastest growing economic bloc in the world at the moment, and we shouldn't be there. But absolutely, we should be looking at European relationships. We should be continuing to build those. We can no longer count on the U.S. as a trading partner. We're not going to stop trading with the United States. That's not possible, as Nate alluded. We have a very large relationship with them, but they're no longer dependable, and we need to act accordingly.
Thank you very much. So it's difficult to date Raita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story.
If the United States is no longer going to take over cannabis, well, what does that actually look like?
There are other elements and other early sources, such as
some kind of formal way.
Does that include
Australia and New Zealand?
Really
How does Canada
fast
take
days per se, mainly with days in which fast is not permitted. Another early sources do make reference to the need for a Zoom menorah, the need for some kind of day of taking rights, presumably because of the defilement, but the HD story is actually not represented here.
Thank you for joining us.
What is interesting about this, however, is that
this is just a front. What really matters is Canadian sovereignty. If the U.S. were to invade Canada, would NATO defend us, knowing that the U.S. is part of NATO? It may sound funny, but I'm not joking. It could happen just as Russia invaded Ukraine. Canada needs to rearm, strengthen its defense, and reestablish its own nuclear deterrent, as it had between 1964 and 1982.
Thank you very much for that question and comment. Let's get to Heather McPherson.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for that question. Listen, there is, I think, probably unanimous support for the idea that we do need to increase our military spending. There's two things that you brought up in your question that I think I might disagree with you a little bit on. One is the idea of the renuclear, rearming us with nuclear weapons and using nuclear deterrence. The idea of nuclear deterrence is based on the principle that the leaders are rational actors. And right now, I have to say, we don't have rational actors that we're working with. Trump and Putin are chaotic, they are destructive, and the fact that they would not put their own population at risk, which is the nature of a nuclear deterrence, is the issue here. And I don't have that confidence. And the other thing I think that we also should think about is, we look at military spending, but at the same time that we look at military spending, let's look at the other things we need to do to make the security of the world better. More diplomacy, more investment in international development. When I hear Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the opposition, say that he would cut international development funding to fund the military, I think that's the absolute wrong direction.
Thanks very much. Kate Harrison, also the spokesperson for the opposition Conservatives, at times the criticisms you heard there from
I think that it's fair to say the foreign aid approach of the current government has been ineffectual. It's also fair to say that the current government has not made significant advancements on defense and military spending. We have significant recruitment and retention issues for the armed forces. To the point on nuclear, Denise, to your question, Canada does have a very mature nuclear industry that is does not necessarily translate to a defense and security capability, but I think for Restream on procurement and spending, have recruitment and retention, and then have these conversations around deterrence. My perspective is perhaps that's best done in a more collaborative manner as opposed to just for Canada going it alone.
Thanks very much.
Alors, bonjour, et merci pour la question. Your question is a serious one. And the fact is that I was in Brussels last February taking part in the meeting of the Parliamentary Associations of NATO. We discussed that question about what would happen if the United States were to invade Greenland or Canada. And the fact is that this alliance has been set to defend its members against a foreign threat coming from outside. So NATO wouldn't be there to defend both Denmark and Canada. One of our obligations within NATO is to increase our military spending. And I do think that the Liberal government under Justin Trudeau spoiled consensus that was established for the first time in decades. All political parties agreed on the fact that we should raise military spending, and the government decided not to do so. We have to step up.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Smith, Canada currently spends just under 1.4% of its national output on defence. The NATO agreed minimum is 2%. Donald Trump has about 5%. Is Canada serious about beyond?
Yeah, let me say a few things. So, just to Denise' question on nuclear, an arms race is not helpful to global interests when it comes to the existential threat of nuclear weapons, especially in the hands of certain actors like President Trump. On the question of military spending, there's broad agreement here. We need to increase military spending. Where I would disagree with Kate and with Stefan, I mean, we have seen increased military spending. People should know when we took office in 2015, you know what that number was? It was 1%. And look, the difference between 1 and 1.4% might not sound like a lot, but in a $2+ trillion economy, it is significant spending on an annual basis as a percentage of GDP. Now, that is not enough. We know that's not enough. And so there was a commitment to say we're going to get to 2% by 2032. Prime Minister Carney comes in and says that we're going to expedite that timeline to 2030. I will say, though, Heather's right. This is just a huge blind spot for conservatives. Is, a previous questioner said, what is Canada's role? Like, what does it mean for Canada to lead? Well, economically, we've got to lead. We also have to lead democratically, and we've got to lead with peace. And when it comes to foreign aid, we see the chaos today. Donald Trump slashed USAID, basically eliminated it. We see the chaos around the world. And the idea that Canada has not played a role, ask a refugee if Canada played a role in supporting Bangladesh and resettling them in Bangladesh. Ask Ukraine. But yes, we have to play more of a role, not less. And that is absolutely a choice in this election.
Thanks very much. Denise, I think your suggestion of re-nuclearization, getting a nuclear deterrent, has got a fairly firm thumbs down from our panel. Nearly all of them agree about strengthening defence in general.
Everything that I've heard so far seems really reasonable. It's kind of like we are Canadian, reasonable, we're the good guy and all that stuff. But the other thing is we're dealing with unreasonable people, which is coming from the south or from the north, because Russia is only at the top of us. So it worries me that if anything happens like tomorrow morning, in the field, on the street, people are talking about it. Nuclear deterrent, for me, it seems reasonable, dealing with someone that is unreasonable.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for your time. We will go to our last question in the program. It comes from Blanche Moyer, who's a Prince Edward Island off the east coast of mainland Canada. Blanche, what's your question for the
Well, hello from PEI. I grew up in what is now called Three Rivers. When I was a teenager, every
create a kind of a
high
positive
school
spin,
hosted
a
Winter
heroic
Carnival
sound
events
to
on the
this
frozen
night of
river,
violence or two
and
nights of
temperatures were
violence. And
consistent
the term
minus
crystal,
20
of course,
degrees.
means crystal or really
Ice
broken
big
glass in
snowmobile
this
races.
context. The night
We could
of
skate
broken
4
glass. This
kilometers
refers
down
to
the
the
river
wide-scale
to the nearest
looting
town.
and damaging of Jewish
Now,
owned
the river doesn't
stores
sink
in
at all.
cities throughout Germany.
And indeed,
Kristallnacht is
my group,
remarkable for
they
many
stay
reasons.
all winter.
First off,
The
it
sailors
represents
who
a dramatic
live out on
escalation of
frozen ice
state-sponsored
floes
attacks on the
to
Jewish
give birth on the
population as a
cement
whole, with
under the
literally
bridge.
hundreds of
And
smaller
warm
attacks
water
occurring
sharks
throughout
feeding off our
Germany
coast.
and Austria as well. And it represents
So
a
if we were dropped in
dramatic
the carbon
escalation
pad,
in terms of
how are we
the
going to combat
violence of the
climate
attacks as well.
and protect
The
the environment?
precise number of
Raj,
those
thank you very
killed
much.
is
Thank you
not
for that
certain,
very vivid
but it most
postcard
likely is
from
in
your
the
youth.
triple
If you
digits.
ask the
There
panel
were
for
also an
just
unknown
one
number of
thing,
rapes,
rather
and
than their
certainly
entire
no
environmental policy, but
wide-scale
one thing
damage of
they would
property
like to
was
see
left
happen
was
to
a prominent
protect
feature of
Canada's
Kristallnacht, the destruction of
environment. Stefan
synagogues,
Bergeron from
nearly
Rothschild.
300 synagogues.
Merci, thank you, Belge, for this question.
There's
I
also
think we
a
have
massive
to
collection
fastly
of Jews
stop
for
subsidizing
concentration camp
the
system that
oil
had
and
been
gas
growing
industry
throughout the
and
1930s.
starting
And
to
this represents
subsidize
actually the first
the
time that
green
Jews are
energy,
actually
because
seized
this is
for
the future.
being
Thank
Jewish
you very much,
in
Stefan.
the
Can I
Nazi
go
Empire.
to
Some
Peter Erskine Smith,
26,000
housing
Jews
minister?
were rounded up
I think
in
the
the
big picture
context
thing
of
is
atrocities
empowering
of
clean energy
Kristallnacht
and storage and
and
transportation.
sent
On a local
chilling
level, I would say I have one school in
the
Iraq
wider Jewish
that has
population
solar panels
that they
and
were
is working
definitely
on
not
is
welcome in
reducing its
Germany.
own emissions and
I
its
think
net
the
zero, and
action
it's
is
an incredible,
worse before it gets better.
it's making
So
climate
let's take
action
a minute
visible.
and go
Thank you
through
very much indeed.
the events that led up to
Yeah,
Kristallnacht,
thanks for that question. I mean, it's so
specifically
visceral when you describe what
the
was
Nazis
available in your
used
childhood.
to
I was talking to my
this
children, and
organized
in Alberta, they can't
It's very
remember
clear
a
from
summer when
archival
we haven't had
documentation
forest fires.
that
So
this
I think
pogrom
it
was
illustrates
long
how
in
the world is
and
changing and
that
how we really
there
do
were
need to treat this as an
plans
urgent
laid
issue.
in place
And
simply
frankly,
waiting
the number
for
one
some
thing we
kind
need
of
to do
pretext
is
to
we need to
justify
do
the
economic
grand-scale
diversification.
damage
Our
of this
energy
nature.
needs to be
It happened
diversified. We need
that
to start investing in
the
renewable energy.
date of a
It's so
pretext
important.
occurred quite
Thank
close
you,
to
Evan.
the anniversary
And finally,
of the
Kate Harrison,
severe halt
so
which we
distracted.
discussed earlier, and so this happened to fall very nicely into Vera's lap
We should be
as a major
very focused on the
propaganda.
technology
But
and
the
innovation
night's
and
pretext
subsidizing
focuses on
support
the
for
activity
energy
of a young
producers of all types
17-year-old
to make sure
Herschel
that
Richman,
they are
shown
investing
here in this
and that we are
photograph.
developing
Herschel Richman
carbon capture,
had been
storage, and
living
other
in
emissions reduction
France
technologies
and was
that can allow us to
distressed
produce
to
clean
hear
energy
that his parents
in
had been
Canada and really
used by
position
the
the country
Nazis
as a leader in
in
this
a
space.
recent roundup of former Polish citizens living in Germany.
Well, if I
Basically,
suggest
Poland had
if one
revoked
suggested
citizenship
today,
of those people who had
when you're
left the
building all
country
these new
a few
houses,
years
make sure
earlier.
they all have
And
solar panels.
this actually
They
applied
have
to
heat
quite a
pumps,
few
stop oil
Jews
furnaces.
who were of Polish origin who are now living
And
in
in this
Germany,
way,
fearing that they would be
we
saddled with
really
a large
help.
number
My own
of
house, I
Polish
have solar
Jews in
panels,
their
I have heat
territory.
pumps, I have
Germany
electric car.
retaliated
I
by
don't use any
expelling
fossil
them to
fuels,
Poland. Poland,
And,
however, was not
I
willing
think
to
that,
accept their
for
former
this logical
citizens.
concern,
And so, for a
that
tense
Trump
standoff
saying,
that lasted actually
That's it for
several
World
weeks,
Questions
there
Canada.
were
A big
Jews
thank
who
you
were living
to
in
all of our panel and, of
no
course,
man's
all of
land
our questioners
the
that
border
contributed to
region
today.
of
I'm Johnny
Poland and
Diamond.
Germany
Goodbye.
before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Richman, who was a student living in France at the time, received a postcard from a relative who was living in unbearable conditions at this time, and he resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day, he bought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man, Johannes von Rauchek, who was the German ambassador to France. Grinchman made his way to
From
the
Kuala
embassy.
Lumpur, Malaysia, this is the
Finding
BBC
himself
World
unable to
Service.
contact
This multi-ethnic,
Rauchek
multiracial nation has gone from rural poverty to urban
here
affluence
on
in
minor
2
consular
generations.
official.
It trades with
Grinchman
China
murdered
the
quite
US,
a
and
lot,
as they clash,
specifically with the
which way
intention
will it
to
turn?
make a statement against Germany for their maltreatment of his parents. Incidentally, he would later regret this on a personal level. He would fast every and one day in repentance for his killing.
This Southeast Asian nation is divided into East and West by the South China Sea. It's an heir to immigration from India and China and beyond. And it's a country where Islam is dominant and freedom of worship is guaranteed by the Constitution. Modernity has come at a rush to Malaysia, but growth has brought many questions. How to distribute the riches more equally, how to govern without the stain of corruption, and how to navigate the clash of the great powers, China and the US. Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim has said of Malaysia, we have to emerge as a mature democracy. As of now, there are still some subjects which are judged too sensitive for us to address directly in open debate. But we have an audience who have freely offered challenging questions on the issues and a panel very ready to address them. Our panel, Senator Dr. Fuzia Salah is Secretary General of the Prime Minister's PKR party and Deputy Minister for Trade. Dr. Tricia Yeo is Associate Professor of Practice at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia's School of Politics and International Relations. Wan is a member of the National Assembly, a former Minister for National Unity, and the opposition spokesman on foreign affairs. Our final guest is Virashini Somya, head of the Gender Studies program at the University of Malaysia. She is an anthropologist, long specializing in the lives of marginalized people in East Malaysia, where she comes from. Your panel. Let's go to our first question. It comes from
Good evening, Naja, Baik Nur. Okay, my question is, as we can observe now, most bosses in Malaysian media corporations are men. Where are the women? Is it because we're too emotional? Men get emotional too, so what are your thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm delighted to say the Director of News at the BBC is a woman, although the Director General is a man. 14% of seats in Parliament here in Malaysia are held by women, and women have a much lower workforce participation rate. Virashini Somya, Gender Studies.
It was targeted.
I'm sorry.
It started there. You had to go straight to it. Thanks so much for that question, Noor. I mean, I was waiting for it. Fair enough. I mean, this obviously is a conversation we have all the time, right? Where are the women, right? I also understand what the reality is. The reality is you got to go home, cook for your husband, cook for your wife, press his pimples out, right? Go and do, your second job, your second hustle on what do you call your online job, so on and so forth. And the triple burden of living just consumes you. And this is why we can't get 30% in, which, by the way, is a number that I hate personally. I hate 30% in Parliament, 30% anywhere. The moment you put that number, it's going to be a problem, because it also means to say my 100% is equivalent to your 30% participation.
Would you like to see some formal policies like affirmative action?
Of course, I would like to see that.
Thank you. I am going to help the audience on this. I warn you now. I'm going to get to the lone man on our panel, Juan Ahmed. What are your thoughts? Where are the women?
Well, if you were to notice the numbers of female students studying in higher education in Malaysia are outnumbering the male. Maybe the opportunities in certain sectors are quite limited, especially politics. Some of the reasons they give, especially in rural areas or in conservative areas, if you feel a woman candidate, the chances of winning might be lower than the male candidates. So this must be reflected with what education to the masses, that women and female and male politicians or assemblymen or assemblywomen in the matter are equal in their abilities. Okay, thank you very much.
I'll let you get away with it for 5 seconds, okay?
I promise I will come back to you, okay?
So I think that there are extremely high barriers for women to enter politics. The political culture is really not something that Malaysia specifically, that women can actually endear themselves to. The politicians, the real conversations and the real meetings happen at night when the women are supposed to be home taking care of the children and cooking and taking care of the home. The cost of politics is very high. Campaigning costs are very high. And of course, this one goes, I'll say, across the board, not just in politics, but also the support system. Malaysia is amongst the lowest returning rates of women's work. So we have a high rate in the 20s, but once women have children and you have a home to take care of, they don't come back to work. I'm very proud to say that I have a strong support system. So thank you to my husband who's somewhere here and my family to allow me to do the work that I'm doing, to be here tonight, to be with you.
But to return to Crystal,
Thank you very much.
there was a huge
We thank you much.
outcry worldwide over the attack on
Senator
Jews.
Saleh,
The
you
New York
have
Times
ascended
reported
to
immediately
let us
on
behind
November
possession of the
11th,
political system, despite all
Nazis
the obstacles.
smashed Riedenberg
When you
Jewish
talk about
shops and temples
that
until
and
Goebbels
about
calls a halt.
how difficult
Clearly,
it
it's
has
very
been,
well orchestrated kind
I
of
must say
activity.
that has been
There's a
very
tremendous amount of finger pointing and finger wagging at Hitler, but ultimately not much was done. And in fact, not too many Jews were allowed visas into various countries either. So it was simply kind of like an outward show of displeasure without really much enforcement going on. In Germany, fascinatingly, Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was general disapproval among the population over Kristallnacht. But not so much for its anti-Semitic content, but more because of its mental disorder. And Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course had significant economic impact on the entire country. And so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate the persecution of Jews, but it had to happen out of sight. It could not be something that was so obvious and so violent
Mercedes been jigging up and down
attacks
her chair, shaking her
Jews had
head.
to be
You wanted
transported
to add?
elsewhere.
I didn't mean any disrespect. I just want to say this. I understand Trisha, Senator, coming in here and really, making it important to point out the places in which men have supported them. But herein lies the problem for me. We constantly go back to this celebratory language for this very minimal participation of men. We constantly we amplify the places, and I'm sorry, man, we over-amplify the places in which you do this much. What you need to be is an ally. What you need to understand is that if you're talking about equality, it's literally that. And so it's not about, thank you very much, men, for doing this amount. It is, come on, man, you can do more. That's the position I want to take. Sorry, yeah.
Okay. Lots of passion here.
Thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoy it as much as I enjoy doing the research on this. So let's go straight to the material. We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first century of the first millennium, right? The zeros up to 100, and we'll just edge over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. We're going to look at the first Roman-Jewish war that began in the year 66 and extended by most scholars' count to the year 74. Some will date a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which is certainly not a war, not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we'll continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival, and that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger, meaning all of those battles that I've described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against the wall, tremendous barriers.
you
the
don't care
Romans
about the
were able
people
to
at all.
defeat
So
us
that's
at
why
every
I
turn.
feel like
We
there's no point in
inflicted
trying to
tremendous
have affirmative
losses
action
on
to
the
get more
Roman
women.
occupying
Politics, we're
powers,
going to behave
but nevertheless,
exactly.
we were defeated
Thank
in
you
each one
very
of
much,
those
madam.
battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we won, was the battle of the mind. It's expressed in the
I just want
codification
to
of the
comment on the
Mishnah.
one of
So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next centuries and in fact millennia. I would like you to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Baron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a towering intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about. And it is written in English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant work. And in this regard, warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination. It's very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews are oppressed over and over again, and that nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetime. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the model that we will be using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the testimony of Flaviana and the problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here because whereas in the previous period, Josephus was a chronicler. He was working with sources, he was working on archival documents. Now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in this history. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Diocletius, some church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite an enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud view on some of the passages in Jewish history discussed today. We will also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who is exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you're ever this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Osher Riverboat Cruises, so if you want to do something fun this summer.
So the question for me would be,
anyways,
is there a better question to ask about policy around
an example of the amazing documents we get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Babatha archive, which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babatha, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite an amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod, and we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the first century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant movement over the centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons, and he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other 2 brothers were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually dictated that the region should be divided into 3. You can see in this color-coded map, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, did not allow the Jewish client kings to designate the successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right, the regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, from the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River. And they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took the Gaulantes and Decapolis. These are the 3 divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with this division, and so all 3 of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present and often offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on the temple ground. The Roman soldiers under the procurator Sabinus, we'll speak about what a procurator is in just a moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. Let's not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitting the Machatzis HaShekel, the half-shekel tax that's mandated in the Torah, that they should give a half-shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in, even through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this Machatzis HaShekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures that the Romans would take is to say that you still have to contribute this Machatzis HaShekel, this Fiscus Judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden. But nevertheless, it was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences for the Jews afterwards. And what else is going on there? While the three would-be kings are in Rome, there are 2 other Jewish people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this
political infighting, and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends them off to the south of France, to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the Pusher River boat cruises. Okay. So now let's think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at the time. They're living under someone called the procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The procurators were based in Caesarea. You'll recall this is a city that Herod built specifically for the Romans, with all kinds of amphitheaters and gymnasia and a beautiful deep water port and things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi, for example. But it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, so lots of Roman idolatry, and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as you spell it in America. And it seemed to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate. And in 1961, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem that actually names Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have from the period, then Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression in English. Here he is. You can see the inserted letters, which are kind of wiped out, are from Augustus, which would be from the Caesar, Tiberius, to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews or of Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. I thought that was funny, but I just made it up now. So, okay. So it's interesting though. It clearly is an archaeological point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some historicity as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor was where the real military political power would come, and that's very significant, as we shall see during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans were actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture that they had encountered. We worshipped an invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other God. We would not bow down to idols. In the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem at a ball game. Refusing to stand, which of course is in today's politics, is a principle, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so you would have been upset about it. Nobody took
We analyze their work through the lens of
Caligula, we'll see
business,
him in a second. Nobody
markets,
took
and
the
people.
religion really that
Hosting
seriously.
this
Nobody
alongside
thought
of me is our
that
newly
the
minted
emperor was
chief operating
actually
officer,
a god.
who comes from Wall
Nobody
Street,
thought
sure enough.
that the statues
Carl Callahan.
really had power. This is just what
Glad
you
to have you,
did.
man.
This
You ready to
is just
jam and have some fun?
normal
I'm ready.
behavior.
Okay.
And we
Here
Jews
we go.
refuse to do
In
these
this episode,
things.
we will discuss
We
deal making,
refuse to work.
financing, legal, and
One
maybe
day out of
most interesting to our
seven, which is
listeners,
considered
the
incredibly lazy,
masters of the
we
universe.
practice
Max Brooms is
circumcision,
joining us
which
to
is
discuss
considered
the Caesar's
barbaric,
Palace
which
2
is
that they
considered
co-authored with
mutilation of
Sajid
human form,
Inda.
all kinds of, and
Little
of course
background on
we
Max. Max is
refrain
the global head
from
of
very
distress and
basic
restructuring used at
dietary
9fin.
elements of the
Previously
Roman
was a
diet.
global head
Like
for
pork.
11fin
So there are all
Insights
these
Part
kinds
of
of
Fit
things
Solutions.
that the
Max has a
Romans didn't
master's in
understand about the Jews,
journalism
but
from
nevertheless,
Northwestern
they
University, probably
basically
one of the most
gave us
famed
space
journalism programs
to
in the
do
country, I
what
might
we
add.
wanted to do.
And
As long as we
more
came up with
importantly,
the money
maybe a
in our
bachelor's degree in
taxes, our
cognitive
tribute,
science
as long
from the
as we were
People's Republic of Berkeley.
not rebelling
Max,
openly,
really
then
glad
the
you're here with
Romans
us
were
today.
perfectly fine with the
Thanks for
Jews.
having
We
me
see a
on,
couple of
Cole.
examples of
Good to be
this.
on here with you, Connor.
For example,
Yeah,
here's one
this will be
exception.
fun.
The
And
big
just for
exception
our
is
listeners, this
Caligula,
book is,
who is
there's
really
a
one of the
lot,
most
fast
bizarre and
paced,
awful
lots
of
of
the
people.
Roman emperors. He
And I
ruled
think Max, you did a really
between
good
years
job of
37
keeping
and 41
structure in
when he
people's
was
mind, and we'll look at some of that
assassinated
structure
about
discussion.
4 years
Also,
too
just
late.
the opening where it's
He
like, hey,
actually
remind me of who
believed
is
he
who and
was
who's
a
to what.
god, and
You did a
wanted
wonderful job.
everyone
So
else to
let me
believe
just
the
kind of
same.
kick it off.
And
What
after
caused you
there
and
was a
Sajid
major
to come together? Obviously,
pogrom in
Sajid
Alexandria,
was a
Egypt,
writer at the Financial
generally
Times, I
considered
think,
the
at the time.
first
How did you guys
anti-Jewish
connect, and how did this story become your story you guys write together?
A demonstration in the city of Yavne.
It's great,
We'll come back to
to meet you.
Yavne a little
Also,
later today. It's a very important city of this
I'll
period of
say,
time.
in reference
Jews
to
were
your
demonstrating
opening,
against the
the
setting
Siege
up
Fellowship
of
was
smaller
Charlie
idols
Munger
in the
pick of
city
the
of
year
Yavne. And
unveiled
so he
at
said,
the
that's
Berkshire
ridiculous.
Hathaway Conference.
If the
I
Jews
agree.
in
In fact, I'll
Yavne,
add
this
to that.
small
So
provincial
we
town,
have a
are
listener.
going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them.
Yeah, second last year.
I
So
want a
we have a
statue
listener,
made
to your
of
point.
myself,
We
and I
call him
want to
Superfan
plant it
Steve.
in the
He's
temple
a
in Jerusalem.
a
And he actually
personality, I guess, in
ordered
the
the stone,
podcast.
and
And
he ordered
he said,
it
"Oh,
carved.
Charlie
It was
Munger
actually
recommended
carved
this
in
book.
the
You
city
guys
of
have to do
Sidon
it."
in the
And I
north of
thought,
Lebanon.
well,
And
if
even the
Superfan Steve and
local
Charlie
Roman
Munger
governors,
agree
the
on
local
it,
Roman
then we better do it. So I
prefects were saying,
agree.
you know, please,
And that was, I think, what?
the Jews,
That's
what's
4
the
years
point
ago
of
now
this?
that Charlie
He's
mentioned
just
that.
going to make a lot of
3 years
trouble
ago,
and
something like
really
that.
trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from
So
this
we
particular course of action.
appreciate
In the
Steve
end,
for,
Caligula
for
died
reading the book and
before
recommending
the
it. And
the
yes, we
icon
would
could
be
be
remiss
installed
in not
in
mentioning
Jerusalem.
just
It
the
actually was ended up
extraordinary
being shipped
business
somewhere else.
journalist,
But this
Sajid,
is one of the major exceptions to the general rule.
And the way we met was on the
60s,
social media
the Romans
platform
were
formerly known
generally
as Twitter.
fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples,
like my career has been very
if a
niche
Jew was
in
called to court in a
journalism,
Roman court of
specialized
law, they
journalism.
were
You know,
exempted from
like,
attending on
probably
Shabbos.
the
I'm
most
not
general
even sure
interest
if
I
we can
got
say that
was
about many
reporting on
modern
private
European
equity
countries if
for
they have
the
courts of
Deal
law on Saturday.
magazine
They
in
would
New
be
York.
exempted. I know that
There
kids
I
going to
specialized more
non-Jewish
more
universities
into
have difficulty
corporate
getting out of
finance
classes on Shabbat.
for a
Can you imagine
publication
the Roman
out
Empire
of
would say, well, that's no problem for you. By the
Standard
way, I am a
Poor's,
dean at an amazing college, Torah
covering
College.
distressed debt,
We have
where
a lot of people
I got
complain about
the attention
anti-Semitism
of
being
the
rising on campus.
businessman who
We have
actually
precisely zero
helped
incidents of
invest
anti-Semitism
in debt
on
high
our
yield
campus
for an
in
insurance
Brooklyn.
company.
Okay.
And he had the idea to start up
So
a
the Romans were also
that focused
satisfied
on
with
distressed debt
just
investing for an
token
audience of hedge funds.
observances of their
And so
authority.
we,
Like, for example,
we
they were
launched that
perfectly
company
okay
together in 2013.
knowing that the Jews
And
were
then
offering
my
sacrifices in
the morning and in the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifice ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feasts. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as we did not fight back. They also made some tremendous efforts not to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, but they were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had an eagle on it, and things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge and which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images, and the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors. investors go.
Apollo and
But
Oak Tree and
you'll
others.
see that this is going to go
And I
south
had
very
been
rapidly in
covering
the 60s.
Caesars from
So let us turn now
lines
briefly
of
to the
live,
two major client kings of the
bankruptcy
first century. They're both
hearings,
named
litigation, and
Agrippas. They're
reporting
actually
on
both
you know
named
the
Herod
groups that were
Agrippas, but
forming
they're
behind
usually
the
referred to
scenes.
simply as Agrippas
He heard
or
about
even
me
Agrippa.
writing, proposing this
Agrippas
book
the
from a
first.
source,
This is a
mutual source.
coin minted
Reached
by
out
Agrippas
on
the
Twitter
first.
and said,
He
"Hey,
ruled
I
in
heard you're
Israel
writing this
between
book. I
years
love this
37
story.
and
Anyway, I can be
41.
helpful.
You can see this is actually a pruta.
So I slid into my
This is a copper
DMs.
coin.
I
It is
messaged
the
back. I'd be like,
smallest
man, I'm
denomination of
big
currency
fan. Let's meet
in
up.
the
We
Mishnaic
did.
and Talmudic
It was
period.
clear.
This
He
is the
was
minimum.
amazing.
It's about the size of a dime
And I said,
in
let's just
real
write it
life.
together.
This is
He
the
said
minimum
yes,
amount of
and
money
the
that it
rest is
takes
history.
to
It's really
seal
fun.
a transaction
So you
or
started
an
with Gary
agreement.
Loveman at the beginning.
Famously
Kind
in
of
the
give his
tractate
background
Kedushin,
at
this is what it
Harvard.
takes to get married.
Can you just
Getting
kind of
unmarried
briefly
is
touch
considerably
on
more
some of that
expensive, I
background that
understand.
brought him really
But
to the casino
you can
business?
see that on the left it says in Greek
Right,
Basileus,
this
king,
is
and there is a parasol,
an
which I think is kind of like a
trained
symbol of
economist.
protection, of shade, something like that. And on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of plenty,
and
of harvest, and so on. So Agrippas was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. You see this quite often with minor royalty, that they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the home city in order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, borrowing money, essentially against his family name. And at one point, he was so impoverished, so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in with the Emperor Caligula, who found in him a kindred spirit, and he actually traveled with Caligula's retinue. It was kind of like a Caligula groupie. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what is he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this individual. He makes his way to Israel, and he becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism of the great rabbis that would later form the basis of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually express some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideas. For example, this famous passage in Tractate Sota, where Agrippas the king is given an aliyah within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry, because he reads the verse, "You may not appoint a foreigner over you." And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and Herod was Midian, and so he feels, as much as I like these people, as much as I'd like to be appointed over them, I can never be, though, because the Torah says I may not. And as he's crying, the entire nation said to him, "Fear not, Agrippa, you are our brother, you are our brother."
Really smart mathematicians
it's a very beautiful passage, for which the Jews are all criticized, because, hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, it doesn't change. The kingship will come through the Father. So he's a kind of a complicated character, but he was not a Zoe Frum. He was not so stark. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he was really straight and narrow. He loved the rabbis, showed up for Dafyani, he did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that. And we even have coins in which he printed images of himself, which were totally verboten in Jerusalem. But outside of Israel, he had no problem with transgressing these Jewish norms. So a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippas II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92. There's a lot of disparity about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is an amazing portrait from 1875. Nikolai Bodorevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippas II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and defends Christianity before King Agrippas. So like his father, he was raised in Rome, he comes to Israel
background
about
in
the year
structured credit,
53.
and so your book was fantastic.
Just
Even
as his
for me,
father
though,
was a
understanding
groupie of
all these
Caligula,
things, understanding all
so
the terms
too
of art,
is the son
I still
of
found
Groupie
myself
of
going back,
Vespasian and
referencing
later
the players in the
Titus.
front and trying to keep
It's
it all straight in my
absolutely
head because it was no doubt
astonishing
very
that
complicated.
while the
So
temple
yeah,
is
Lubman was basically
besieged
kind
by
of doing AI,
Titus,
like
and
before
while
AI.
Jews are
You know,
being
he was
killed
sort
by
of
the
like a
Romans,
forerunner
he
of
is
big data and using
enjoying
that to his
banquets
advantage.
with the leader
So
of the
what I'm
Roman
curious about, though,
generals.
is more on the
It is
corporate
absolutely
side. So the
astonishing that he
90s, I
thinks
think
that
for all
we
of us,
completely
unfortunately,
allied with
feels
the
like not
Romans,
that long
but
ago,
that is
but
in
it was a
fact
long time
where
ago.
he
So
put
can you just
himself
talk
on
a
the
little bit
political
about
spectrum.
how the
He
industry as a
had
whole
a
was
very
transforming?
scandalous
It seemed like it
relationship
was
with his
tied
own
in with
sister,
legacy businesses
Berenice.
like
So there's
Holiday
in
Inn.
this painting,
And
Berenice,
how did
the
that
queen
evolve?
is right
Obviously, you
next
talked
to
about
Agrippa's
MBAs
on the
coming in
throne
and
there.
being more involved and sort of making it
He
more technical.
corresponded with
But talk to us a
Josephus
little bit about the
himself.
landscape
Josephus
and then also how that looks
reproduces
different
some
from
of
today,
his
because
letters, so
clearly
we get a
back
sense of his
then it was
personality
just
directly
Vegas and
as a
Atlantic
result.
City, and
And he
that's
had some
quickly changed
interesting
a lot too over the
curiosity
last
about
30 plus years.
Christianity, as we see from this
casino
particular
industry, you're
famous
saying?
passage that occurs in the
The
book of
hospitality
Acts,
industry?
where Paul
Both.
defends
Like how did casino
the charges
ownership
against
evolve and
Christianity
the business
to
model
Agrippa's,
evolve?
not successfully, but
This
nevertheless a
Steiger,
fascinating
not a casino
correspondence about
analyst
the period. So those are the client things
but like
that
for
are
the
active at this
for
time.
this
Let us now
this
turn to the war itself
we
and try
tried
to
the
understand the
transition, and it was
roots
kind of a
of
twofold
this first
transition
Roman-Jewish
from
war that
right,
ended in
like,
such disaster, so
just
much so
high
that
school
we
grads,
commemorated every
buddy,
year
buddy
with
system,
past on the mind of
non-professionals running, running the industry.
the war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74.
2 MBAs and then
And
from
what's going on is it
MBAs
begins
to
in the
PhDs.
north, where
Right, so that was
there
kind of
are
like
many,
the
many
transition, and
people
Loveman
who
really
are
led
upset
like
with
that.
Roman rule. They are upset with
The transition into
with the
the
procurators.
PhDs
They're
who
very
put the
upset
most
with the heavy
complicated
taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their
formulas
Jewish
into
culture.
practice.
And as we discussed
in
last
order
week,
to
they coalesced into a
really
group which are known in general
make
as
sure
the
that
zealots.
anyone who liked
In
gambling
Josephus,
would be
he tends to call
loyal
them
to
not
their
zealots,
brand.
but bandits. Because
And-
again, remember, he's
and,
writing
and
for
then
a
since
Roman
then,
audience, and they
I
see
think
these people
there's
as
been
kind of
another
like,
transition
hoodlums
to
who are wandering around the north and
Right,
attacking
so it's like,
Roman
the height
caravans
of it,
and things like that. And many of them put together significant followings. There's Judas of Gamala, there's John of Discala, Simon Ben-Gurion. Many of them will be very important figures in the actual fight against Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem.
there was this
Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kinds of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt, who's known simply as the Egyptian, he claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century, and he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem, and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about this, and they simply take a group of troops over there, and they massacre them all in the field. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. They just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptian may have been, to use the technical term, a sugarner, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response. And so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii from these short knives called Sicarii that they carried. And these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews who opposed their radical views. Their modus operandi, as recorded by Josephus, is they would, the Sicarii would dress like regular Jews. They would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people milling about, and then they would pull the knife out from their robes. They would stab the person they wanted to kill, a moderate in particular. And when the body fell, they would quickly put away the knife, and they would feign horror and shock and say, "Who did this? How is that possible?" And then they would blend away into the crowd. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them back for ransom. And so the Romans were, as it were, complicit
So let's talk a little bit, if we can, about Drexel, because on its surface, this is a story about Apollo, but really, everything has its roots pretty much in Drexel Burn or Lambert in this story. So, in some respects, Cole and I were joking, you could call it Predators Ball Part 3 or, Barbarians of the Gate Part 2, but if you could just tell us sort of a little bit about Drexel. Obviously, that was kind of going back to the 80s, but that really felt like the nexus and all of this.
In full disclosure, Max, my dad, who we obviously worked with, was a retail broker at Drexel, so I grew up a Drexel kid. Right, so it's like one of those things where everything tied to Drexel. I was like, in your book, I was like, oh, this is amazing.
Decides to raise the temple
and just a quick point on that, Bill Speed talks about how when Drexel went under, that was one of the toughest times of his life. He thought his career was over, his life was over. It's an age old, once one door closes, another opens. Clearly things have gone very well for Bill Speed in the ensuing decades, but it was quite a time. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit, that'd be awesome.
Upset, of course, because the temple has been raided.
It's fascinating rabbit hole to dig into, and like really, you could trace a lot of the entire, first the high yield bond market, as well as distressed debt investing, and like the explosion of just corporate credit and all that facets of it back to Mike Milken and Drexel really being the ones that
simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals.
Arranging and trading
this is in the summer of '66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight back, and Flores, because he doesn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will, they actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, by the way, where we have the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the account provided in the Talmud. The Talmud has, I won't go into in great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to cover to the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right, where there are two people with very similar names and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa, but by accident the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, "Wow, I can't believe it." Let's say it's Kamsa invited by Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa invited me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna I'm gonna bury the hatchet. We're gonna make friends again. He shows up at the wedding, and Bar Kamsa says, "What are you doing here?" He says, "You sent me an invitation." And Bar Kamsa says, "You can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out." Kamsa is so embarrassed. He says, "Don't kick me out. All these other dignitaries are here. I'm going to have a big wedding present for your children." He says, "I don't care." He says, "Listen, you know what? I'll pay for half the wedding. So let me stay. Don't embarrass me." Bar Kamsa says, "I don't care. You got to go." He says, "I'll pay for the whole wedding." I would take they got titles. But at that point, he says no, and he sends him away. And the rabbis, the Talmud excoriates the rabbis for being there and not intervening and not saying at this point you should be Mavater, you should compromise, let him stay already. Anyways, he goes off, and at that point he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. And the rabbis are discussing what should we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman emperor. If we don't sacrifice it, then the Roman empire is going to be even more upset with us than the procurator was. If we do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law, and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this blemish sacrifice was discussed and discarded because they said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And at this point, the sacrifices were stopped. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, a tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's as if we're making a promise of saying,
know what?
Owning
This
debt of a
government,
company
we're
that
not
has
going to
been
pray for.
delevered and de-risked,
And so
or
it contributes.
owning
This
that
is where
company at a discount to what its actual value
the story in
is.
Josephus
And
intersect.
that,
Cestius
that's like
Gallus,
the crux
he
of
brings down
the
a
distressed debt
legion
investing
and some associated
industries,
troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down.
The other thing it made me think
a
of
lesson.
was,
He
I think
marches
Bill
straight
Gates'
through the
first job
south.
at Drexel,
He goes to
he was a
Jerusalem,
re-analyst.
and he
So it's like funny
burns a
that in
few of
this
the suburbs
deal,
of
we
Jerusalem,
effectively have a
but for
read
reasons which are
in the
not entirely
OpCo
clear,
structure
when
that I'm
he
sure we'll
can't
talk about
get
later.
into Jerusalem
But again,
on the
this is like,
first
it's
attempt,
like you can see,
he mysteriously
it's like you use a
retreats.
black light to see
Josephus
Milton's
cannot
name on the
explain
wall everywhere, but
exactly
in
why
broad
he
daylight,
retreated,
it's
but
just a
on
wall.
the way back,
So,
he is
the other thing that's amazing is to be the number 3 person effectively at a firm like Josh Harris, kind of like the junior co-founder, and you end up owning multiple sports teams. That's a pretty good sign that the company you started went pretty well.
and there's a valley which is quite
Hi,
exposed.
I'm Cole Smith,
As they are
CEO
coming
and
through this
portfolio
very
manager
narrow
here at
path,
Sweet Capital
that's
Management
when
and
the
host
rebels
of this
attack,
podcast.
and they
Enjoy this
completely
podcast.
destroy
I'd like to
the
invite you to check out SweetCap.com.
Cestius
And our firm,
Gallus,
we are
the
stock
leader,
market
the governor of
investors.
Syria,
We advise investors
he
who fear
manages
stock
to
market
escape
failure
with his
with a
wife,
discipline that has
but he's
proven
completely
success over
humiliated
long
because
periods
he
of
went
time.
there with
Learn
6,000
more about our
soldiers,
funds at
and he's coming back
SweetCap.com.
just with the
Past
ragtag
performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the prospectus
totally
for more
dominated
information about the investment
minority
company, including
population that really
objectives,
should not even
risks,
have
charges, and
even the
expenses.
wherewithal
Read
to
and
attack
consider
them.
carefully
By
before
the way,
investing.
a lot of
Speed
the,
funds distributed by UMB
war
Distribution
loot
Services,
that the
LLC,
Jews
not
took
affiliated.
from the corpses of
There's
that
also
legion
some interesting
was
tie-ins here,
extremely
right? So
useful
it was
in the
really
future war
Bonderman via
that
Tom
was
Merrick,
going to
who
ensue.
clearly became
Because
more nationally known during the first Trump administration. That's what really got Bonderman into the casino business, because if I'm not mistaken, Tom Merrick at one point had bought a casino from Donald Trump. Is that
expect to be
am I
left
remembering that
alone.
correctly?
At this point, they prepared for
Right,
war,
sounds
and they
right, yeah.
appointed our
Trump is,
Josephus
it's a
to
couple
be in
mentions here
charge of
for the
defending the North.
casinos and
Thinking
restructurings.
that
Well,
correctly,
I think it's part of the
the
overall
next
arc of
attack
the sort of
would
book, to your
come
point
from the
about knowing
north,
when
and
to buy in,
Galileo
where to
was the
buy
front
in, where to
line.
play in the
So
capital structure,
Josephus
because
marches up
I
there
think
to be,
Trump's
although he
foray
has,
into the
as he
casino
described,
business
a
didn't
lot
go
of
great.
hesitation about
But
the cause,
overall, casinos
because
did
he really
well. It
likes
was
the
brilliant
Romans.
timing
Don't
and the
forget,
capital
he's
structure.
writing
And just
this
so you know,
for the
guys, we also
Romans,
talked to Wilbur
but
Ross
he
on his book
decides
Risk
to
to
take up the
Return and
cause,
how he got
and
to
he
know
happens
Trump
to be an
was via the
extremely
Atlantic City
brilliant
Casino that they
general,
actually, he was
the
part of
most
the
effective
restructuring
general
in that.
of his time.
And the
We
reason
know
why
this
their incentives
because,
aligned was back
yeah,
to
Josephus
this,
tells
like
us
you had
just
your
how
book,
great
which
he
was
was.
that you have to sit
At
in front
any
of the
rate,
gaming
what
commission
happens is
to
the
get
Emperor
approved to be
Nero
the
says,
owner.
I can't
And
believe
so,
those
like
Jews
Wilbur said,
destroyed
we
an
were the
entire
capital,
legion.
he was the
That's
license.
incredible. You
Okay?
have to
And
stand,
that's what
we're
made
not
this work,
sending
and that's
Cestius
how some of
Gallus
these
back
oddly
there, because
symbiotic
obviously
relationships
he doesn't know what he's
began
doing.
or accrued
We're
over
going to send
time.
a much more
Should we talk about the timing
well-trained
a little
general,
bit?
Timing. I think
Vespasian.
So
Here
it's
in this
interesting.
picture.
It feels like 2006, kind of when this got
with the
going.
charge of going
Clearly,
back
the timing ended up being
Israel
bad.
and
It was sort of a
destroying
golden
the rebel
era for
movement, and he
LBOs.
will
Obviously, TXU
invite
was
his
around the same
son,
time.
Titus,
That went horribly
to
badly
assist
as
him
well.
in this
But talk to us a little bit about
And
what sort of the
unlike,
market looked like in the lead up to the financial
Cestius
crisis.
Gallus,
And obviously the
takes a
relativity
very
of it too, because I
methodical
think what was happening then
He's not
seemed
in a
huge at the
rush.
time and
He
record setting at the
realizes
time.
that the
But in a
siege
modern
of
construct,
Jerusalem
these
is
are
going to be
relatively
long and
small,
hard,
I guess,
encircled by
Well, yeah,
three
including like what were
walls.
the credit
There's a
spreads at the
sharp
time? That's
valley,
something we think a lot about right now.
And interest rates.
Area of attack, and he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, the Battle of Yotapata, or Yotfat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active, they besiege the Jews there. Josephus describes, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think that they have no problem They
it's
have
going
lots
to
of
be good
supplies
to
inside
keep
the
the cattle
fortress of
markets flowing.
Yodfat. They have plenty
So
of water,
at this time,
and
you know,
they don't.
this
They're
whole process
dying
even
of
kicked off
thirst.
in
He
2005,
has
and
the
then
soldiers
like
soak some of their
you know,
laundry
there's
in
the
the
bid
precious water they have left,
the
and hang
agreement
dripping wet
in
laundry on
2006,
the outside
where it was
walls,
ultimately
as if to say, we've got so much water here, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this, and in order to convince Vespasian that we sent this for a long, long time, and many other such devices that Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers.
$90 a
But
share, I think, was the
ultimately,
deal price.
Yodfat
Public stock.
is forced to fall under Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other soldiers. And they all agreed to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in a suicide pact. So he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else, because it's a hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he draws the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea, he's holding the straws. He managed to draw the shortest straw, kills all the others, and then does not kill himself. He surrenders to Vespasian. And that Vespasian puts him in chains, but again, with his tremendous ability to think on his feet, Josephus greets Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, why do you call me emperor? He says, because I have seen, I'm Jewish, connected with prophecy, I have seen that you will one day be emperor. And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger that Emperor Nero, it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died. I got my timing right. And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome to choose a new emperor, and ultimately Vespasian will be the new emperor.
Housing was asked.
Josephus alone with his son, who takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument at the city of Jotapata to Josephus and to the fighters there in his first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and this is really
you also do a really good job of just explaining some of the mechanics of this from a structural perspective. So you talk about, for example, you explain a hung bridge.
The rebels in
obviously these banks that were financing a lot of the leverage side of this, they were getting an origination fee. They made some nice fees at the start of the deal. The question is, will they make money at the end, which is tends to be a banker's dilemma, as they say.
The Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and
we're still
nearly
looking for it
destroyed
now.
a legion.
It's a hung bridge on Twitter, and they're starting to market the dead finally.
It's hot right now. Siege engines to bring them up close to the walls. The Jews tunnel underneath the road, and they put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engines. Some amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they had a stunning inability to get along.
payment in kind, which you introduce to your readers to make sure they understand how that's used. That just elongates the runway. But that's all it does. Sooner or later, things have to be dealt with. And so, yes, spreads can help get things financed. The amount of demand, as you point out, with like a Twitter stamp right now can help things. But it still has to get sold to someone.
They even descend to such terrible depths.
Well,
in an attempt to try and weaken their rival Jewish zealot groups, actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened into silence. So it's really, although the Jews are really amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics, without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus' siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the day of the month. So that represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years, and it's a rather amazing, dramatic story. And then, like the story that I described in your spot, the rebels of Masada also commit suicide when it is clear that they will not be able to hold up the Romans anymore. The aftermath is also quite significant, and with a longer time to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political hay out of this defeat. We should recall that although it was a long war, we're talking about 8 years, England in the
it
Northeast.
was not the conquest of any territory. It was merely putting down a local rebellion of very insignificant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of
but that was a successful casino operation that competed
for their own
in
internal
prior
purposes. They built
Atlantic City
amazing arch,
I think the other thing too, you talk about the idea of assets or A is equal to equity plus liabilities. And so when they're exchanging this debt, what they're doing is actually reducing their liabilities, which makes the value, obviously, of the equity bigger, hopefully.
With the spoils of the
And
temple.
it's a little bit of a math game of like what is your value, and that becomes obviously a contention.
Other great university
point,
that has a very low anti-Semitism
in this,
rate.
do we want to jump ahead to just looking at structure?
Yeah, I think we should do that. As you were talking there, Max, it's funny to think about it. You're completely right.
Deep in the stone,
The banks had
and he
no
was able to
choice
actually
but to
recreate
go
the
through
way
with
it
this
would have
financing, or
looked
they,
to
Apollo would have been,
Romans in the
for lack
first
of a better
century,
term,
because
so
the Romans
pissed that
actually
they never would have done this
painted
from
their
again, blah, blah,
statues.
blah.
This
But I
is
think
what it would have
Apollo's
looked like to
breakup fee
Romans.
was like $350
It's
million.
rather garish. I
So
think I
there's
like
kind
it
of a
better
deep
with the
irony
monochrome.
that
On the left, you
should
see
have
in the
just paid the
standard, it says,
$350 million in hindsight. Everybody would have saved a lot of money. It's just kind of funny to think about sometimes how these things ended up working out versus the emotions at the time.
So we'll jump to the first slide that we have here. Just so
to the right
our
it says
listeners can
Candelabrorum,
kind of look at this while
the
Connor mentions it.
So this is
and on
post
the right, it
LBO
appears to
for
be the
those of you
Shulchan,
watching,
the table used in the
watching at
temple.
home. And so you had, Opco Propco, which was pretty typical, somewhat pioneering at the time, but had been done before. And we're seeing this now even to this day. Like literally as we speak, Lennar, the home builder, is doing the same thing. They're setting up a Propco for their land called Bill Rose. But can you talk to us a little bit about the basics behind these models, what they are, why people like these, and why Apollo and TPG wanted to try this as sort of their first structural foray, first of many, but their first one.
At the time, while his son was
and
on the right, you see Judea
the short answer is that the financing is cheaper,
and usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports of the region, and on the left you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing fallen Jerusalem, who is sort of like an Italian-like pose.
And then you'll get cheaper financing as well through the CMBS market.
For example, this version here, where she is
that's the gist of it. That's still true.
she actually has her hands tied behind
there
her
was
back.
some loophole that was closed off for some of the tax treatment that Caesar was with her grandfather.
These coins were incredibly popular, and they really seemed
if it was already in the pipeline, they were going to allow it.
demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin
just to
that
note
they
for
have really
listeners,
put an
a
end
REIT by IRS definition has to
so
distribute 90% of
that's
its
a quick lightning tour
income.
through
It
the
can retain
first Roman
10%.
Jewish war.
But
I've only got about
because
5
they
or
pay
7
no
minutes
corporate
left,
level
but I will
taxes
take you
from a
briefly
veiled
through the
perspective,
Bar which is
you can
incredibly
service a lot of
important.
debt
So we'll do
because
it
it's
very
all
quickly,
cash
though, so at
flow,
least we can cover it.
and it's not,
there's
there's no
lot of
tax taken off
repercussions
until the
for
investor
Jews.
collects
Jews are banned
obviously
from
the
the
taxable
city of
statement in India,
Jerusalem at this
correct?
time. Jews are forced to pay that
expert.
extra tax. There's
Well, you
hundreds
wrote the
of
book. I was
thousands of
hoping you're the
Jews
expert.
killed. The numbers are hard to really
but I am not a
comprehend.
REIT expert by any stretch of the imagination. So I do have like the basics work, so that
phenomenal number, even if it's a
like you said,
fraction of it, it's still a
take a lot
huge
more leverage
portion
as a
of the
REIT,
population. And the Jews are still rested. The Jews are still angry about this. There's a flare-up.
So we'll jump back to scope. We'll jump to the next slide here because obviously as they're going through this, things deteriorate. They do this deal. The old bankers still have it. You borrow the money when the bank will give it to you because when you really need it, they won't give it to you. And that reminds me of this deal from perspective. So, and then do this, things get bad in the Opco Propco model, and then they're like, hey, we're going to go to a growth model. Let's take core assets, but they were really aggressive. They went out and got Planet Hollywood. That's a deal they did. And we show the next slide here, which shows Planet Hollywood, the Horseshoe in Baltimore, and then Caesars Interactive Entertainment. I don't think we have a question here, but I do want to, can you maybe mention like how interesting was this asset? Because this might have been beyond the Planet Hollywood story. It's really one of the more interesting assets that kind of woke up.
It ended up being the crown jewel.
In some respects. Oh yeah, for the final deal cash, I would say yes.
Not only against the Babylonian minority, they are, of course, pushed back on the Romans. The Persians are able to maintain their independence. Later they will become Sasanians. But all across the Roman Empire,
there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel, by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Kitos, and it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs there's a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. But at any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense. It's more like a, so to speak, a police action to use
gambling, you pay for extra access to,
however, is quite
like
a bit more significant.
coins or whatever.
This is a coin
there was no money at stake.
The Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, you might wonder, that's pretty amazing that this rebel, they're essentially living in caves in Judea. How did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint? Well, the truth is, they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped horse things on top of them.
To your point, in the online gambling, I mean, I know I'm an old man for 1 second here at the age of 41, but, like, to you young bloods out there, when Chris Moneymaker won the World Series of Poker, that's what caused online gambling to explode. And to your point, it's like it wasn't legal in every jurisdiction. So I remember being in college, let's just say I might have played some online poker. These were some very emerging business models. They were not set. Today, gambling is accepted. To your point, it's institutionalized. It's very invested in. But at this point, these were emerging ideas, not known.
Or Bar-Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when
sports betting and everything, all these things are in Judean desert that
we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact,
you go back in the casino days,
you're like, letters written by Bar-Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian.
It's funny, when Reggie Bush gets his Heisman Trophy back, we all can kind of laugh because it's insane to think about this person. Let me, when they start, so again, structurally, parent companies follow TPG and their investors. Most of that's their investors, but again, their president and staff. If you go below that, you got the OpCo, bondholders, you have the PropCo bondholders.
Can we throw that slide back up again?
Yeah, I just want to show this. When this growth transaction comes up, this is where the incentives for various parties get very perverse. Because obviously this new growth company causes a new shareholder or I'll call it equity owner class to show up. And this is really what opens Pandora's box, the idea of fraudulent conveyance. I would say, I think that's what I took away from your book. Can you explain briefly what the idea of fraudulent conveyance is and how applicable it was beginning with this?
And I would say in addition to that too, there was almost like a comical aspect to this. That might not be the right word, but I'm sort of like mentally rolling my eyes when you see like, the new structure and the new stream, it just kept getting more and more ridiculous. So you talk about fraudulent conveyance as sort of overall, it's like really was pushing the boundaries, I think.
And this
in retrospect, yes, at the time, I mean, like, it was so big and so
complicated. A band of rebels who were literally living in caves in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla style the Roman legions, and they were incredibly effective.
A company that is insolvent
speaks about 95 villages razed by the Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Bar-Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in.
And then
archaeologists found one cave they called the Cave of Horrors because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is. There's a climber at the bottom coming up into it. But among the things found in the Cave of Letters, as I mentioned earlier, not only things about the development of the war, but also the
parent company, Caesars,
I got to take a minute to tell you about this
operating company with a lot of
apparently, judging from the Cave of Horrors, for example, there were men, women, and children living with the Bar-Kokhba rebels. These were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from the Romans and engaging in these strike, rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Babaka, who had kept with her a cast of the most precious
what
documents.
started to happen
Now you can imagine that if, God
was,
forbid, you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave
led
somewhere with
by
rebels,
Mark Rowan
which
and his
documents would you
lieutenant,
take
David
with you?
Sandberg,
Probably your passport,
were ultimately
maybe
the
your deeds to
architects
your
of
house,
this
maybe your
brilliant
marriage
strategy
certificate, and that's exactly what
the company
Babaka
is
took with
struggling
her.
under
She
the
grabbed
weight of
all the most important
respect
documents she had,
and we're not going
including
to get
her
more money
deeds
to
to several
invest
date farms.
in
She had
the existing structure
orchards
right now.
of date
So we're going
farms
to
that she
create
inherited
the
from her
Caesar's
father.
Road, right?
She
This
kept
is
her
a great
marriage,
title,
her ketubah, her marriage contracts, and she
we're
was
going to
also
put new
in
money
a
into Caesar's Road,
protracted child custody battle with
and
her
we are going
ex-husband,
to
and she kept all the lawyers' documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents give you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman. We just on the surface, I want to go so far. You see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes. She was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate, because many of these documents are written in other languages, but many say that were like legal letters, right? I can barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all in boilerplate legal text. But these are phenomenal things, and scholars are still pouring over the Babaka archive to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time.
The Mall of Planet Hollywood
rebellion ended a horrible massacre at
Spears
Beitar,
residency,
which is
is like,
actually remembered every time Jews say grace over meals. The bracha
over there, which was kind of the last straw, along with this refinancing of the term loan.
Shown here,
and that's what created this potential argument
of
for
the lecture, more or less on time.
When the company
now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history,
point was so transformative
that
somebody on this podcast actually went to see Britney Spears at Planet
inflation
in this era.
Time that
but it's a big draw. It's your point. I mean, I think you.
One of the moderate rabbis,
I did not know. I mean, I knew it was a popular show. As a man who married a millennial woman who was born in 1983, I know that was a massive draw for that, call it category. And to your point, millennials started to go to Vegas really precipitously with that. But they way underpaid her in some respects because she was worth a lot more than that. But she became a meaningful EBITDA contributor to the growth company, which is funny said that Britney Spears in some respects made the growth company work.
So if Mark Rowan is listening, just let it be known that Cole Smith did his part to try to keep Caesars afloat as long as possible.
Well, yeah, but you touched on something that I wanted, because this is a nuance. In your world, this is not crazy. We ran into this in public markets. You want to touch on the idea of special committees,
but there's a whole story.
Yeah, so this is sort of an underpinning. I feel like or an undercurrent of the book where
says, okay, listen, I appreciate
so the special committee was put together to value the growth company, and they also needed a fairness opinion. So can you kind of talk to us as somebody who's seen a lot of these transactions? What does that all really mean? I think we all know what a fairness opinion is, but the takeaway that Cole and I both had is those things aren't even worth the paper they're written on. And curious for your view as somebody who's clearly seen a lot more of these.
Gather and just study the
Torah.
The Vespasian magnanimously grants this, and in so doing makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in the analysis on the financials that they're beginnings of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, which will ultimately be the Sanhedrin. And in that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I'd love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. Here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is fees, that deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing, drafting, and things like that. Holidays, second, with Sabbath and financials and things like that. The third is women, as you can see from the very fact that there's an order naming women. It indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section. But it's like marriage, divorce, and things like that. And
they
then as the
cited a
yeshiva
lot more
joke
with
goes up, all the
Polo's
of the internet. After you
valuation
study
work
women,
that
you
they
have to study
did
damages, right? So
with
damages are
the,
like,
the independent directors that
someone's
were
ox
appointed
board
to
someone else's
negotiate
cow, and then
transaction on
the
behalf
ox died of
of
blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last two steps deal with temple rituals.
And then I think the other thing that became problematic about this was that the onco-creditors
was
did not have
document that suddenly made Judaism important. Because when it would be codified into a
for the
text,
longest period of time, there weren't independent directors for
great risk of being lost.
Because your Apollo TBG's counsel was the OPCO, which is Paul Weiss. I think we have a little. We'll come to your footnote later. The footnote was very interesting. But
what Max just said was that was the crux of the whole case. Really, the creditors didn't have any representation, and they should have many years before they got
it. And to your point, and this kind of rolls into our next question. And actually, I want to put up our third slide, which is kind of the final structure slide that you show in your book. Apollo and TBG at this point, they can't say it. So like Sammer, he's playing bulldog in every conversation with everyone. When in reality, they're just buying time. They're trying to buy time to realize the value of their equity and trying to, in every way, do that.
What would keep them Jewish and
identity. The oddity is, as the story gets more perverse, the asset structure actually gets bigger. In other words, like by the end of this, look at all the casinos. They have the link. You got the Cromwell there. By the way, life hack, 100-1 odds behind the pass line. The Cromwell, one of my favorite places to throw dice. But like Dre's nightclub at the Cromwell is getting thrown into this because Mark Rowan knows Dre, and therefore the nightclub comes about. The asset base is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But those are all transactions to buy time. Is that fair?
So we will pick up the series running with Sasanian Persia.
I think that's the interesting thing about this was that you had CPG and you had Apollo, where they are connected. They have all these ways of adding value, right? And they do create a ton of value. They push for these Dre's nightclub, those connections. TPG brings in all of its operating experts to maximize the efficiency of changing the rooms, right? We have they call the getting strong guys to go in and change the sheets to make it quicker, right? Strip it.
It's like a McKinsey solution that you get, right?
Right, and those things are helpful. They made the organization more efficient. They made it grow. You have the Caesars Interactive Entertainment growing its user base and value this whole time. So those things do create a ton of value while they're doing this, and that's been the whole idea. While they're doing all this liability management so that they don't lose control of it before that value rebounds from the big hit that they took for a number of reasons during the Great Financial Crisis.
We hope you're enjoying the podcast. We work hard putting together this show, but we work even harder for our investors at Smead Capital Management. At Smead, we believe in disciplined investing, which is why the Smead funds have a proven track record of long-term outperformance. If you're an investor who fears stock market failure like I do and want to invest in wonderful companies to build wealth, we invite you to visit smeadcap.com. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the prospectus for important information about the investment company, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing. Smead Funds distributed by UMB Distribution Services, LLC, not affiliated.
Yeah, I do agree that it was a time game insofar as I think the strategy was, to your point, Max, add value, kick the can down the road. We all know from basic options that an out-of-the-money option, time is your friend. And so the longer they can stretch it out, maybe they got lucky.
And also, they almost did. And also, markets are a confidence game.
Yeah.
And as long as you showed confidence, people wouldn't question you. It's when people had a lot of facts against you that they questioned your confidence.
That's right. So another interesting, again, story was fascinating. And there are all these sidebars. Just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, it got weirder. And Max, if you had written this as a Hollywood script, fiction, you would have gotten laughed out of the office. They would have been like, this is too ridiculous. This could never happen. were a pass. So let's talk a little bit about the Trust Indenture Act of 1939 and one, kind of what that was about, what those sort of lawsuits there were about, and then how this really reached the highest levels of politics in Washington.
Yeah, it was this was interesting, right? It was it came into play in part because of like a very aggressive deal that David Sandberg structured in order to deal with the investment grade bonds that had been at Harrah's at the time before the LBO, and so all of these were essentially unsecured debt. They had just been decimated by getting primed and then the refinancing prices. They're all trading at a discount, and a lot of them wind up trading in the hands of a bunch of distressed debt investors. And so when the time comes to try to refinance them or take them out, David Sandberg's trying to do it in a way that they can take out as many as possible with as little money as possible. And Caesars itself had actually been buying some of these up at a discount. And
you call that whack-a-mole. He was playing whack-a-mole, I think, is whack-a-mole. Right.
Yeah. And so the investment grade bonds, they weren't secured, but they did have this Depression era protection called under the Trust Indenture Act. And so when Sandberg orchestrated this transaction that essentially was done with 2/3 of the bondholders leaving out the other third, exchanging for new debt into a better piece of paper at growth, they went to almost zero, right? These one third of the bondholders went completely to zero. Meehan Combs at the time led the charge in organizing, hiring counsel, Jim Millar from Drinkerville at the time, now Fader Drinker. And to look at what can we do here to try to capture, get some more money back, right? Maybe I don't know, it was like $94 million left. It wasn't that much, right? That was the irony of this. And there was this argument that the Trust Indenture Act made it so that these bonds should still avail themselves of the parent guarantee of the parent company. And so at the time that all these different transactions happened, Apollo did a number of things to remove the parent guarantee. At least they thought that they did. And so they tried to strike this deal with 2/3 of those creditors in order to get it. And he made this Jim Millar made this argument that was kind of a long shot argument that you're not able to treat one portion of these bondholders different than the others because we have because of the Trust Indenture Act. And it was a long shot, right? It hadn't if they didn't think it was going to go anywhere, but at the time, right, there was actually another lawsuit going on with Education Management, a similar argument that had been made by Marbleby, who had bought up the debt of this for-profit education company, and that had actually made it pass a motion to dismiss, or it made it to the next phase of the lawsuit, where it seemed as if the courts were going to honor the debt that had been left behind in these types of transactions. And so all of a sudden, you have this this argument that pops up, and so Apollo is looking at this and they're thinking, where did this come from, right? This is what? If that's all that's holding us back from completing these discounted, coercive transactions and leaving some of our creditors behind, well, let's go change the law. And so they get lobbyists together to go to Congress. There's actual lawmaking done besides the must-pass legislation, right? Like transportation funding or Zika funding, whatever. And so that's what they wind up doing. And this is how I learned how things are done in Washington. Is they lobby whoever to put in these riders in must-pass legislation to do that legislation. Like Virus Act, like whatever
the budget,
exactly, the omnibus budget, right? That must pass. Well, they put all these little riders in. They're supposed to be non-controversial. They got one senator, one to say like all the sharp people like Apollo's super important. Harry Reid wound up being one of the supporters of it, and Elizabeth Warren at the time had been suspicious of inserting the language, but she backed off when it in fact came from Harry Reid. Shelby was the Republican congressman who was initially found to be backing it.
Senior senator from Alabama. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So it was it was one of these things. It was almost about to go through until this other case that was going on in education management, Marblegate. He found out about it. Andrew Milgram at Marblegate, and he had a friend who had actually owned some of the bonds at Brigade, who had gone to college with one of the congressmen. He alerted them to it. He got a lobby firm. Oak Tree got some lobbyists together, and they convened on anybody that he could to say that this is bad law. This is bad. You can't include this language. And it was about to pass, but they ultimately got enough people to listen to them to just cut it from those must-have pieces of legislation, and therefore so the argument still held up, right? That law was still a threat to Apollo in the Caesars case because of this lobby, right? So they're trying to change the law in order to continue to form the restructuring the way that they wanted to.
There's a little bit of a spoiler alert here, but for those of you at home who may not read the entire book, something that's super fascinating is that this whole threat of the TIA, the Marblegate lawsuit, that's what really scared Apollo and TPG ultimately, because had that kind of gone all the way through and become sort of settled law, they would have been on the hook for double-digit billions of dollars. They found out literally the day they were signing off on everything and moving forward that actually Marblegate was going to be unsuccessful. And so this fear, this sort of Damocles sword they had hanging over them this entire time, ended up being nothing. And they found out at the 11th hour, and they're like, you know what, it's over. Let's go.
The other odd, again, this has been talked about in the last 5 years. This is not unique to discussion, I'll call it legal forums or credit forums. But the other thing that you talk about is what Elliott did through the CDS. You called it, I think it was your chapter on it, was called First Derivative. And they bought CDS. They obviously own bonds as well, but they bought CDS, and they went to the company and said, you should go into bankruptcy. Well, now, you're not required by law at this point in our lives to go out and say, oh, by the way, I'm long the CDS, so I make a killing if you do that. And so it's this whole idea of insider dealing. Is it insider dealing or not? And is there any ethical standards for that? That's been debated a lot the last 5 years because there's more instances of this coming up. But isn't that an inherent issue that's, maybe since the Bankruptcy Act of 1978 really has not codified the rules around a derivative like that? Is that fair?
Yeah, to my knowledge, I don't think there's no rules against insider trading in CDS. So
that's not a joke.
That's actually true. And again, just to expand on that, what Elliott really did was it was all a timing play. I think the markets kind of knew that a bankruptcy was coming, but the markets were pricing it in much later than it ended up happening.
Yeah.
But Elliott had debt that needed to be restructured, and so they kind of had Apollo right where they wanted them.
they loaded the boat on the timing of the CDS, betting that it was going to be sooner rather than later on the bankruptcy filing. Then went to Apollo and said, hey, we're willing to cut you a deal and renegotiate this debt contingent on you filing for bankruptcy now.
Sleight of hand.
And they did that, and it ended up paying off to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. And so, yeah, I agree with what both of you are saying. It feels like insider trading, but legally, it's not.
It's the rules. It's the rules as they say.
Yeah.
So this, there was some pushback around that, and the counterparty to Elliott for a lot of that at the time, was GSO, and then they later got into a big fight over another seed manufacturer default. Hobnanian is what they became called. This is what hedge funds do. All right, it was a very very ballsy but very savvy move to buy into the first lien bonds and value management by Paul Singer and the investment professional who was doing a lot of this is Dave Miller. He's now one of the heads of distressed investing there. And to then become Apollo's only friend, right? And that's what happened is that Caesars wound up filing with just one creditor class signed on to a restructuring support agreement, and that was the first lien bonds. And there was a lot of them. It was $5 billion plus in first lien bonds, but out of an $18 billion capital structure, it wasn't going to be enough to get the thing done. Hey, I want to give a big shout out to everyone who's been working so hard on the show. We recently hit the top 10 investing podcasts on Apple Podcasts, and even #1 in the business category in several countries. As you may know, this show is brought to you by Smead Capital Management. Smead Capital Management understands how frustrating and illogical the stock market can be. If you're searching for funds with a proven track record, give the Smead funds a look, or better yet, reach out at smeadcap.com. And don't forget to mention that you're a fan of the podcast. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the prospectus for important information about the investment company, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing. Smead Funds distributed by UMB Distribution Services, LLC, not affiliated.
Well, the other thing that struck both Cole and I when we read this was there was a lot of sort of personalities in the story, obviously, but there were also a lot of personal relationships that went back in some cases many decades. You had Howard Marks trying to rein in Ken Liang because he was friends with Leon Black. So if you could talk a little bit just about how you feel like that impacted it. And things also got deeply personal, too. I mean, there was that one time where Samber wanted to do something very graphic to Ken Liang's oatmeal. Just curious how the personalities and the interpersonal relationships behind the scenes sort of had an impact for better or worse on this entire affair.
Yeah, and that was part the most gratifying as a journalist, and being able to delve into the personalities behind these transactions. Business journalism, a lot of it's there's XYZ company, does this, that, or the other thing, right? And a lionizing profile of a master at the university. In this case, we really because both Sujit and I had such good reputation, sources, and then there was a group of winners that really wanted to talk about how brilliant they were, and then once we got that story, the other side was like, well, let's quite like that. We got to get into a lot of these these personalities and the relationships. How three of the main players here went to the same finals club at Harvard, right? Two of them, between Cheney and Miller, were really good friends from boarding school. So and then there's the whole connection between everyone who is at Drexel at one point. It's a small world in some ways, but it's very impactful and it has these far-reaching connections as well. And the book was an opportunity to get into those and draw them together and see how they did make an impact, right? There are personalities, there are people that take things personally, or a lot of things are irrational.
And that's that's part of doing doing business in this industry, and not all industries, I think.
Yeah, to your point, it just gets messy. As Jim Milstein put it, this might be my favorite quote in the book. Quote, "This mess had many fathers," end quote, which is his way of explaining it is my client's fault, but there's a lot of faults, in effect, is what he was saying, because he didn't want to admit that Apollo and TPG had done something wrong necessarily. Milstein is this very tenured, successful person in his field and what he does, and even he, at some point, ends up looking, I don't want to say foolish, but just not ready for the moment that he's in. And I feel like everyone that, at one point someone looked like an idiot, and they ended up looking like a genius, and some other people started looking like geniuses and ended up looking like idiots. Was it just the fact there was so much competition in the intellect of these people, and that's why there was such movement during your story?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, hopefully we just capture people fairly, right? Our book is not Manichean. It's not, it's not like there's good and bad people. It's not like that. It's not that anybody was like an unqualified, success or winner, and somebody was an unqualified, like failure or loser, right? Like, Apollo was, ostensibly an antagonist here who got called out by the examiner for orchestrating, along with its co-investors and executives, potentially upwards of $5 billion in like very strong claims for fraudulent conveyance and breaches of fiduciary duty, etc. And at the end of everything, all they'll have to do is get back their equity check, and they raised the largest fund in private equity history. They've gone on to be continuing one of the largest and most successful investment firms in history, right? So it's like we wanted to capture all the nuance and the individuals for who they were in this industry to the extent that we could, and their history, right? Jim Milstein, he did become an important pioneer in the structuring industry, but he was also the son of Ira Milstein, who was a domineering figure at Weil, in leading that firm to become what was once the dominant debtors council practice. And he was interesting because he worked for the Obama administration, served as essentially a function advising on how to deal with the great financial crisis. So it was one of those things where you come out of doing these things on a big picture level to what the hell, what this petty squabbling between two funds that actually have the same LPs, the same pensions or insurance companies. It was it seemed kind of small time in some ways, and so it was we tried to capture that was the context that he's dealing with it, while you have a lot of younger, ambitious, aggressive, mid-level executives. They're trying to prove themselves, and this is their whole world. So they don't care or respect anybody who's come before them.
Yeah, Max, I appreciate you saying that, because Cole and I talked about this a lot as we were reading the book. To your point, I know it wasn't your intention. Apollo kind of comes off as the villain, they're the evil empire in the story. But then when you really take a step back and think about it, some of the original investors in the LBO financing, like the Michael J. Fox Foundation,
that you mentioned in the book, yeah, they
were sort of genuine victims, if you will, in all this. But the players, to your point, that were left standing, in the end, as they say, there's no honor among thieves. And these are all the sharpest elbows, brightest minds in the room.
Including the lawyers.
Yeah, going at it. So, in the end, and I don't mean this in a bad way, it was sort of hard to feel bad for anybody. Everybody was sort of reaping what they sowed, for better or worse. So you talked about Richard Davis, the examiner. Curious, that was clearly sort of the pivotal point in this case. Do you think that he was fair in his work and his assessment? Do you think he was biased going in? Because I think there's little doubt that if Davis had different findings, this whole affair probably would have turned out quite differently.
Yeah, very much so. Sajid and I joke that Richard Davis, the former Watergate prosecutor, like kind of very respected, a professional, was our third co-author, and because we relied heavily on his 1,800-page examiner's report, and because he had the sway to get interviews with everybody who was involved. And they didn't require a subpoena. People did it voluntarily, but they were not going to not talk to him. So everyone kind of treated him as the judge to begin with, and so he got access to everybody. And then his report was the result of these hundreds and hundreds of interviews and reviewing millions of pages, having his own team, of lawyers pouring through all these documents and understanding the transactions. So that obviously we think that his work was done fair-minded, right? I think that there's legitimate criticisms of some of the valuations here, conclusions there, but I think it was very helpful, very revelatory, and then re-reporting some of it, it seems like he made fair criticism, right? The smoking gun for him with Apollo was that, like, in their mindset, they had this slide that was presented internally where it said, okay, well, we're gonna move all these assets. So creditors in the event of a bankruptcy, so we can have our being done without there being anyone for the credit at a time where ostensibly that it was insolvent, which you have a fiduciary responsibility to the creditors of the company at the point that it might be insolvent. So he put those together fairly thoroughly. Wasn't afraid to take positions on it, and yeah, right. Was a really interesting character. Like his motivations too. He just wants to do a good job.
Well, did you want an interesting character at this point in the book? We know who the winners are, right? So, for example, if someone says, walking away from your book, there's no good, there's no evil, but who won a lot, okay? And I will dub this, I don't think anyone's done this, but I'll call it the Yellowstone Club rule. It's not the first owner that wins. It's not the second owner that wins. It's the third owner that wins. And most magnanimously was ultimately Appaloosa. They come out with such an obscene reward from this, even relative to Oak Tree or others, was what I took away from your book.
Yeah, percentage return.
Yeah. And I was thinking, like, well, I wonder if David Tepper hadn't done this, would he be the owner of the Panthers right now? I was kind of like playing that out through my mind, but this was a massive winner in the billions for Appaloosa, and they weren't involved very long compared to others.
Yeah, probably around $1 billion. Yeah, exactly. And like but it's so I tried to so this is just pure kind of speculation by memory, but we tried to quantify everyone's like absolute dollar amount. So we estimated that Appaloosa, Elliott, and Silver Point actually all made upwards of $1 billion plus. Right on this, and in the end, the IRR was a little bit better because he was invested for a shorter amount of time. As a second hit. Oak Tree, because they were par investors, so like that, their IRR might have been lower, but they still wound up they bought in when things were strictly. The bonds that were represented by White and Case, the senior guarantee notes, wound up having some of the best returns relative to where they were trading. Not too many people bought in at that level, but maybe there were some who might have just gotten better returns.
Sure.
So there was an enormous amount of value here because the company was valuable, right? And it did wind up being worth more than the entirety of its debt eventually. So Apollo's thesis was right, and that just timing was not good.
I think that's super well said. And Cole and I were talking about that this morning. TPG and Apollo thought they could make billions off this trade, and it turns out there were billions to be made off this trade. And to your point, several firms and even individuals ended up making billions, but it just wasn't Apollo and TPG. So to that end, there's a lot of players in this story, a lot of names in the book. What struck me, just sort of like a cursory looking people up on LinkedIn, it seems like a lot of people, like most of the people in the story, are still at the same firms they were at. If anything, they're more senior, more wealthy now. So I'm curious, both from the investment firm's perspective, the lawyers, the bankers, how did this impact people in their careers? Because for to a large degree, this was a debacle, but it doesn't seem like it had a profoundly negative influence really on anybody professionally. So curious for your thoughts on that.
Yeah, the things about this book now is that it's still so relevant, because we hear that there are trading desks and law firms and investment banks that hand it out to their juniors and just look, each one of those people, those are our potential clients and colleagues right there. Everyone acquitted themselves well, or Sam is the co-head of private equity at Apollo, and it's you look at what he did, it was okay, well, he was going into boardrooms with a bunch of other aggressive investors. A lot of them were older, senior, and it's all right, maybe the best strategy was to throw a tantrum and walk out. Right? It's you're not going to get anything by just sitting there and negotiating rationally. Daniel Kahneman even says that, right? In Thinking Fast and Slow and some of his subsequent studies. So all the characters and the people in there, right? Nobody dies, nobody goes to jail. It was a highly interesting discrete period of time where there were winners and losers monetarily. But ultimately, most of the people are still in the same industry and continue to make money off of it in other ways.
So you said that you tried to not take shots at firms or individuals in the book, and I agree you did a good job of avoiding that. You did take a parting shot on the very last page of the book at Paul Weiss, and I think it's relevant today. We talk about disinformation. The right thinks the legacy media is liberal biased. The left thinks X is all conservative bias, and you kind of touch on that, indirectly on that last page, where you felt that you and your co-author were stifled from sort of telling the story and trying to tell the truth. So I was wondering if you could, expand on that, because I think it's really quite relevant today.
Again, I guess it was Paul Weiss in there at the behest of maybe at the behest of Apollo, maybe not. I don't know. I think it's a standard thing to do when you're powerful, influential, we're going money to try to control the narrative, right, in the media and in the media space. And part of the strategy of doing that, right, is to cut short potentially negative coverage or a narrative that doesn't favor you. And so, so Paul Weiss would, did send some menacing letters over, asking to see our manuscript, and that if we published anything that was untoward, there could be consequences. And I think I do know a lot of that happens, right? The intimidation of the media, there's power imbalance, obviously, and most journalists are not making a lot of money, and they're just trying to get to the heart of things. And so, I think that I hope that people are discouraged from intimidating journalists. The one thing that journalists can do is report on what you've just done accurately. And if you're sending threatening letters, then there's nothing to prevent us from publishing them. So it's like tons of great relationships with people who work at Paul Weiss, then and presently, so I think that was something that happened. I think it's misguided. I don't think that firms should do it. I think it is inevitable that they're going to try to if they think that it's going to help them shape the narrative or prevent negative coverage.
Let's see, another kind of parting question. The nominal level of rates is obviously higher today. We just use the 10-year treasury right now as an example. Okay. Spreads, like we talked about, are really tight. Junk bond offerings way oversubscribed right now. So out there in credit market, what can be seen and exhibited. Do you have any view on that as we move forward? In other words, we would say here that there's a have some trouble in their own funding over the next, say, 2 to 3 years with our deficits. So again, we would say maybe 10-year rates up at 5.5 or 6. How do you look at the lax covenants, lax spreads, lax underwriting right now? Because in some respects, I can say it looks more like 06 in certain parts of these markets than I would say it looks like the bottom at 09.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially in private credit, right? If there's a bubble anywhere. My day job is I am the head of a team of analysts, lawyers, and journalists that cover distressed investing, restructuring, and the most in vogue thing is liability management exercises, and that is essentially taking advantage of this like covenant light era and this era of really like open, loose capital markets, because regardless, the quantum of fixed income is just growing. Like, trillions in high yield debt, leveraged loans, private credit, and more, all these derivatives, other credit. So it's the largest asset class there is, more than there is equities at this point. And 9fin and what I do is to cover when there is alternative financings or restructurings in those credit facilities.
Sure.
So the loose covenants, they give sponsors the opportunity to kick the can, capture discount, pit creditors against each other, and do innovative things in order to keep their equity options alive, and that provides opportunity. And that makes things super interesting. It provides a lot of jobs for lawyers and bankers. So like that's what's happening right now. There's not going to be in this environment. There's fewer Chapter 11s like free fall, like defaults.
Yeah,
and there's a lot more negotiation and out of court debt restructuring. It's not traditional. It's just like ultimately you got too much debt, and you have to do something about it. You have all these options.
Yeah, I was talking to a former colleague of mine who's a banker now, and he was talking about how the cram downs. I mean, the cram downs are happening, and the only thing that usually stops this mechanistically is these are contractual obligations. So it would be contract law and courts that would decide. And so to your point, that's the arbiter of these. Ultimately, is what the contracts do and don't allow for, and hence the covenants are super important. Outside of your work, are you active on X? Where can our listeners follow your work, Max?
I'm not too terribly active, but I'm there. Max Brumis, LinkedIn, and 9fin, right? 9fin.com. Go there. We have free insights that we post all the time. And if anyone wants to reach out, it's max.frumis@9fin.com. I have a weekly newsletter that goes out about all the interesting liability management restructurings called the default notice. Happy to send it to you.
That'd be great. And Max, I know Connor and I, speaking for both of us, we really thank you for your time and also appreciate you and Sajid's work. Our tribe should go out and buy a copy of the Caesar's Palace Coup to understand how big pools of capital and different incentives can cause sustainable businesses, like we talked about, with temporary crises. Munger said one time that there are 3 ways to go broke: liquors, ladies, and leverage, we definitely learned how leverage can cause that.
And I think in future editions of the podcast, we might explore the liquor and ladies side of that region as well.
So maybe we'll have you back for that, Max. If you enjoyed this podcast, go to Apple, Spotify, YouTube, or wherever you listen to a Book with Legs podcast. Give us a review. Tell others about the books and great authors like Max that we have the chance to study the world with and through. For our tribe, if you have a great book you'd like to recommend, email podcast@smeecap.com. That's podcast@smeecap.com. You can also send your suggestions to us on X. Our handle is @smeecap. Thank you for joining us for Book with Legs podcast. We look forward to the next episode.
Thank you for listening to A Book with Legs, a podcast brought to you by Smeed Capital Management. The material provided in this podcast is for informational use only and should not be construed as investment advice. You can learn more about Smeed Capital Management and its products at smeedcap.com or by calling your financial advisor.
Forced to hide her Jewish identity, enter into a forced marriage with King Ahasuerus. She had a dramatic choice before her. She could have simply abandoned all hope and said, well, all that Jewish stuff happened prior. It's all over now. The temple is destroyed. No, weight he was brought in this strange land. I should simply acquiesce to this good fortune that has been showered on me personally, has given me wealth and power and tremendous advantage in society.
You're listening to A Book with Legs, a podcast presented by Smeed Capital Management. At Smeed Capital Management, we advise investors who fear stock market failure. You can learn more at smeedcap.com or by calling your financial advisor.
Welcome to A Book with Legs podcast. I'm Cole Smeed, CEO and Portfolio Manager here at Smeed Capital Management. At our firm, we are readers, and we believe in the power of books to help shape and inform investors. In this podcast, we speak to great authors about their writing. The late, great Charlie Munger prescribed using multiple mental models and analysis. We analyze their work through the lens of business, markets, and people. Hosting this alongside of me is our newly minted Chief Operating Officer, who comes from Wall Street, sure enough, Connor O'Callahan.
Good to be here.
Glad to have you, man. You ready to jam and have some fun?
You know it. I'm ready. Let's
Okay.
do it.
Here we go. In this episode, we will discuss deal making, financing, legal, and maybe most interesting to our listeners, the masters of the universe. Max Brooms is joining us to discuss the Caesar's Palace coup they co-authored with Sajid Inda. Little background on Max. Max is the global head of distress and restructuring news at 9fin. He previously was a global head for LevFin Insights, part of Fitch Solutions. Max has a master's in journalism from Northwestern University, probably one of the most famed journalism programs in the country, I might add. And more importantly, maybe a bachelor's degree in cognitive science from the People's Republic of Berkeley. Max, really glad you're here with us today.
Thanks for having me on, Cole. Good to be on here with you and Connor.
Yeah, this will be fun. And just for our listeners, this book is, there's a lot. It's fast-paced, lots of people. And I think, Max, you did a really good job of keeping structure in people's mind, and we'll look at some of that structure discussion. Also, just the opening where it's like, hey, remind me of who is who and who's tied to what. You did a wonderful job. And so let me just kind of kick it off. What caused you and Sajid to come together? Obviously, Sajid was a writer at the Financial Times, I think, at the time. How did you guys connect, and how did this story become your story you guys write together?
It's great to meet you. And also, I'll say in reference to your opening that the Caesar's Palace coup was Charlie Munger's pick of the year, unveiled at the Berkshire Hathaway conference.
I agree. In fact, I'll add to that. So we have a listener.
His last year, second to last year.
Yeah, second to last year. So we have a listener, to your point. We call him Superfan Steve. He's a personality, I guess, in the podcast. And he said, "Oh, Charlie Munger recommended this book. You guys have to do it." And I thought, well, if Superfan Steve and Charlie Munger agree on it, then we better do it. So I agree. And that was, I think, that's 4 years ago now that Charlie mentioned that. 3 years ago, something like that.
Yeah. So we appreciate him, appreciate Steve for for reading the book and recommending it. And yes, we would be remiss in not mentioning just the extraordinary business journalist Sajid, who co-authored the book with me. And the way we met was on the social media platform formerly known as Twitter. I like my career has been very niche in journalism, specialized journalism. Like probably the most general interest I got was reporting on private equity for the Deal magazine in New York. And there I specialized more and more into corporate finance for a publication out of Standard & Poor's and covering distressed debt, where I got the attention of a businessman who actually he helped invest in debt and high yield for an insurance company. And he had the idea to start up a company that focused on distressed debt investing for an audience of hedge funds. And so we launched that company together in 2013. And then my reporting became a lot more technical. We hired former bankruptcy attorneys and credit analysts, and ultimately produced like highly specialized content for an audience of hedge funds and then investment bankers, lawyers, etc., and trying to get at all the complexities of these distressed companies, and then ultimately the trading prices of the debt securities throughout the course of a Chapter 11 restructuring. And so while I was doing, after 4 years of that company wound up being a great success, my shares invested. I always wanted to write a book. I thought it was a super interesting industry, so I put together a proposal and started shopping it around. At the time, Sajid was writing for the Financial Times as the editor of the Lex column, and he'd been super interested in the Caesars story from the perspective of the intersection of corporate finance and corporate law, right? He's like, well, and he used to be an investment banker at Lazard. And so he wrote this great capstone piece for the Financial Times that really kind of got into some of the behind the scenes of like the angry negotiations between Apollo and Oaktree and others. And I had been covering Caesars from like the front lines of like live blogging the bankruptcy hearings and litigation and reporting on the groups that were forming behind the scenes. He heard about me writing, proposing this book from one of his sources, a mutual source. Reached out on Twitter and said, "Hey, look, I heard you're writing this book. I love this story. Any way I can be helpful, be great, right?" So he slid into my DMs. I messaged back. I'd be like, "Man, I'm big fan. Let's meet up." We did. It was clear. He was amazing. And I said, "Let's just write it together." He said yes, and the rest is history.
Nice, that's really fun. So you start out with Gary Loveman at the beginning. You kind of give his background at Harvard. Can you just, kind of briefly touch on some of that background that brought him really to the casino business ultimately?
Right. This is an MIT trained economist. Gary Loveman, extremely smart. Actually, came from a much more blue collar background, and made a name for himself in economics, and then went on to teach at Harvard. And while there, did some consulting work on the side for what was then Harris. And then he was brought on by the CEO at the time, where the CEO of Harrods started to really identify that, okay, this industry, like the casino industry, is kind of in just olden times, right? Like the movie Casino was going on, and that's at the time, and great movie. Yeah, it's right. Like I researched that, watched it, read it, but because I was hoping when we were like looking into the Caesars and like what became Caesars and this grand casino operating company that I would find a bunch of ties to the mob, right? I feel like there's gotta be something in here, right? Like Loveman, he must have struck a bunch of backroom deals. No, like the truth was by that time it had transitioned from this illicit industry with a lot of shady dealings going on to one that is upfront about what it's doing with a bunch of MBAs running it, right? And so this was where they started bringing in mathematicians, and Harris was really the first to do this, and Gary Loveman was really a pioneer in taking all the data and the numbers that they were getting from the casino business, because they could track it like to its D of how many people were using which machines, what their ages were, what their demographics were, what their day jobs were, how often they went, and what brought them in. So he took all of this data and turned it into the Total Rewards program. Hired a couple of other, really smart mathematicians to do that work, and then pioneer what is now de rigueur, and then in any industry really, in sending targeting people with the promotions that are most likely to bring them in and keep them loyal, and that wound up being very successful for Harrah's. That attracted Apollo and other private equity investors that ultimately wound up doing this deal. At the time, between 2006 and 2008, when there's private equity firms were writing humongous checks to load up relatively healthy investment grade companies, even public companies, with debt in order to just grow into that debt and make a huge return on investment. So that Loveman was the attraction there. They just kept on buying casinos and plugging it into the Total Reward system. You didn't have to compete with the Venetian and the big attractive Fox model that some of the other ostentatious competitors would apply.
Yeah, it was pretty cool reading about Loveman. It was a captivating read. And by the way, as Cole mentioned, I have about 20 years of background in structured credit. And so your book was fantastic. Even for me, though, understanding all these things, understanding all the terms of art, I still found myself going back, referencing the players in the front and trying to keep it all straight in my head, because it was no doubt very complicated. So yeah, Loveman was basically kind of doing AI before AI. He was sort of like a forerunner of big data and using that to his advantage. So what I'm curious about, though, is more on the corporate side. So the 90s, I think for all of us, unfortunately, feels like not that long ago, but it was a long time ago. So can you just talk a little bit about how the industry as a whole was transforming? It seemed like it was tied in with legacy businesses like Holiday Inn, and then how did that evolve? Obviously, you talked about MBAs coming in and being more involved and sort of making it more technical. But talk to us a little bit about the landscape, and then also how that looks different from today, because clearly back then it was just Vegas and Atlantic City, and that's clearly changed a lot too over the last 30 plus years.
The casino industry, you're saying? Or the hospitality industry?
Both. Like how did casino ownership evolve and the business model evolve?
Disclaimer: not a casino analyst whatsoever. But for this book, we tracked the transition, and it was kind of a twofold transition from just high school grads, buddy system, non-professionals running the industry who knew people to break some legs, to MBAs, and then from MBAs to PhDs, right? So that was the transition, and Loveman really led that, the transition into the PhDs who would put the most complicated formulas into practice in order to really make sure that anyone who liked gambling would be loyal to their brand. And then since then, I think there's been another transition to more like entertainment, right? So it's like, at the height of it, it was, there was a big, there was a way to draw people for the gambling itself, and get people who were really hooked on it to come back time and again. And then there was this understanding that they wanted to bring in families, events, start the residency over at Planet Hollywood. Which we talked about a little bit, right? They brought in Britney Spears by being incredibly successful, and then building the big attractions across the street from Caesars as well. Sure. And so that was a transition as well. So I kind of describe that as being how the casino industry changed over time. About the time that it became legitimate, right? It's like it's an LBO target, and this is the interesting thing. Whereas private equity firms are so sophisticated, they have so much money to throw around. They pretty much think that they can overcome anything. And the licensing process to become an owner of casinos, in Las Vegas and elsewhere is very, very, very rigorous. Right? Like we described how they had to go through this process of getting interviewed by the local authorities there, and they always have a criminal background, mistaken for somebody with tattoos. So it was a very high bar to break into that industry. But as you'll notice, right now that they have, Blackstone, owned a bunch of those casinos. Apollo has come back, and they own the Venetian, and it became something that was very investable from non-specific casino investors.
So let's talk a little bit, if we can, about Drexel, because on its surface, this is a story about Apollo, but really everything has its roots pretty much in Drexel, Burnham, Lambert in this story. So, in some respects, Cole and I were joking, you could call it Predator's Ball Part 3 or, Boy Marries at the Gate Part 2. But if you could just tell us sort of a little bit about Drexel. Obviously, that was kind of going back to the 80s, but that really felt like the nexus, and all of this really proliferated.
In full disclosure, Max, my dad, who we obviously work with, was a retail broker at Drexel, so I grew up a Drexel kid.
Wow,
right?
Cool.
So it's like one of those things where everything tied to Drexel. I was like, in your book, I was like, oh, this is amazing.
Well, and just a quick point on that. Bill Smead talks about how when Drexel went under, that was one of the toughest times of his life. He thought his career was over, his life was over. And, it's an age-old, once one door closes, another opens, and clearly things have gone very well for Bill Smead in the ensuing decades. But it was quite a time. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, it was a fascinating rabbit hole to dig into, and really you could trace a lot of the entire, first of the high yield jump bond market, as well as distressed debt investing, and the explosion of just corporate credit and all the facets of it back to Mike Milken and Drexel really being the ones that pioneered arranging and trading these bonds for riskier companies. Milken studied at Berkeley. It was something where, how Marx, of Oak Tree, recognized it and left to start Oak Tree with this thesis that if you buy a critical mass of these riskier bonds, then you'll actually, even with the additional defaults, you'll wind up making more money, because not all of them are going to default, right? So that really created this world, and they were the favorite of favorites of Milken, who, the junk bond king, giving people these huge amounts of high yield debt, including, barbarians at the gate, right, to complete humongous LBOs. And when it blew up, it didn't go away. It spawned a bunch of successors, including Apollo, right? Leon Black was one of the major lieutenants of Mike Milken. He went on to, he's really like the senior founder of what became Apollo with some distressed assets after they started trying to relaunch the firm. And then he brought on Mark Rowan and Josh Harris as well, who are named co-founders, but they were a little bit junior at the time, but they're so brilliant in and of themselves. They got titles as being co-founders of Apollo, but they all came out of Drexel, and as did Bruce Karsh and others at Canyon and across a number of different firms that knew how to invest in risky debt, and then ultimately that knew how to invest in distressed debt and how to navigate a Chapter 11. And before a lot of the information in Chapter 11 has been democratized by various services, including Fitch and Debtwire and Ninefin, where I work right now, making it really easy to access court documents and people summarizing them and live blogging court hearings. Like, all that stuff was not accessible to most people. And so firms like Apollo or Oak Tree or eventually Canyon and we're able to, at Silver Point, a number of the firms that are mentioned in the books, make a much better risk return than other funds for quite some time, because they understood the process of bankruptcy and where to buy into a capital structure at a huge discount in order to either come out of a bankruptcy with a company owning debt of a company that has been delevered and de-risked, or owning that company at a discount to what its actual value is, and that is the crux of the distressed debt investing industries, like origins.
When Max, the other thing it made me think of was, I think Milken's first job at Drexel, he was a REIT analyst. So it's like funny that in this deal, we effectively have a REIT in the PropCo-OpCo structure that I'm sure we'll talk about later. But again, this is it's like you can see, it's like you use a black light, you see Milken's name on the wall everywhere, but in broad daylight, it's just a wall. So,
well, the other thing that's amazing is to be the number 3 person effectively at a firm like Josh Harris, kind of like the junior co-founder, and you end up owning multiple sports teams.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good sign that the company you started went pretty well.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Cole Smead, CEO and Portfolio Manager here at Smead Capital Management and host of this podcast. If you enjoy this podcast, I'd like to invite you to check out SmeadCap.com. At our firm, we are stock market investors. We advise investors who fear stock market failure with a discipline that has proven success over long periods of time. Learn more about our funds at SmeadCap.com. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the prospectus for important information about the investment company, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing. Smead Funds distributed by UMB Distribution Services, LLC, not affiliated.
There's also some interesting tie-ins here, right? So it was really Bonderman via Tom Barrack, who clearly became more nationally known during the first Trump administration. That's what really got Bonderman into the casino business, because if I'm not mistaken, Tom Barrack at one point had bought a casino from Donald Trump. Is that am I remembering that correctly?
It sounds right. Yeah, Trump is, it's a couple mentions here for the casinos and restructurings.
Well, and I think it's part of the overall arc of the sort of book, to your point about knowing when to buy in, where to play in the capital structure, because I think Trump's foray into the casino business didn't go great. but overall casinos did well. It was really a timing and a capital structure.
Well, and just Max, we also talked to Wilbur Ross on his book Risks and Return, and how he got to know Trump was via the Atlantic City Casino. That he was part of the restructuring of that, and the reason why their incentives aligned was back to this idea you had in your book, which was that you have to sit in front of the gaming commission to get approved to be the owner. And so, like Wilbur said, we were the capital, he was the license. Okay, and that's what made this work, and that's how some of these oddly symbiotic relationships, began or accrued over time.
Should we talk about the timing a little bit?
Yeah, timing. I think
so it's interesting. It feels like 2006, kind of when this got going. Clearly, the timing ended up being bad, but it was sort of a golden era for LBOs. Obviously, TXU was around the same time. That went horribly badly as well. But talk to us a little bit about what sort of the market looked like in the lead up to the financial crisis, and obviously the relativity of it too, because I think what was happening then seemed huge at the time and record setting at the time. But in a modern construct, these are relatively small, I guess, compared to what we see now.
Including, what were the credit spreads at the time? Because that's something we think a lot about right now.
And interest rates.
Yeah.
I think they're lower now than they were then. But it's, there have been relatively cheap debt for quite some time. Under Greenspan. With the thesis that continued subsequently as well, that eventually it's going to be good to keep the capital markets flowing. So at this time, it really this whole process even kicked off in 2005, and then it was there was the bid and then the agreement in 2006, where it was ultimately the Apollo TPJT bid over the strategic competitor that wound up winning out at an extraordinary number, $32 billion valuation at the time.
It was $90 a share, I think, was the deal price.
Yeah,
for the public stock.
Great thing for the shareholders at the time. And they thought that this was a no-brainer. That even with all the leverage, and it was ultimately going to be $25 billion in debt, that they would be able to pay it off with the excess cash flow, and then grow it by acquiring other casinos and applying the total rewards program to it. So at the time, they did have to stretch quite a bit with a combination of loans, keeping the investment grade debt that was already on the company there in place, that wound up getting primed by all the other secured debt and priority debt. And then in order to really juice the leverage, they had to use the CMBS financing. That's the OpCo-PropCo structure that was created in order to get financing off of the real estate itself, the underlying real estate of the casinos. And so the buildings wound up being the collateral for these CMBS structures that gave it the total leverage that it needed. And at the time, it was cheap because that was bubble financing, right?
Housing was asset backed.
Exactly. It was just real estate's going to do nothing but increase in value, right? That was the era that we're talking to.
Well, by the way, AAA spreads on CMBS in that era were in the 20s, 27 over.
Yeah.
That gapped out to 1,000 at the height of the credit crisis. To put that in perspective, right?
Yeah. You also do a really good job of just explaining some of the mechanics of this from a structural perspective. So you talk about, for example, you explain a hung bridge. Obviously, these banks that were financing a lot of the leverage side of this, they were getting an origination fee. They made some nice fees at the start of the deal. the question is, will they make money in the end, which tends to be the banker's dilemma, as they say. It actually reminded me of Twitter's buyout. Like, I mean, we're still looking at the
Right
debt.
now.
Yeah, it's a hung bridge on Twitter, and they're starting to market the debt finally.
It's hot right now. I mean, it's amazing that they think that they're going to sell it at 90 cents. Maybe they already have.
Well, I agree. But again, like analogously, to your point, spreads are tighter now. Now, spreads are tighter, but the nominal cost of money is much higher today, right? But the spread's tight. And so, as we were reading your book, it was such a helpful thing to think about, because it's like, okay, where are we at in the cycle? And, like the idea of payment in kind, which you introduce to your readers to make sure they understand how that's used, that just elongates the runway. But that's all it does. Sooner or later, things have to be dealt with. And so, yes, spreads can help get things financed. The amount of demand, as you pointed out, with like a Twitter's debt right now can help things, but it still has to get sold to someone.
Yeah. Well, in the secondary at a discount generally, right? So investment banks, they're gonna get their big fees, and then they're gonna commit give like a commitment letter, right? Not just a highly confident letter.
Yeah.
Which come from the
Drexel days.
The Drexel days, right?
Really grateful for that.
And they have to follow through with it, or they have to deal with Apollo and never get Apollo's business again. So they funded this, and they couldn't syndicate it all out because the deal closed right in 2008, before Lehman's bankruptcy, and the market fell out, right? They had all this paper on their books, and they ultimately did sell it to a lot of investors. The secondary held on to, they took big losses on it, held on to some, exchanged some, and that gave Apollo the ability to start capturing discount, right? Like exchanging debt at discounts with those who had bought it at even a lower discount, and extend the runway. So that you can do anything, right, to push it off if you push off a reckoning if you think the business is going to recover, which they did. And, they were right. It was just like, this business is solid. It is cyclical. This is cyclical. This is not a fundamental change. And so for the most part, that was true, except for in Atlantic City, because Atlantic City, that EBITDA was slashed by 60%, never came back because all the casino licenses that came on board in New England, in the Northeast, after the
Mohegan Sun, right? I think of like.
I don't think that was already permitted, because I think that was on reservation.
But that was a successful casino operation that competed. In prior year, didn't Atlantic City didn't have any competition. I think the other thing too, you talk about the idea of assets, or A is equal to equity plus liabilities, and so when they're exchanging this debt, what they're doing is actually reducing their liabilities, which makes the value, obviously, of the equity bigger, hopefully. And it's a little bit of a math game of like, what is your value, and that becomes obviously a contention, point, in this. Do we want to jump ahead to looking at structure?
Yeah, I think we should do that. As you were talking there, Max, it's funny to think about, and you're completely right. The banks had no choice but to go through with this financing, or they, Apollo would have been, for lack of a better term, so pissed, and they never would have done business with them again. Blah blah blah. But I think Apollo's breakup fee was like $350 million. So there is kind of a deep irony that they should have just paid that $350 million in hindsight. Everybody would have saved a lot of money. It's just kind of funny to think about sometimes how these things end up working out versus the emotions at the time.
So we'll jump to the first slide that we have here, just so our listeners can kind of look at this while Connor mentions it.
So this is post LBO for those of you watching at home. And so you have OpCo, PropCo, which was pretty typical, somewhat pioneering at the time, but had been done before. And we're seeing this now even to this day. Like literally as we speak, Lennar, the home builder, is doing the same thing. They're setting up a PropCo for their land called Millrose. But can you talk to us a little bit about the basics behind these models, what they are, why people like these, and why Apollo and TPG wanted to to try this as sort of their first structural foray, first of many, but their first one.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is that the financing is cheaper, and the tax treatment is favorable. Right, so with real estate investment trust, you'll get better tax treatment than the corporate, the corporation that is the operating company, and then you'll get cheaper financing as well through the CMBS market. And that's the gist of it. And that's still true, true to today. Even though there was some loophole that was closed off for some of the tax treatment that Caesars was grandfathered in for.
Yes, if it was already in the pipeline, they were going to allow it.
Well, yeah, because to your point, because just to note for listeners, a REIT by IRS definition has to distribute 90% of its income. It can retain 10%. But because they pay no corporate level taxes from a Vail perspective, it can service a lot of debt because it's all cash flow, and it's not, there's no tax taken out until the investor collects the, obviously the taxable statement at the end of the year, correct?
You're the expert. Yeah,
Well, you wrote the book. I was hoping you're the expert.
I got into it for the book, but I am not a REIT expert by any stretch of the imagination. But I do know, like the basics. The basics was though that like you said, you can take a lot more leverage as a REIT relative to the same exact amount of revenue.
So we'll jump, Max. We'll jump to the next slide here, because obviously as they're going through this, things deteriorate. They do this deal. The old banker's dilemma is you borrow the money when the bank will give it to you, because when you really need it, they won't give it to you. Okay, and that reminds me of this deal to a certain perspective. So they then do this, things get bad in the OpCo-PropCo model, and then they're like, hey, we're going to go to a growth model. Let's take core assets, but they were really aggressive. They went out and got Planet Hollywood. That's a deal they did. And we show the next slide here, which shows Planet Hollywood, the Horseshoe in Baltimore, and then Caesars Interactive Entertainment. I don't think we have a question here, but I do want to, can you maybe mention, like, how interesting was this asset? Because this might have been, beyond the Planet Hollywood story, it's really one of the more interesting assets that kind of woke up.
It ended up being the crown jewel.
In some respect. Yeah, well, yeah, for the final deal cash, I would say yes.
Yeah.
It was a solution, yeah. The Caesar Interactive Entertainment was the rebranded Playtika that I think is now been changed back to Playtika, and it was meant to be online gaming. They hired this tremendous entrepreneur from Canada to take advantage of what they thought was going to be legalization of online gaming, and then when they realized that wasn't happening, they weren't going to be able to get online gaming legalized for quite some time. They pivoted to just video games.
Pretend gambler.
Yeah, brand to play online like gambling. You pay for extra access to like coins or whatever. So there was no money at stake in the gambling form, but it was became wildly popular in like the Candy Crush era, and like that was moved over at the time, without the hope of it being as valuable as it wound up being into this growth structure. And again,
to your point, in the online gambling, I mean, I know I'm an old man for 1 second here at the age of 41, but to you young bloods out there, when Chris Moneymaker won the World Series of Poker, that's what caused online gambling to explode. And to your point, it's like it wasn't legal in every jurisdiction. So I remember being in college. Let's just say I might have played some online poker. These were still very emerging business models. They were not set. Today, gambling is accepted. To your point, it's institutionalized. It's very invested in. But at this point, these were emerging ideas, not known.
Yeah, it's now sports betting, everything. All these things are in motion, much bigger and less regulated as they were. You can go back in the casino days. You're like, what the hell are they? What was so illegal about everything? was cross-border sports gambling. That's the crux of the mafia's business. It was like so illegal, and now it's just like perfectly legal. It's crazy. So
it's funny. It's funny, yeah. When Reggie Bush gets his Heisman Trophy back, we all can kind of laugh because it's insane to think about this program. Let me, when they start, so again, structurally, parent companies, Apollo, TPG, and their investors. Most that's their investors, but again, they're present in that stack. You go below that, you got the OpCo, bondholders. You have the PropCo bondholders. Okay.
Can we throw that slide back up again?
Yeah, let's. Because I just want to show this. Like when this growth transaction comes up, this is where the incentives for various parties get very perverse. Because obviously, this new growth company causes a new shareholder, or I'll call it equity owner class, to show up. And this is really what opens Pandora's box, the idea of fraudulent conveyance, I would say. I think is what I took away from your book. Can you explain briefly what the idea of fraudulent conveyance is and how applicable it was beginning with this?
And I would say in addition to that, too, there was almost like a comical aspect to this. That might not be the right word, but I'm sort of like mentally rolling my eyes when you see like, the new structure, they just kept getting more and more ridiculous. So yeah, if you can talk about fraudulent conveyance, just sort of overall, this like really was pushing the boundaries, I think.
In retrospect, yes, at the time, I mean, like, it was so opaque and so complicated. But yeah, fraudulent conveyance is the concept that a company that is insolvent is not permitted to transfer assets away for anything less than reasonably equivalent value. Or sell assets. And if they do that, and then they file for bankruptcy, then that asset should be clawed back for the benefit of all the creditors underneath the company. And so what happens here, and who that's relevant for, are all the creditors at that OpCo structure. The original structure you saw there, it was, parent company, Caesars, the operating company with a lot of the bonds, the high yield debt, and then the rest of the investment grade debt, and then the PropCo that has the CMBS debt. Right? But ultimately, all of the assets are together, and all the creditors at PropCo get the protection of the excess value of the real estate in PropCo. Were the company to file for bankruptcy and all the CMBS recovered. What started to happen was Apollo, led by Mark Rowan and his lieutenant David Sandberg, were ultimately the architects of this brilliant strategy to, the company is struggling under the weight of an enormous amount of debt, and we're not going to get more money to invest in the existing structure right now. So we're going to create the Caesars Growth, right? And this is a great title, and we're going to put new money into Caesars Growth, right? And we're going to move the best assets, or some really valuable assets that we believe with additional investment can float all the boats. Right? That's the idea. And if they had, if they had done that and been like, okay, well, we're going to give, X amount of money, we're going to raise $1 million, and we're going to pay for these assets, and we're going to give that, the amount of money that they're worth at the time, then that still would have been fine, right? It would have been reasonably equivalent value. The problem was that they were moving some of these very valuable assets at what was ultimately determined to not be near what their value was, including the whole, all of Planet Hollywood. That they were using the numbers that didn't include the Britney Spears residency, which was just incredibly valuable. And then they moved to 4 properties over there, which was kind of the last straw, along with this refinancing of the term loan. And that's what created this potential argument for fraudulent conveyance when the company ultimately did file for bankruptcy.
Well, the Britney Spears residency, to your point, was so transformative that somebody on this podcast actually went to see Britney Spears at Planet
Lifestyle inflation
in this era.
Yeah, but it's a big draw. It's your point. I mean, I think you. I didn't.
Tickets. It was
I did not know. I mean, I knew it was a popular show. As a man who married a millennial woman who was born in 1983, I know that was a massive draw for that, call it category. And to your point, millennials started to go to Vegas really precipitously with that. But they way underpaid her in some respects because she was worth a lot more than that. But she became a meaningful EBITDA contributor to the growth company. Which is funny to say that, like, Britney Spears, in some respects, made the growth company work.
So if Mark Rowan is listening, just let it be known that Cole Speed did his part to try to keep Caesars afloat as long as possible.
Well, but you touched on something that I wanted, because this is a nuance. In your world, this is not crazy. We ran into this in public markets. But you want to touch on the idea of, like, special committees and whatnot.
Yeah, so this is sort of an underpinning, I feel like, or an undercurrent of the book, where so a special committee was put together to value the growth company, and they also needed a fairness opinion. So can you kind of talk to us, as somebody who's seen a lot of these transactions, what does that all really mean? I think we all know what a fairness opinion is, but the takeaway that Cole and I both had is that those things aren't even worth the paper they're written on. And curious for your view as somebody who's clearly seen a lot more of these than we have.
Yeah, these investment banks, they'll, very sophisticated, but sometimes they'll only perform the analysis on the financials that they're given, right? So, in this case, if they're given all financials that don't include, like the growth of a company, then they can only, give a fairness opinion and say, well, it's only worth X amount, and they're giving fair value for these assets that are being moved over. So that's what's needed for these types of transactions that are intercompany transactions or others that are even for M&A, if it's required for the expenditure of major amounts of capital. And if they have current financials and it's a lot more transparent, then it's important for a board to make the decision to proceed with a certain transaction. In this case, I think they came under scrutiny because they sided a lot more with Apollo's valuation work than they did with the independent directors that were appointed to negotiate the transaction on behalf of Caesars, the RemainCo. And then I think the other thing that became problematic about this was that the OpCo creditors did not have representation, right? There was no, for the longest period of time, there weren't independent directors for OpCo.
Sure. Well, because your point, Apollo TBG's counsel was the OpCo, which is Paul Weiss. And I think we have a little. We'll come to your footnote later. Your footnote was very interesting. But
I think what Max just said was that was the crux of the whole case. Really, that the OpCo creditors didn't have any representation, and they should have many years before they got it.
Well, to your point, and this kind of rolls into our next question. And actually, I want to put up our third slide, which is kind of the final structure slide that you show in your book. Apollo and TPG at this point, they can't say this. So, like Samber, he's playing bulldog in every conversation with everyone, when in reality, they're just buying time. They're trying to buy time to realize the value of their equity and trying to, in every way, do that. The oddity is, as the story gets more perverse, the asset structure actually gets bigger. In other words, like, by the end of this, look at all the casinos. They have the link. You got the Cromwell in there, by the way. Life hack, 100 to 1 odds behind the pass line at the Cromwell. Probably my favorite place to throw dice. But like Dre's nightclub at the Cromwell is getting thrown into this because Mark Rowan knows Dre, and therefore the nightclub comes about. The asset base is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, but those are all transactions to buy time. Is that fair?
Well, they wanted both. Right? I think that's the interesting thing about this was that you had TBG and you had Apollo, where you had they are connected. They have all these ways of adding value, right? And they do create a ton of value. They for these, Dre's nightclub, those connections. TPG brings in all of its operating experts to maximize the efficiency of changing the rooms, right? We have they called the getting strong guys to go in and change the sheets to make it quicker, right? They'd strip it. It's
like a McKinsey solution that you get, right?
Well, it was. That's exactly right. And those things are helpful. They made the organization more efficient. They made it grow. You have the Caesars Interactive Entertainment growing its user base and value this whole time. So those things too create a ton of value while they're doing this, and that's been the whole idea. While they're doing all this liability management, so that they don't lose control of it before that value rebounds from the big hit that they took for a number of reasons during the Great Financial Crisis.
We hope you're enjoying the podcast. We work hard putting together this show, but we work even harder for our investors at Smead Capital Management. At Smead, we believe in disciplined investing, which is why the Smead funds have a proven track record of long-term outperformance. If you're an investor who fears stock market failure like I do and want to invest in wonderful companies to build wealth, we invite you to visit smeadcap.com. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the prospectus for important information about the investment company, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing. Smead funds distributed by UMB Distribution Services, LLC, not affiliated.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree that it was a time game insofar as I think the strategy was, to your point, Max, add value, kick the can down the road. We all know from basic options that an out-of-the-money option, time is your friend. And so the longer they could stretch it out, maybe they got lucky.
And also,
they almost did.
And also, markets are a confidence game. Yeah. And as long as you showed confidence, people wouldn't question you. It's when people had a lot of facts against you that they questioned your confidence.
That's right. So another interesting, again, the story is fascinating. And there are all these sidebars. Yeah. Just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, it got weirder. And Max, if you had written this as a Hollywood script fiction, you would have gotten laughed out of the office. They would have been like, this is too ridiculous. This could never happen. Or a pass. So let's talk a little bit about the Trust Indenture Act of 1939 and one, kind of what that was about, what those sort of lawsuits there were about, and then have this really reached the highest levels of politics in Washington.
This was interesting, right? It came into play in part because of a very aggressive deal that David Sandberg structured in order to deal with the investment grade bonds that had been at Harrah's at the time before the LBO. And so all of these were, essentially unsecured debt. They had just been, decimated by getting primed and the Great Financial Crisis. They're all traded at a discount. And a lot of them wind up trading in the hands of a bunch of distressed debt investors. And so, when the time comes to try to refinance them or take them out, David Sandberg's trying to do it in a way that can take out as many as possible with as little money as possible. And Caesars itself had actually been buying some of these up at a discount. And
when you call that whack-a-mole, he was playing whack-a-mole, I think, is whack-a-mole.
Right? Yeah. And so the investment grade bonds, they weren't secured, but they did have this Depression era protection called under the Trust Indenture Act. And so when Sandberg orchestrated this transaction that essentially was done with 2/3 of the bondholders leaving out the other third, exchanging for new debt into a better piece of paper at growth. They went to almost zero. Right? The one third of the bondholders went completely to zero. Mihad Combs at the time led the charge in like organizing, hiring counsel, Jim Millar from Drinker Biddle at the time, now Vigor Drinker, and to look at what can we do here to try to capture, get some more money back, right? Maybe I don't know, it was like $94 million left. It wasn't that much, right? That was the irony of this. And there was this argument that like the Trust Indenture Act made it so that these bonds should still avail themselves of the parent guarantee of the parent company. And so at the time that all these different transactions happened, Apollo did a number of things to remove the parent guarantee. At least they thought that they did. And so they tried to strike this deal with 2/3 of those creditors in order to get it. And he made this Jim Millar made this argument that was kind of a long shot argument that you're not able to treat one portion of these bondholders different than the others because we have the Trust Indenture Act. And it was a long shot, right? It hadn't they didn't think it was going to go anywhere. But at the time, right, there was actually another lawsuit going on with education management. A similar argument that had been made by Marblegate, who had bought up the debt of this for-profit education company, and that had actually made it past a motion to dismiss, or it made it to the next phase in the lawsuit, where it seemed as if the courts were going to honor the debt that had been left behind in these types of transactions, and so all of a sudden, when you have this argument that pops up, and so Apollo is looking at this and they're thinking, where did this come from, right? This is, what? If that's all that's holding us back from completing these discounted, coercive transactions and leaving some of our creditors behind, well, let's go change the law. Right, so they get lobbyists together to go to Congress. At the time, there's no actual lawmaking that's being done besides the must-pass legislation, right? Like transportation funding or Zika funding to fight the Zika virus or whatever. And so that's what they wind up doing. And this is how I learned how things are done in Washington. Is they lobby whoever to put in these riders in must-pass legislation that don't have anything to do with that legislation, like the Transportation Act, like Virus Act, like whatever the budget, exactly, the omnibus budget, right? That must pass. Well, they put all these little riders in. They're supposed to be non-controversial. They got one senator, a couple congressmen, to say, hey, well, sure, I'll put it in as a favor to these people. Like Apollo's super important. Harry Reid wound up being one of the the supporters of it, and Elizabeth Warren at the time had been suspicious of inserting the language, but she backed off when that came from Harry Reid. Shelby was the Republican congressman who was initially found to be backing it.
Senior senator from Alabama.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. So it was it was one of these things. It was almost about to go through until this other case that was going on in education management. Marblegate, he found out about it. Andrew Milgram at Marblegate, and he had a friend who had, actually owned some of the bonds at Brigade, who had gone to college with one of the congressmen. He alerted them to it. He got a lobby firm. Oaktree got some lobbyists together, and they convened on anybody that they could to say that this is bad law. This is bad. You can't include this language. And it was about to pass, but they ultimately got enough people to listen to them to just cut it from those must-pass pieces of legislation, and therefore And so the argument still held up, right? Like that law was still a threat to Apollo in the Caesar's case because of this lobby, right? So they're trying to change the law in order to continue to perform the restructuring, the way that they wanted to.
There's a little bit of a spoiler alert here, but for those of you at home who may not read the entire book, something that's super fascinating is that this whole threat of the TIA, the Marblegate lawsuit, that's what really scared Apollo and TPG ultimately, because had that kind of gone all the way through and become sort of settled law, they would have been on the hook for double-digit billions of dollars. They found out literally the day they were signing off on everything and moving forward that actually Marblegate was going to be unsuccessful. And so this fear, this sort of Damocles sword they had hanging over them this entire time ended up being nothing, and they found out at the 11th hour, and they're like, you know what, it's over, let's go to the town.
The other odd, again, this has been talked about in the last 5 years, so this is not unique to discussion in, I'll call it, legal forums or credit forums. But the other thing that you talk about is what Elliott did through the CDS. You called it, I think it was your chapter on it, was called First Derivative. And they bought CDS. They obviously own bonds as well, but they bought CDS, and you went to the company and said, you should go into bankruptcy. Well, now you're not required by law at this point in our lives to go out and say, oh, by the way, I'm long the CDS, so I make a killing if you do that. And so it's this whole idea of like insider dealing. Is it insider dealing or not? And is there any ethical standards for that? That's been debated a lot the last 5 years because there's more instances of this coming up. But isn't that an inherent issue that's, maybe since the Bankruptcy Act of 1978 really has not codified the rules around a derivative like that? Is that fair?
Yeah, and to my knowledge, I don't think there's no rules against insider trading in CDS right now.
That's not a joke.
That's actually true. And again, just to expand on that, what Elliott really did was it was all a timing play. I think the markets kind of knew that a bankruptcy was coming, but the markets were pricing it in much later than it ended up happening.
Yeah.
But Elliott had debt that needed to be restructured, and so they kind of had Apollo right where they wanted them. They loaded the boat on the timing of the CDS, betting that it was going to be sooner rather than later on the bankruptcy filing, then went to Apollo and said, hey, we're willing to cut you a deal and renegotiate this debt contingent on you filing for bankruptcy now.
Sleight of hand.
And they did that, and it ended up paying off to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. And so, yeah, I agree with what both of you are saying. It feels like insider trading, but legally, it's not.
It's the rules. It's the rules as they're set.
Yeah. So there's been some pushback around that. The counterparty to Elliott for a lot of that at the time, was GSO, and then they later got into a big fight over another seat manufacturer default. It's Huntsmanian is what they became called. This is what hedge funds do. Right, it was a very, very ballsy but very savvy move to buy into the first lien bonds with Elliott Management, led by Paul Singer, and the investment professional who was doing a lot of this is Dave Miller. He's now one of the heads of distressed investing there, and to then become Apollo's only friend, right? And that's what happened, is that they Caesars wound up filing with just one creditor class signed on to a restructuring support agreement. And that was the first lien bonds. And there was a lot of them. It was $5 billion plus in first lien bonds, but out of an $18 billion capital structure, it wasn't going to be enough to get the thing done.
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to everyone who's been working so hard on the show. We recently hit the top 10 investing podcasts on Apple Podcasts, and even number 1 in the business category in several countries. As you may know, this show is brought to you by Smead Capital Management. Smead Capital Management understands how frustrating and illogical the stock market can be. If you're searching for funds with a proven track record, give the Smead Funds a look, or better yet, reach out at smeadcap.com. And don't forget to mention that you're a fan of the podcast. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the prospectus for important information about the investment company, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing. Smead Funds distributed by UMB Distribution Services, LLC, not affiliated.
Well, the other thing that struck both Cole and I when we read this was there was a lot of sort of personalities in the story, obviously, but there were also a lot of personal relationships that went back in some cases many decades. You know, you had Howard Marks trying to rein in Ken Liang because he was friends with Leon Black. So if you could talk a little bit just about how you feel like that impacted it. And things also got deeply personal too. I mean, there was that one time where Samber wanted to do something very graphic to Ken Liang's oatmeal. So, you know, just curious how the personalities and the interpersonal relationships behind the scenes sort of had an impact, for better or worse, on this entire affair.
Yeah, and that was part was the most gratifying as a journalist, and you know, being able to delve into the personalities behind these transactions. Business journalism, a lot of you know, there's XYZ company, you know, does this, that, and the other thing, right? And or you know, like a lionizing profile of a master of the universe. In this case, we really like, because you know, both Steve and I, you know, had such good reputation and sources, and then like there was a group of winners that really wanted to talk about how brilliant they were, and then like once we got that story, the other side was like, well, it wasn't quite like that. We got to get into a lot of these you know, these personalities and like the relationships. You know, how like three of the main players here went to the same finals club at Harvard, right? Two of them, you know, between Cheney and Dave Miller, were like really good friends from you know, from boarding school. Sure. So, you know, and then yeah, there's like the whole connection between everyone who is at Drexel at one point. And it is, you know, it's a small world in some ways, but it's, you know, it's very impactful, and it has like these you know, far-reaching connections as well. And the book was an opportunity to get into those and like draw them together and see how they did make an impact, right? Like, and, you know, there are personalities. There are, you know, people that take things personally, or you know, a lot of things are irrational. And that's, you know, that's part of doing you know, of doing business in this industry, and not all industries, I think.
Yeah, to your point, it just gets messy. As Jim Milstein put it, and this might be my favorite quote in the book. Quote, "This mess had many fathers," end quote, which is his way of explaining it is my, you know, client's fault, but there's a lot of faults, in effect, is what he was saying, because he didn't want to admit that Apollo and TPG had done something wrong necessarily.
Thank you for joining
Milstein is this very tenured, successful person in his field and what he does, and even he, at some point, ends up looking, I don't want to say foolish, but just not ready for the moment that he's in. And I feel like everyone that, you know, at one point someone looked like an idiot and they ended up looking like a genius, and some other people started looking like geniuses and ended up looking like idiots. Was it just the fact there was so much competition in the intellect of these people, and that's why there was such movement during your story?
Yeah, I mean, like, hopefully we just capture people fairly, right? I think like our book is not Manichean. It's not, you know, it's not like there's good and bad people. It's not like that. It's not that anybody was like an unqualified, you know, success or winner, and somebody was an unqualified, you know, like failure or loser, right? Like, Apollo was, you know, ostensibly an antagonist here who got called out by the examiner for orchestrating, along with its co-investors and executives, potentially upwards of $5 billion in like very strong claims for fraudulent conveyance and breaches of fiduciary duty, etc. And at the end of everything, all they had to do is get back their equity check. And they raised the largest fund in private equity history, and they got on to be continuing one of the largest and most successful investment firms in history, right? So it's like we wanted to capture all the nuance and like the individuals for who they were in this industry to the extent that we could, and their history, right? Like, Jim Milstein, he didn't become like a important pioneer in the structuring industry, but he was also the son of Ira Milstein, who was like a domineering figure at Wild, in like leading that firm to become what was once the dominant debtors counsel practice. And he was interesting because he worked for the Obama administration, served as essentially like a function advising on how to deal with the great financial crisis. And so it was one of those things where you come out of like doing these things on a big picture level to what the hell, like what this petty squabbling between two funds that actually have the same LPs, the same pensions or insurance companies. Like it was, it seemed kind of small time in some ways, and so it was. We tried to capture that was the context that he's dealing with it, while you have a lot of younger, ambitious, aggressive, mid-level executives that are trying to prove themselves, and this is their whole world, so they don't care or respect anybody who's come before them.
Yeah, Max, I appreciate you saying that, because Cole and I talked about this a lot as we were reading the book. To your point, I know it wasn't your intention. Apollo kind of comes off as the villain, like, they're the evil empire in the story. But then when you really take a step back and think about it, some of the original investors in the LBO financing, like the Michael J. Fox Foundation,
that you mentioned in the book, yeah,
they were sort of genuine victims, if you will, in all this. But the players, to your point, that were left standing, in the end, as they say, there's no honor among thieves. And these are all the sharpest elbows, brightest minds in the room.
Including the lawyers.
Yeah, going at it. So, in the end, and I don't mean this in a bad way, it was sort of like hard to feel bad for anybody. Like everybody was sort of reaping what they sowed, for better or worse. So you talked about Richard Davis, the Examiner. Curious, that was clearly sort of like the pivotal point in this case. Do you think that he was fair in his work and his assessment? Do you think he was biased going in? Because I think there's little doubt that if Davis had different findings, this whole affair probably would have turned out quite differently.
Yeah, very much so. Sajid and I joke that Richard Davis, the former Watergate prosecutor, like kind of very respected, professional, was our third co-author, and because we relied heavily on his 1,800-page Examiner's report, and because he had the sway to get interviews with everybody who was involved. And they didn't require a subpoena on people, did it voluntarily, but they were not going to not talk to him, so everyone kind of treated him as the judge to begin with, and so he got access to everybody. And then his report was the result of these hundreds and hundreds of interviews and reviewing millions of pages, having his own team of lawyers pouring through all of these documents and understanding the transaction. So that, obviously we think that his work was done fair-minded, right? I think that there's legitimate criticisms of some of the valuations here, conclusions there, but it was very helpful, very revelatory, and and then re-reporting some of it, it seems like he made fair criticism, right? The smoking gun for him with Paulo was that, like, in their mindset, they had this slide that was presented internally where it said, okay, well, we're gonna move all these assets so we can grow, the good ones, and we'll be able to, right, maybe save the company, but in the case that things don't go well, we'll be in a better position, like negotiating position with creditors in the event of a bankruptcy, so we can have our cake and eat it too, right? And like this was all being done without there being anyone that was looking out for the creditors of OPCO at a time where ostensibly that it was insolvent, which you have a fiduciary responsibility to the creditors of the company at the point that it might be insolvent. So he put those together fairly thoroughly, wasn't afraid to take positions on it, and yeah, right, was a really interesting character, like his motivations too. He just wants to do a good job.
Well, to jump on an interesting character, at this point in the book, we know who the winners are, right? So, for example, if someone says, walk away from a book, there's no good, there's no evil, but who won a lot, okay? And I will dub this, I don't think anyone's done this, but I'll call it the Yellowstone Club rule. It's not the first owner that wins. It's not the second owner that wins. It's the third owner that wins. And that third owner, most magnanimously, was ultimately Appaloosa. Like, they come out with such an obscene reward from this, even relative to Oak Tree or others, was what I took away from your book.
Yeah, percentage return.
Yeah. And I was thinking, like, well, I wonder if David Tepper hadn't done this, would he be the owner of the Panthers right now? I was kind of like playing that out through my mind. But this was a massive winner in the billions for Appaloosa, and they weren't involved very long compared to others.
Yeah, probably around $1 billion. Yeah, exactly. And like but it's so I tried to so this is just pure kind of speculation by memory, but we tried to quantify everyone's like absolute dollar amount. So we estimated that like Appaloosa, Elliott, and Silver Point actually all made upwards of $1 billion plus, right, on this. And Canyon in the end, well, the IRR was a little bit better because he was invested for a shorter amount of time, in the second hit. Oak Tree, because they were par investors, so like that, their IRR might have been lower, but they still they bought in when things were distressed, and they got more than par eventually. Ironically, the bonds that were represented by like White and Case, the senior guarantee notes, wound up having some of the best returns relative to where they were trading. Not too many people bought in at that level, but maybe there were some who might have just gotten better returns.
Sure.
So there was an enormous amount of value here because the company was valuable, right? And it did wind up being worth more than the entirety of its debt eventually. So Paul's thesis was right, and that just timing was not good.
I think that's super well said, and Cole and I were talking about that this morning. TPG and